Chapter 602, Arrival. Li Huang looked nervous. He was sitting on the plastic seat of a public bus and was biting the back of his hand with his teeth. His mind replayed everything that he had gone through recently as he stared at the streets outside. He was wearing a white mask to cover the scars on his face and to make sure that he wouldn't get recognized. After some hesitation, he took out Wu Qing's phone and dialed a phone number that he had memorized. Hello? Who is this? Yang Na's soft voice sounded over the phone. Li Huang's heart trembled upon hearing her voice. It had been a very long time since he heard her voice. Hello? Who is this? Li Huang quickly regained his composure. He pinched his throat and deliberately lowered his voice. Hello? Is this ID Good Rabbit? There are 2 parcels for you here. Can you please come out of school to pick them up? They're large, and it's not convenient for me to leave them at a storage unit. What? Parcels? I haven't bought anything, though. Perhaps someone sent them to you. Please come out and sign the delivery forms. Sorry, I'm not available right now. I'm not at school today, too. If you can't leave them in a storage unit, then just return them. Li Huang was reassured upon hearing that. It seemed that Yi Donglai had conveyed his message to Yang Na. Regardless of where Yang Na was hiding, it was much better than staying in one place. They just needed to hold on until he reached Beihai Port. Once Suzhou was no more, Yang Na would be safe. Huang? Yang Na asked, sounding hesitant. Li Huang's heart trembled, but he forcibly calmed himself down and said, What? Anyway, all right. I'll go and bring these 2 parcels back to the hub. I still have other parcels to deliver. With that, Li Huang ended the call and blocked the number. Li Huang covered his mouth with his hand and closed his eyes in pain. He really wanted to meet Yang Na, but this wasn't the right time. She was in danger, and he had to ensure her safety before anything else. Moreover, Li Huang reckoned that Yang Na would only feel worried about him if he were to meet her right now. Yang Na's mental health was already bad, and Li Huang didn't want her condition to worsen just because of a selfish decision on his end. Li Huang took a deep breath and looked at the others on the bus. For some reason, everything felt unfamiliar to him. Of course, everything would feel unfamiliar, as it had been a while since he appeared in public. Li Huang fell into a daze, and his surroundings distorted, seemingly transforming from a bus to a wooden carriage. Beep. Senior discount. The voice of the bus assistant echoing throughout the bus brought Li Huang back to realit. Just 10 more stops, and I will be at the port. Stay calm, and don't get recognized. Li Huang adjusted his collar. Just then, a bald old man with a fishing rod in hand started walking in Li Huang's direction from the front of the bus. When the bald old man saw Li Huang's eyes, he shivered in fright. Then, he stopped walking and turned around to hold on to the hanging handrail. Li Huang found the bald old man's actions to be suspicious. Li Huang tried to ignore it for a while, but he still felt uneasy, so he stood up and walked toward the bald old man to take a closer look at the latter. Li Huang's pupils constricted upon recognizing the bald old man. The bald old man was a fellow patient. More specifically, his name was Old Lu, and Li Huang could still remember knocking out Old Lu's dentures with a punch. The bus door opened just then, and the panicking Old Lu rushed down the bus with his fishing rod and bucket. When Old Lu saw that Li Huang was following him, he abandoned his fishing rod and bucket. Old Lu started breathing in ragged pants as he ran away desperately. Old Lu, why are you running away? I've recovered, Li Huang exclaimed. He caught up to Old Lu and grabbed the latter by the shoulder. I don't believe you, Old Lu exclaimed. He struggled desperately and shouted in despair. Help! Someone help! Call the police. This lunatic is a murderer. Shut up. I'm going to kill you if you don't, Li Huang warned. He took out a little saw and pointed it at Old Lu's belly, who closed his mouth immediately. He dragged Old Lu to behind a bush. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Old Lu's screams didn't attract any attention from the sparse crowd. Li Huang took a moment to compose himself before explaining. Sorry, I didn't mean to do this to you, but I have something important to do right now. I have to finish it before I get caught. Old Lu looked down at the bloodstains on the saw and gulped. Okay, you can go. I promise I won't call the police. I know you too well. You cheated your way to victory in those card games with the other patients. I can't trust you at all. Anyway, is there anyone else at your home right now? Li Huang supported Old Lu as the 2 of them walked away from the bush. What? What do you want? Old Lu asked with an ashen look. There's no one at home. My son is at work, and my grandson is in school. I'm not going to do anything. I just need to make sure that you won't call the police once I've left you alone. I really won't call the police, little Li. Please spare me. I really was just sick at the time. I didn't mean to hurt your girlfriend. Unfortunately, old Lu's words didn't convince Li Huowang nor weaken his determination. They soon arrived at old Lu's home. It was a second floor apart in a small residential area, and there was no one inside. Old Lu hadn't lied. However, Li Huowang was still dissatisfied, so he decided to tape old Lu to the toilet. He did it tightly so that old Lu would find it difficult to break free. He ignored old Lu's pleas, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he went into the kitchen to select a handy tool. A little saw wouldn't be enough to handle his opponent. He needed a handier and more powerful weapon. Little Li, I beg you, I really won't call the police. Old Lu exclaimed. The crisp sound of metal scraping against metal echoed from the kitchen, and it made old Lu shudder. Li Huowang picked up a long-handled boning knife and returned to the bathroom. Little Li, you can kill me, but can you spare my grandson? Old Lu pleaded in despair. Li Huowang frowned deeply and said, How many times must I tell you? I've recovered. Yes, you've recovered. You've recovered crazy. Old Lu said, nodding repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Li Huowang gagged old Lu and even sealed it with tape to ensure that old Lu wouldn't be able to make any noises. Sorry, you've recognized me, so I have no choice but to do this. Having resolved the unexpected danger, Li Huowang pushed the door open and walked out of the apartment. Li Huowang went down the stairs and returned to the bus stop at the entrance of the residential area. He hopped onto a bus that was heading to Beihai Port. As the number of people on the bus dwindled, the frown on Li Huowang's face became tighter. Soon, they arrived at the port, and the stacked shipping containers made him feel oppressed. Li Huowang was in a dilemma. How could he infiltrate the place? Chapter 603, Wooden Ship. The New Year festivities had just ended, so the weather was still cold. It was so cold that the seawater's coldness had to be bone-chilling. However, this bit of cold was nothing to Li Huowang, who had gone through countless battles. Li Huowang was beneath a crowded wooden pier. He projected his image and submerged his colored phantom. His invisible figure peeked out of the water and stared at his distant target. There was a huge wooden ship, and it wasn't just any ship. It was huge and was even larger than the warships Li Huowang had seen around Qing Island. The bow of the huge wooden ship was like a massive fish as it sat on the water's surface. It had a wooden yellow color, making it appear like an oppressive mountain. I finally caught up. Trying to escape, huh? Leaving Great Liang immediately when the situation seems amiss. Not that easy. You still owe me for the ambush that you and Huangfu Tiangang had done against me. Li Sui, let's go. Li Sui's tentacles extended from Li Huowang's wound, and they moved swiftly in the seawater, propelling Li Huowang toward the bizarre flat-bottomed wooden ship. Li Huowang had lost 3 of his limbs, and Li Sui's skinned tentacles, which resembled a dog's limbs, replaced his lost limbs. Even his left hand, which only had 1 finger remaining, was replaced by Li Sui. Li Sui was attached to Li Huowang, so he could use her limbs skillfully, as if they were his own. At first, he was hesitant about the idea of making a break for it, but he decided to make a break for it after surviving Huangfu Tiangong's ambush. This huge wooden ship would sail away before he could recover his limbs, so he couldn't wait for them to recover. Fortunately, Li Sui's tentacles were great tools for swimming, and Li Sui herself was comfortable in the water as if she were a fish. Soon, Li Huowang was touching the wooden hull of the ship. Instead of immediately making a move, he waited quietly for nightfall to sneak his way onto the ship. He wasn't afraid that the ship might sail away as he dilly-dallied, as he was already near its hull. Time ticked by slowly, and the sky gradually darkened as the sun shifted westward. As the lights in the distant pier disappeared, Li Huowang stuck his black tentacles to the hull, and just like that, he rapidly climbed up the hull. He placed his 1 remaining finger on the side of the ship and poked his head out to look around. His projection ability was concealing his figure at the moment, so Li Huowang wasn't particularly nervous about this. The ship's bow was massive, and the front deck was as big as a soccer field. However, the vast field was desolate. Li Huowang couldn't see anything other than smoke from the 3 burning incense inside a giant cauldron on the bow. The 3 columns of white smoke rising from the incense took to the air and disappeared into the darkness. There were some offerings before the triangular display stand, which stood right in front of the cauldron. In addition to the usual pig, cow, and sheep heads, there were incense, candles, yellow paper, and gold ingots. Dad, what are they worshipping? Don't worry about what they're worshipping. Our goal is to find Doulao's Twisted One and kill him. Everything else is irrelevant. Li Huang dragged his crippled figure toward the cabin. His senses were heightened to their absolute limit at the moment, so he could feel every single movement around him. He was planning on brute forcing his way in if he ended up getting detected by any of the crew. Soon, Li Huang found himself standing before the cabin door. He opened it cautiously, but nothing happened. What kind of trickery is this? Could it be that the Twisted One really can't detect my hidden self? Li Huang thought as he placed his back against the wall and slowly entered the cabin. It was larger and more crowded than Li Huang had imagined. The cabin was filled with clutter, and both walls were densely packed with wooden carvings of buildings. It was like a three-dimensional version of a famous Qingming painting, one hanging on the wall. The wooden carvings were incredibly realistic depictions of wooden tiles, pine trees, sleeves, donkeys, horses, and even cow dung. Li Huang was on high alert as he reached behind him and grabbed the hilt of the spine sword. As soon as he touched the hilt of the spine sword, everything on the wall came to life. A crowd of tiny people rushed to the windows and pointed curiously at Li Huang. They can see me. Li Huang's figure flickered, and he reappeared a yard away. He had no time to entangle with these things, so he quickly rushed forward. Thump! Peng Longting's tall figure landed heavily next to Li Huang. She raised her fist, which was wrapped in heavy armor, and smashed it into the wooden carvings on the wall. Peng Longting sent a few more punches before she abruptly froze and became a wood carving. What are those? Li Huang gripped the spine sword tightly and swung it toward the wall, creating a space-time rift that sent the wooden carvings flying toward the Great Qi. When the space-time rift shattered the wooden wall, a wooden eye socket densely packed with eyeballs in a variety of sizes stared at Li Huang, making his scalp feel numb. Li Huang saw that the path had gotten narrower, so he raised the purple-tasseled sword and thrust it into the ground before carving open a hole in the cabin. Li Huang wasted no time and jumped into the hole. The lower deck of the ship was darker than Li Huang had anticipated. It was so dark that he could not even see his fingers. Li Huang took out a green glowing stone, and a distorted, laughing face abruptly appeared before him. Li Huang responded quickly. He raised his sword and slashed out, but he forcefully stopped his attack. He took a step back and took a good look at the face that was over 3 meters tall. If he wasn't mistaken, then the towering object before him was one of the 8 Immortals, Taiguai Li II. More precisely, it was a root carving 3 of Taiguai Li. It seemed that the carving was made in a way that would emphasize the growth of the roots rather than make the intertwined roots appear like a person. The carving depicted densely packed tree burls that had been assimilated by Taiguai Li. Taiguai Li had no legs, as they had been replaced by twisted roots, which made him look rather bizarre and disfigured. After confirming that the Taiguai Li before him was just an inanimate root carving, Li Huang backed away slowly. Just as he took a few steps backward, he felt someone's gaze boring into him from behind. Li Huang whipped around and saw one of the 8 Immortals, Lu Dongbin. It was another root carving, but it looked like he was carved from roots that had been eaten by insects. Lu Dongbin's overall appearance was exactly the same as Taiguai Li's appearance. However, Lu Dongbin's interior seemed hollow as his figure was riddled with holes in a variety of sizes. Clearly, those holes were made by the insects that had devoured his figure. Li Huang stood frozen. After a while, he took out all the glowing stones that he had brought from Zephyr Temple and hurled them in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the root carvings of 8 Immortals in many different poses were revealed around him. 1. Along the river during the Qingming festival is a hand-scroll painting by the Song dynasty painter Zhang Ziduan. 2. Also known as Iron Crutchley. 3. A traditional Chinese art form of carving and polishing tree roots into various artistic creations. Chapter 604, 8 Immortals. The dark brown root carvings of the 8 Immortals looked extremely bizarre beneath the green light that had pervaded the dim and spacious tween deck of the ship. The remaining 8 Immortals looked far more terrifying compared to Taiguai Li and Lu Dongbin. They had the same root-like appearance as root carvings, but they all had their own peculiar characteristics. For example, He Xingu's neck was twisted like a twisted fried dough one. Han Zhongli's chest was bare, and his proportions were inconsistent. He looked particularly disgusting as well, looking like a rotten chunk of fat that had been left outside for too long. A deafening silence hung over the dim tween deck. Li Huang couldn't hear any other noises aside from his own breathing. Li Huang swept his gaze across the root carvings of the 8 Immortals. Anything related to immortality was always a bad thing in this crazy world. Li Sui, let's go. Find Dolao's Twisted One and end this as soon as possible. Li Huang exclaimed and projected his image once again. He rushed past the root carvings and headed into the distance. Just as he walked out of the crowd of root carvings, an eerie creaking noise echoed from behind him. Li Huang immediately turned around and saw the root carvings of the 8 immortals standing in a row. Their bizarre eyes were fixed on him. They could actually move. Pop! A popping sound echoed as a glowing stone that Li Huang had thrown burst open. Unfortunately, it was just the beginning. A series of popping noises echoed as more and more glowing stones exploded into pieces. Soon, the root carvings of the 8 immortals vanished into the darkness. Li Huang's vision was excellent, but the surroundings were too dark for him to see anything unless they were only a few feet away from him. A melody echoed from Han Xiangzi's flute, and a cacophony of voices from both men and women pervaded the tween deck. The superior avoids conflict, the inferior loves strife. The superior is humble, the inferior clings to virtues. Those stubborn do not possess true virtues. Deafening peals of laughter coming from both elderly and young people pervaded the dark cabin. The laughter sounded bizarre, as if they were layered on top of each other. Li Huang gnashed his teeth as the laughter entered his ears. He gripped the spine sword with his right hand and swung it toward where he last saw the root carvings of the 8 immortals. Then, he rushed toward the space-time rift that led to the Great Qi. Li Huang lowered himself and got ready to dodge to the left to avoid any possible attacks, when Lu Dongbin's root carving appeared on his left without any warning. When Li Huang jumped to the left, the large hole in Lu Dongbin's chest opened like a gaping maw, seemingly waiting for him to fall into it. Li Sui's tentacles burst out of Li Huang and stuck to the floor, sparing Li Huang the horrible fate of making contact with Lu Dongbin's gaping maw. What are these things? Li Huang gritted his teeth. He lifted both the spine sword and the purple tasseled sword and swung them toward Lu Dongbin. Crack! Lu Dongbin's root carving was split in half. At the same time, Li Huang was tripped by something, and he stumbled to his left. Han Xiangzi's twisted bamboo flute stood tall, seemingly waiting for Li Huang on the floor. It stood tall in a way that it would pierce Li Huang's temple if he truly ended up falling to the floor. Just as he was less than an inch away from Han Xiangzi's flute, Han Xiangzi was suddenly dragged away by someone else. Shwick! Li Huang stabbed the swords into the ground, stabilizing himself. He then stood up with a furious look and asked, "Have you had enough fun, you bunch of rotten wood?" Sparks flew from a flint as Li Huang was set ablaze. The flames were like a viral infection as they jumped onto the half-immortal root carvings. The dark cabin brightened instantly as the root carvings caught fire. The stationary root carvings of the 8 immortals made another move. The burning tree stumps and roots writhed as their charred figures crawled toward Li Huang. Li Huang was about to set fire to the entire ship when the wooden planks on the ground split open, allowing seawater to come in. The seawater extinguished the flames, plunging the entire deck into darkness. A piercing noise echoed as the remaining flames resisted the encroaching water. The submerged Li Huang convulsed upon hearing the piercing noise. However, he had never been the type to give up so easily, so he took out his rib, which was stored in his belly button, and shoved it into his chest. The pain wreaking havoc throughout Li Huang was instantly shared with everything around him, and the cacophony of noises vanished. "So you want to play, huh? Fine. I'll sink this entire ship for you," Li Huang exclaimed. His charred figure swam to the nearest wall, and he slashed out haphazardly with his spine sword. Rifts appeared in the hull, and a large amount of seawater was displaced every time Li Huang swung his sword. The icy seawater rushed back and shortly upon being displaced, but the rifts in the hull writhed and intertwined with each other to seal the rifts. To make matters worse, the bizarre-looking root carvings of the 8 immortals appeared in the dark waters. A layer of charcoal covered the root carvings of the 8 immortals, and they looked even more terrifying as the charcoal enveloping them dispersed like black mist in the icy cold waters. Lu Dongbin's root carving had miraculously recovered, even though Li Huang had split it into 2 earlier. He stood firmly with the other root carvings as they surrounded Li Huang. Finally, the root carvings of the 8 immortals made their move. A black mist spread from their charred figures as they rushed nimbly toward Li Huang. Li Huang raised his weapons. The spine sword in his right hand blocked He Xiangu's Lotus, while his left hand thrust the purple tasseled sword into Zhang Guolao's face. Li Huang then opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouth full of tentacles that wrapped around Han Zhongli's head, before twisting it off the latter's shoulders. Li Sui stood bravely next to Li Huowang, brandishing the bronze coin sword to fight the enemies. Li Huowang was taken aback and was completely surrounded, but he still had the advantage. Unfortunately, these carvings of half-immortals were difficult to handle. Even decapitation wasn't enough to deal with them. Li Huowang had to crush them into powder to render them immobile. Li Huowang was making quick work of them, but there was one big issue. He was running out of steam. The tween deck wasn't that huge, especially when it was jam-packed with enemies, so Li Huowang had to make agile movements to avoid getting injured. To make matters worse, he was drenched in icy cold seawater. The exertion made Li Huowang feel like his lungs were on fire. His expression became increasingly agonized as time ticked by, and the bulging veins on his forehead seemed like they'd burst open any time soon. Li Huowang's instincts were telling him to surface as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Li Huowang was in the lower hold of the ship, and the bizarre root carvings of the 8 immortals were not letting him go, which made it impossible for him to swim away. Li Huowang's consciousness became blurrier and blurrier as he was running out of air. His situation eventually became so bad that he started hallucinating. Li Huowang spat the dagger in his mouth and desperately gasped for air upon surfacing. After a few deep breaths, he dove fiercely and swam toward the depths of the sea. The deep breaths on the surface had allowed him to come back to his senses and recover his strength. 1. Mahua, a fried dough that is lightly twisted and sweetened. Chapter 605, Strayed 1, Twisted 1. Despite the darkness, Li Huowang had ample oxygen in his lungs, so he wasn't too worried at the moment. The fate of the 8 immortals in the seawater was obvious as well. Soon, black and yellow wood chips pervaded the seawater around Li Huowang. The root carvings were agile, but he reckoned that they couldn't swim. Having dealt with the root carvings of the 8 immortals, the black tentacles that sprouted on Li Huowang's stumps swung rapidly, carrying him toward the sea surface. Li Huowang soon found himself gasping for air on deck. The other party knew that he was coming, so stealth had become meaningless. In the end, Li Huowang decided to confront the other party directly. Li Huowang believed that he wouldn't necessarily lose in a head-on confrontation, as the two of them were twisted ones of a siming. Swoosh! A space-time rift flew and struck the bronze incense cauldron with 3 sticks of incense sticking out of it. The cauldron shattered, and ash scattered all over the ground. Come out. If you don't come out, I'm going to burn this ship down to the ground, Li Huowang exclaimed. He looked down at his charred figure with barely any skin left. The next moment, he pulled out a flint and scratched his skin. Sparks flew, and a conflagration erupted, enveloping him completely in an instant. The raging flames spread outward from Li Huowang's feet. Swoosh! The cabin door swung open, and a large group of people rushed into the cabin. The crowd was dressed in clothes that Li Huowang had never seen before, and their skin was slightly darker than the average person. When the crowd dressed in strange clothes saw that Li Huowang was trying to burn down the ship, their eyes blazed with anger. It seemed as if they had gone mad as they brandished their weapons and charged at Li Huowang. There were some skilled fighters among them, but it was futile. As the flames spread, they ultimately became fuel that further intensified the flames. The fire grew larger and larger. As the entire ship was about to become engulfed in flames, the flames disappeared rapidly. Time seemed to rewound like a tape as the charred wooden boards reverted to their original color. Eerily enough, the bronze incense cauldron, which had been split into 2 by Li Huowang, actually returned to its original state. A creaking noise echoed, and a nearby hatch opened. A man dressed in tattered clothes with a leash around his neck crawled out slowly from the hatch. The rusty chain that linked his neck to the cabin rubbed against the ground, creating a harsh scraping sound. He wasn't alone. Someone else crawled out of the hatch. More and more people crawled out until there were 5 of them outside. They all looked normal, but they had identical pupils. Li Huowang's expression turned solemn, and he clenched his fists. At last, the mastermind was here. Stand up. An aged voice echoed from the pitch-black cabin. The expression of the 5 people became dull, and they stood up to repeat the aged voice's words. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Li Huowang remained calm as he faced the 5 strange individuals. He stared at the pitch-black cabin behind them and asked, "Are you the twisted one hidden by Baolu?" Just then, Li Huowang heard the sound of horse hooves on his left. He turned and saw waves of yellow dust rising from the pier in the distance. It seemed that someone was coming to the pier. Unfortunately, their efforts were useless, as the ship was already quite a bit distant from the pier. Li Huang looked away and stared into the darkness. Come out. I'm already here, so is there any point in hiding? Thump. The headless Peng Longting landed heavily next to Li Huang. She took big strides forward and charged at the 5 people. Break their legs. The aged voice sounded once again. The 5 strange individuals repeated the aged voice's words, and the legs of the charging Peng Longting were abruptly severed, causing her to slam heavily onto the wooden floor. Li Huang swept his gaze across the 5 people, and he suddenly felt creeped out. The other party's ability to make their words come true made him think of something ominous. Strayed ones? These 5 people are strayed ones. If Li Huang's assumption was right, then it finally made sense how the walls had healed themselves. Li Huang knew that the truth of strayed ones could do something like that. The person hiding in the cabin seemed like they didn't want to answer Li Huang's question. When the strayed ones spoke in unison once again, the deck cracked open, and Li Huang fell straight down into the lower hold. Li Huang recovered his balance and looked up to see the 5 strayed ones getting dragged away by the iron chains around their necks. Eventually, they were hung on the wall, making them look like 5 hanging ghosts. As a strayed one himself, Li Huang could empathize with them. He found it disgusting how the other party was using these strayed ones as tools to fight for him. The other party had transformed 5 living people into puppets. Fortunately, Li Huang was extremely familiar with strayed ones, and he had his own way of dealing with them as well. When the other party opened their mouth to say something once again, Li Huang took out an awl and pierced his eardrums without any hesitation. The next moment, he closed his eyes and charged at the wall where the 5 strayed ones were hanging. Li Sui watched as her father charged at the wall despite stepping on the fallen objects on the ground. The wooden boards that made up the lower hold were liquefying rapidly, but Li Huang didn't seem to care as he continued his charge. A giant wall covered with barbs and a bucket of boiling molten iron fell toward Li Huang, but he easily knocked them aside. Die! 2 space-time rifts that led straight to the great Qi flew toward the 5 strayed ones. When Li Huang opened his eyes once again, he saw that the strayed ones were dragged away by the chains on their necks, so they managed to dodge the attack. However, Li Huang was not disappointed at all. He already knew what he was going to do if his attack failed. The opponent hiding in the darkness of the cabin was about to open their mouth when Li Huang took out a bronze bell and shook it vigorously. He had no intention of summoning the wandering gods. He just wanted to use the piercing sound of the bell to interrupt the other party's commands to the strayed ones. Strayed ones were difficult opponents, so Li Huang decided to disrupt his opponent's commands instead. The 5 strayed ones stopped moving. Li Huang saw that, so he swung his left hand toward the cabin door, hurling 2 slender tentacles that wrapped around the cabin door itself. Li Huang tugged forcefully, propelling himself into the dark cabin next door as if he were a stone leaving a slingshot. He moved so fast that he left behind a trail of afterimages. Chapter 606, Truths or Lies. The cabin next door was made entirely out of wood and was only as big as a classroom, but it resembled more like a chamber of an ant's nest. The walls were filled with engravings, and the tiny engraved people on the walls were moving and pointing at Li Huang, making the entire cabin quite lively. Li Huang finally saw the true body of Enyang Dolao's Twisted One. The Twisted One was a bare-chested man sitting on a brown chair. The man was also wearing a mask similar to the mask in front of the sitting Oblivion Dao's entrance. The only difference was that this particular mask boasted tusks that made the mask appear even more menacing. The man was skinny, but his abdomen was abnormally large. A tattoo of 2 fishes representing yin and yang was on the man's abdomen. Shockingly, the 2 fishes were alive and swimming. The chains connected to the 5 strayed ones were in the left hand of the Twisted One. Clearly, he was the owner of the aged voice. Li Huang also noticed that the Twisted One didn't have legs. No, his legs had fused with the brown chair. Li Huang opened his mouth to start asking questions, but it seemed that the other party didn't want to talk to Li Huang right now. The bare-chested man tugged at the chains, and the 5 strayed ones were dragged into the cabin. They wasted no time and charged at Li Huang from behind. The 5 strayed ones said something, and the wooden boards on the ground flew toward Li Huang. Can you guys stop? Li Huang was furious. He gripped his spine sword tightly and ignored the strayed ones behind him before charging at the bare-chested man. Li Huang had just swung his sword when his supposedly deaf ears heard something from behind the Twisted One's mask. One obtains Dao at Mount Tiantai and becomes immortal at Mount Guzhou. The Jade capital's golden gates opens within the Tai Chi Great Compassion, great aspirations, great holiness, and great mercy. The supreme Jade capital hidden within the mechanisms of the heavens. The Jade void and purple spirit transforms into profound tranquility. The eternal Tao blends harmoniously. The bare-chested man sang along with the 5 strayed ones behind Li Huowang. As they sang, Li Huowang and the illusions around him flickered. It appeared like something was disappearing from them. Rumble. A space-time rift came to life and struck the bare-chested man's face. However, the space-time rift dissipated like a gentle breeze instead of bisecting the man. It's useless on him? Is he another dragon vein? Li Huowang was stupefied, but he refused to give up. Peng Longting's massive figure appeared beside him, and she hurled him toward the bare-chested man. Li Huowang crashed into the man's mask. The purple tasseled sword in his hand, and the bronze coin sword gripped by Li Sui's tentacles were thrust into the man's enlarged abdomen at the same time. Shockingly, both swords phased through the man and struck the brown chair instead. Li Huowang was so surprised that he froze, but he snapped back to reality in the blink of an eye and thrust his swords forward once again. Unfortunately, his swords were indeed phasing through the bare-chested man. To make matters worse, even the brown chair was unharmed. Something's wrong here, Li Huowang exclaimed. He raised his sword and stabbed his thigh. The sharp sword pierced his thigh, but he felt no pain at all. Eerily enough, his sword did not get stained in his blood as well. Seeing that, Li Huowang realized that the bare-chested man wasn't a dragon vein. The issue was with him. Something was happening to him. It felt like he had ceased to exist the moment Inyang Dolao's twisted one clapped his eyes on him. Li Huowang felt like he had become a ghost, as he couldn't touch anything, including himself. What's going on? Li Huowang asked, sounding confused. You've become a lie? Quick, think of a plan while I distract Dolao, a familiar voice exclaimed. Just then, the ceiling of the cabin opened, and Dolao's twisted one took the 5 strayed ones to kneel toward the skies. Not existing, yet not empty. Such is the true void, manifesting its traces in the world. Guard the sage's chariot in Qian Fu. Great compassion, great aspirations, great holiness, and great mercy. Of a saintly virtue with immense radiance. O golden revered one, the great sage of Marisai, Yuan Ming Dolao Tianzuan. The starry sky was blotted out by a clump of darkness. It felt like something was about to emerge. Not existing yet not empty? Did I become fake? Did I really become a lie? Li Huowang's actions couldn't influence reality at all, and it seemed like he had truly lost against his opponent. No, there must be some other way. As a twisted one, he can use Dolao's heavenly Daoist of truth and lies. And I'm Jizai's twisted one, so I can definitely use his heavenly Dao. But how am I supposed to use bewilderment? Li Huowang roared in anger. He was badly injured and was in a bad spot. His weapon was nothing but a knife, and he couldn't defeat Su Shou's guard dogs. To make matters worse, Su Shua's men were even equipped with guns. Boom. Something exploded up ahead. It was a wooden frame, and its explosion forced him into a corner. Woof, woof, woof. Furious barks echoed, reminding Li Huowang of the 5 pit bulls chasing after him. Those dogs seemed to have been trained to fight. They were brave and fearless. They were also difficult to shake off once they had latched onto someone. The pit bulls seemed immune to pain as well, which made Li Huowang's knife useless. One of them had latched onto him, so he sacrificed his left arm to kill it. But he didn't expect to see more. Li Huowang heard approaching footsteps, and his expression changed drastically, revealing his unwillingness to lose. Is this how it ends? No. I need to do something to eliminate their weapons. Thankfully, he had a contingency plan in mind for a scenario like this. Li Huowang took out a bottle of pills and opened it. Then, he dumped every single pill into his mouth. He chewed on them once and swallowed them with great difficulty. Moments later, Li Huowang's surroundings changed drastically. The white walls of the yacht transformed into brown wooden panels. Earlier, Li Huowang had been thinking frantically about how he could use the special heavenly Dao of bewilderment, but now, he was no longer worried as he could touch his head once again. He was no longer a spirit that couldn't influence reality. Chapter 607, Su Shou. Li Huowang had no idea what happened, but he knew that it was a good thing that he was real once again. Li Huowang attacked immediately, afraid that he'd become fake once again. Father, my bronze coin sword is missing, Li Sui said. However, Li Huowang was focused on the bare-chested man kneeling on the ground, as well as the 5 strayed ones. He had no idea what Li Sui was talking about. Die. Li Huolong swung his spine sword toward the 5 strayed ones. The praying strayed ones didn't expect that Li Huolong would become real once again. The heads of the 5 strayed ones were sent to the Qi kingdom. Touch your head. Your head is missing, Li Huolong exclaimed. The 5 strayed ones heard him and tried to touch their head to no avail. They went limp and fell to the ground the moment they realized that they were dead. They never got up again. Li Huolong then pointed his sword at the twisted one. Their gazes met in midair, and that was when the deck split open like a monstrous maw. The sharp edges of the wooden floor engulfed the two and shut tight. The wooden spikes were like jagged teeth as they closed up. The cabin became silent and devoid of any living being. The dark clouds in the skies expanded as time ticked by. From the darkest part of the clouds appeared a single eyeball. It was the sacred mountain ghost eye that Doulao had taken from the Liang kingdom. Just then, a blood-red maggot chewed through the wooden floorboards and consumed everything around it. However, it was just the beginning. More and more maggots chewed through the wooden boards. Soon, the wooden boards were riddled with holes, and Li Huolong could see the skies once more. Li Huolong's chest was hollow, and the cavity was filled with wriggling maggots. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice his organs to use 5 elements intercalation against the twisted one of Doulao. Li Huolong obtained a tremendous amount of power in exchange for his life. A whistling sound echoed. The air itself screeched as Li Huolong thrust his spine sword into the twisted one's bulging belly, pinning the latter to the wooden boards. Li Huolong twisted his sword, and the dark clouds spread even faster. It was useless, but the twisted one extended his arms and tried pushing the spine sword upward. You refuse to die? Li Huolong asked. His tentacles launched the twisted one into the air, and he thrust his sword into the twisted one's chest once again. The sword sunk deeper, and Li Huolong pinned the twisted one into the wooden board once again. At last, Li Huolong had fulfilled Jizai's request. Rumble. The dark skies abruptly changed, and Li Huolong phased through the spine sword. The spine sword was sticking out of him, but he felt no pain. Li Huolong instantly realized that he had become a lie, but it wasn't just him. The massive wooden ship and the stretch of the ocean around them were vanishing in real time. These truths were vanishing and were being replaced by lies. However, it didn't last long. The truth reappeared as fast as it disappeared, replacing the lie. Qiu Qibao, the old monk, and Jin Shanjiao suddenly realized that they had fleshly bodies. I'm alive? Have I really been resurrected? I can do good deeds again, the old monk exclaimed, jumping around on the spot. What's happening? Li Huolong unknowingly looked up. Is this how natural disasters occur? Doulao's twisted one had been dealt with, so Jizai was most likely in the middle of snatching away Inyang Doulao's heavenly Daoist of truth and lies. Natural disasters occurred whenever a Siming was in the middle of robbing another Siming's heavenly Dao. Realizing that she had a fleshly body once again, Peng Longting decisively abandoned Li Huolong and ran toward the gunnel. She was about to climb the gunnel and jump overboard, but her figure phased through it. She was an illusion once more. I'm an illusion again, the old monk said, sounding disappointed upon sensing the change. Is it over? Li Huolong muttered. He closed his eyes and felt his surroundings. The natural disaster was over, which meant his Siming, Jizai, had completely taken over Doulao's heavenly Daoist of truth and lies. It was a good thing to have control over 2 heavenly Daoists, but Li Huolong felt nothing. Just then, a strange whirling sound echoed from above him. Li Huolong looked up, and the strong wind blowing across the scene sent Li Huolong's hair flying backward. The red lights up above revealed that Li Huolong was staring at a helicopter. Li Huolong smiled when he saw the words painted on the underside of the helicopter. So old Lu still called the police. The situation was out of control, and Li Huolong knew that it wouldn't be easy to deal with the aftermath, especially when there was an entire yacht of corpses around him. He looked down indifferently at the dying Su Shou. At least my parents and Yang Na will be safe now. Li Huolong stared at the mastermind and felt extremely repulsed. He bent down and grabbed the man's sunglasses for himself. I'm not blaming you for anything, even though you've put me in such a tight spot. You even made me lose an arm. Anyway, be careful in your next life. Su Shou's lip quivered as if he wanted to say something. His hands, saddled with rings, were pressing on the wound that the bronze coin sword had made. What did you say? Li Huolong got closer, and his pupils constricted. He realized that Su Shou without the sunglasses looked extremely familiar to him. A strange face appeared in his mind. He soon recalled the nuns covered in filth. He had seen Su Shou in the benevolent nunnery. Sua? Are you Sua? Li Huang hurriedly asked. Are you really the son of Abbess Qing Qiu? Li Huang closely examined Su Shou and became even more certain that Su Shou resembled the shriveled man hidden in the abbess folds of fat. The man was none other than the son of the abbess, and he was a strayed one as well. Li Huang felt his hair standing on end. He felt like his skull itself was expanding uncontrollably as a torrent of information surged into his brain like a deluge. He was fine just a few seconds ago, but now he was filled with many different thoughts. Chapter 608, Lies and Truth. Sua. It had been a long time, but Li Huang could still remember the name that Abbess Qing Qiu had given to her son. However, he had never imagined that Su Shou was actually Sua. The abbess' son was a strayed one, but to think that he'd have another body on this side. The implications were unmistakable, and Li Huang felt overwhelmed by the deluge of information inundating his mind. However, all of it could wait. Li Huang needed to ask what Su Shou was trying to do with him. Su Shou, why did you do this to me? What are you planning on doing to me? Li Huang exclaimed, staring at the old man. Cough, cough. Su Shou coughed up blood as Li Huang helped him up. Su Shou then stared at Li Huang with his glazed but determined eyes. His pale lips quivered to say something, but Li Huang looked up and glared at the helicopter. Scram. You are too noisy. I can't hear him. With that, he pulled Su Shou closer to him and pressed his left ear against Su Shou's mouth to hear what the latter had to say. Su Shou parted his mouth once again, and a familiar voice entered his ears. Huang? Huang, focus now. It's your turn. Li Huang snapped back to reality and looked around him. His surroundings had changed. The boat, Su Shou, and even the helicopter had disappeared. The chaotic surroundings had been replaced by a tranquil one. The shift was so drastic that he found it extremely uncomfortable. He looked down at himself and saw that his wounds, even his missing arm, had vanished. It seemed like he had traveled back in time to just a few days ago. Li Huang realized that he was back on his plastic chair. He was sitting in a circle along with the other patients back in Kangning Hospital. The hall was quiet and peaceful. Li Huang, what's wrong? Wuqing asked. He was in his white robes and was staring at Li Huang. Li Huang stared at Wuchang and saw that the latter's face was unscathed. Li Huang could still remember how he had bitten off a chunk of Wuchang's face. But now, there wasn't even a scar left. Li Huang had tortured Wuchang, but the latter's eyes reflected no emotions except for concern. It seemed like nothing had happened between him and Li Huang. Have you discovered anything strange with your illness? I'm your doctor, so feel free to talk to me. I will do my best to help you while you're here. Li Huang looked at him with a conflicted feeling before opening his mouth, saying, Dr. Wu, I feel like something has happened just now. Then, Li Huang recounted what had happened to him. After listening to Li Huang's recount, Wu Cheng crossed his arms and frowned. It's normal for you to have hallucinations since it's written on the report, but usually, only those with autism suffer from fragmented perception. Actually, it's strange that your fragmented perception happened in your hallucination. Autism? Fragmented thoughts? Li Huang looked around in confusion before looking at the autistic boy nearby. The boy smiled, but he froze all of a sudden and stared out into space. He looked just like Li Huang earlier, seemingly stuck in an endless cycle. Was everything fake just now? Was it all my imagination? Impossible. It was too real to be fake. A hallucination couldn't be that real. Li Huang knew that there was something wrong going on here, so he needed to investigate it. Dr. Wu, lend me your phone. I need to call Dr. E. All right. The rules actually don't allow me to do so, but I'll make an exception today, Wu Cheng said. He unlocked his phone and passed it to Li Huang. Li Huang's suspicion vanished at Wu Cheng's reply. Wu Cheng has actually changed. Li Huang took out the slip of paper that Donglai had given him and called the number written on it. The phone was ringing, but no one was picking it up. The tiny pond in front of him looked familiar. It was a certain pond in Cowheart village. The battle with Dolao's twisted one, the boat, and even his belly full of maggots were gone. It truly felt like he had gone back in time and entered a timeline where the Imperial Preceptor hadn't done anything to him. The ringing of a phone vanished. Li Huang turned to the skies and exclaimed, Come out here. Did you do this to me? What did you do to me? And that was when something bizarre happened. Li Huang watched as his own reflection emerged from the pond before him. What's wrong? Isn't this great? Everything is back to normal. Good? What do you mean good? What happened? What happened to the boat? Why did it disappear? Are my thoughts fragmented? Li Huang shouted at Jizai. Jizai pondered over his answer before replying. I've taken the heavenly Tao of truth and lies from Yinyang Dolao, and I turned everything that had happened into a lie. Li Huang was frustrated. What are you talking about? I told you that everything you care for might become fake, while everything that is fake might become real. Did you think I was lying? Li Huang's frustration intensified at Jizai's words. But what happened just now was real. How could it just disappear? What is real and what is fake? Are you sure that everything you're touching is real? What about everything you've experienced so far? Are you sure they're real? If so, then how are you going to prove it? Jizai asked. His question stumped Li Huang. Stop thinking about the past. What's done is done. Start looking forward. Jizai returned to the water and merged with Li Huang's reflection. I forgot to inform you of a good news. I've taken control of 3.5 heavenly Daoists: bewilderment, truth, lies, and the heavenly Tao of chaos from the sacred mountain ghost. You don't have to worry about anything else. I can finally defend myself. Stop talking in riddles. You have to tell me what happened just now. I still have no idea what happened. Great. Just keep moving forward, Jizai replied, refusing to answer Li Huang's question. Screw you. Li Huang swung his spine sword at Jizai upon realizing that the latter had made a fool of him. This was the first time Li Huang detested his future self. Unfortunately, the reflection of himself in the water sustained no injuries, no matter how many times he slashed his sword at the pond. You should be happy as my twisted one. Since I've gotten stronger, you should have reaped some profits as well. I don't want any of those, Li Huang exclaimed and swung the spine sword, parting the water in the pond. Once the parted water returned to normal, Li Huang shouted, I've done all of your requests. You better stop bothering me from now on. Scram. I feel irritated just looking at you. Surprisingly, the reflection in the water replied, You know that one day, you'll stand here and listen to yourself saying those words. You know that, right? The reflection in the water disappeared afterward. Li Huang stared deeply at the water, and he couldn't shake off the feeling that Jizai was still looking at him. Chapter 609, Yangna. The families of the patients and the workers of Kangning Hospital were all looking at a young lady sitting in the corner. The young lady had a gorgeous, slender figure and was good-looking overall. Someone as pretty as her was a rare sight here, so everyone couldn't help but look at her. Yangna was wearing a white sweater beneath her red jacket, and she had on a small sling bag as well. Her hands were on her thighs as she waited impatiently for someone. Yangna had dressed herself up today, and her makeup was heavier than usual to hide her exhaustion. A jade earring was hanging from her left ear, and it jiggled as she looked left and right. Yangna looked at the time on her phone before taking out a small mirror and lipstick from her bag. She redid her lipstick and pursed her lips. Soon, someone called her name. She picked up the white bag beside her and ran toward a hospital staffer. Yangna smiled as she entered a certain room, but her expression froze upon seeing Li Huang behind a wire fence. Wait, why is he locked up when I'm visiting him? The other hospitals are not like this. And this isn't a prison. Yangna exclaimed upon seeing Li Huang's condition. Nana, it's fine, Li Huang replied. Yangna ignored the staffer and walked up to the wire fence. She grabbed Li Huang's hands, and her eyes became wet with tears upon seeing the handcuffs on him. Li Huang hurriedly consoled her, saying, Stop crying, Nana. I'm really fine. No need to feel bad for me. This is a great hospital, and the doctors are great here. The food isn't that bad, and the patients are much more docile here. I even made some friends. Also, I'm getting better. It's only a matter of time before I get discharged. Once I'm discharged, we can finally meet outside. Thanks to Li Huang, Yangna managed to hold back her tears. Nana, why are you here? Who told you that I'm here? Li Huang was surprised by Yangna's visit. He thought that their next meeting would be outside. Yangna lowered her head and pressed Li Huang's palm on her cheek. Andy told me that you're here. She said that your illness has been cured and that you won't become crazy again. She said that you can tell people apart now. Did you know that I couldn't sleep for 2 nights after I got that phone call? I was so happy to hear that you're finally cured. Li Huang couldn't do anything about that. His mother was a worrywart and had the tendency to do unnecessary things. Li Huang was planning on calling Yangna the moment he was discharged, but it seemed that his mother was even more impatient than him. Nana, I heard that you're sick. Are you feeling okay now? Asked Li Huang. He was worried about her. I'm fine. I can manage it through medicine. Yangna smiled and said, Did you know how happy I was when the doctor told me that I was sick? I thought I could get admitted to the same hospital as you. Yangna was lying that she was fine, and Li Huang saw through her. An illness that needed medicine to manage was serious. A mild case of depression required no medicine, and there was a massive difference between mild depression and major depression. A mild case of depression was just like having a cloud above one's head that would go away over time. However, major depression was like having a dog that would steal someone's ability to feel joy. The dog, known as major depression, would always follow the individual, and it would grow larger over time. The dog would vary in size, but it would never leave one's side. The dog would keep following Yang Na until she was cured. In other words, she'd never be able to feel joy until she was cured. Someone in the darkness with no light at the end of it would eventually plunge into despair. It wouldn't be a surprise if Yang Na was already entertaining thoughts of self-harm. To make matters worse, the patient could relapse after a period of improvement. A relapse was basically guaranteed if the patient went through a traumatic experience. Nana, Li Huang said, looking into Yang Na's eyes. Once I'm out here, I'll stay with you and face whatever you have to face. Yang Na bit her lips and nodded. Then, she remembered something and let go of Li Huang's hands. She picked up the plastic bag on the ground and explained, Huang, take a look at these. These are your favorite snacks. I bought many of them. There's liqueur-filled chocolate, crackers, and tomato-flavored chips. Hide these snacks, and don't let the other patient steal them. Also, I bought you some essential daily items. The atmosphere between the two became better as Yang Na gradually relaxed. Yang Na smiled often throughout their conversation as well. Li Huang was already cured, so their meeting today had a different meaning compared to their previous meetings. Li Huang was no longer plagued by those hallucinations, so they could finally see a future for themselves. Yang Na never let go of Li Huang's hands as she spoke about her plans with him once he was discharged. Once he was discharged, Yang Na planned on bringing him with her to explore and eat good food. She wanted to make up for the torture he had gone through over the past few years. Time flew by, and the visitation hours were up. Did your chest get scarred? Li Huang looked at her white sweater. Yang Na's smile gradually disappeared. Well, there are 6 stitches, so there's some scarring. Nana, I'm so sorry. Li Huang muttered. It's fine, Yang Na interrupted with a smile. Plus, you're the only one who's going to see that place, so it's fine as long as you don't find it repulsive. Anyway, look, I still have the present you gave me for my birthday, Yang Na said. She parted her hair and revealed the jade earring. Oh, but where did you get it? My friend said that it's worth a lot. Did you spend a lot of money on it? Yang Na asked casually. She then realized something important and looked at Li Huang behind the wire fence. Aren't you always in the hospital? How did you get out to buy this THNG? There's also the jade pendant. Li Huang's pupils constricted. Huh. Yeah, the jade pendant is apparently worth 400,000. Chapter 610, Jade Pendant. Is that so? Senior Li, where's the jade pendant then? Bai Ling Miao asked, casting a confused gaze at Li Huang. She had no idea what he was talking about. Li Huang was stunned when he heard her say that. How come she doesn't know when I gave it to her? Even though it was a long time ago, Li Huang could still remember the jade pendant that represented the imperial family of the Liang Kingdom, and it was inside Xian Yang's quarters within the Zephyr Temple. However, Bai Ling Miao had actually forgotten it. No, she thought that it didn't exist. Something's wrong here. If Jizai had turned everything he had experienced on that huge wooden ship into a lie, then there was definitely something strange here. Why did Jizai turn that into a lie? Why did Jizai make it so that he never obtained the jade pendant? This meant that quite a few more memories were altered, or worse, some past events were altered after Doulao lost those heavenly Daoists. Li Huag looked at Bai Ling Miao's eyes covered in white silk. Miao Miao, go and summon those who had traveled with us from the Zephyr Temple. I need to talk to them. Bai Ling Miao was confused, but she nodded. All right. Soon, those who had been with him in the Zephyr Temple. They were all equally confused as to why Li Huang had called for them. Li Huang swept his gaze across them before showing them a drawing of a jade pendant. Have any of you seen me bringing this jade pendant out of Zephyr Temple? Do you remember anything about it? What is that? A jade pendant? I've never seen anything like that. I don't think it's something we'll obtain throughout our lifetime. Yeah, and even if we had that jade pendant, we would have sold it long ago to fund our travels. Li Huang realized just then that everyone had also forgotten about the jade pendant's existence. Bai Ling Miao wasn't the only one affected. Master, is that jade pendant important? Where did you lose it? I can go and help you find it. Lu Xiaohai said, wanting to show his worth. Li Huang shook his head and dismissed them. It's fine. You can go now. Jizai hadn't said anything about it, so Li Huang found it suspicious. However, it was just a guess on his end. he still needed to take further action to confirm it. The others thought that Li Huowang was purposely being mysterious toward them, but they still obliged and left. Bai Lingyao wasn't sure what Li Huowang was planning on doing, and she was worried that the Lotus route was losing its effectiveness. Meow meow, bring me a messenger pigeon. I need to contact someone. Li Huowang took out a bamboo slip with the moon engraved on it. Li Huowang was planning to find none other than Lu Zongyuan from Moongate. He thought it would take several days for Lu Zongyuan to arrive, but the latter actually arrived at midnight on the same day. It seemed that Lu Zongyuan was incredibly motivated these days. Aya, Senior Ergio, long time no see. Your status has been elevated, and I truly couldn't have seen that you're related to the Emperor. I was wondering why you weren't really active in the Surveillance Bureau. So your relationship with the Emperor is the reason behind it, Lu Zongyuan praised, sounding more respectful than usual. The Surveillance Bureau was outside the jurisdiction of the Emperor, and the former never really cared about the Emperor's identity. However, Lu Zongyuan's rank was low enough that the friend of the Emperor had a higher status than him. Sit. It's been a long time since we saw each other, and I need your help as well. Say no more. We survived a mission together, so I will definitely do you a favor, Lu Zongyuan said, patting his chest with pride. Staring at Lu Zongyuan's wooden mask, Li Huowang pondered over his questions before asking, do you still remember how the Sitting Oblivion Dao wrecked the sacred mountain Ghost Eye in Shanjing? Of course. It was such a large-scale event. It would be hard to forget it. Good. Now tell me everything you remember about it. Don't leave out a single word. All right, I can tell you that much at least. It was just half a year ago, after all. Lu Zongyuan proceeded with his recount. Li Huowang was finally convinced that something was wrong. It was one thing for his comrades to forget about the Jade Pendant, but Lu Zongyuan's recount was drastically different from the truth as well. It seemed that upon losing the two heavenly Daoists, everything about Do Lao and its history was altered. Li Huowang suddenly remembered Jizai's words. What is real and what is fake? Are you sure that everything you're touching is real? What about everything you've experienced so far? Are you sure they're real? If so, then how are you going to prove it? The side effects of a heavenly Dao changing hands from one Siming to another were far more serious than he had imagined. He thought that such an event would only bring about the manifestation of natural disasters, but he couldn't have been more mistaken. Does that mean that history changes itself every time there's a natural disaster? How come I never noticed that until now? Li Huowang suddenly discovered something extremely important about the world. The past of this bizarre and crazy world was not set in stone. They would change whenever there was a change in the controllers of the heavenly Daos. Simings and twisted ones. Li Huowang ignored Lu Zongyuan and paced in the room. The cogs in his mind turned rapidly as he recalled every single detail in his past. Li Huowang then remembered what they had written on the walls of the Surveillance Bureau. Find the Surveillance Bureau to purchase almanacs. Those who had printed it themselves would be exiled along with the 3 generations of their family. Li Huowang unsheathed his spine sword and examined it carefully. Senior Ergio, is everything all right? Lu Zongyuan couldn't help but ask. He found Li Huowang's behavior to be quite erratic and odd. He wanted to approach Li Huowang, but he hesitated and remained frozen in the end. Li Huowang ignored Lu Zongyuan and talked to the hilt of the sword. More specifically, he was staring at the shrunken head of Zhuge Yuan as he asked, Senior Zhuge, do you think it's possible that the Qi kingdom that you saved was just a part of a changed history that was brought about by the swapping of the heavenly Daos between the Simings? Chapter 611, Li Sui. People are good by nature at birth. Their natures are similar, but their habits will inevitably diverge. If not taught the right way, their nature will deteriorate. The right way of teaching is to attach importance to thoroughness. 1. Li Sui sat at the front of the classroom and happily nodded along with the teacher's lesson. Her voice was the clearest and loudest in the entire Cowheart Mountain private school. While the teacher was in the middle of a tea break, Li Sui proudly proclaimed to a village soldier learning to read beside her. I've learned this passage. Father taught me what this means. However, the village soldier didn't pay attention to what Li Sui was saying at all, and his attention was on Li Sui's face, which seemed to be shining. It wasn't just him. Everyone in the private school stole glances at her nonstop. Compared to them, who had spent the majority of their lives working in the fields, the young girl in a flowing dress was like a fairy from the heavens. Some of the young men looked like they couldn't care less about reading, and their eyes were almost always glued to Li Sui. Thus, the private school was densely packed with people, even though it usually had quite a few empty seats. Master Wu, the teacher of the class, was dumbfounded as well. Ahem, young lady, Can you cover your face a little? Master Wu had no idea where the beautiful young girl had come from, but the white-haired lady boss had told him not to neglect her. Master Wu was confused. Li Sui's appearance and demeanor suggested that she knew how to read. Li Sui looked confused as she asked, "Why would I cover my face? Don't I look human right now?" Master Wu was stumped, and then his face darkened as he turned away before teaching the class using the textbook in his hand. Soon, the moon rose, and the class came to an end. The large group of people dispersed and returned to their own homes. However, quite a few of them decided to follow Li Sui toward the Bai family estate. Even if they couldn't talk to her, staring at her graceful figure from afar was enough pleasure for them. Li Sui was delighted by the revelation. At last, the people were no longer afraid of her, and she didn't have to wear a straw cloak every day. Li Sui was already planning on chatting with the people in the village the next morning. "Mother, I'm back." Li Sui charged toward Bai Lingmiao, who was standing at the door. Li Sui was about to drag her inside the house to look for Li Huang, but Bai Lingmiao stopped her, saying, "Wait, your father is discussing something important with an esteemed guest." "Something important? What is it?" Li Sui asked, blinking her large eyes. Bai Lingmiao glanced at the window on the second floor. She didn't say anything as she pulled Li Sui into one of the doors to an inner room. "You've been wearing these clothes for a while," Bai Lingmiao said. "It's about time you start wearing new clothes." "Why should I start wearing new clothes?" "Because these clothes easily get dirty." "Li Sui, you're a young lady, so you can't be so dirty." "Is that so? What's a young lady?" Li Sui asked curiously as she followed Bai Lingmiao inside one of the inner rooms. Bai Lingmiao remained patient as she explained many things to Li Sui, allowing the latter to learn about many things that Li Huang had never taught her. Soon, Li Sui was naked and was thrown into a large wooden tub by Bai Lingmiao. The new clothes that Li Sui was going to wear were brought outside by Bai Lingmiao, who scrubbed them clean diligently. Li Sui copied her and rubbed her own human skin. Bai Lingmiao chuckled upon seeing Li Sui's actions, and she patiently taught Li Sui how to wash clothes. "Li Sui, I'm actually really happy that you're willing to call me mother," Bai Lingmiao said. Li Sui's head was being propped up by her tentacles as she stared at the white-haired girl with some confusion. "I really want to have a child with Senior Li, but I can't," Bai Lingmiao said with a hint of sadness on her face. "If my child ends up like Puppy's daughter or covered in white fur like me, then it's going to be bad for both the child and Senior Li. I've suffered that kind of pain before, though. I know that even if others say good things about us, we are ultimately different from others. I don't want my children to suffer like me." Bai Lingmiao reached out and untied Li Sui's long hair before washing it gently in the water. "Your appearance is a bit strange. I was a bit disgusted at first, but then I realized that Senior Li and I don't look much better, so I didn't care anymore." "Mom, what are you talking about? I don't understand." "It's good that you don't understand. Sometimes, I really envy you, not having to think about so many complex things every day." Like a real mother and daughter, Bai Lingmiao helped Li Sui wash her hair while talking about many things to her. Although Li Sui didn't quite understand what Bai Lingmiao was saying, she was still happy to be with her mother. Her mother would listen patiently to her, and she told her about many things, including topics that her father wasn't willing to discuss with her. After the comfortable bath, Li Sui put on her human skin, attached her human head, and tied up her hair. Then, she finally put on Bai Lingmiao's clothes. "Not bad. Our bodies are the same in some parts, so we can wear each other's clothes," Bai Lingmiao said, staring at Li Sui with satisfaction. "Wait, don't move. Let me apply some rouge on you," Bai Lingmiao said. She was about to turn around when she stopped and looked toward the window on the left. "Didn't you promise that you wouldn't get too close to Cowheart village?" "Saintus, the chief wants to see you. He wants to have a good talk with our White Lotus sect." A deep voice came from outside the window. Bai Lingmiao sighed softly. "I'll go, but not now." And due to the rumors, many of the hidden White Lotus followers had decided to emerge from hiding and pay us a visit. "How annoying. I'm finally back at the village after a long time. So why are you rushing me like that? What if I end up running away?" Bai Lingmiao asked. Her tone changed drastically, and the figure outside the window dared not respond. "Li Sui, let's go find your father," Bai Lingmiao exclaimed, looking a bit impatient as she pulled Li Sui toward the bedroom. Just as the two of them arrived at the bedroom door, Lu Zongyuan stepped out from the inside, while bowing repeatedly toward the bedroom. When he turned around, he caught a glimpse of a black tentacle slipping back under Li Sui's skirt. His expression changed drastically at the sight, and he immediately reached into his arms, exclaiming, "What kind of evil spirit are you?" Li Sui's new clothes were torn apart, as black tentacles sprang up in the air. A figure with a skinned, beastly face and a mouth full of sharp teeth stood before Bai Ling Miao, growling at Lu Zongyuan. However, Lu Zongyuan was familiar with Li Sui's true face, and he realized just then that he had made a mistake. "What's wrong?" Lu Zongyuan smiled and hurriedly said, "Oh, Brother Erjiao, your spirit beast is amazing. It can even shapeshift." I almost failed to recognize it. He rushed to the stairs and glanced behind him to see Li Sui and Bai Ling Miao entering the bedroom together. He shuddered with horror and hurriedly walked downstairs. 1. 3-character classic, a classic text used to teach basic literacy in the past. Chapter 612, Cowheart Village. Let me tell you, the Shangjing capital is huge. You can walk on foot for days and nights without being able to go to the other side of it. Do you know how big the road to the capital is? It's wide enough for more than 20 carriages to run side by side. And the girls in the capital, TSK, I don't even have to talk about their appearance. Their voice alone is enough to make your bones go weak. The people in the capital eat like it's New Year's Eve every day. Even the vagrant dogs raised by the roadside can eat meat every day. Puppy was sitting proudly on a large boulder beneath the big tree in the middle of Cowheart Village. He bragged about his journey to the capital unabashedly toward the villagers. These villagers had never been 100 miles away from the village throughout their lives, so Puppy's words were truly astounding to them. They couldn't even focus on eating the food in their bowls, as they imagined the capital described by Puppy. Puppy was pleased by their shocked reactions, and a sense of superiority rose in his heart. He waved his hand like a commanding general and said, "Humph, the capital really is just like that, and I'm actually looking down on it. If we're talking about extravagance, then nothing beats the Imperial Palace. Even the pillars and roof edges of the palace are lined with gold, while the ground is covered with jade stones. Imagine how much money they spent to build the entire thing. Hey, listen, the Imperial Palace is a forbidden place for many people, but I can enter it freely. Do you know why? Remember that simpleton? I'm talking about the head of our Cowheart Village's militia. He's become the emperor of the Great Liang. I hope you guys haven't forgotten that he's my senior. In other words, I, Chow, am considered a relative of the emperor." Humph, what a load of bullshit. The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. Master Wu exclaimed. He had been eavesdropping and couldn't beat it anymore. In Master Wu's eyes, the emperor couldn't be blasphemed. After all, he might end up passing the imperial exams and become a disciple of the emperor. "You brat, watch your mouth. You can say this here, but your head will go flying if the authorities somehow hear what you're saying. You're just a teacher, so you must be thinking that you know everything just because you have some ink in your belly. Well, guess what? You know nothing. This is absurd. Hey, brat, you better not come to my school in the future." Heh, what a joke. When did I, Lord Chow, ever participate in your class? I wouldn't go, even if you begged me to go. The people nearby quickly intervened in the heated argument, and the two soon stopped fighting. Hey, Puppy, if your senior is already the emperor and the Shangjing capital is so great, why did you return? Puppy took a mouthful of food, and his expression was tinged with contempt as he said, "Gao Zhijian begged me to stay there with him. He said the Shangjing capital was too big, but there was no one for him to talk to. But am I someone who forgets my roots? I told that fool, simpleton, don't blame your junior for being indifferent to fame and wealth. Even if you are the emperor or an angel from the heavens, I'm not going to go somewhere if I don't want to go there." Puppy exclaimed, feeling a bit pleased upon seeing the looks of admiration that the crowd directed toward him. He had already figured it out. His appearance meant that everyone in the capital would look down on him. Puppy knew very well that he was a freak compared to ordinary people. Puppy's skin had always been thick, so it would have been fine for him to stay in the capital despite the potential bullying. However, his daughter would inevitably become an outcast and the target of everyone's gossiping once she grew up. Knowing that, why would Puppy stay in the capital? Zhao Wu and Xiaoman had no intention of staying in the capital either. Puppy assumed that they shared the same sentiment as him. At least, Cowheart Village was their territory as disabled people. No one dared to look down on them here. After his boasting to the villagers, Puppy felt relaxed and refreshed. He walked toward the Bai family mansion with an empty bowl in his hand. When he entered the courtyard, he saw Lu Xiaohai walking out of the mansion with oil stains at the corners of his mouth. "Good morning, Xiaohai. Have you eaten anything yet?" Lu Xiaohai's eyes were full of disdain at Puppy's free-spirited attitude. Puppy had never really strived for progress. Whenever he was free, he'd go run and brag to the others. Liu Xiaohai believed that he'd soon leave Puppy in the dust. Puppy would certainly regret his actions once Liu Xiaohai became an expert as strong as his master in the future. Puppy didn't take Liu Xiaohai's actions to heart. He hummed a tune as he walked into the hall. He saw young Xiaohai and his wife tidying up the bowls and chopsticks. After a year, young Xiaohai had grown a head taller, and it was probably due to the good food in Cowheart village. Puppy noticed that young Xiaohai had become almost as tall as him, and he looked even more energetic, too. Puppy threw the bowls and chopsticks onto the table, asking, "How's it going? Has Simpleton helped you find your parents yet?" Young Xiaohai shook his head and replied, "The eunuch told me to go back and wait. They'll send someone to inform me once they've found them. However, it might take a while. It's been so long, and he still can't find two people? It seems that this emperor isn't very capable," Puppy said smugly, and then he left with his hands behind his back. After Puppy's departure, the pear-faced woman said, "It's okay, don't be impatient. They will eventually be found." "Yeah, I'm not in a hurry," young Xiaohai said. And that was when he felt a pair of hands wrapping him from behind, pulling him into a soft embrace. Young Xiaohai struggled and broke free. He cast a guilty gaze at the ceiling and blushed before saying, "What are you trying to do here?" "Senior Li is upstairs." The pear-faced woman smiled innocently. "Don't blush. I haven't even done anything yet." Young Xiaohai glared at her, and then he carried the pile of bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen. "What's with that reaction? Am I not your wife?" the pear-faced woman asked, carrying a bucket of water into the kitchen. "No, I never said that you're my wife," young Xiaohai said. He threw the bowls and chopsticks into the pot of boiling water to clean them. Young Xiaohai received no response and noticed that the kitchen had become too quiet. He turned around and saw that the pear-faced woman was leaning against the kitchen door and was silently shedding tears. Are you disgusted with me? Do you find me disgusting because I was rescued from a bandit's den? If that's the case, then just tell me. I'm not going to stop you." Young Xiaohai was at a loss for words. He realized that he didn't want to see her being so sad. No, I just don't know what to do." The pear-faced woman smiled and wiped away the tears on her face. She then walked into the kitchen and casually closed the door. "Ignorance is fine. I'm going to teach you everything that you need to know." Chapter 613, Young Xiaohai. Clang. The trembling sound of the gong echoed from afar. The kitchen door was suddenly pushed open, and young Xiaohai rushed toward the direction of the sound while pulling up his pants in a hurry. The long gong attracted everyone's attention in Cowheart village. When young Xiaohai arrived at where the sound was coming from, he saw a group of eunuchs in front of a neat convoy. They were in the middle of delivering various goods to the village. There were live pigs, cows, sheep, bolts of silk and satin, as well as piles of gold and silver. The other villagers were amazed, and they started whispering among themselves. "Did I hear it correctly? Are these gifts from the emperor to us?" "No, they're not for you. They're for the Daoist master." "Wow, could it be that Puppy wasn't lying? Is the emperor really his senior? Wouldn't that mean that we're related to the emperor too? What's going on? What's happening?" Young Xiaohai squeezed through the crowd and saw Senior Li talking to an old eunuch with a golden whisk. "Go back and tell Gao Zhijian not to worry about Cowheart village. I'm here, and everything is fine. Cowheart village isn't that poor as well, so tell him to spend his time learning to become a competent emperor rather than mulling over what to send here. After all, his subjects will have a better life if he gets better at his job." "Yes, I'll convey the message to His Majesty." The old eunuch with a powdered face bowed respectfully to Li Huawang. The old eunuch noticed young Xiaohai's glance, so he excused himself from Li Huawang and walked up to young Xiaohai. "Kid, you're young Xiaohai, right?" asked the old eunuch with a kind smile. Young Xiaohai nodded in confusion. The old eunuch glanced at the bustling crowd. "It's crowded here. Let's find a place to talk about your parents." Young Xiaohai's mind buzzed. He was suddenly overwhelmed with fear at the idea that he was about to face the truth. "Let's go." The pear-faced woman appeared and followed the old eunuch somewhere else. It hadn't been that long since New Year's Eve, so the fields were still frozen. The old eunuch stopped between the field ridges and extended over a piece of paper from his pocket. "Here, take a look for yourself." Young Xiaohai retrieved the paper with trembling hands, and he hesitated for a moment before he handed it back to the old eunuch. "Can you read it for me, please? I'm too scared to read it." "Oh, what's there to be afraid of?" the old eunuch asked. However, he still reached out his hand with long nails and grabbed the piece of paper. Then, he said, "The letter says that your parents are not from Great Liang, but from Shou. That's why it took us so long to track them." We investigated the 3 generations of your family and found out that your family are all boat people. Sir, what are boat people? Boat people are those who live permanently on the sea without their own land. The women gather pearls while the men fish with nets. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, I understand, young Xiaohai said, but he looked confused as he nodded. Then, how did my parents lose me? Young Xiaohai asked. The pear-faced woman beside him rubbed his arm gently. The old eunuch glanced at young Xiaohai's face before looking down at the paper in his hands. There was a shortage of fish and pearls a few years after you were born. Your father couldn't feed you, so he decided to sell you. Young Xiaohai's face turned pale, and he would have fallen to the ground if the pear-faced woman next to him hadn't supported him. Sir, is that really the truth? They sold me just like that. Young Xiaohai had been thinking about many different scenarios while waiting for the results of the investigation. However, he didn't expect that the truth would be so brutally simple. What do you think your father could have done? Your family had 9 children, and it's normal to sell a child to ease the burden on everyone. My family couldn't support all of us either, so we were castrated and sent to the palace as eunuchs, the old eunuch said, and then he stuffed the paper into young Xiaohai's hands. Your mother has been pearl diving her entire life, so she's already deaf and weak. She's probably going to die soon. Your father is still out fishing at sea. Out of your father's 9 children, 2 were sold, 3 have died, so only 4 are remaining. Half a year ago, your elder brother went out to fish, but he never came back. Anyway, they are all boat people and are fishing and diving in a certain region. The location is written on the paper. If you want to find them, find someone literate to help you. We have other things to do, so we'll be leaving first. With that, the old eunuch left with his golden whisk, leaving young Xiaohai and the pear-faced woman by themselves between the field ridges. Young Xiaohai stared deeply at the piece of paper, even though he couldn't read the majority of it. After a while, he folded the paper neatly and put it away. He then looked up at the woman and smiled wryly. You see, I thought I was the descendant of someone important, just like Senior Gao. It turns out that I was wrong, and my parents sold me away to ease some of the burden on them. Young Xiaohai then turned around and was about to return to the village when the pear-faced woman pulled him from behind. Don't hold it in. Cry it out. The pear-faced woman's words had just fallen, but young Xiaohai was already squatting on the ground, crying in frustration. Young Xiaohai had always been a steady and sensible individual in the eyes of his seniors, but young Xiaohai had never really wanted to be that kind of person all this while. However, none of his seniors noticed that fact. No one noticed it except for the pear-faced woman. The pear-faced woman hugged young Xiaohai and patted his back gently to comfort him. Young Xiaohai vented for a long time before standing up once again and walking toward the village with the pear-faced woman. Hey, Xiaohai, where are you going? Look at these fat sheep. Let's roast one tonight. I can't forget the taste of that roast lamb back when we were in Qing Qiu. I had no idea that sheep is so delicious once it's roasted. All right, Senior Chow, there are so many people of us, so you should roast a few sheep rather than just one. Young Xiaohai smiled along with everyone else. When he arrived at the kitchen, he took out his butchering tool and started sharpening the blade with a whetstone. Oh, he accidentally cut his finger, and blood flowed profusely out of the wound. What's wrong? The pear-faced woman asked upon hearing young Xiaohai's cry. Don't move. I'll go get some medicine for you. The pear-faced woman turned around and was about to leave, but young Xiaohai stopped her by raising his bleeding finger. I want to go see my family. The pear-faced woman nodded gently and said, Okay, I'll go wherever you go. Chapter 614 People. Xiaohai, are you really going to leave? It hasn't been that long since we returned, and you're leaving again? Isn't that kind of unnecessary? Xiaohai Shou is really far. There's also the sea to the south of it. The journey and return trip will probably take you at least a year. When the others who had come out of Zephyr Temple together with young Xiaohai heard his plans to visit his parents, they all tried to dissuade him. They had endured hardships together, so they were aware of the risks that one would have to take by traveling such a massive distance. They were all concerned, as the journey was lengthy, and no one could say what young Xiaohai would experience on the way. Young Xiaohai remained silent, but his belongings were already on his back. In the end, he stared at Li Huang sitting nearby and asked, Senior Li, what do you think? Should I go or not? Your limbs belong to you, so it's not up to me to decide whether you want to go or not. Puppy, give him your scepter so he can protect himself on the road. Huh. Hurry up. Also, bring a carriage over for him. It's such a long way, and his shoes will wear out with all that walking. Soon, young Xiaohai's luggage for the journey had increased significantly. The carriage was filled with so much dried food that it would last them all the way to Shou. Take this bag of silver. You can use it to fund your journey as well as to handle certain issues on the road. Young Xiaohai was at a loss for words upon feeling the weight of the bag of silver. Seniorly, I can't take these. Just take it. The village is not going to run out of money anytime soon. Unfortunately, I'm still recovering from my injuries, so I can't go with you. Since you want to go, then go. The world has become more peaceful these days, but you should still protect yourself with the talismans you've learned to draw. Don't forget to practice using that scepter, too. Yang Xiaohai knelt and kowtowed toward Li Huawang a few times before he jumped onto the carriage with the pear-faced woman. Soon, the carriage started moving away from the village. Puppy was holding his daughter in his arms. He took a step forward and shouted, "Xiaohai, don't forget to visit son Baolu once you're in Qing Qiu. Tell him I got married and that I have a daughter now." "All right, senior puppy," Yang Xiaohai exclaimed. When Yang Xiaohai could no longer be seen, everyone dispersed in groups. On the way, Puppy couldn't help but grumble. "Who's going to cook for us now that Xiaohai is gone?" "Xiao Wu, how's your cooking? Look at my legs. Do you really think that I can cook?" Xiao Wu asked, leaning on his crutches. He glared at Puppy as if he were worthy of disdain. "That's too bad. What should we do now that no one can cook?" "Xiaoman, can you cook?" "Get lost. Since no one is going to cook for all of us anymore, we should stop the communal pot from now on," Li Huawang said. His words attracted everyone's attention. Eating together was an old habit that was made from their arduous journey, but Gao Zhijian had become the emperor, son Baolu had back at home, and the Lu family had already settled down in Shanjing. Several people had died along the way as well, which meant that they no longer had enough people to fill up the table with dishes. "We have our own families now, and we don't lack money anymore. From now on, let's cook our own meals and stop going to the Bai family estate to eat." Bai Ling Miao smiled slightly at Li Huawang's words. "No, seniorly," Puppy said, sounding anguished. He wasn't willing to part with the days when they could just open their mouths to eat. Those days were just too comfortable for Puppy to let go. "Stop talking nonsense and just do it," Li Huawang said. With that, he led Li Sui toward the Bai family estate. Puppy scratched his head and looked at Xiao Wu beside him. "Hey, you're still single, so no one is going to cook for you in the future. You better try and persuade Senior Li to change his mind. Don't count on me to back you up. I can cook for myself," Xiao Wu said. He then ignored Puppy's astonishment and limped his way toward the warehouse. Although it was called a warehouse, it was actually an uninhabited house that was cleared out to store the things that Gao Zhijian had sent over to the village. Gold, silver, cloth, and various gifts filled up the house. Xiao Wu placed the abacus on the table and began taking accounts. This was Xiao Wu's job, and he was the only one who could do something like this throughout the village. His family's business was selling rice, so he grew up around abacuses. In other words, no one could match him when it came to calculations and taking accounts. When they were still in the middle of their arduous journey, they barely had any money, so Xiao Wu didn't really have to do any calculations and accounting. However, Cowheart village's population had exploded, and they had also received an influx of money and grain. Xiao Wu's talent could finally be shown to the world. Xiao Wu used an abacus to keep track of everything: the village's expenditures, purchases, and what was purchased. Of course, Xiao Wu also tracked the amount of old rice available for consumption and how much new rice they needed to replace the old rice. He was just one person, so his job was extremely exhausting. However, Xiao Wu was more than happy to do it, as he didn't feel like a useless person incapable of lifting even a finger. 500 pearls? Why did Gao Zhijian send so many pearls? There's no one in the village who needs them. Xiao Wu shook his head gently and made a comment with his pen. It took Xiao Wu an entire day to take everything into account. When it was nightfall, he felt his stomach rumbling, but he still hadn't heard Yang Xiaohai calling them for dinner. Xiao Wu stiffened and realized that he actually had to cook for himself from now on. Yang Xiaohai had left the village, after all. It really feels strange for someone to leave all of a sudden. Xiao Wu picked up his crutch and limped toward the kitchen. He was planning on grabbing something edible to eat so he wouldn't be late for Master Wu's evening class. Xiao Wu's heart burned with pride when he recalled Master Wu's evaluation of himself yesterday. Master Wu had told him that he had the highest aptitude for literacy in the entire Cowheart village. Master Wu hadn't lied. Xiao Wu could recognize 800 words, so he could be considered somewhat literate. "It's really dark. Where's the oil lamp?" Xiao Wu fumbled around in the kitchen. His hands found a cool, soft, spindle-shaped object. He picked it up and stuffed it into his arms. "Sweet potatoes will do. I'm going to eat them on the way, so I won't be late." Xiaowu picked up the pace. When he reached out for the fourth sweet potato in the steamer, he ended up touching a bony hand in the darkness. Ghost! Bang! The wooden door to the kitchen was blown apart. Li Huowang, covered in wriggling black tentacles, stood by the door with a spine sword in his hand. His face was filled with killing intent as he scanned the kitchen. Senior Li, there's a ghost in here. There's a ghost in this room, Xiao Wu exclaimed. He didn't even pick up his crutch as he frantically crawled behind Li Huowang. Quiet down, Li Huowang warned. He took out a green glowing stone from his pocket and threw it into the dim kitchen. Soon, he saw a man dressed in tattered clothes. The man was cowering in a corner, and his shoulders were trembling as if he was eating something. Turn around, Li Huowang exclaimed, holding his sword horizontally. The man turned around and froze. The sweet potato that he was about to shove into his mouth fell to the ground. Then, he trembled all over and prostrated on the ground. He kowtowed nonstop to Li Huowang, pleading, Master, spare my life. Chapter 615 Newcomer. Li Huowang found it suspicious that someone had suddenly appeared in Cowheart village. Li Sui, help me find out his background. All right, father. Li Sui's tentacles flew out and quickly dragged the ragged man out of the kitchen. The tentacles pierced the man's 7 apertures and probed his innards thoroughly. The moonlight rose just then, allowing Li Huowang to see the man's face. The man's face was unshaven, and he looked extremely emaciated. Every single one of his ribs was clearly visible under his tattered clothes. He was hugging a small pumpkin and 2 sweet potatoes. Bleck! The man bent over and vomited as soon as Li Sui's tentacles were outside of him. Father, he's human. There's nothing else but a lump inside his belly. I think he's just an ordinary person. Li Huowang stared at the miserable-looking man and finally dropped his guard. Still, he found it difficult to believe that someone would go to great lengths to sneak into Cowheart village just to steal a few sweet potatoes. Li Huowang put away the spine sword and asked, Why did you come to our Cowheart village? I've been running away. I'm starving. Master, please spare. I really am about to starve to death. I won't dare to steal again, the man said, trembling on the ground. He was so scared that he dared not lift his head. Li Huowang saw that others were converging on his location. He took a few breaths and pointed at Puppy, saying, You go ahead and handle this. Feed him and let him decide whether to stay or not. Without waiting for Puppy's reply, Li Huowang retracted the tentacles and returned to the Bai family estate. Puppy's courage grew, as Li Huowang had already confirmed that the man was no threat. With his hands behind his back, he walked up to the man. The white and black patches on his face frightened the man. Fleeing, huh? You've suffered a lot on the road, right? Puppy asked. Yes. The man nodded repeatedly. He took out a sweet potato from his arms and was about to put it into his mouth when Puppy snatched it away. Humph. You obviously haven't been hungry before. Are you trying to kill yourself by stuffing yourself like that? You can only eat porridge for now. After 2 days of porridge, you can then transition to eating dried food. Puppy pointed at the 2 village soldiers and said arrogantly, You too. Yes, you too. Go and cook him some porridge. Didn't you hear what your godfather just said? This matter is under my jurisdiction. Everyone soon heard about a refugee's arrival in the village, so they curiously gathered around. Under the gaze of the villagers, the man devoured 3 bowls of porridge. He wanted to eat more, but Puppy stopped him. Enough. You're going to die if you drink more, Puppy said, forcibly taking away his bowl. Then, he sat down on a stool and asked, Now that you're done eating, you better start talking. Where are you from? The man seemed afraid as he looked around, but he instinctively licked his lips when he saw the pork gel candy in the hands of Puppy's daughter. I'm from Shi County. Shi County? Where's that? I've never heard of that place. What disaster has befallen your home? Why are you fleeing? The man's expression suddenly twisted in fear, and his figure trembled violently as he exclaimed, A natural disaster. The heavenly dog devoured the sun, so the demons and ghosts from the 18 layers of hell came out. They kill people on sight. I hid in a temple and barely managed to escape with my life. However, I could barely find any survivors after the natural disaster, and there was a 3-year drought prior to that, so there was no food left for the survivors to consume. I had no choice but to flee and look for a way to survive. Puppy nodded in understanding and said, Oh, so that's how it is, a natural disaster. Huh, I know that. We encountered one before, and it was really scary. Fortunately, it didn't last long. It didn't last long? The man's voice changed, and his eyes became filled with indignation as he exclaimed, Why did we have to suffer that natural disaster for dozens of days? How come it didn't last long for you guys? The people nearby sucked in a cold breath. A natural disaster lasting for dozens of days would indeed be extremely devastating. It was no wonder that the man had to flee. Are you not from the Great Liang? Natural disasters in the Great Liang don't last long, Zhao Wu said, frowning. What? Great Liang? Where's Great Liang? I haven't been running for that long. So how come I'm already in a different territory? The man muttered, looking bewildered. You're not from Great Liang? No, I'm from Great Qi. The crowd broke out in discussions. Great Qi? Where's the Great Qi? Isn't Qing Qiu to the left of Great Liang and the sea to the right? Where's Great Qi? Is it above or below? I have no idea, but it's impossible for him to be from the Great Qi. However, I heard that there was a dynasty called the Great Qi 1,000 years ago. Li Sui in her human skin memorized their words. She lifted her skirt and went home. Father! Father! Li Sui exclaimed as soon as she entered the house. She eventually found her father cutting open his scalp to check its healing progress. Father, there's a man from Great Qi here. Did we go there before? What? A man from Great Qi? Are you sure you heard him right? Li Huolong couldn't even wipe away the blood on his head. He jumped over the window and rushed toward the kitchen. Under the coercion of the torture instruments that Li Huolong showcased to the man, the latter dared not conceal anything and told him everything he knew. Li Huolong compared the man's words to what he knew about the Great Qi and confirmed that the man was indeed from the Great Qi. He hadn't lied to them at all. Someone from the Great Qi suddenly found themselves in the Great Liang. Li Huolong thought for a while before saying, How did you get here? Are there any twisted ones around here? What twisted one? I just walked down the road, said the man with a pale face. Take me to that road, Li Huolong urged. He dragged the man away toward the dirt road at the village entrance. Soon, Li Huolong found himself at a fork in the road at the foot of Cowheart Mountain. I walked down that road. I saw that the woods here were denser, so I followed the wheel tracks and found your village. Come, let's keep going, Li Huolong said. He had no idea what was going on, but he felt that things weren't so simple. They hadn't walked far before they came to a halt. There was no road up ahead. It was just a dead end. The man was so scared of Li Huolong's torture instruments that he looked like he was about to cry as he frantically explained. I swear to the mountain spirits. I didn't lie to you at all. I really walked down this road. Just as the man was about to continue speaking, Li Huolong heard a slight movement from his left ear. He shoved the man away and rushed into the woods on his left. Soon, he saw an old man with ragged clothes and an unusually large belly standing beneath a big tree. The ragged old man was holding a sharp stone and was swinging it at the bark of the tree before him. A large piece of bark was peeled away, and the ragged old man carefully peeled off the soft and moist green inner layer of the bark. Tears streamed down the ragged old man's face as his trembling fingers shoved the tender bark into his mouth, which only had a few teeth remaining. Chapter 616, Refugees. Neo-san squatted down in the middle of the crowd to slurp up the congee in his bowl. The congee was watery, but there were wild vegetables, radish leaves, and sweet potatoes inside of it. Neo-san was crying as he ate. The congee tasted delicious. It was so delicious that he could swear that he had never eaten something as delicious as this before. He licked the bowl clean and walked out from the crowd to make his way toward the food tent. Neo-san was skinny, but his tall figure attracted the militia's attention. What are you doing? Stand there. A few militia members shouted at Neo-san while pointing their spears at him. Good sirs, didn't they say that we can have 2 bowls to eat? Can I have another? Neo-san asked gingerly. They gave him another serving of congee. Neo-san bowed and thanked them before returning back to the crowd to eat. Neo-san used to have a decent position in the military, but he was more than ready to lower his ego just to eat something. He licked the bowl clean again. It was a good meal overall. Having eaten his fill, Neo-san's mind cleared up, and he swept his gaze across Cowheart village. The village was pristine and brimming with life. It was a fresh scene compared to the scenes of destruction that the natural disaster had left in its wake. Neo-san found it strange. As far as he could remember, less than 10% of the Qi Kingdom's population survived the natural disaster. There was no way everyone could have escaped the natural disaster. So how come Cowheart village seemed unscathed? That's strange. Is there someone strong protecting this place? Just then, he saw a strange crack appearing out of nowhere in the middle of the fields. A man in a red Daoist robe popped out of the crack, and Neo-san became certain of his suspicions at the sight. The Daoist glanced at them before entering the fenced-up village. The Daoist then started talking to a young man with vitiligo. The bizarre-looking young man then walked toward him and pointed at the few people around him. You, 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 and you. Come here. The bizarre-looking young man pointed at 4 people with bigger figures than the average people, including Neo-san. Listen here, Senior Li is a magnanimous man, and he hates seeing people who are suffering. That is the reason he decided to feed you here for free. But there are too many of you for us to manage, so he told me to choose 4 people from your group to help supervise everyone in your group. The 4 of you better manage your people properly. If you need to use the toilet, go to the woods and do your business there. You better not harm anyone, too. If anyone disagrees with you, pull them to the side, and we'll reduce their kanji ration by half. Yes, the 4 people exclaimed at once. Puppy was overjoyed by their obedience. He nodded to dismiss them, and the 4 returned to their group. Puppy then looked at Li Huowang and said, Senior Li, we're committing good deeds here, and we don't have a shortage of food, but can we really sustain this? More and more people are coming here. Li Huowang looked at the refugees and whispered, there aren't going to be that many of them. The majority of the Qi Kingdom's population has already perished. Li Huowang knew, as he had gone into the Qi Kingdom and noticed only a few survivors in a 10-li radius. Just then, the sound of horse hooves came from a distance. Li Huowang turned and saw Chun Xiaoman with several other people on horseback. She was holding the reins with her remaining arm, and she jumped down the horse upon spotting Li Huowang. Senior Li, you're right. We've also seen refugees in the other villages and counties. Did you see anyone wearing a white cloth on their head? Yes, but there aren't that many of them. I think there are only about 5 of them. Li Huowang's heart sank. It was not a coincidence that the Qi Kingdom's people had appeared here. Gao Zhijian was the emperor of the Qi Kingdom, after all, but he was now connected to the dragon vein of the Liang Kingdom. The Qi Kingdom's past had disappeared, but its people still found their way into the Liang Kingdom. Zhuge Yuan's method saved the lives of the Qi Kingdom's people, but Li Huowang didn't expect that they would be saved like this. It would have been great if only the civilians were transported here, but people with supernatural powers were transported as well. Li Huowang knew that he had to inform Gao Zhijian of these changes as soon as possible. Li Huowang pondered over his next course of action. After a while, he nodded and took out a letter. Take this to Shanjing. Give it to either Gao Zhijian or the Surveillance Bureau. Understood, Chun Xiaoman said. She put away the letter and disappeared into the woods. Li Huowang sighed. The majority of the Qi Kingdom's population had died, so the Dharma sect from the other side had to have suffered a similar fate. Otherwise, they'd become a plague for the Liang Kingdom. Regardless, the fact that there were survivors from the Qi Kingdom's Dharma sect was problematic. After all, they could become a massive headache later down the road. Senior Li, are you thinking about dealing with them? Bai Lingmiao asked softly as she walked up to Li Huowang. Li Huowang crossed his arms in front of his chest and swept his gaze across the refugees. Yes, even though there aren't that many of them, they're desperate and hungry. These survivors are fit and powerful as well, so if we let them be, the Liang Kingdom might fall into chaos once again. After all, these refugees will most likely start committing crimes to survive, or they might join the Dharma sect of the Liang Kingdom. Bai Lingmiao bit her fingernails as she thought. Moments later, she suggested, Senior Li, what do you think about this? I have some authority in the White Lotus sect. I can absorb some of the refugees into the White Lotus sect. What do you think? Li Huowang was surprised. White Lotus sect? Is that your own idea, or is it the idea of your higher-ups in the White Lotus sect? Senior Li, I'm the saintess of the White Lotus sect. I'm the higher-up. Li Huowang stared deeply at Bai Lingmiao and concluded that it was about time they discussed the White Lotus sect. Bai Lingmiao's suggestion was a great idea. The White Lotus sect was much more amiable than the Dharma sect, which tried to summon God Yor. All right, but tell your people to work double time. I think the Dharma sect is already trying to recruit these refugees. Okay. Bai Lingmiao nodded and ran into the village. After a while, she returned to the entrance, but Li Huowang was nowhere to be found. In the end, she decided to return to the Bai family estate. Upon entering the estate, she immediately saw Li Huowang sitting on a bench. It seemed that he had been waiting for her. Sit, let's talk. Li Huowang patted the empty space next to him. Bai Lingmiao sat down and leaned her head on his shoulder. Tell me honestly, are you hiding anything concerning the White Lotus sect from me? Chapter 617, White Lotus. Bai Lingmiao was taken aback by Li Huowang's question. Senior Li, I haven't lied to you. We've been through such a tough journey, and you know how well I've been treating you. Is there any reason for you to be suspicious about me? I know, but there have been times when the people close to me had lied, either out of ill will or goodwill. I'm sensitive to such things at this point. Bai Lingmiao sighed. Senior Li, what do you want to know? I will tell you everything. But can you please stop being suspicious of me? It feels uncomfortable. Li Huang held her hands gently and pulled her closer. Are there any hidden dangers to becoming the Saintess? None. Is that so? Then why were you chosen to become the Saintess? Did the Heavenly Mater choose you to become her Twisted One? Bai Lingmiao was confused. Senior Li, what's a Twisted One? I don't think the Heavenly Mater needs something like that. No. She needs one. She's a Siming, so she definitely has a Twisted One. Tell me everything that happened without leaving out any details. We will face any troubles together. Bai Lingmiao remained silent for a very long time before she began. When Senior Lien took me away on that day, we met with the leader of the White Lotus Sect's branch. They saw me and were thrilled upon seeing me because I was exuding the aura of the Heavenly Mater. They all kneeled and worshipped me. I thought I'd met some liars, but I suddenly felt the presence of the Heavenly Master after they drew some runes and texts on me. Bai Lingmiao said with a devout expression. Senior Li, I'm not sure if you know, but it turns out that my family was wrong. Those worshipping the Heavenly Mater do not need to sacrifice humans. The Heavenly Mater is a good god. Li Huang did not believe it at all. The Heavenly Mater had probably gotten robbed of her heavenly Tao related to human sacrifice, which is why she no longer needs human sacrifice. It's not related to whether she's good or not. While Li Huang was thinking about the Heavenly Mater's motive, Bai Lingmiao continued with her recount. She's a really good god, and she even told me that you were in trouble. The Heavenly Mater also said that she could teach me some techniques. She also allowed me to teach them to the White Lotus Sect members so that we can save you. Senior Li, I'm sure you know that we owe her at this point. If it hadn't been for her, you would have been in a lot of trouble. You were the one who saved me, so I owe you, not her. But my powers are from the Heavenly Mater. I couldn't have saved you if it hadn't been for her. Li Huang knew that it was useless to argue, so he changed the topic, saying, Tell her that regardless of her goal, we're allies fighting against God Yuer. We can form an alliance for now. Once the issue is over, we can talk about the terms. Li Huang was no longer naive. Bai Lingmiao was praising the Heavenly Mater a lot, but he knew that the Simings were nothing but trouble. He didn't want to place Bai Lingmiao's life under the Heavenly Mater's control. Bai Lingmiao nodded and said, Don't worry, Senior Li. I think that our situation is fine right now. I'm happy, and my parents are also happy living in the Void Home of the Heavenly Mater. Once I die, I'll return to the Void Home and meet them again. Li Huang couldn't bear it anymore. He wanted to correct her, but he realized that Bai Lingmiao's expression had changed. The familiar presence reminded him of the second deity. The second deity was still alive. Li Huang wanted to say something when the second deity spoke first. Why are you so annoying? Do you really like to see Miao Miao shrouded in pain and despair? But it's fake. So what? We believe it. Also, who lets you dictate what is real and what is fake? How do you differentiate between the two? Li Huang was stunned as several thoughts popped into his mind. Bai Lingmiao's expression returned to normal, and she apologized to the silent Li Huang. I actually wanted to tell you that the second deity is still alive, but she didn't want me to do so. We're technically two people, but in one body. Our upper half is separated, but our lower half is fused. Wait, let me ask someone about this, Li Huang said. He stood up and retrieved his phone from his pocket. Li Huang soon reached the pond, and he stared at his reflection, shouting, Jizai, I need your help. The future is ever-changing, and this world is still alive. So can you revive Bai Lingmiao's family for me? I cannot. Why? I cannot do it directly, or everything will change. Also, it was your doing. If I invalidated what you had done, everything that had happened afterward would change, and even... Jizai trailed off. Even what? Good. Carry on, Jizai said, staying silent afterward. Screw you, Li Huang scolded. Jizai was his future self, but Li Huang hated the former. He really wanted to use his cultivation base to manifest Jizai's physical body and punch the latter in the face. Senior Li, what's wrong? Bai Lingmiao hurried over in a panic. She panicked upon seeing Li Huang shouting at his own reflection in the pond. Don't worry. I really am cured, Li Huang said, patting Bai Lingmiao's shoulder. Really? Yes, but there's an issue, and it's a bit confusing. Anyway, let's focus on the refugees first. I think that their issue is a bit more pressing than mine. Bai Lingmiao nodded and said, All right. They were afraid that the refugees would attack Cowheart village, but they soon realized that the refugees couldn't possibly attack the village with their malnourished figures. They wouldn't even be able to breach the city walls of Shanjing. Cowheart village and its surroundings remained peaceful. Cowheart village provided the refugees with some straws, tattered clothes, and wood, allowing them to build simple houses around Cowheart village. The houses were ugly and crude, but they'd keep the wind out. Soon, no more refugees were appearing around Cowheart village. Li Huolong pondered over it, and was convinced that the refugees were finally popping up somewhere else instead of around Cowheart village. On that same night, a noise woke him up in the middle of the night. The noise was faint, but he heard it clearly. It was the sound of a wooden fish that monks usually played. Chapter 618, Mercy. Dak, dak, dak. The wooden fish noises annoyed Li Huolong. Li Sui, let's go. Let's see what kind of evil entity has come here, Li Huolong exclaimed. He grabbed his swords and Li Sui before jumping onto the roof to head toward where the sound was coming from. Li Huolong soon found the source of the sound. It was a group of monks. The monks were so skinny that their bones were visible under their skin. The monks were sitting near the entrance of the village, playing with their wooden fish. The refugees woke up from the noise, but they dared not to even take a peek. They buried their heads deep in the fields and trembled in fear. When Li Huolong appeared, the monks stared at him at the same time. Some of the monks used the eye stalks sticking out of the scars on their heads to stare at Li Huolong rather than their eyes. Amitba. This humble monk meets the benefactor. Li Huolong stared at the old monk in front of him. The old monk was skinny, but he could still recognize the monk. The monk's face was similar to the illusion by his side. He was the abbot of the Great Qi's righteous monastery. Amitba. We are here seeking alms. We hope that the benefactor will help us, said the old monk. He then showed his bronze alms bowl, and the noises being produced by the wooden fish abruptly came to a halt. Alms? No, I don't want to give any alms. What are you going to do about it? Li Huolong asked. Li Sui's tentacles burst out of him, and every single tentacle was either holding a talisman or a torture tool. They were clearly trying to intimidate the monks. A few moments later, footsteps echoed from behind Li Huolong. Bai Ling Miao led a group of believers from the White Lotus sect to stand behind Li Huolong. In addition, the able-bodied people in Cowheart village rushed out as well. Li Huolong held the numbers advantage against the monks. Just as Li Huolong thought the righteous monastery would fight them, the abbot stared alternatingly between Bai Ling Miao and the White Lotus sect before putting away the alms bowl and praying in front of Li Huolong. The monks then left with the abbot at the helm. Senior Li, what's wrong with those monks? And they just left like that, too, Puppy said, sounding confused. Li Huolong frowned at the backs of the departing monks. Then, he turned to Bai Ling Miao and said, Tell your people to guard the Cowheart village's perimeter. I'll go and check what those monks are up to. Li Huolong was afraid that the monks were plotting something. A thief harboring ill intention was worse than a thief stealing something once. Senior Li, be careful. They have many people on their side. Don't worry. I'm confident that I can still escape even if I can't beat them, Li Huolong said. He projected his image into the ground and tailed the monks in his invisible state. Li Huolong couldn't help but admit that he had made a mistake. Since the civilians and the Dharma sect members of the Qi kingdom were transported here, then it wouldn't be strange if the other sects throughout the Qi kingdom were transported here as well. The monks weren't wearing shoes, so their footprints were visible on the muddy ground. Li Huolong slowed down and followed them carefully. Li Huolong walked for 2 li straight, and just as he was thinking that the old monks were planning on circling back and attacking Cowheart village, he suddenly caught a whiff of roasted meat. Roasted human meat. Li Huolong's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked around before climbing up a giant tree with the aid of Li Sui's tentacles. Soon, he discovered where the smell of roasted meat was coming from. There was a tiny clay Buddha on an earthen altar in the woods not too far away from Li Huolong. A group of refugees in tattered clothes were kowtowing and praying to the Buddha. However, what sent chills down Li Huolong's spine was the thing beside the Buddha's statue. Several monks with swollen abdomens were sprawled out on the ground. Their legs were high up in the air as blood and amniotic fluid flowed down the ground. Shockingly, the monks with swollen abdomens were giving birth to bony lumps of meat covered in hair. The lumps of meat still had their umbilical cords, and they'd pulse from time to time as if they were alive. The other monks carried the meat and placed it into a large cauldron. The scent of cooked meat wafted into the air as the lumps of meat were tossed into the boiling water. The praying refugees lined up with broken bowls in their hands. They frantically scooped the meat from the cauldron before eating it with relish. Li Huolong was absolutely disgusted by the sight. Benefactor, this humble abbot wishes to speak to you. A voice echoed from beneath Li Huolong. and he felt his nape going cold upon hearing it. He had been spotted. Li Huang decisively swung his spine sword. The old monk beneath the tree was split in half, but the flesh fused together rapidly, and the monk returned to normal. Li Huang's attack was ineffective against the old monk. Li Huang glared at the old monk beneath him, who had the same face as the old monk's illusion next to him. What is this disgusting thing that you're doing here? What are you feeding the refugees? The abbot looked up and put his hands together along with the prayer beads before saying, Benefactor, saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. We're saving the people here. We can't save everyone in the world, but we still can save those in front of us. By feeding them those disgusting things? Would you even eat what you're feeding them? Amitba, Benefactor, we are monks. We cannot eat meat. Anyway, they do not have a choice. It goes against the teaching, but it's the only thing that the refugees can eat right now. Otherwise, they'd starve. Li Huang was stunned, and he had no idea what to say. The righteous monastery is trying to save the refugees by using such a strange method to produce food? Benefactor, the world is ending, and we really cannot find food anywhere. We could only borrow the powers of Buddha to save the people, said the abbot with a face that was the epitome of mercy. His emaciated face radiated an aura of compassion. Ah, he's a kind and merciful person. The old monk's illusion beside Li Huang praised the abbot. Daoist, he looks like me, and he's a good monk. Li Huang glared at him before turning to the abbot and saying, Does that mean that you approached my village to find food? You don't have any ulterior motives at all. You really don't have any food left. Benefactor, this humble monk and the others were really looking for alms. Benefactor, may I ask why you are hostile toward us? We've been kind toward you, and I do believe that we haven't wronged you at all. Li Huang disagreed and retorted, Kind? Why didn't you say that you were kind when you stuffed those girls into those vases? Benefactor, why are you bringing them up? They were abandoned by their family. If we hadn't saved them, they would have been drowned or buried alive. We simply found a way for them to survive. We're doing kind deeds here. Is helping the eunuchs give birth to children a kind deed as well? Of course. Why wouldn't it be? Helping others to have children when they cannot have one is a kind deed indeed. Li Huang went silent. He had seen enough. The monks were indeed doing kind deeds, deeds that were kind in their eyes. Li Huang was convinced that they'd murder without hesitation if they judged that the action was kind overall. Chapter 619, Visitors. In the dark woods, Li Huang and the abbot were still talking, but the atmosphere had become much calmer. Who's your Siming? Li Huang asked the abbot. Siming? We're monks. We believe in the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas. We do not believe in Simings. Li Huang rephrased his question, asking, Then, which Buddha do you worship? Amitba. We pray to Vaikarana from Vajradhatu, the Diamond Realm, Akshobhya from Abharati, the Eastern Pure Land, Ratnasambhava from Srimit, the Southern Pure Land, Amitba from Sukhavati, the Western Pure Land, and Amagasiddhi from Prakuta, the Northern Pure Land. Together, they're called the 5 Dhyani Buddhas. 5 Dhyani Buddhas? Do they control the heavenly Tao of flesh? Or is it life? Staring at Li Huang's horrifying visage, the abbot placed his palms together and bowed to Li Huang. Benefactor, saving one's life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Please do give us some alms. Even if you have a history of enmity with us, I don't think you have any history of enmity with the refugees. Can you really watch them starve to death? Li Huang looked at the abbot and warned, I will give you food, but you must leave afterward. Do not approach Cowheart village. The old abbot immediately broke out into a smile upon hearing that Li Huang was going to provide them with food. Thank you for your kindness, benefactor. I will ask the disciples to chant some sutra so that the Buddha will record the great merit and mercy you've bestowed upon us today. No need. I don't think I can withstand the great merit of your Buddha. Li Huang didn't trust the righteous monastery of the Qi kingdom. He just wanted to send them away using a bit of food. Li Huang passed down his orders and bags of heavy food were soon pushed toward the entrance of the village. The monks had been putting up a front, but the way they shoved raw rice into their mouths to eat betrayed their facade. Li Huang was starting to have some faith in the abbot's words upon witnessing the monk's desperation. Li Huang looked at the abbot beside him and asked, You do know that this is not the great Qi anymore, don't you? The abbot was not surprised. Amitba, this old monk knows that. But no matter where we are, Buddha will still be around. Everywhere is the land of Buddha, and everywhere is the land of freedom. Li Huang couldn't stand listening to the difficult terms. I don't care, But you need to know that the members of the Dharma sect, which caused the end of the Great Qi, have come here as well. If you're as kind as you said, go ahead and kill them whenever you meet any one of them." The abbot's eyes widened with shock, and his mustache quivered even though there was no wind. However, he soon calmed down and said, "Amitba, this old monk understands. If you meet the other sects from the Qi kingdom, remember to tell them that, too. I'm sure that you don't want this world to meet the same fate as the Qi kingdom, right?" Benefactor is right. The abbot nodded and looked toward the left side of Cowheart village. Someone was there. When the moonlight revealed the face of the newcomer, Li Huang let go of his sword. The face of the newcomer was familiar to him. The newcomer was none other than the former owner of his spine sword, Fou Lu. Li Huang finally relaxed upon seeing Lu Zongyuan and Hongda walking behind Fou Lu. The surveillance bureau surely reacted swiftly this time. "Don't worry. They're from the surveillance bureau. They probably won't do anything to you if you just talk to them properly," Li Huang said to the abbot. Fou Lu approached them, but ignored the abbot. She stared at Li Huang and asked, "Ergio, what is happening here? Where did you get these monks?" Li Huang had actually instructed Chun Xiaoman to send a letter to the surveillance bureau, but since they were here, things had become more convenient for him. After all, he could just tell them directly. Li Huang quickly described what had happened. He originally thought that they would question him further, but they accepted it without any hesitation. "You knew that the people of the Qi kingdom would eventually appear here?" Li Huang asked, sounding perplexed. "The chief gave us such orders a long time ago," Fou Lu said. Then, she turned to the abbot and started talking with the latter. Li Huang had just realized that the surveillance bureau knew that something like this would happen, but they didn't tell him in advance. Li Huang approached Fou Lu and the others before asking them, "Is the surveillance bureau planning to do something big? If they need help, me and my people can help. The Qi kingdom's current plight could become the Liang kingdom's future plight." Li Huang called the Liang kingdom his home, so he would do anything in his power to prevent the Liang kingdom from meeting the same horrible fate. In other words, he would be helping himself by helping the surveillance bureau. "You?" Fou Lu scoffed and asked, "Aren't you acquainted with the emperor? Why do you still care about the surveillance bureau?" Li Huang was too lazy to explain to her and simply came up with a random reason. "His Majesty has ordered me to help the surveillance bureau." Fou Lu could still remember how Li Huang had stolen her weapon, so she was wary of him. However, she was a Ji-Xiang as well, so the surveillance bureau took precedence over her personal grudge. In other words, she had to set aside her reservations for now. "The chief has personally given us the order to kill members of the Qi kingdom's Dharma sect on sight. 3 heads are equivalent to 1 lifespan pill. Also, we have to befriend as many sects from the Qi kingdom as possible." "What about the refugees? Did the chief say anything about them?" "They are under the jurisdiction of the imperial palace. There is no need for us to care about them." Li Huang nodded in understanding. The chief had indeed known what would happen if they connected an emperor from the Qi kingdom to the dragon vein of the Liang kingdom. Li Huang was sure that they were already thinking about this scene a long time ago. However, it was great news for Li Huang. After all, the surveillance bureau wasn't going to ignore them, which would minimize the possible damage that this phenomenon would inflict on the Liang kingdom. "Amitba, benefactor, are you really from the surveillance bureau?" the abbot asked Fou Lu. The abbot was talking to her, so Fou Lu's expression became respectful. She showed her identity token and bowed to the abbot, saying, "I greet the abbot. I have not renounced my worldly attachments, but I can still be considered as a follower of Buddhism. Benefactor, since you're from the surveillance bureau, I should let you know about one crucial piece of information. The high-ranking members of the Dharma sect are still alive, and they must be here, too. We need to find Taishan Shi first. He's the key. He's adept at deceiving and misleading others. If we leave him alone, he will soon gather a large group of devotees who worship Sir Arrogant Stone." "Sir Arrogant Stone?" Fou Lu was confused. Li Huang frowned and whispered, "Arrogant Stone is just another name for God Yuer. He's a threat that must be eliminated as soon as possible." Chapter 620 Gather. Li Sui was wearing her human skin while sitting on the mossy stairs of the Bai family estate. A child was in front of her, and Li Sui's gaze was on the lard candy in the child's hands. "Is that delicious?" Li Sui asked, sounding intrigued. The child was wearing a hat and shoes resembling a tiger. Li Sui wasn't familiar with the child nor his parents, but she could see that the child was interested in her based on how he seemed transfixed on her pretty face. After a while, the child snapped back to reality and nodded. Then, he pulled Li Sui toward his house. He brought Li Sui into the kitchen and imitated his mother. He used a pair of chopsticks to scoop out a glob of lard before tossing the lard into the jar of coarse sugar. He rolled the lard around and coated it with a thick layer of sugar. And just like that, a lard candy was made. The child handed it over to Li Sui. Is it delicious? Li Sui swallowed it whole and savored it before nodding. Not bad. It has a porky flavor. I love pork, but I prefer bones with blood and flesh on them, especially those bones covered in white stuff. 1. Those are very chewy. Second, mother actually loves to eat it too. Just then, Li Sui's ears perked up. Sorry, my father is calling me, and I need to go back. Thank you for the candy. I will treat you to some bloody bones next time. The tentacles under Li Sui's skirt moved swiftly, propelling her toward the Bai family estate. Father, did you call me? Li Sui asked. Li Huang was busy organizing talisman papers when he heard Li Sui's voice. Yes, let's go. We are going to be busy, Li Huang said. Then, he placed all of his 3 swords on his back. Where are we going? Li Sui asked. She took off the human skin on her and placed it in a jar full of salt. We need to find someone called Taishan Shi. He's very annoying, and we need to kill him, Li Huang replied. He then opened his mouth, and Li Sui shoved herself into Li Huang through the latter's mouth. Her tentacles made Li Huang's neck bulge, but Li Huang didn't mind it. He walked out of the door and saw Bai Lingmiao. Tell your people to protect the village while I'm not here. Be careful of people luring you out so that they can attack the village. Bai Lingmiao nodded quietly. Li Huang hugged her gently before exiting the village. Li Huang had just left when a pair of white shoes appeared at the doorstep. Saintus. All right. I was just about to leave for Shanjing. Anyway, I want you to protect this place properly. There were 9 people hunting Taishan Shi, Li Huang, the abbot, 2 other monks, Fo Yulu, and her 4 subordinates. Once they were ready for the hunt, Fo Yulu said, Don't act rashly once we find Taishan Shi. We need to observe him first. We can also retreat and request backup if we think he's too strong for us to defeat. Li Huang heard that and frowned. He wasn't a fan of Fo Yulu's conservative approach. Stop talking nonsense. Let's just find him first. Have you heard anything from the informants of the Surveillance Bureau? Li Huang asked. He clearly favored a more direct approach. The Surveillance Bureau, the Righteous Monastery, and he were hunting down just one person. Li Huang thought that they could easily defeat Taishan Shi with their numbers. It didn't matter how strong Taishan Shi was, as they were in the Liang Kingdom rather than the Qi Kingdom. Moreover, Taishan Shi didn't have that many members of the Dharma sect here. Fo Yulu hated Li Huang's rashness, and she glared at him to express that. We'll go to Li County, which is 50 li away from here. The informant told me that the members of the Dharma sect are in the middle of gathering there. We should interrogate some of them to find Taishan Shi's whereabouts. Everyone hopped onto their horses and made a beeline for Li County. They wanted to waste no time. Fo Yulu approached Li Huang's flank and asked, Ergio, how's my ancient sword? Is it powerful? Why? Do you want to take it back? Li Huang asked. He didn't even look at her, as he had nothing to say to her. No, but since you have an incredibly powerful ancient sword, you're not going to be a coward and stand at the rear once we find Taishan Shi, right? What are you trying to say? Hee, nothing. If you don't want to be one of the vanguards, then return my sword to me. I'll let you hide at the back of the group so you can just watch us fight, Fo Yulu said, smiling. Li Huang made his horse approach Fo Yulu's horse. He got extremely close to Fo Yulu before saying, Fo Yulu, I don't care about what you're trying to do here, but don't forget that I have a connection with His Majesty. Do something stupid here, and I will make sure that you will regret it in the future. Fo Yulu scowled and went silent. She didn't expect that Li Huang would use that card against her. Sensing something amiss, the abbot approached them and said, Benefactors, I am willing to go up first and fight Taishan Shi as one of the vanguard the moment we find him. I'm willing to do that for the sake of the world. The abbot clearly didn't want internal strife, so Fo Yulu steered away from Li Huang and got closer to the abbot. May I know your name? We're all following the teachings of Buddha, so I don't think it's good to keep calling you abbot. I also don't want you to keep calling us benefactors. This humble monk's given name is Chan Du. I greet Master Chan Du. My given name is Yu Sei. Li Huang guided his horse close to Lu Zongyuan. How's the new Ji Xiang? Is she good? Brother Ergio, you can relax. She knows where to draw the line, so she's not going to do anything stupid. Li Huang lowered his guard slightly as they continued on their journey. 50 li sounded far, but they were fast on horseback. Soon, they reached the entrance of Li County's main city. Li Huang pulled his reins, and his horse raised its front legs high up in the air. A large pile of metal pots was blocking their path into the city. Li Sui's swept across the pots, sending them flying. Metal pots, boiling water, and rocks took to the sky. Li Huang immediately unsheathed his sword upon seeing the steam rising from the rocks. No one would be stupid enough to cook stones and drink its soup except for the members of the Qi Kingdom's Dharma sect. Careful, there are probably traps here. I'll search the perimeter. Fo Yulu stared deeply at the empty city. Moments later, her figure trembled, and several thumb-sized golden Buddhas jumped over the big pile of metal pots to enter the city. 15 minutes passed by in a flash. Li Huang wanted to take matters into his own hands when Fo Yulu took out red prayer beads and made a seal with the prayer beads between her palms. Then, she started chanting a strange sutra. Prince Vipassi witnessed the passing of the person with great wisdom, the one foremost among men. There were 80,000 of such individuals. They followed Prince Vipassi to renounce their worldly desires and practice the Brahman. The honored one, Prince Vipassi, preached the Dharma in the deer park at Isipatana, and they all came to the presence of the Buddha. 1. Cartilage, but Li Sui doesn't know the word for it. Chapter 6:21, Dharma Sect. Fo Yulu was chanting Buddhist scriptures outside the deserted county town. As time ticked by amidst Fo Yulu's chanting, a cacophony of noises soon pervaded the county town, shattering its silence. The abbot of the righteous monastery and the 2 other monks took out a wooden fish. They started tapping it and singing with the beat. Soon, the chanting of the Buddhist scriptures sounded like there was something else mixed into it. As the chanting of the Buddhist scriptures continued, Li Huang felt every cell inside of him pulsate, as if they were about to leave him at any moment. Fo Yulu's clothes squirmed, and many different tiny Buddhas fell out of her clothes. They all sat cross-legged on the ground and chanted along with Fo Yulu and the monks. When the chanting reached its peak, the ground abruptly cracked open. A tall figure wearing a witch's hood jumped out of the crack with 2 obsidian daggers in both hands. The tall figure was clearly here to ambush Fo Yulu, who was chanting the Buddhist scriptures. However, Hongda was prepared for any sudden turn of events. He promptly leaped from his horse and blocked the attacker. Hongda's rusty knife pierced the tall figure's chest, but the tall figure's arms holding the 2 obsidian daggers split into 2 and made a beeline for Fo Yulu. It turned out that the tall figure wasn't a living person. The 2 dwarves disguised as arms were the real people. Just as one of the dwarves thought that he'd hit his target, a Daoist priest in a red robe stood in his way. The dwarf's eyes were focused on the Daoist's bronze coin sword when the Daoist opened his mouth, releasing black tentacles that instantly engulfed the dwarf's face. The suction cups of the black tentacles clung tightly to the dwarf's skin. At first, it was painful, and then he no longer felt anything. Having made quick work of the dwarf, Li Huang turned toward the other dwarf. The bloody tentacles hanging from his chin swayed as he moved. Peng Longting had grabbed the other dwarf and was squeezing the latter until the dwarf collapsed into a ball. Peng Longting then raised the dwarf above her head and exerted force. Crimson blood spurted and flowed down Peng Longting's stump. At first, Li Huang thought that the matter was resolved, but it seemed that things were only getting started as a slender black sword pierced Peng Longting's heavy armor. Soon, commoners wearing white scarves emerged from the county town, charging at Li Huang and the others. The Buddhist scriptures seemed effective against the commoners as parts of themselves, like their eyes, ears, etc., would abruptly fall to the ground from time to time. However, the commoners' zeal seemed unending despite losing so many parts of them in the process. There were skinny people from the Great Qi among them, but the majority of them were the people of the Great Liang. The propagation of the Dharma sect's teaching was much faster than Li Huang had imagined. These zealots weren't afraid of death, but the difference in strength between the 2 factions was still too great. They weren't Li Huang nor Peng Longting's match. The tall Peng Longting plowed through the crowd, carving open a bloody path. She seemed to be enjoying the slaughter, and her figure was trembling incessantly as she used 2 corpses as her weapons. Don't kill them all. Leave some of them alive. I want to interrogate them. The slaughter continued, and Lu Zongyuan's white mist soon enveloped the entire county town. Once the county town was thoroughly enveloped by Lu Zongyuan's white mist, the battle quickly came to an end. Thump! The last remaining dwarf fell weakly to the ground and took his final breath. This place must be their temporary base. It seems that they really don't know the whereabouts of Taishan Shi. Li Huang said as he put away the bloody torture tools into his bag. They were still facing the same problem as earlier. Even if they could defeat Taishan Shi, it was useless if they couldn't find the ladder. If the Dharma sect were allowed to absorb the masses, the people of Great Liang would eventually become their enemy. Fo Yulu emerged from her contemplation just then and said, "Let's go. Let's go to Yinling City. There's an expert there that can figure out Taishan Shi's location." Lord Jixiang, who are they? Can they really do that? Taishan Shi is from the Great Qi. After all, Hongda reminded. His name is Blind Chun. And if he can't do it, then no one else can. Li Huang was surprised to hear a familiar name. The Blind Chun with a stall outside the city god temple? Do you know him? I guess so. We've encountered each other before. However, that guy isn't really that great. He was even deceived by the sitting Oblivion Dao. Back then, Li Huang had made a deal with Blind Chun about a complete talisman collection. Fortune tellers can't tell their own fortune. He may not be able to do much else, but he's better at fortune telling than the majority of the people in the surveillance bureau. If he can't do it, then what he worships can definitely do it, Fo Yulu said, mounting her horse. What he worships? Is there a Siming in charge of fortune telling? The past and future are changing constantly. Can that guy still figure out what's going on? Li Huang pondered. Soon, everyone left the corpse-littered town. The crows and vultures in the air eventually gathered to enjoy the unexpected feast. A crow opened its beak and repeatedly pecked at an eyeball when a bare foot stepped on it. The crow let out an agonized shriek as it vomited its entrails to the ground. What did I say? Taishan, this isn't the right time to cause chaos. The surveillance bureau will instantly come sniffing around like a dog looking for shit to eat at the tiniest commotion. A man wearing a robe adorned with colored cloth strips was strolling leisurely amidst the corpses. A jet-black cloth was draped over his left shoulder. The man named Taishan was a short, ugly guy with ears covered in black hair. He looked brutish, but he was wearing an exceptionally elegant white robe. The white headscarf on his head complemented the black cloth on the man's shoulder. Indeed. However, the Dharma sect doesn't have enough followers yet. If we lay low, wouldn't the descent of our divine army be delayed? Calm down. I'm more familiar with this place than you are. Although you and I both believe in different aspects of God Ur, we still are fellow witches. Why would I, Hixinlai, harm you? Anyway, tell your people to lie low and disguise themselves as refugees from the Great Qi. Then, tell them to scatter and gather the other followers. The Great Liang is the strongest kingdom in the world. Our Dharma sect just has to take down the Great Liang, and it will be much easier for us to take control over the other regions. The witch Taishan came to a halt and nodded. All right, you have more people than me, so I'll follow your lead. Before that, I need our people to team up and steal that guy's sword. Whose sword? The bone sword of that brat in the red Daoist robe. He's wielding the spine of one of the 3 pure ones, twisted ones. It will prove immensely useful to me. All right, it seems like they're looking for you as well. You'll be the bait, and we'll set a trap to ambush them. We can't be careless about this. There's something wrong with him. Also, I think it's best if we hide our identity as members of the Dharma sect. That way, we will be able to avoid unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, I'll bring in a few experts. In fact, our Dharma sect isn't universally despised in the Great Liang. We have quite a few like-minded friends. Chapter 622 Buddha. Something has gone extremely wrong. I'm about to be discharged from the hospital, but then something like that happened. A phone was pressed to Li Huang's ear as he paced anxiously in the empty corridor. Don't talk to me about fragmented thoughts and perception. I'm not autistic. My thoughts and perception aren't fragmented. I'm not having hallucinations, either. I was cured a long time ago. Li Huang sighed as he heard the reply, and then his voice instantly became much calmer as he said, I do want to be discharged. I really don't want to be considered mentally ill for the rest of my life, but... A look of struggle and pain suffused Li Huang's face. Everything that happened on that ship was too real, as if I had really experienced it. I did indeed get the bronze coin sword. I did indeed have one arm bitten off by the opponent's dog. But they all disappeared. At the end of the corridor, several people from Li Huang's group secretly peeked at him. You see, this guy still claims he's not sick. I've seen plenty of this in the hospital. This is a typical case of schizophrenia, a young guard with a buzz cut speculated. It doesn't seem like it. Look at how he talks in circles. People with schizophrenia don't take their medication, and their minds aren't that sharp. I feel like it's more like a personality disorder. I had a neighbor with that disorder. Many people were curious about Li Huang's illness, and some even secretly bet their snacks on it. Li Huolong's presence provided a bit of relief from the boredom of the monotonous hospital. Dr. E, I'm really afraid that everything that had happened before will become meaningless. I am really confused right now. I don't know whether it's real or not, and it's making me hesitate. Okay, then, come over when you have the time. Thank you, Li Huolong said. He ended the call and frowned while pacing back and forth in the corridor. At first, Li Huolong thought that everything going smoothly, but the inexplicable experience at sea was truly bewildering to him. If it were fake, then wouldn't that mean that what he had experienced at sea was just a hallucination produced by his fragmented thoughts and perception? If that were the case, what kind of mental illness was he suffering from? Was there even any cure for it? If it was real, Li Huolong hesitated, sensing that he was in big trouble and that he had to handle it properly. It had to be handled properly, as making the wrong choice meant that he'd end up digging a bigger hole in the ground for himself. Li Huolong felt hopeless. He truly had no idea what to do at this point. Dak, dak, dak. A strange noise echoed from outside the window. Li Huolong walked over and saw the vast army of the Great Liang beyond the window. The cacophony of hooves and the overwhelming aura from the soldiers made Li Huolong feel extremely tense. The sight was the exact meaning of the word endless. The powerful officials were with the troops as well, which added to the intimidating scene. Where are these soldiers going? Li Huolong asked in a low voice. They're not going anywhere. The followers of the Dharma sect will not dare to rebel as long as they are intimidated. Hee, we don't have to be afraid of their rebellion. The flying leopard troops can completely annihilate such sects, Lu Zongyuan said with a hint of pride. Don't worry. It seems that the higher-ups also attach importance to the changes in the Great Qi. The spies and paws of the Surveillance Bureau are here along with the higher-ups, so we should be safe. Li Huolong finally understood the reason behind the army's presence here, and he finally had a clear understanding of Gao Zhijian's capability. The Emperor of Great Liang was the type of person to keep his word. A general sensed Li Huolong and the others' gazes. He looked over but immediately looked away upon seeing the badges attached to Li Huolong and the others' waists. Once the soldiers of the Great Liang had passed by them, Li Huolong turned to Fo Yulu beside him and said, "Don't worry about them. Let's just focus on our task at hand." The Great Qi's Dharma sect had to be handled properly. Otherwise, the entire Great Liang would become chaotic once again. Everyone mounted their horses and galloped toward Yinling City. They were going to contribute to the resistance against the Great Qi's Dharma sect. They had spent just a few days on the road, but the 3 monks from the righteous monastery had already changed drastically. When Li Huolong first met them, the abbot of righteous monastery, Qian Du, was as thin as a skeleton. After a few days of vegetarian meals, Qian Du's flesh and skin had returned to normal. The incredible sight made Li Huolong look at the divine powers of the righteous monastery in a different light. Abbot, what other divine powers did your Buddha grant you in addition to the ability to transform into a 1,000-armed Buddha? You should tell me because we're working together against the Dharma sect. Qian Du released the reins with both hands and clasped them together. Ba, this humble monk has been meditating for 60 years and has already transcended the realm of heavenly freedom. Li Huolong was completely puzzled. What did it mean to transcend the realm of heavenly freedom? Abbot, can you keep it simple? I'm a bit confused. A black vulture swooped down from the sky before Li Huolong could finish his sentence. When Li Huolong's gaze met with the vulture, he saw a black-robed lama through the vulture's eyes. Then, Li Huolong saw the lama point his finger toward his own forehead with his right hand, which was covered with age spots, and was holding a vajra. Respected one, reveal your true nature. Li Huolong's heart went numb, and he felt empty as if he had lost something important. However, he didn't feel anything abnormal, which was contrary to his expectations. Swoosh! Li Huolong slashed out with his purple tasseled sword, splitting the vulture in half. An ambush! Li Huolong exclaimed, and that was when a rain of vultures plummeted toward the others. The abbot of the righteous monastery put his hands together, and his figure phased through the saddle, merging with the horse. It didn't end there. When the 3 monks were finally merged with their horses, their flesh and blood began to merge with each other as well. Finally, a fleshy creature that resembled a Buddha appeared before everyone. It was a Buddha that Li Huolong had seen in the righteous monastery. The Buddha had roughly 8 pairs of arms. Each hand was holding a different seal, the Vajra, Lotus, or Lion seal. Soon, more than 10 mouths chanted sutras at the same time. In the heavens, the true Dharma was preached. Abandon the heavenly palace. descend from the mother's womb. Born from the right side of the body, walk as a Buddha, open the gate of Dharma, cleanse impurities. The sutras were in different volumes, but they were in harmony with each other, which made the sutras sound extremely sacred and solemn. As the Buddha's voice pervaded the air, the vultures' wings abruptly stuck to their bodies, and their eyes were eventually stuck to their eyelids as well. Then, they fell from the sky like rocks thrown into the ocean. Li Huang looked up at the Buddha, no, at the compassionate face of the abbot. It was then that he finally understood the meaning of the realm of heavenly freedom. Chapter 6:23, Chess. These birds. I seem to have seen them somewhere before. Li Huang muttered with furrowed brows while staring at the vultures on the ground. He was trying his best to remember where he had seen these vultures. Li Huang's expression froze. A few years ago, he had encountered a llama with a vulture just as he left Qing Qiu. Is it them? Those llamas from Qing Qiu infamous for conducting sacrificial rituals? Why would they want to ambush the surveillance bureau? Li Huang suddenly noticed something amiss. He reached behind him, and his heart sank. His spine sword was missing. These vultures were here to serve as a distraction, and their target was his spine sword. My sword is missing, Li Huang exclaimed. Peng Longting appeared next to Li Huang, and she hurled the latter into the air. Having been thrown into the air, Li Huang now had a bird's-eye view of everything around him. He looked around frantically, scanning his surroundings. He wouldn't have been so angry if the other party had come to ambush him, but they had actually come to steal his spine sword. Li Huang swore to crush them to dust. Daoist, look, your sword's there. The old monk behind Li Huang exclaimed, pointing at somewhere in the distance. The next moment, the old monk's figure solidified. Li Huang grabbed the old monk's robes, and the two headed into the distance. When they got close enough, Li Huang saw a mandrill wearing a Buddha mask. The mandrill was holding his spine sword and was running frantically through the forest. The mandrill seemed to have mastered a movement technique that allowed it to move so swiftly through the forest. Stop running, Li Huang exclaimed. He gouged out his left eye and crushed it. The monkey was instantly enveloped in a strange light, and its movement became as slow as a snail. Li Sui's tentacles then reached out to retrieve the spine sword, but a cold light flashed, severing those tentacles. A strange drumming rhythm echoed immediately afterward. Then, an old llama wearing a black sheepskin stood between Li Huang and the spine sword. He was beating the bone drum at his waist, and there was a bone sutra in his hand. The Venerable Uravilva Kasyapa, Venerable Gaya Kasyapa, Venerable Nadi Kasyapa, Venerable Maha Kasyapa, Venerable Saraputra, Venerable Moggaliana, the old lama chanted. Strange cries pervaded the air as he chanted, and the vultures gathered at their location, orbiting the skies above them. There is no enmity between us, so why are you doing this to me? Do you really think I haven't changed at all? Li Huang roared at the old lama as blood streamed down his eye socket. The vultures in the air swooped down toward Li Huang. Horse jumps, eat your cannon one. Li Huang was sitting on a plastic red stool and was dressed in blue and white clothes. His brows were furrowed as he stared at the chessboard placed before him. He was playing chess against his attending physician Guacang. He was playing chess while listening to something with his Bluetooth earpiece. Li Huang picked up his left chariot with 2 fingers and slammed it down on his opponent's pawn. Smack! Li Huang's bronze coin sword struck the old lama, shattering the latter's bone drum. The spine sword was in Li Huang's hands once again, and he breathed a sigh of relief at its familiar coldness. Li Huang looked up, and he found that he was surrounded by people. In addition to the old lama wearing clothes made of black sheepskin, people wearing white headscarves and black armbands stood around Li Huang as well. Their outfit told Li Huang everything he had to know, and he became certain of it as well. These people were followers of the Dharma sect. We're not wearing any disguise. Won't this kid recognize us? We're going to kill him, so it doesn't matter. Let's wrap this up. General 2. Li Huang looked up slowly at Guacang, who was smiling slightly. Are you secretly using a Grandmaster-level AI to cheat against me? I heard people can do that. Calm down, little Li. It's just a game of chess. You don't need to worry about winning or losing, and losing isn't that big of a deal. I really can't figure out how playing chess is related to my condition. Don't burden yourself with so many thoughts. Just think about it as me finding someone to play chess with because I like playing chess. Li Huang took a deep breath and continued with the game. He struggled as hard as he could to make a comeback. Take the horse. Li Sui's bloody burrowed out of Li Huang's abdomen and gouged out his opponent's intestines. Advisor. Li Huang's last eye was covered in a black layer. Hey, They're playing chess here, someone exclaimed. The nearby patients heard that, and they crowded around Li Huolong out of curiosity, as well as to help him against Wu Cheng. Ergio, we're here to help you. Li Huolong was annoyed at the cacophony of voices around him. Shut up, Li Huolong roared. The patients immediately went silent. Li Huolong's roar had reminded them of his identity, and they dared not speak against him. Li Huolong continued with the game, even though it was getting more and more difficult to stand his ground. If Wu Cheng hadn't been going easy on him, he would have lost long ago. Li Huolong's temper grew as he looked at the chessboard before him. He suddenly grabbed the chessboard and was about to flip it out of fury, but Wu Cheng grabbed his hand and pushed it down firmly. Little Li, you should stop flipping the table whenever you're losing. Some things can be resolved through flipping the table, but there are many things that cannot be resolved through that alone. Li Huolong stared deeply at Wu Cheng. Just then, a hand reached out from behind Li Huolong's shoulder, and the hand's 5 fingers grabbed a chariot before moving it forward 3 squares. Li Huolong tilted his head slightly and was surprised to see that the autistic chubby boy was the one who had made the move. The autistic chubby boy was drooling, but his eyes were transfixed on the chessboard. Li Huolong let go of the chessboard and allowed the chubby boy to fight Wu Cheng. The chubby boy's play was incredibly slow, but it was incredibly effective against Wu Cheng's moves. As time went on, the chubby boy was capturing more and more of Wu Cheng's pieces. It started with just the pawns, but things escalated slowly until the tides were starting to reverse in the chubby boy's favor. Li Huolong forcefully tore off the old man's loose skin on his face and looked daggers at the old lama, who was the perpetrator behind all this. The old lama had transformed, and he was sporting heads and 6 arms. Each head represented a unique death, drowning, hanging, and stabbing. Just as the old lama's bone sutra was about to start spinning, Li Huolong pulled out his spine sword and thrust himself into Great Qi. He located the old lama's position within the Great Qi and carved open another space-time rift. However, Li Huolong wasn't planning on returning to the Great Liang to ambush the old lama through this space-time rift. Instead, he opened the space-time rift directly on top of the old lama, so the space-time rift would sever the old lama's figure into 2. When Wu Cheng moved his final advisor, Li Huolong's lips curled slightly upward. He moved his general and blocked the opponent's general. General versus general. The old lama's bizarre and aged figure swelled up. The next moment, tentacles of a variety of sizes emerged from his every orifice, and they writhed as they streaked through the air. Bang! The old lama exploded into a bloody mess of flesh and tentacles. Li Huolong emerged from the old lama and turned to the Dharma sect members, shouting, "General, checkmate." 1. Chinese chess terms. A few phrases later on that refer to chess as well. 2. If it's not obvious yet, this is chess in Chinese. Chapter 624, Ambush. Wu Cheng. Again. Smack. Pawn retreat. Smack. Elephant takes cannon. Smack. Pawn advances. Clang. The purple tasseled sword collided with a black obsidian dagger. Sparks flew as the tip of the dagger was severed. It spun like a top in midair before piercing the bloody ground. The Dharma sect which hurriedly twisted his hand to avoid making any contact with the purple tasseled sword. Then, he viciously thrust the broken dagger into Li Huolong's left chest. It seemed like a great move, but he had unknowingly put himself in danger, as getting so close to Li Huolong was a death sentence. The next moment, the Dharma sect which felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw something covered in tentacles protruding from Li Huolong's chest. Shockingly, it had burrowed into his own abdomen. No, no, no. The Dharma sect which frantically clawed at his stomach and fearfully scoured his messy insides. The Dharma sect which muttered before his neck jerked upward. The tentacles inside of him had stirred his brain until it became mush. The man was dead, but his corpse was still standing. Moments later, he grabbed his broken dagger and charged at a Dharma sect disciple attempting to ambush Li Huolong. Li Sui had taken complete control over his body. Li Huolong stood still, panting heavily as he surveyed the battlefield. The old lama had been dealt with, but the situation was far from over. He still had to deal with these Dharma sect followers. However, he wasn't too worried about losing, as Fo Yulu and the abbot of the righteous monastery were there to help him. He was more concerned about the Great Liang, as his assumption ended up being correct. The Dharma sect of the Great Liang and the Dharma sect of the Great Qi had somehow created an alliance in such a short period of time. The Dharma sect of the Great Liang was strong enough to throw the Great Liang into chaos. And with the addition of the Great Qi's Dharma sect, the consequences were unpredictable. Unbeknownst to Li Huowang, quite a few people were staring at him from the shadows. Taishan, we have to retreat now. The military families will catch up to us if we wait any further. He Xinlai exclaimed at the Great Qi Witch. All right. Taishan sure grunted and nodded. The Dharma sect followers didn't hesitate to take out round stones and swallow them whole. Their eyes then turned red, and they charged forward to cover Taishan Shi and He Xinlai's retreat. Trying to escape, Li Sui chased them. Li Huowang took out 2 pieces of turmeric paper and drew 2 talismans using his own blood. He then pressed them firmly on his leg before chasing after the retreating pair. He moved so fast that he left a trail of afterimages. The others were surrounded, but Li Huowang encountered little to no resistance. He's really chasing us. I know, He Xinlai replied with a smile. The scenery rapidly peeled away as Li Huowang chased after He Xinlai and Taishan Shi. Just then, the surroundings brightened, and a field beyond the forest was revealed. Stacks of yellow rice straw were piled between the fields, and smoke was rising from the distant village just beyond the fields. You're not getting away. Li Huowang sliced off a large piece of his own flesh and hurled it toward the fleeing pair. The tattered piece of flesh spun rapidly in the air as if it was sentient, and it headed straight for Taishan Shi's back. Taishan Shi was struck, and Li Huowang's flesh inundated his back. He collapsed to the ground and squirmed violently. Li Huowang kicked off of the ground and jumped high into the air before bringing down his purple-tasseled sword toward the wriggling figure on the ground. The feedback was unexpectedly light, and it wasn't the familiar sensation of cutting through flesh. All of a sudden, a pair of calloused hands emerged from the earth and grabbed Li Huowang's ankles before yanking him downward. He can burrow into the ground. Just as the thought flashed through Li Huowang's mind, he was dragged neck-deep into the soil. It wasn't over yet. Intense pain erupted from Li Huowang's chest and back as something seemed to burrow inside of him. Li Sui was desperately trying to stop the intrusion with her tentacles. Li Huowang gnashed his teeth and closed his lone eye. I'm underwater. I'm underwater. I have to hold my breath. The soil immobilized Li Huowang, and he was starting to suffocate. Just then, he could feel icy cold water permeating his exposed wounds. The water was so cold that its coldness pierced his bones. Li Huowang shivered as he struggled to draw out the spine sword. He swung it ahead and behind him, and the pain immediately vanished. Li Huowang raised both hands and swam upward with all his might. He was powerless in the water. He had to get back to land as soon as possible. Just as he was about to emerge from the waters, Li Huowang pushed his both hands against the soil and pulled himself out as if he were a radish being harvested from the ground. He gasped for air and opened his eyes to look around, but all he saw was darkness. Li Huowang trembled and reached out to touch his right eye socket. 3 thorns were sticking out of his right eye socket. It seemed that the enemy had blinded him. Li Huowang thought that they would take advantage of his blindness, but he couldn't hear anything at all. It seemed like there was no one around him. He Xinlai was several yards away from Li Huowang. A wooden sword was in his hand as he walked toward Taishan Shi, who had just emerged from the ground. What do we do now? That kid is blind. Are you not going to deal with him? He Xinlai asked. Despite the fact that Li Huowang was blind, Taishan Shi's cautious face showed no signs of joy. As a witch under arrogant stone, he had discerned some strange clues. Something's wrong with this kid. I think he still has some cards up his sleeve. I need to consult Sir Arrogant Stone, Taishan Shi said. He took out 2 crescent-shaped stones and knelt down before hugging them close. He shook them in his arms and tossed them to the ground. What did God Yuer say? He Xinlai asked while staring at the stones on the ground. Kill. He must die? And we must take his sword away, too. Taishan Shi roared, and his figure burrowed into the soil once more. He Xinlai's face changed drastically. He had been a witch for a long time, but he had never expected God Yuer to issue such a straightforward oracle. Of course, He Xinlai was going to follow the oracle without any hesitation. He had to show his loyalty to God Yuer, who was about to descend to the mortal realm. He Xinlai formed seals with one hand, and then he bit his fingertip to smear his own blood on the black cloth draped over his shoulder. He then used the black blood on his hand to draw peach talismans on his wooden sword. Since it has been decided, then we're going for the kill. He Xinlai charged at Li Huowang with the black sword in hand. All of a sudden, 2 hands emerged from the ground and grabbed Li Huowang's ankles before yanking him downward. However, something strange happened just then. Taishan Shi's hands phased through Li Huowang's ankles, and he ended up grabbing nothing but air. The next moment, Li Huowang thrust his sword toward his left, which had no enemies. Xinlai was on Li Huowang's right, but he felt a sharp pain radiating from his back. Chapter 625, Join. For some reason, Xinlai's back was hurting. Xinlai felt something amiss. He turned to look behind him, but found nothing. Shou was sitting cross-legged in the soil, and his hands were clasped tightly together. Dust billowed out from the ground around him. The outline of an invisible figure was in the swirling dust. The figure belonged to Li Huowang, who had just projected his image. The ground trembled slightly as a bulky, fleshy figure emerged from the nearby forest. It resembled a bloated flesh-and-blood Buddha with limbs. Amipa, two benefactors, in the boundless sea of suffering. Return to the shore. Quick, his reinforcements are here. Stop hiding. Take advantage of his blindness and kill him now. Xinlai reached to his shoulder and removed the black cloth on his sleeve. He threw it forcefully toward the sun in the sky. The black cloth blotted out the sunlight, and the massive area was instantly shrouded in darkness. Just like that, a tiny natural disaster was formed. Divine soldiers, Shou exclaimed. Li Huowang suddenly felt a million gazes all over him, and then he could feel Li Sui writhing inside of him. Father, I feel so happy. Li Sui's tentacles rapidly propagated inside Li Huowang. Li Sui was trying to assimilate him. This issue had to be resolved immediately, or Li Huowang would end up like Bun and be assimilated by Li Sui. Thump! The towering Peng Longting stood on Li Huowang's left side as the latter inwardly roared. Sui, hang in there. Don't yield to your instincts. We're about to get out. The ground sank as Li Huowang plummeted into the depths of the earth. Some entities hiding in the darkness within made their move. Their swaying figures closing in on Li Huowang looked both illusory and real. Li Huowang brandished the bronze coin sword and purple-tasseled sword to protect himself. Meanwhile, Xinlai was waiting for the right moment to strike. It didn't take him long to find an opportunity, as Li Huowang was blind. He used a sword technique and charged at Li Huowang as soon as the latter stepped on his own shadow on the ground. Right as his sword was about to pierce Li Huowang's throat, Xinlai's vision blurred. Then, Li Huowang reached out and accurately grabbed the blade of his sword. Xinlai was stupefied. Li Huowang looked up just then. Li Huowang's eyeballs were supposed to be on the ground as they had been gouged out. However, a strange eyeball with double pupils was in one of his empty eye sockets. Who did you say was blind? Li Huowang asked. It was true that he was blind, but he could borrow his daughter's eyeball. He hadn't revealed that fact earlier to deceive his enemies. Fortunately, it worked. Xinlai's heart sank, and then he decisively let go of the weapon in his hand before retreating into the darkness behind him. Unfortunately, he was so close to Li Huowang that there was no way he could escape. Peng Longting's towering figure stood before him, while Li Huowang's tentacles surged from behind him, appearing like a tidal wave. Taishan, sure. Xinlai shouted, asking for his allies' help, but nothing happened. Taishan sure had decided to run away upon sensing that there was something amiss. When the black cloth in the sky was slashed into pieces by Hong Da's flying knife, everything returned to normal. Unfortunately, Taishan sure had escaped. Everyone surrounded Xinlai, who was being held down by Li Huowang. Li Huowang looked at Xinlai. He had just given Xinlai a taste of his knuckle sandwiches, so the latter's teeth were missing, and his face was black and blue. However, Li Huowang wasn't done just yet as he whipped out his bag of torture tools and said, "My turn." Wait. Fo Yulu chimed in. Capturing a Grand Witch of the Dharma sect is incredibly difficult. What if you end up killing him accidentally? I need to take him back to the bureau and have someone interrogate him. Are you looking down on me? I'm from the Ao Jing sect. Everything must be done according to the rules. Stop the nonsense. When did the Surveillance Bureau ever care about rules? Aren't you just after the reward of lifespan pills? I used to work in the bureau. You shouldn't have let Taishan escape just for the sake of such a small profit. Li Huowang wanted to act tough, but he discovered that even Hongda and Lu Zongyuan were on Fo Yulu's side. Brother Heir, you can't be like this. The Dharma sect of the Great Qi has just arrived here. We wouldn't have been able to obtain much information from him. However, this guy is different. We can dig out some important information about the Dharma sect from his brain, and then we might be able to annihilate the Dharma sect in one fell swoop. Ergio, I know the methods of the Ao Jing sect are terrifying. However, the Bureau has people that are better than you when it comes to interrogation. Li Huowang frowned as he scanned their faces. It seemed that Xinlai had a high bounty in the Surveillance Bureau. In other words, It was highly unlikely that he'd get to interrogate Xiaohai unless he killed all of them. It seems that it was my mistake when I thought that I'd be able to save Great Liang with you guys. You people are the same, prioritizing your own profits. Li Huawang was enraged. He bent down and placed his head in the soil to look for traces of Taishan Shi. After a while, Li Huawang managed to find some clues. He ignored the members of the surveillance bureau and meticulously felt the minute changes in the soil to chase after Taishan Shi. However, he had no choice but to stop, as a towering mountain was standing before him. It seemed that Taishan Shi knew that someone would follow him, so he decided to burrow into a mountain as a precaution. There was nothing Li Huawang could do about it, unless he could somehow move the mountain aside. Brother Air, don't be angry, okay? Hee hee. Li Huawang heard the laughter behind him. However, he didn't even turn his head and simply said, "If you have something to say, then spit it out. We've known each other for so long. Do you really have to treat me like this? Do you still remember how we went through life and death together against that muddled one back then?" Lu Zongyuan asked, smiling as he walked up to Li Huawang while wearing a wooden mask. "This turn of events is great for us, so why do you look so unhappy? We managed to capture a Grand Witch alive. This is a major blow to the Dharma Sect. There aren't many Grand Witches in the Dharma Sect, after all." At that, Li Huawang's face lightened up. Lu Zongyuan added, "Don't be in a hurry, we have to take things one step at a time. We'll definitely annihilate the Dharma Sect in due time. Anyway, can you stop being mad at Lord Jixiang? Just treat it as giving me some face." Li Huawang took a deep breath and exhaled. "Did you know? If it weren't for the fact that I'd waste time, I really wanted to kill you guys." "Haha. Brother Air really knows how to crack jokes," Lu Zongyuan said, laughing. He was about to put his arm around Li Huawang's shoulder, but the tentacles blocked him. "Brother Air, shouldn't you withdraw your supernatural powers? Sui, retract your tentacles." "Sui, I can't retract them, father. It's been like this since the sun was blotted out earlier." Li Sui sounded aggrieved. Translator's thoughts. Here's that bastard Xiaohai. Credits to Gudzid Lan Chi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 626, Treatment. In a dense forest, a tentacle with spikes and suction cups burst out of Li Huawang's left arm and hooked around a tree. Moments later, another tentacle burst out of his right abdomen and hooked around another tree. "Hold tight." Li Huawang took out a short knife and placed it at the base of the tentacles. After a moment of silence, he slashed at the tentacles, withstanding the pain as blood spurted out haphazardly into the air. He dared not get distracted as sweat ran down his face. He wanted to free himself from Li Sui. The natural disaster at the time had made Li Sui assimilate Ban. Li Huawang knew that it could happen, but he was still caught off guard by the fact that it happened to him. Li Sui was so smart and obedient that Li Huawang had completely forgotten that she was an evil entity capable of robbing someone else's body, a black Tai Sui. Li Huawang could not let her stay inside of him for too long, or she could instinctively devour him and take over his body. Ugh! Li Huawang trembled. The pain was akin to being sliced by 1,000 blades at once. Li Sui had completely fused to him. Not only were there tentacles outside him, but there were tentacles around his organs as well. To make matters worse, he'd have to shave his bones as well. "Father, are you in pain? Do you want to stop?" Li Sui's voice echoed from inside his mind. "No need." Li Huawang shook his head and continued. Bai Hui's blessing of increased regeneration rate was working against him. He had to gouge out his flesh in one go, or it would regenerate before he could remove it. "Sorry, father. It's all my fault," Li Sui exclaimed, blaming herself. "No, this isn't your fault. Don't say something like that. Now wrap your tentacles tighter. This is just a small issue, and I'm not going to stumble over this. We can easily solve this." Unfortunately, Li Huawang was attempting something similar to separating a conjoined twin, which was an incredibly difficult feat. "Amitba, benefactor, what are you doing?" the abbot asked upon seeing the bizarre scene in the forest. An unfriendly-looking Daoist was hanging between trees using his tentacles and was gouging out his own flesh using a knife. It was a bizarre sight indeed. The blood flowing down Li Huawang dyed the ground red. After learning about Li Huawang's predicament, the abbot placed his hands together and bowed slightly to him. "Amitba, benefactor heir, you should have told me earlier. I can help you with this." Li Huawang stopped cutting off his flesh and stared at the old monk. "You? Really? Do you even know what kind of trouble I'm having here?" "Amitba, Ratnasambhava from Srimit of the southern Pure Land enlightens the masses. The flesh on their body is limitless, signifying their unbounded kindness. Our body is just a vessel, And since our benefactor is a kind person, Ratnasambhava will bless and protect you. Ratnasambhava. Li Huolong frowned. He didn't trust the abbot completely, but he still said, "Are you thinking of making me give birth to Li Sui like the eunuchs?" "Oh, we won't. Benefactor, please wear your clothes and follow me," Qian Du said. Li Huolong wore his clothes and allowed Qian Du to guide the way for him. They met up with the two other monks, and Qian Du discussed the problem with them. Qian Du then asked Li Huolong to sit on the ground. Afterward, the three monks orbited Li Huolong while playing the wooden fish at a specific speed. Shi Luo sung he mu ku yi du lu fa shi yi da, E11 Li. As the three chanted a bizarre and complicated mantra, Li Huolong felt his scalp becoming itchy. He scratched his head and was surprised to find that he had scratched off a chunk of his scalp. Moreover, he could feel himself sloughing away slowly. He looked down at himself and finally understood how those girls in vases were made. Li Huolong and Li Sui were separating slowly. At the sight, Qian Du took off the prayer beads around his neck and hurled them to the mass of flesh composed of both Li Huolong and Li Sui. A reverse swastika, made out of golden light, appeared on Li Huolong. Li Sui rapidly separated from Li Huolong until she was out. The chanting slowed down, and Li Huolong soon found himself in his original body. However, Li Sui was no longer inside of him. The blind Li Huolong looked around with his empty eye sockets. Sui, give me an eyeball." Li Sui obliged. Li Huolong accepted the eyeball and shoved it into his eye socket. He could finally see again. He looked down at himself once again and saw that he was unharmed. It seems that the techniques of the righteous monastery can be incredibly useful, Li Huolong thought before saying, "Thank you. I owe you one." "Amitba, no need to thank us. We are simply repaying your kindness and kindness. You gave us alms, so think of this as repaying what you gave us last time." Li Huolong approached Li Sui and looked down at the skinless dog, sporting some tentacles. "Are you okay? Do you feel anything missing from you?" "Father, I'm fine." Li Sui hugged Li Huolong and smiled happily. "Benefactor heir, is this the evil entity that you're rearing? It's a meritorious deed. Back in the righteous monastery, we have many evil entities following the Buddha's teachings." "They're following the Buddha's teachings?" Li Huolong asked, frowning. "Do they become like those pigs and cows that helped your monks cultivate?" Qian Du wasn't angry at Li Huolong's provocation. He merely smiled and rotated the prayer beads in his hands. "Your body is still unstable. Try not to move around too much these days." "I understand." Li Huolong picked up his belongings and left the forest. Qian Du and the two monks followed suit. Since they were willing to help him, Li Huolong was now looking at them in a brand new light. "Abbot, I apologize for my rudeness. There's another righteous monastery here in the Liang Kingdom, and I had a fight with them last time, so I don't really have a good impression of the righteous monastery." "Oh, why is that?" "I had a strayed one friend, but the monks wanted to stop my friend from leaving with his life. They were really despicable, much more despicable than you." Qian Du shook his head lightly and said, "Benefactor, you're wrong. I'd do the same if I were in their shoes." Li Huolong's expression froze. "Why? Aren't strayed ones human beings as well? Why kill them without any hesitation?" "Amitba, a strayed one is a human being, but they have to be removed for the sake of the world, or they'd harm many people. Also, a strayed one's body is a natural treasure. We can refine them into artifacts or weapons that we can either use or exchange for other goods that will allow us to save even more people. Benefactor heir, what do you think? Isn't that a kind deed?" Li Huolong wordlessly stared at Qian Du before looking away and walking away. Translator's thoughts. Can't forget his accomplice Taishan Shi. Credits to Guzi de Lan Chi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 627, Strike Tree Flowers. The sunset was so red that it was like a fire that had set the skies ablaze. It was so red that it made Li Sui appear as if she were blushing. She was sitting on horseback just behind her father, and she was examining her new body. She was in another woman's body, and it was a slightly older and uglier body than the body she usually wore. The black cloth on her shoulder indicated that the deceased woman was a Dharma sect follower. She was one of Li Huolong's ambushers. Li Sui chose this body, as the body had a skirt that she could use to hide her true form, which was a skinless dog. Li Sui could have just traveled while staying inside Li Huolong, but she had become afraid of staying inside her father for an extended period of time, especially after what had transpired last time. She didn't want her father to go through that procedure again, as she didn't want to hurt him. The horse stopped just then, prompting Li Sui to peek out from her father's back. There were many houses ahead of them. "It's getting dark. Let's rest at this station." We can travel tomorrow to Yinling City. 1. Fo Yulu showed her identity plate to the station master and his subordinate, and they immediately snapped to attention. They made sure to give Fo Yulu the hospitality they deserved as members of the Surveillance Bureau. The Surveillance Bureau was even more important than regular soldiers around here. Night fell, and they brought out food for Fo Yulu and her group to eat. They even made vegetarian meals for the monks. Li Sui was sitting on a bench with a pair of chopsticks in hand. She swept her gaze across the others to try and imitate how they were using 2 wooden sticks to grab food. Li Sui had never really bothered attempting to learn how to use a chopstick, as she'd either use her tentacles to eat her food or simply use her mouth. Here, eat the egg. You don't need the chopsticks for it, Li Huang said. He drank a mouthful of the lamb soup and tore off the black cloth on Li Sui's shoulder. Li Sui nodded and took the bowl with eggs in it. Beneath the shocked gaze of the station master, Li Sui devoured the eggs with their shells. She devoured tins of eggs in one go, as if she were a snake. Li Sui disliked the eggs, as she thought they were tasteless. After filling up her stomach, she stood up and looked around curiously like a child, but nothing attracted her attention. She walked around and approached the window. Looking out the window, she saw the city next to the station. She also saw people walking down the streets, and she became curious about what they were doing. The city was evidently lively with many people going about on their own business. She looked back and saw her father talking to the bald woman. At the sight, Li Sui secretly made up her mind. Since her father was going to sleep here, she decided to visit the city and return back before her father woke up. Li Sui soon made her way into the city, and the city's lively atmosphere made her feel excited and happy. She loved the excitement here. Is it going to be the New Year soon? I love the New Year. The New Year celebrations have just ended, so this is just a regular festival, a pedestrian chimed in. Festival? Festivals are fun too, Li Sui exclaimed. She walked with the crowd and took in the scenery. There were many people at night, as there were performances all over the place. Li Sui saw people standing on high stilts while others were spitting fire out of their mouths. Li Sui followed the crowd until everyone stopped right in front of the city walls. Li Sui looked around and saw that the people seemed to be waiting for something. What's happening? Li Sui asked. Shou, they're about to strike the tree flowers. Be quiet. While Li Sui was wondering about what was about to happen, she saw an old man walking toward the edge of the city wall. The old man was frowning and was wearing a straw hat with an overall made from lamb fur. He was holding a hot bucket filled with molten metal. The old man scooped a small portion of the molten metal and threw it forcefully at the city walls. Drops of red and orange exploded upon impact, showering the sky with sparks. The molten metal emitted a yellow and orange light as it splattered into the air. It looked like a canopy of flowers had appeared in the sky. The old man hurled the molten metal nonstop, so the dazzling shower was nonstop. 2. Wow, it's so pretty, Li Sui exclaimed with her eyes glued to the beautiful scene, just like everyone else. The beautiful flowers appeared again and again in the night sky, and Li Sui enjoyed it a lot. She had never seen anything so pretty before. When the performance was over, the people sighed and left the city wall. Striking tree flowers is pretty, but it's a shame that they don't have any music and performers to go along with it. Its true beauty will only appear by then. The fiery sparks lit up the dark skies, the scent of molten steel, the instruments going along with the beat, the performers singing and aligning the chorus with the flowers, a scholar lamented while shaking his head. Then, he sighed and walked past Li Sui. Li Sui didn't care what the scholar was talking about, as she only cared about one thing, learning it. She wanted to learn it to show it to her father and mother. Li Sui was sure that they had never seen something like that before. Can you tell me how to strike tree flowers? I want to show it to my father, Li Sui exclaimed, rushing at the old man to stop him from leaving. However, the old man didn't even look at her. We don't teach girls. The old man walked past Li Sui, but she stopped him again, asking, Why? Why can't you teach me? Because you're a girl. You. The old man stopped upon seeing Li Sui's face, which was finally illuminated by the faint moonlight. An ayah? An ayah? The old man exclaimed. His trembling hands covered in scars and boils grabbed Li Sui's shoulders. Teach me. It was so pretty. My father will definitely like it. The old man cried, seemingly unable to hold back his tears. The old man nodded vigorously, and his voice was trembling as he said, Sure. I'll teach you. I will teach you everything. Really? That's great. How do I learn it? Do I need to read books to learn it? Li Sui asked. Come here. Follow me, the old man exclaimed, pulling Li Sui to his house. Li Sui soon arrived at the old man's house, which was made out of clay. The old man excitedly pushed the door open and shouted, "My wife! My dear wife! Look who's back!" An old woman inside the house was painstakingly trying to thread a needle under the weak flames of a small candle. Upon hearing the old man's words, she licked the needle and placed it in between her black and white hair. "Who is it?" The old woman turned around and was stunned upon seeing Li Sui's face. She even rubbed her eyes as if she couldn't believe what she was staring at. Li Sui smiled and nodded. "I'm here to learn how to strike tree flowers." The old woman smacked her knees and cried out loud before hugging Li Sui tightly. Her chest heaved strongly as she sobbed and cried. "Sob, Mayan sob. You must have had a hard life." Li Sui had no idea what she was talking about, but she found the old woman's actions to be quite similar to the Liu family's performance. With that, Li Sui turned around and stared at the crying old man. "Do we have to do this to learn strike tree flowers?" 1. A station in ancient times was a place where officials could exchange horses and rest for the night. Kinda like motels with a petrol station in modern times. 2. Striking tree flowers is a performance where molten iron was flung against city walls to create a shower of sparks, a pseudo-fireworks in a sense. Chapter 628, An Iyer, come. Sit near the stove. Let's drink some sugar water and eat some dry persimmons. You loved eating sweet things when you were younger, so we made sure that sweets were always available for you. Maybe you want to eat meat instead? Didn't you like eating meat? Let me go get some for you. Your mother will cook it for you." The old man and old woman orbited Li Sui, frantically taking care of her. The smile on their lips never once disappeared as they offered anything they could offer. "Wait, how did you manage to come back here? I heard that beast sold you. We're having a festival here." The old man lightly kicked the old woman, interrupting her. "Don't even mention that beast today. We can just talk about it tomorrow." Li Sui had no idea what the two were talking about, so she was starting to become impatient. "Didn't you say that you were going to teach me how to strike tree flowers? I want to learn it." "Of course. Come, I'll teach you now," the old man said, nodding furiously. Then, he led Li Sui deeper into the house. He pulled open a curtain riddled with burnt holes and showed the back half of the house to Li Sui. Li Sui was surprised to see that the back half of the house was a smithy. Clearly, the couple was only living in the front part of the house. Only us blacksmiths can strike tree flowers. Do you know why? It's because only we can have enough molten metal to do so." The old man threw several charcoal biscuits into the forge, which was emitting a dim red color. Then, he took out the forge blower and used it to raise the temperature of the forge. The charcoal gradually turned red beneath the wind, and the heat increased steadily. The old man turned to Li Sui while fanning the flames, saying, "We cannot charge less than 200 coins to perform the strike tree flower once. Molten metal is expensive. You must remember to charge at least 200 coins for each performance." When the old man sensed that the temperature was right, he placed a crucible into the burning charcoal. A variety of metals was in the crucible, such as discarded horseshoes and rusted knives. "We need to charge them for the metal we use, too. Of course, you can just grab some scrap metal instead of buying decent ones. That way, you'll be able to save a lot of money." Li Sui's gaze was fixed on the burning furnace, and she looked like she couldn't hear the old man's explanation. The old man happily took off his lamb fur coat and smiled upon seeing that his daughter was seriously trying to learn how to strike tree flowers. "She's looking at me just like how she did in the past. Back then, she'd always sit there and watch me work throughout the entire day." However, the old woman noticed something amiss and approached the old man. "Husband, what's going on? I feel like something is weird. I feel like An has become a different person." The old man glared at the old woman while fanning the flames. He glanced at Li Sui and whispered, "What do you mean weird? It's already a miracle that she made it back alive in one piece. What else can we even wish for? Anyway, be quiet." The old man grabbed some good quality charcoal and crushed it before tossing it into the crucible. You need to remember to put some charcoal into the crucible. The metal will melt faster that way." "I understand," Li Sui said, sounding serious. The metals inside the crucible turned red before melting altogether. Soon, Li Sui saw the same bucket of molten metal from the performance earlier. "Move aside. I'll pour the molten metal into that bucket. This isn't a lot, but it's surprisingly heavy." The old man gritted his teeth and used 2 hands to carry the bucket of molten metal toward the city walls. You must toss it high up into the air, and you need to use a lot of force. Otherwise, the molten metal will fall on your head." The dazzling display of the strike tree flowers appeared once more. Li Sui's eyes lit up in excitement at the sight. It's so pretty. The old man was energized upon seeing Li Sui's excitement. He tossed goblet after goblet of molten metal toward the city wall. Once the bucket no longer contained any molten metal, the panting old man walked up to Li Sui, asking, "Anir, how was it? Did you learn anything? I can do it again for you to see." "Yay, do it again." Li Sui happily nodded. She felt like she could watch it forever. "All right, then, let's go back and melt another bucket of metal," the old man exclaimed and led Li Sui back to his home. However, he had just taken a few steps when a thug with a tattoo on his arm stood in their way. "Father-in-law, I saw you striking tree flower from afar. It seems that you've profited quite a lot during this festival." The old man stood in front of Li Sui upon seeing the tattooed thug. Then, he raised the metal bucket up high and scolded, "You rascal! You already sold an Anir once. Are you not satisfied yet?" The old man's words made the tattooed thug realize the identity of the woman standing next to the former. The tattooed thug's eyes lit up when he saw Li Sui. "You actually managed to come back? And did you come back here because you've been missing your husband?" Scram! The old man roared and threw the metal bucket toward the tattooed thug. The latter retreated and avoided getting hit by it. "How dare you attack me, old man?" The tattooed thug was furious. He rolled up his sleeves and started beating up the old man. "You better listen to what I'm about to say, old man. Anir is married to me, so she's no longer a part of your family. I can sell or pawn her off anytime I want. I have the right to do so, and it doesn't matter even if the guards have already captured me once. Anir, run. Run back to the house," the old man shouted at Li Sui while defending himself against the tattooed thug. However, Li Sui remained unmoving. She cast a puzzled gaze at the scene as she tried to understand what was going on. Her father had never taught her anything like this, so she had no idea what was going on. A dull thud echoed as the old man collapsed to the ground. Li Sui saw that and stepped forward. "Why are you beating him? He taught me how to strike tree flowers. Stop beating him." The tattooed thug turned to Li Sui and replied, "Oh, so you've matured a bit after getting sold? Back then, you wouldn't even say anything while I was beating you up, but you've actually become daring enough to fight back?" Smack! The tattooed thug slapped Li Sui in the face. "What's up with that look? Do you want to get beaten up too?" Li Sui stared alternatingly between the injured old man and the tattooed thug. An unfamiliar feeling filled her chest. It was her first time experiencing this kind of emotion. Smack! The tattooed thug slapped her again and roared, "What are you doing standing here, you bitch? Go back home and wash my clothes. I want you to clean the house too." Chapter 629 Death. The two slaps made Li Sui's head jerk to the side, but she was in no pain because the head didn't belong to her. Li Sui had no idea what was going on, but one thing was for sure. There was a brand new emotion pervading her chest, anger. Li Sui slowly raised her hand and mimicked the tattooed thug, giving him a slap. The tattooed thug's lower jaw was dislocated, and his left cheek ballooned rapidly. The tattooed thug held one of his cheeks in disbelief. Anir had not only gotten even stronger, but she could even fight back now. "I'll kill you," Li Sui said, slapping him again. The tattooed thug's head started buzzing at the slap. The next moment, he snapped back to reality and held his dislocated jaw in place before running away. Li Sui didn't chase after the tattooed thug. She bent down and helped the old man up. The old man ignored his wounds and looked at Li Sui. "Anir, are you all right? Is your face fine?" Li Sui could now sense emotions, so she could sense the worry behind the old man's voice. However, Li Sui was confused upon hearing the old man's words. "Who's Anir? My name is Li Sui, not Anir." No. You are Anir. You are my daughter." The old man shook his head furiously and pulled Li Sui toward his home. Li Sui looked down at her clothes and realized what was happening. The old man had mistaken her for his deceased daughter. Li Sui wanted to explain, but for some reason, she felt like she wasn't supposed to explain anything. Soon, they returned to the smithy part of the old man's house. Li Sui sat near the furnace and stared at the old couple taking care of her. She felt comfortable, but she didn't know what to do. This place was indeed familiar to her. As she stared at the talking couple, a scene flashed by Li Sui's mind. It was a scene from the memories of the late Anir. Li Sui felt like she had become Anir. As the hustle and bustle of the streets disappeared, Li Sui knew that it was about time for her to leave, or Li Huang would be worried sick. However, Li Sui was feeling conflicted. Something rose in her heart, and it tried to stop her from leaving, but she knew that she had to go. After all, she was Li Sui, not an heir. Li Sui put down the bowl of sugar water and said, I'm not an heir. An heir is dead. I'm sorry. The elderly couple froze. The old man frantically said, An heir? Don't say such inauspicious words. Did you hit your head on the way here? I'll go and find a doctor for you. Realizing that the old couple still wouldn't believe her, Li Sui lifted her skirt, revealing a writhing mass of black tentacles and Li Sui's skinless dog skull. The next moment, an heir parted open like a flower, revealing Li Sui's true body. Li Sui opened her mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth to the couple. I'm not an heir. I'm Li Sui. The real an heir is dead. The elderly couple seemed frozen and was staring at Li Sui in disbelief. What's wrong? Li Sui extended her tentacles to touch them. To her surprise, the two fell backward to the ground. Just then, Li Sui suddenly felt like she had made a mistake, and a torrent of fear inundated her heart. It was an emotion that she didn't want to feel, as she couldn't accept that she had made a mistake so easily. Li Sui's expression changed into a helpless one as she stood frozen before the fallen elderly couple. She had seen many corpses before, but she had never been afraid of them like she was tonight. The fear in her heart forced her to move. She smashed the door open and ran toward the station where Li Huowang was located. Before she could travel far, she saw Li Huowang waiting for her at a corner. Li Sui was crying tears of blood as she hugged Li Huowang tightly. Then, she opened up a slit in Li Huowang's abdomen and snuck inside. Afterward, she closed her eyes and refused to think or listen to anything. Li Huowang said nothing. He pushed his hands slowly into his abdomen and patted Li Sui's head. The emotionless Li Sui was no longer emotionless, and the fact made Li Huowang realize that she had truly matured. Come, let's go back, Li Huowang said. He turned around and walked toward the station. After taking a few steps, he came to a halt and returned to the heart of the city. He had just remembered that he had something to do. He followed a set of footprints and soon made his way to an old wooden house. He kicked the wooden door open without even knocking. Fuck! Which bastard? The tattooed thug exclaimed and slapped the table in fury. He was in the middle of applying medicine on himself, but Li Huowang's intrusion had interrupted him. However, he dared not speak upon seeing Li Huowang's appearance. Clanging noises echoed as Li Huowang revealed his bag of torture tools. Choose one, or do you want me to choose for you? What's wrong? You don't like these? That's fine too. Li Huowang put away his bag of torture tools and pounced on the tattooed thug. The tattooed thug let out an agonized scream as Li Huowang bit his ear and tore it apart. How dare you bully my daughter? You fucking scoundrel. Die. When Li Huowang opened his eyes in the station, it was already the next morning. He groped around and noticed that Li Sui had emerged from his abdomen. He turned around and saw Li Sui sitting like a dog, staring at the sky outside. Are you alright? Li Huowang asked as he stood up. He washed up at the copper basin in the corner. However, Li Sui ignored him, which was quite rare. She sat still like a statue in the corner of the room. After placing the towel on the rack, Li Huowang walked up to Li Sui and stared at her face. He picked off a scab from his body and shook it in front of her. However, Li Sui didn't eat it. Li Huowang then realized that last night's event had left a deep impression on Li Sui. She was no longer the clueless Li Sui who had no idea that Li Huowang would die without a head. Li Huowang sat on the chair and was about to say something to console her when he saw her looking at him. Father, don't die, okay? Li Huowang had no idea what she was talking about, but he still nodded after seeing her determined face. All right, I promise you that I won't die. Li Sui hugged Li Huowang tightly, using her 2 paws and tentacles. Father, I think I finally know what death means. I don't want you to die, and I don't want mother and second mother to die too. I will do my best to protect everyone. Li Sui exclaimed, sounding emotional. Don't worry, we've been through a lot. I'm not going to die so easily. Just then, Lu Zongyuan opened the door and entered. However, he froze upon seeing that Li Huowang was wrapped in tentacles. What is it? Speak quickly. It's morning. Ji Xiang told us to move out now, Lu Zongyuan said and immediately left the room. Li Huowang's expression turned solemn as he squeezed himself out of Li Sui's embrace. Li Sui, follow me. We should be able to reach Yinling City by today. Li Sui hurried to follow him, but she also picked up the scab on the ground and ate it. Her tentacles quivered and changed ever so slightly as she chewed on the scab. Chapter 630, Daoist. The sound of horse hooves faded gradually as Li Huowang looked up at the oppressive city wall. It took them an entire day, but they finally reached Yinling City. It wasn't Li Huowang's first visit to the city, as he had come here when Hongda had vouched for him to enter the surveillance bureau. The city was second only to Shangjing when it came to prosperity and liveliness. It was evening, so the city gates were being closed. Fo Yulu saw the closing gates and picked up the pace. The horse raised up its forelegs and flung the door open. Surveillance bureau. Open up and let us through. Li Huowang pulled Li Sui closer to him as he followed closely behind Fo Yulu. Li Sui had returned to wearing straws. No matter what Li Huowang said, Li Sui refused to wear another human skin again. Meanwhile, their plan remained unchanged, which was to find Blind Chun at the city god temple. However, there was an informant near the city gates. They had just entered Yinling City when they were intercepted by the informant. The informant was dressed like a Daoist apprentice. They leaped down from a nearby roof and landed on Fo Yulu's carriage. The informant then whispered something into Fo Yulu's ears before turning around to leave. Fo Yulu pulled the reins and moved in a direction that was completely opposite of the city god temple. I thought we were going to look for Blind Chin. What's up with the change of plans? Li Huowang chased after Fo Yulu and asked. That's because Chief Zheng is looking for us. He has decided to personally oversee such an important matter. He's also stronger than Blind Chun. Chief Zheng? Who is that? Where will we be meeting him? Inside the city. I thought you were a surveillance bureau member long ago. There's a secret entrance to the surveillance bureau in Yinling City. Don't tell me that you don't know where it is. Unfortunately, Li Huowang had no idea, as he dared not go there without the spindle made out of the muddled one's hair. He didn't want to expose his identity as a strayed one, so he maintained a safe distance from anything related to the surveillance bureau. Where is it? Li Huowang asked, sounding annoyed. He hated Fo Yulu's tendency to beat around the bush. At the exquisite pagoda. Li Huowang stared at the exquisite pagoda in the distance. He recalled that it was the specialty of Yinling City. The prostitutes with the blue porcelain tattoos could only be found here as well. Li Huowang frowned, asking, is the exquisite pagoda part of the surveillance bureau's businesses? He could still remember how they used the women of the exquisite pagoda. In order to prevent any information leak, they'd use deaf and mute prostitutes. However, Li Huowang wasn't convinced that they'd find girls born deaf and mute. Ho, do you really think that the surveillance bureau will stoop so low? I really am surprised to know that you were once part of them. Li Huowang relaxed a bit until Fo Yulu explained. The exquisite pagoda's boss would pay tribute to the palace. He's also a merchant who belongs to the royal family. So to be precise, the exquisite pagoda is the royal family's business. Fuck. Li Huowang looked at the exquisite pagoda with a complicated look on his face. He never thought that the human-eating pagoda belonged to Gao Zhijian. Just then, Li Huowang ran past a bookshop. He jumped down and grabbed a brush from a scholar before writing down a letter. After pinning the letter, he chased after Fo Yulu and saw that she was dragging He Xinlai toward an inn next to the exquisite pagoda. Li Huowang glanced at the girls inside the pagoda before chasing after Fo Yulu. The mission was more important, but he still wrote a letter to Gao Zhijian. He wanted Gao Zhijian to deal with the exquisite pagoda. The inn wasn't large, but the security inside was tight. Li Huowang felt 3 sets of gazes looking at him the moment he entered the place. They walked past the rooms and soon found an open door with a bronze mask that symbolized the surveillance bureau. They walked down the steps, and Li Huowang noticed that the surveillance bureau here was also built underground just like Shangjing's surveillance bureau. Is Chief Zheng better than me at interrogation? Who is he? Li Huowang asked as they walked down the spiral corridor. Fo Yulu didn't say anything when He Xinlai spat coldly. He was still feisty, even though he had become a human stick. Palace dogs. Stop dreaming about trying to get information through me. I have the protection of God Yuer, and we'd rather die than concede to you. He Xinlai exclaimed. Really? You'd rather die? Then why did that shorty run away? Wasn't he from the Dharma sect, too? The fearless He Xinlai scowled and resentfully said, Taishan Shi is not loyal to God Yuer. He will never go to where God Yuer is after his death. He'll go down to hell and be boiled in a pot of burning oil for eternity. Fo Yulu extended her hands and placed several Buddhas the size of her finger into He Xinlai's mouth. You'll when you see him, and I think you'll find him familiar, Fo Yulu said. Really? Li Huowang was confused. He combed through his memories and found nothing. However, Li Huowang soon understood the meaning behind Fo Yulu's words. It turned out that Chief Zheng was the chief of Si Chi's surveillance bureau, Zheng Boqiao. It was the same Daoist who placed the lotus root on his head last time. Zheng Buoqiao was sitting on a cushion as he faced the 3 statues in front of him with his eyes closed. Chief Zheng, we caught one of the grand witches of the Dharma sect, Fo Yulu said before doing a quick recount. However, Zheng Buoqiao didn't even look at her. He remained seated, just like the statues depicting different deities around him. Zheng Buoqiao was patient, but Li Huolong was not. What are you doing? Stop wasting time. The Dharma sect of the Qi kingdom has arrived in the Liang kingdom. Do you want this place to end up like the Qi kingdom? Zheng Buoqiao opened his eyes and gulped. He took his horsetail whisk and turned around to stare at Li Huolong. Daoist Li, we're from the same discipline, so why can't you hold in the 6 angers? Your cultivation is lacking. Li Huolong didn't respond, but Zheng Buoqiao was not angry at all. He turned to the abbot of the righteous monastery. Without sparing Xiaohai even a single glance. Abbot, it must have been a difficult journey. Ba, we had a pleasant journey. I'm sure that you need some time to adjust to the Liang kingdom. I mean, this is your first time here, right? If you need anything, just tell us. The surveillance bureau will do its best to accommodate you. Anyway, I know an unoccupied place with decent feng shui. Why not rebuild your temple there for now? Chapter 631 Answer. The abbot quickly put his palms together. Chief Zheng was courteous to him, so he returned the gesture in kind, saying, Ba, benefactor, you are too kind, but I fear that I won't be able to accept such a grand gift. Don't worry, it's just a tiny gift. There's nobody living on that land to begin with. Zheng Buoqiao was abnormally kind to the abbot. Li Huolong instantly realized what Zheng Buoqiao was doing upon seeing his courteous demeanor. The Liang Kingdom's Surveillance Bureau was trying to recruit the sects of the Qi Kingdom. It was a good plan, and it would increase the number of their allies against the Liang Kingdom's Dharma sect. It's fine. We shall leave it at that. Since this is your first time here, I've booked a table at the Rainflower Restaurant. I heard that their vegetarian dishes there are good, so I hope you will join me. Ba, you are too kind. I've already eaten today. Abbot, the food has been prepared. Don't you think it would be a shame to waste the food? Zheng Buoqiao was about to pull Chandu away when Li Huolong stood in their way. Chief Zheng, don't you think you've forgotten something here? Li Huolong asked, sounding frustrated. You haven't forgotten to interrogate this witch of the Dharma sect because you can't wait to recruit a key figure of one of the Qi Kingdom's sects, right? In fact, Li Huolong had never seen Zheng Buoqiao being so talkative. Daoist Li, there's no reason to be hasty. How long can a meal take? Can you do it or not? If you can't do it, then I will do it myself. Sensing Li Huolong's anger, Chandu intervened. Daoist, we can eat anytime. This matter is indeed more important. Seeing that even Chandu thought that the interrogation was more important than a meal, Zheng Buoqiao sighed and brandished his horsetail whisk before walking toward the human stick on the ground. Daoist Li, the Dharma sect has long been a headache to us, and we know very well that we can't be too hasty when it comes to matters involving them. Do you really think that a single grand witch will give us enough information to destroy the entire Dharma sect? Li Huolong understood that it wouldn't be that easy, but he was still angry that Zheng Buoqiao had actually decided to postpone the issue. Eventually, Li Huolong took a step back upon seeing that Zheng Buoqiao had changed his mind. Fo Yulu retrieved the golden Buddhas from Xiaohai's mouth. Before anyone could react, Xiaohai spat his saliva and blood at Zheng Buoqiao. Rather than avoiding it, Zheng Buoqiao snatched the saliva out of midair and shoved it into his mouth. Li Huolong frowned at the sight. However, it wasn't over yet. Zheng Buoqiao tore off some of Xiaohai's hair before consuming it with some white fibers that he had plucked from his horsetail whisk. What are you doing? Li Huolong asked, repulsed by Zheng Buoqiao's actions. I'm refining a pill. Zheng Buoqiao prayed to the 3 clay deities in front of him before grabbing a fistful of ashes from the incense burner and eating it. Refining pills? Li Huolong knew how to refine pills. He had learned it from Dan Yangzi, but he had never seen such a method of refining pills. Using external objects to refine pills results in external pills, and it's not the best method to refine pills. I'm using my body to refine pills. That way, I can turn anything into medicine, as every single refinement will result in internal pills. It's a superior method compared to using external objects to refine pills, Zheng Buoqiao explained as he walked up to Li Huolong. Before Li Huolong could react, Zheng Buoqiao swept his horsetail whisk around Li Huolong before chanting something in a low voice. When Li Huolong felt the air around him moving around, Zheng Buoqiao made several hand seals and placed his face near Li Huolong. Then, he took in a deep breath sucking in something invisible until his face turned purple, with veins bulging all over his forehead. "What are you doing?" Zheng Guoqiao opened his mouth slightly and whispered in the lowest voice possible. "You are a strayed one. What do you think I'm doing here?" Zheng Guoqiao then sat down with his legs crossed. A wisp of white smoke floated out of his head as he sat still like a statue. Li Huolong finally realized what Zheng Guoqiao was doing. He was actually refining pills. I wonder what sect he's from. Using one's own body to refine pills is just too weird. An hour later, Zheng Guoqiao opened his mouth and spat out the pill. The pill was a ball of pulsating meat covered in stomach acid. Zheng Guoqiao stood up with the pill in hand and started walking toward Xinlai. Xinlai panicked at the sight and hurriedly bit down. Unfortunately, Li Huolong had removed all of his teeth to ensure that he wouldn't be able to commit suicide by biting his tongue. Xinlai tried his best to resist, but it was to no avail. Once the pill had made its way into Xinlai's stomach, his eyes rolled up, and he started convulsing. Li Huolong was eager to see what was going to happen next, but Xinlai's figure abruptly became stiff. He was dead. Before anyone could say anything, Zheng Guoqiao took out a small fan and used one hand to make some seals while chanting. The head as Tai, and the feet as the heavenly pillar. The organs form the armor that protects the heavenly door. Summon the Big Dipper and roar. All souls shall follow the orders. Xinlai's brain shrunk in an instant, and the meat pill that was fed to him forcefully suddenly jumped out of Xinlai's shrunken mouth. Zheng Guoqiao grabbed it in midair and examined it. The meat pill had gotten larger. Zheng Guoqiao swallowed the pill and closed his eyes as if he was trying to sense something. Realizing that Zheng Guoqiao was indeed a man of multiple talents, Li Huolong stopped panicking and waited patiently for the outcome. 10 minutes later, Zheng Guoqiao opened his eyes. Li Huolong asked him, "How is it?" He's not the leader of the Dharma sect. The leader is not going to be captured so easily. Still, there's some useful information hidden in his brain. He knows some of the secret bases of the Dharma sect here in the Liang Kingdom. Moreover, it seems that they are biding their time and hiding, which means they have no intention of fighting us head-on. What about Taishan Shi? Anything about him? Li Huolong asked. Li Huolong could still remember Chan Du's words about Taishan Shi was the most dangerous among those who had inadvertently ended up in the Liang Kingdom. Taishan Shi. Let me think. Zheng Guoqiao paced around. Soon, he stopped and said, "He doesn't know anything. Taishan Shi was the one who found him, and Taishan Shi is a very careful and meticulous man. He never exposes any information about himself unless it's necessary." Alone Taishan Shi shouldn't be that dangerous. I think it's more important to know how the Dharma sect ended up becoming an ally of that old lama from Qing Qiu. I think that matter requires our attention more than this issue. Translator's thoughts. Checking my fan art stash and found out that I haven't introduced you guys to Fo Yulu yet. So here she is. Credits to Guzi de Lan Chi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 632, Antrabhara Temple. Qing Qiu's Lama. Li Huolong could still remember the black lama with 3 heads and 6 arms, and he could still remember how each of the black lama's heads represented a unique death. Are you saying that the lama from Qing Qiu is working with the Dharma sect? Li Huolong asked, his expression becoming serious upon realizing the gravity of the situation. If God Yuer's heavenly Tao was darkness, while the black-skinned, one, lama worshipped death, there's a possibility that the lama wanted to use the natural disaster caused by God Yuer to bring everyone to death. It made sense. Although the Dharma sect was considered an evil sect by both the royal family and the surveillance bureau, there would always be people willing to work with such a ruthless sect. They were living in a crazy world, after all. That might not be the case. Many masters from the Antrabhara, too, temple have decided to join the surveillance bureau of Qing Qiu. This was Li Huolong's first time hearing of the Antrabhara temple, and it was apparently the sect where the lamas had come from. Antrabhara temple. Li Huolong recalled the half-man and half-sheep people being laid orderly on Qing Qiu's lush grass meadows. A sect worshipping death meant nothing but bad news to Li Huolong. Could it be that the Antrabhara temple has complete control over the surveillance bureau of Qing Qiu? Doesn't that mean that the entire Qing Qiu is under the control of the Dharma sect? Li Huolong said unconsciously. Fo Yulu trembled at the idea that Li Huolong had brought up. If it was true, the entire Liang Kingdom was in danger. Attacks from the inside and the outside at the same time were incredibly dangerous and difficult to handle. Zheng Guoqiao swung his horsetail whisk, creating a crackling noise. That's not the case. The reason Qian Pin was away for so long was that he was trying to convince the Surveillance Bureau to unite and work together. If there really were a problem with the Surveillance Bureau in Qing Qiu, he would have discovered it at that time. Qian Pin. Li Huawang could still remember how Qian Pin had left the city urgently at the time when Li Huawang wanted his help to deal with the sitting Oblivion Dao before. It was only when Shai Zi had taken control over the Dragon Vein that Qian Pin came back. He had been wondering what business was more urgent than saving the city, but it turned out that Qian Pin's task at the time was truly more important. Zheng Buoqiao muttered and stared at Li Huawang. Daoist Li, there's no need for you to worry, Zheng Buoqiao said. The Surveillance Bureau has sent someone to go and investigate this matter. You're right. Things are going to become dangerous if the Dharma sect from the Qi Kingdom manages to make contact with the Dharma sect from the Liang Kingdom. Through the pill that I've extracted from Xinlai's brain, I learned the location of some of their big bases. We might be able to find high-ranking officials of the Dharma sect in those places. If you're free, how about you volunteer to raid those places and go see the results for yourselves? Li Huawang's face stiffened, and he proceeded to re-evaluate Zheng Buoqiao. It was true that he had come here to help the Surveillance Bureau eradicate the Dharma sect and obtain some information as well, but now, he had a feeling that Zheng Buoqiao was trying to distract him. Was there something wrong with the Antrabhara temple? Chief Zheng, you know that I'm related to the Emperor. He has ordered me to go around the Liang Kingdom to observe the situation, and I'm sure you know that hiding something from him is treason. Daoist Li, that's not true. This is a matter relating to the Surveillance Bureau. I fear that the Emperor doesn't have any right to interfere in this. The Emperor cannot do anything, but it doesn't mean that he has to remain ignorant, Li Huawang said. He became even more suspicious of Zheng Buoqiao's attempt to change the subject. Zheng Buoqiao sighed, and he looked as if he had decided to relent as he said, Fine. Once the informants come back from Qing Qiu, we should be able to get some information about the Antrabhara temple. We will then submit a report to the Emperor. What do you think? Will he help stop the invasion of the Dharma sect by then? Looking at the people around him, Li Huawang decided not to pressure them any longer. Every single one of them was living in the Liang Kingdom, so the Dharma sect was a problem that they had to resolve together. How can you say that, Chief Zheng? I live in the Liang Kingdom as well, and I am a member of the Surveillance Bureau. I will never refuse when it comes to eradicating the Dharma sect. I guess I made a mistake. Anyway, let's not waste more time. I will write down their exact location, and let's work together to make sure that they won't be able to run away. Zheng Buoqiao approached the incense burner and grabbed another fistful of ashes. He used it to quickly write something on the ground. Soon, several addresses written appeared on the ground. Most of them were villages at the borders of the Liang Kingdom. It seemed that the Dharma sect was operating just like the White Lotus sect. They disguise themselves as regular people and hide in the border towns to avoid attracting any attention. After writing the addresses, Zheng Buoqiao swung his horsetail whisk toward the addresses. The ashes converged and transformed into a small pile of ashes on his palm. Zheng Buoqiao took the pile of ashes and handed it over to Li Huawang. I am versed in refining pills. Daoist Li, stay here for a bit. Let me give you some pills that will heal your wounds. Li Huawang grabbed the pile of ashes and stashed it in his pocket before turning around to leave. No need. I don't like pills, he said. He wanted to do things by himself alone, and he did not want to team up with the Surveillance Bureau for this mission. After all, there was a chance that they had an ulterior motive. The Bureau will send people to locate them. If you run into each other, just reveal your name to them, and they will show you the way. Zheng Buoqiao shouted at Li Huawang. Li Huawang didn't respond and simply left with Li Sui. Once Li Sui and Li Huawang were no longer in sight, Zheng Buoqiao turned to Fou Yulu and said, He doesn't have the same mission as us. We can recruit him, but be careful whenever you interact with him. Fou Yulu nodded. I understand. He is related to the royal family, and he doesn't belong to the Surveillance Bureau at all. Zheng Buoqiao shook his head and said, No, I'm afraid that he's not affiliated with His Majesty. They were discussing secrets here, but Zheng Buoqiao had no intention of letting the abbot out of the loop. Fou Yulu was slightly taken aback. He's not affiliated with His Majesty? Then, who is he working with? Is he a spy from the Dharma sect? Calm down. There's no need to talk about him for now. We still have more important matters to handle. Of course, it's always good to be prudent. The next time you have to work with him, you must notify me as soon as possible. I understand. With that, Zheng Buoqiao bowed to the abbot with a smile, saying, Master Chandu, these affairs have been settled, so let us proceed to have our meals. Amitba. Thank you for the meal, benefactor, Chandu said. He then put his palms together and bowed. 1. Black-skinned here doesn't refer to the pigment, but instead how the skin turns dark after a person dies and rots/mummified. 2. In Buddhism, there is a period of 49 days before someone gets reincarnated after death. Think of it as a temporary limbo. Chapter 633, Hospital. Li Huolong was inside a clean ward with white walls. There was a cup of water in his hands, and he showed it to Wu Cheng. Then, he opened his other hand, revealing several yellow and green pills. Moments later, he hurled the pills into his mouth and swallowed them with some water. However, it wasn't over just yet. Li Huolong opened his mouth to reveal that he had swallowed every single pill. With the checkup done, Wu Cheng was about to exit the room when Li Huolong stopped him, asking, "Aren't those pills expensive? I don't mind eating pills like these if it gives both you and Donglai assurance, but I'm not an idiot who's going to take every expensive pill that you prescribe." Hee. Wu Cheng chuckled. "I'm not kidding. I know that something like that happens frequently in private hospitals. If you're free, you should go outside and walk around. Walk under the sun and make some new friends while you're at it. You might get discharged sooner than you think that way." Wu Cheng took out a key from his white robe and unlocked Li Huolong's leg cuffs. Li Huolong smiled slightly at the sight, knowing that he was one step closer to getting discharged. Soon, Li Huolong was left alone, and he started pacing around his room. As much as he didn't want to listen to Wu Cheng, the latter was right. There was nothing in his room except for a bed. Li Huolong wouldn't be able to do anything here other than sleeping or daydreaming. He walked out of his room and found that the corridor was full of activity. Even though most of the patients didn't want to get close to Li Huolong due to his reputation, their reaction toward him had improved significantly compared to last time. The patients with regular intervention sessions with Li Huolong could greet him now. "Bro, come here and watch TV with us in the hall. Titanic is playing, and a nude scene is coming up," the man suffering from manic syndrome shouted at Li Huolong. "I'm fine. I'm going out to get some sun," Li Huolong replied. Although he had refused, he could understand why the man suffering from manic syndrome was so excited. The latter's condition had stabilized, after all, and he'd soon get discharged. In a mental hospital, the patients were only looking forward to two things: family visits and getting discharged. Li Huolong made his way to the small garden behind the hospital. He sat on the ground and closed his eyes, enjoying the warm sunlight. He emptied his mind and refused to think about anything related to the hospital or mental disorders. Right now, Li Huolong wanted nothing more than to enjoy this brief respite. At the time, he felt like the entire world was against him. He encountered problems and difficulties one after another. Fortunately, he had persevered, which brought him to where he was today. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby, interrupting Li Huolong's moment of peace. He opened his eyes and saw several patients trying to grab something. Li Huolong walked over and saw a skinny girl and a young man. They were trying to snatch the apple of another patient. "This is mine. This is mine." The patient tried his best to defend his apple. Li Huolong was familiar with him. Everyone described him as the dullest patient in the hospital. The young man grabbed the apple with both hands and pulled hard. Once the apple was in his hands, he turned around and ran into the building with the skinny girl next to him. However, Li Huolong appeared in their way and said, "Give me that apple." The youth was shocked upon seeing Li Huolong's cuffed hands, and then he was scared upon realizing that Li Huolong had murdered someone prior to getting admitted to this hospital. Okay, it's yours," the young man exclaimed, throwing the apple to Li Huolong before running away, abandoning his partner. Li Huolong snatched the apple out of midair and read the name written on the paper pasted to it. It turned out that the dullest patient in the hospital was named Gao Zhijian. Li Huolong walked up to the crying Gao Zhijian and gave him the apple. Thank you," Gao Zhijian exclaimed. He was naive and innocent, and he immediately stopped crying upon receiving his apple. He looked at Li Huolong with gratitude in his eyes. Li Huolong saw that and kindly advised, "The next time you get your own food, spit on it so others won't take it away from you. Do you understand?" Gao Zhijian nodded. Li Huolong turned around and entered the building. He coincidentally stumbled upon the depressed Zhao Ting. She had seen everything that had transpired. "Thank you for taking pity on him. The others have been bullying him because of his condition. I'm not pitying him at all, but I think he's going to get locked up in this private hospital for life. His parents must be rich, so they should be able to afford that. I did what I did because I hate bullies. His family is rich? Then, how come they haven't been visiting him?" Zhao Ting asked. She followed closely behind Li Huolong and asked more questions. Everyone was afraid of Li Huowang, but Zhao Ting knew that Li Huowang was kind. Ha ha, it's all because people like him are no better than those with mental illnesses. Those from rich families will be shoved into private hospitals, while those with little money are thrown into government hospitals. If their family thinks of them as their family members, then they'll probably just chain them up in their own house. Otherwise, they'd throw them onto the streets. They would then have to live by rummaging around trash cans. Zhao Ting seemed to have recalled a painful memory upon hearing Li Huowang's words. Her steps came to an abrupt halt, and her face twisted in agony. Li Huowang didn't notice that and continued walking down the corridor. He didn't go to the hall, as it was most likely packed with people. He walked around, inspecting the many different facilities of the hospital to memorize the hospital's layout. Unfortunately, the regular wards looked the same as the other wards. The kitchen and offices were off-limits to Li Huowang, but he walked around until he found the intensive care area. The patients with severe illnesses and episodes were kept in isolation here. The place was quite big, but the corridor was quiet. Li Huowang also felt like he was entering a prison rather than a hospital floor. Li Huowang walked up to a heavy-looking door and peeked into the room through the window. He looked around and saw that it was empty. Li Huowang looked into the second room and saw nothing too. What's going on? Is the hospital only accepting those with mild issues? I guess that's an easy way to earn money. Li Huowang was about to leave when he heard a faint knocking on the door at the end of the corridor. There's actually someone here? Li Huowang stared at the room and approached it. It was eerie. The knocking intensified the closer he got to the door. Bam! 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 Chapter 634, Qian Fu. Bam! 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 Li Huowang peeked into the room through the window reinforced with wire and saw where the noises were coming from. The noises were coming from a patient in a straitjacket. The patient looked disheveled and had a chin covered with an untrimmed beard. The knocking noises were coming from the patient's head as he slammed it forcefully into the bed. The noises had gotten significantly louder. However, the thin and flexible bed frame couldn't hurt him at all. What illness is he suffering from? Li Huowang muttered with a frown while staring at the man with curious eyes. The man was roughly 1.5 meters tall. His face was twitching and was constantly shifting between crying and laughing. It was Li Huowang's first time seeing such a patient. He should be on some medicine, so the fact that he's here means that there's something going on behind the scenes. Is this a side effect of one of his medications? Just then, the man inside the room came to a halt and stared right into Li Huowang. It's you? Haha, you're here. Li Huowang decided to play along and nodded. Yes, I'm here. Good. I've been waiting for you. I never thought that you'd come and see me first. Oh, have we met before? Haha. Yes, and we know each other, too. After exchanging a few words with the bizarre patient, Li Huowang got bored and decided to leave. Li Huowang, you have to be careful. They're looking for you, and there are too many of them. You can't defeat them by yourself. You need help. Li Huowang's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately turned around. He peered into the room through the same window and saw that the bed was empty. Before Li Huowang could realize what was going on, the patient's face shot up from underneath and was pressed against the window. Unnervingly, the patient was staring at him without blinking. Li Huowang was startled, but it only took him a moment to calm down. You've seen me in the news, haven't you? Is that how you knew my name? Li Huowang had almost forgotten that he was pretty popular outside. No, I knew you way before that incident. I was one of them, and they told me to capture you and the others. But I didn't want to do it. Everything is over once all of you are captured. What do you mean by them? Them? The family of darkness that was driven away a long time ago. They're working for the aliens from Leo 1. Li Huowang almost burst out laughing at the reply. Sometimes, those with mental illnesses were incredibly funny. I think you watch too much anime outside. Also, your story earlier is contradictory to what you're saying right now. I'm imprisoned, but my comrades were dispatched to find you. They're looking for you. They want to kill you. We don't have enough time. You need to let me out. We must work together so we can survive. Li Huowang smiled and shook his head. He was about to say something when a patrolling nurse saw them and exclaimed, Hey, which room are you from? This is the intensive care area. You're not allowed here. Get out of here. Bye. Just look for me once you've taken your medicine, said Li Huowang. He waved his hand and left the intensive care area. Li Huowang strolled around the hospital until he eventually made his way to the cafeteria for lunch. Li Huowang took a tray and lined up for food. The food here was much better compared to Li Huowang's previous hospital. He got himself some stir-fried pork liver with celery, as well as a serving of stir-fried water spinach. Li Huolong walked over to an empty seat and sat down to eat. The strange incident earlier was already in the back of his eyes. After all, no one in their right mind would believe a mentally ill patient. Moreover, he was just curious about the patient's condition and his illness. Their conversation told Li Huolong that the man wasn't a psycho, as his words were somehow logical. Just then, Wei Shirley, the man suffering from manic syndrome, walked up to Li Huolong upon seeing that the latter was eating lunch by himself. Wei Shirley had decided to befriend Li Huolong after spending some time with the latter and becoming convinced that Li Huolong wasn't a psychopath. At first, Wei Shirley was skeptical when Li Huolong said that he wasn't ill, but he was starting to believe Li Huolong's claims. Li Huolong looked normal, and his behavior was normal as well. Moreover, he was kind and often shared his snacks with the other patients. I've passed my examinations. I'll be discharged in 2 days, the soonest if my family comes by then, Wei Shirley said excitedly as he sat next to Li Huolong. I know. This isn't the first time you told me that. No need to keep telling me about it. Hee. That's because I'm just too happy. I've been here for almost a year, and I can finally get out, Wei Shirley said as he ate mouthful after mouthful of his rice mixed with a serving of chicken stew and mashed potato. Has it been 1 year? It's been a long time, then. Wait, since you've been here for such a long time, do you know anything about the man stuck in the intensive care area? Li Huolong asked. Wei Shirley was confused. Intensive care area? Who is it? The man with the untrimmed beard. Oh, him? His name is Qian Fu. I think he's been here for a very long time. He was already here when I was just admitted. What illness does he have? And how come he's imprisoned there? Illness. Wei Shirley put his spoon down and replied. I think he has schizophrenia. Really? I don't think so. I've never seen a schizophrenic patient talk nonsense like he did. Just then, the woman diagnosed with anxiety walked up to them and asked, What are you guys gossiping about? Nothing much. Just talking about Qian Fu's illness. Doesn't he have schizophrenia? Oh, it's not schizophrenia. Don't talk about it when you don't know the answer. Actually, the doctors have yet to diagnose him of any illnesses. Wait, even the doctors don't know? Li Huolong was shocked. This was unprecedented for him. Yes, the doctors aren't omniscient. They won't be able to diagnose someone with an illness if they have never heard of that illness before. Anyway, Qian Fu is really pitiful. The doctors can't prescribe medications for him to take, as they don't know his illness, so they have no choice but to lock him up and wait for him to stabilize. The curious voice in Li Huolong's mind went silent upon hearing the woman's explanation. He went on with his meal as if nothing had happened. Li Huolong thought that the incident was over and decided to forget all about it. Several days later, however, a familiar visitor walked up to Li Huolong while he was busy munching on his bamboo shoots during lunch. The visitor was none other than Qian Fu. Their gazes met in midair, and Qian Fu immediately walked over to Li Huolong instead of taking some dishes to eat before anything else. Li Huolong thought that Qian Fu was going to kick up a fuss, but he was wrong. Qian Fu had decided to apologize to him instead, saying, I'm sorry. I think I spoke a bunch of nonsense to you the last time we met. It must have been disturbing for you. I'm sorry. Li Huolong was presented by a calm and polite Qian Fu, which greatly contrasted with the crazed Qian Fu, whom he had met for the first time several days ago. 1. The Constellation. Chapter 635, Beard. Li Huolong didn't immediately reply. He proceeded to take a mouthful of his pumpkin congee and a bite of his bamboo shoots before replying, Split personality disorder? I guess you can say that, but it's not exactly like that. Anyway, I have another illness on top of that, but it's on my other personality. Split personality. But one of them is normal while the other has a different mental illness on top of everything? Li Huolong found it strange. He probably has advanced stage paranoia, too. I'm here to apologize, that's it. I'm just glad that my other half didn't cause you any trouble. Please continue with your meal. I'm leaving now, Qian Fu said and bowed before leaving. He's crazy. I shouldn't have gone to the intensive care area. Li Huolong shook his head and continued with his meal. 30 minutes after his lunch, Li Huolong took his medicine and proceeded to watch the news in the common area. After a while, Li Huolong returned to his bed to sleep. Regardless of their conditions, the patients still had a healthy daily schedule. No one was allowed to stay up late at night, and no one was allowed to eat junk food. The living conditions were noticeably better compared to outside. Even so, Li Huolong still couldn't get used to sleeping so early. There was no entertainment in his room, and he could only sprawl out on his bed with his eyes wide open. When he finally felt drowsy and closed his eyes to sleep, he felt something strange. He tensed up as he turned to look at the window. Qian Fu was standing outside the door. His face was pressed firmly against the window as he stared deeply at Li Huowang. It was a terrifying scene that would scare just about anyone. But Li Huowang felt nothing but frustration. Li Huowang threw his blanket away and walked up to the window. He stared at Qian Fu's face and warned, "I don't want any trouble. Stop going up to me, or I won't show you any mercy next time." Li Huowang didn't expect that his leisurely stroll would give him such a massive headache. However, Qian Fu was not intimidated at all. He grinned and chuckled. "Little Li, let's work together. You can't defeat them on your own. You really need help. We need to help each other to survive. If we lose, it's all over." "Defeat them? Who? The aliens from Leo?" "Yes." Qian Fu nodded. "Stop pretending like you don't know me. I'm sure you know, but I'm even crazier than you. You've seen the news, so you should know what I'm capable of doing." Li Huowang closed the curtains and turned to the camera in the corner of the room. "Are you guys a bunch of useless leeches? You're getting paid to do your job, so why won't you guys do your job properly? A patient has escaped his room in the middle of the night. Why does it seem like you guys don't care about it at all?" With that, Li Huowang sprawled out on the bed and tried to sleep, but he couldn't sleep at all. Thankfully, there weren't any more movements outside of the room. Li Huowang tossed and turned before finally falling asleep. Li Huowang found himself in school, and he was sitting right behind Yang Na. There was a ribbon on Yang Na's nape. Li Huowang tried to untie the ribbon with his pen when a dull thud entered his ears. Bam! The giant wooden hammer struck the steamed glutinous rice. An old man was standing next to the man pounding the rice. The old man would use his wet hands to turn over the glutinous rice after each pounding. Whenever the pounder was exhausted, someone else would take over the job. The nearby crowd was in awe of the sight. Everyone in the village was laughing as they stood around the mortar. They watched as the hammer went up and down, hitting the white glutinous rice in the mortar. Li Huowang was sitting on a tree branch as he stared at them with a frown. "Is it them? Are they really from the Dharma sect?" Li Huowang carefully observed. The pounding went on for quite a while, until the steaming rice became a white paste. A man grabbed some of the steaming white paste and shaped it into a ball before throwing it into a bowl filled with black sesame and sugar. He rolled it around, and a piece of mochi was complete. For some reason, the sight reminded Li Huowang of the guiding drug. The guiding drug looked just like that mochi. Dan Yangzi had crushed her into a paste by pounding her with a large pestle. Everything seemed normal, but Li Huowang had to be meticulous. He was already here, so he had to make sure that there wouldn't be any mistakes. Li Huowang jumped down. His tentacles burst out of him, making him look like a giant spider falling from the sky. He projected his image into the ground and gripped his sword tightly as he looked around. Then, he slowly and carefully made his way to the village. The conversations of the villagers became clearer and clearer as he got closer and closer to the village. Apparently, one of the villagers gave birth to twins, one boy and one girl. To celebrate, they decided to share their precious food and white sugar with everyone else. The villagers rarely had white sugar, so the children were thrilled to know that they'd get to eat white sugar. Every single villager was all smiles as they consumed the mochi. Li Huowang walked into the village and swept his gaze across their dirty and ordinary faces. The majority of the villagers had shown up here to eat some mochi, so there were very few people in the other parts of the village. Thus, Li Huowang didn't have any difficulties searching the entire village. He combed through the village but found nothing suspicious. Li Huowang used his experience at Cowheart village and found the village's ancestral hall, but he found 0 hidden rooms. Maybe the information in Xinlai's head is fake? Maybe the Dharma sect has already left this place? While Li Huowang was busy engrossed in his own thoughts, a loud commotion erupted outside. Li Huowang hopped onto a nearby roof and made a beeline for the village entrance. A large-framed man swinging a monk's spade was at the village entrance. 3 heads would fall to the ground with every swing of his monk's spade. Soon, the ground was dyed crimson with the villagers' blood. The large-framed man was about to kill some children when Li Huowang appeared and blocked the large-framed man's attack. Clang! Sparks flew, and the 2 of them were blasted away by the impact. Li Huowang was shocked by the large-framed man's brute strength, while the latter was shocked upon seeing a dent in his monk's spade. An identity plate from the surveillance bureau was hanging from the man's waist, so Li Huowang didn't unsheath his spine sword. "Are you from the surveillance bureau?" asked Li Huowang. "HM." The large-framed man's eyes widened in shock. He sized up Li Huowang and thrust his monk's spade into the ground upon realizing the latter's identity. "Ah, what a mistake. To think that we couldn't identify each other as soon as we met. You're Sir Air, aren't you?" I'm sorry for the confusion. Why are you killing these people for no reason? You weren't even going to spare the children. What if they're innocent? Li Huolong asked with a frown. It's going to be fine even if I'm wrong, but I'm right this time. I mean, just look at that. Li Huolong turned around and saw the surviving villagers glaring at them. Kill the palace dogs. They whipped out a black cloth from inside their clothes and tied it around their shoulders. Translator's thoughts. This is a monk's spade. Chapter 636, Dharma Sect. A single swing was enough to cut the man in front of Li Huolong in half. Li Huolong couldn't even catch his breath as more and more Dharma Sect members charged at him. They were regular villagers just a few moments ago, but they had become warriors unafraid of death in the blink of an eye. The large-framed, bearded man danced with his monk's spade and charged into the fray. Li Sui used the bronze-coined sword and sliced a man's head in half, while Li Huolong was busy staring at the chaos. Li Huolong had fought with the Dharma Sect numerous times, so he knew that he couldn't waste any time on the cannon fodders. He had to handle with their leader, or the cannon fodders would never stop attacking them. Li Huolong reckoned that the leader was among the cannon fodders. 6 tentacles struck the ground, propelling Li Huolong high up into the air. With a bird's-eye view of the entire village, Li Huolong looked around for the leader. His pupils even split in half, allowing him to search more efficiently. Li Huolong jumped a few more times until his pupils converged and focused on a mountain behind the village. His eye had captured the word, "which over there." No wonder I can't find the leader here. They're actually hiding in a mountain behind the village. Peng Longting's massive figure appeared in front of Li Huolong, and she threw him toward the mountain. Li Huolong's bag of torture tools flapped in the air as he fell toward the massive, word like a meteor. Li Huolong was about to land when something pierced the character and pierced Li Huolong as well. A hole the size of a forearm was in his stomach by the time he landed. Sui, are you okay? Li Huolong asked, looking around cautiously. Father, I'm fine. I managed to dodge it. Li Huolong cast a wary gaze at the nearby trees. There was no follow-up attack, which surprised Li Huolong a bit. The assailants seemed to have acknowledged Li Huolong's strength and proceeded to hide rather than risk their life to try and kill Li Huolong in the open. Do you really think that I can't find you? Li Huolong asked. He then told Li Sui to pull out one of his bones. Li Huolong proceeded to cast divination using his own bone. He stared at the pattern on the bone for quite a while before he shoved the bone inside of him. Time ticked by, but Li Huolong found nothing. Just as he thought that his divination had failed, he suddenly noticed something. There was a suspicious part on a nearby mountain wall. Li Huolong stared alternatingly between the pattern on the bone and the pattern on the growing vines on the wall. Then, he charged at the wall and slashed out with his purple-tasseled sword. The wall was cut in half, and a cave appeared in front of Li Huolong. So they're hiding inside the mountain. It seems that the techniques of the Qi Kingdom's Dharma Sect are closely tied to the earth. Li Huolong took a stance with his sword and was about to expand the size of the cave when a stone shot out from the depths of the cave. The stone was heading for his head, but Li Sui easily caught it. Meanwhile, Li Huolong rushed down the cave to catch the attacker. There was a constant rain of stones, arrows, and sharp objects, but Li Huolong remained unscathed. Peng Longting was standing in front of him, after all, and was acting like a massive shield. Thanks to Peng Longting, Li Huolong managed to reach the end of the cave. It was extremely dark, and he couldn't even see his own hands, but he could sense a crowd of people around him. Die! Li Huolong roared and charged into the darkness. He hacked and slashed out with his sword, painting the cave walls crimson. Li Huolong's demeanor had changed drastically. He was like a tiger leaping into a herd of sheep, and he slaughtered every single sheep around him. His eye glimmered with a murderous light. He knew that he needed to kill all of the Dharma Sect members, or they'd spread like the plague. Li Huolong ripped off a man's head from his shoulder when the cave lit up just then, blinding his last remaining good eye. Before he could adjust to the brightness, something tackled him from the left. He crashed into the wall and fell to the ground. He coughed violently, coughing out some tentacles and chunks of his organs. Li Huolong grabbed the tentacles and ate them before standing up to see his assailant. Su Nian. Li Huolong was shocked to see the familiar beast. It was the very same Su Nian that helped him fight against the dragon vein in the Qi Kingdom. Li Huolong could even see familiar scars on its figure. The only difference was that the Su Nian before him was missing its head. The woman's head was nowhere to be found, so the Su Nian only had the body of a beast. A woman with a veil was riding the Su Nian as if it were a horse. The veil had the character "which" on it, and the woman was staring deeply at Li Huolong. The woman didn't make a move. seemingly waiting for something. "Father, your hair is turning white," Li Sui warned. Li Huang instantly realized why his hair was turning white. He looked down at his hands and saw that they were covered in wrinkles and were shriveling up rapidly. "Shit! Sun Yin has stolen my lifespan." Li Huang grabbed his gourd and poured the lifespan pills inside of it into his mouth. After eating dozens of lifespan pills, the wrinkles on Li Huang's hand disappeared, allowing him to sigh in relief. Thankfully, he was a strayed one, so he could take as many lifespan pills as he needed. If it hadn't been for his special identity, the attack just now would have killed him. Still, Li Huang was in a bad situation. This wasn't his first time fighting a Sun Yin, as he had fought one as a result of Zhuge Yuan's scheme. The attacks he had suffered at the time were devastating attacks that robbed him of his lifespan. Li Huang didn't expect that Zhuge Yuan's friends would end up being controlled by the Dharma sect's control. Li Huang looked around and noted that they were in a limestone cave. Stalactites and stalagmites covered the entire cave, and the cave itself was tilted toward the left. Just then, Li Huang noticed something strange. He had definitely killed quite a few people just now, but there were no traces of his slaughter. There wasn't even blood on the cave walls. Soon, Li Huang saw a figure hiding in the distant darkness. The darkness was bizarre as well. He strained hard, but he couldn't see what exactly was in the distance. To make matters worse, the darkness was disappearing, plunging the cave into a pitch-black darkness again. Footsteps echoed moments later. The Sun Yin and the figure in the darkness were slowly approaching Li Huang. Even more shocking was that the empty cave became crowded once again, and they all charged at Li Huang from every direction. Chapter 637, Sun Yin. Realizing that the Sun Yin could attack him anytime, Li Huang dared not let his guard down. Li Huang had no choice but to go all out. He only had a few lifespan pills left, so he'd definitely die if the Sun Yin managed to land just one hit on him. Soon, the attacks became unbearable. Li Huang decisively set his skin ablaze using the flint, filling up the cave with flames. The enemies in the darkness were melted away by flames. Li Huang turned and saw that Sun Yin hadn't actually moved. However, he noticed quite a few flickering crimson afterimages around it. Li Huang had just sacrificed his skin to Ba Hui in exchange for power, but his scalp still went numb at the sight. The Sun Yin was channeling the same attack that she had used to defeat the Dragon Vein. "No, I have to stop her," Li Huang exclaimed and charged at the Sun Yin. Shadows jumped out from behind the stalactites, charging at Li Huang. However, the flames melted them away. Li Huang unsheathed his spine sword and swung it toward the Sun Yin. A space-time rift manifested, and it made a beeline for the woman. The space-time rift was about to hit the woman riding the Sun Yin when the ground sank. The Sun Yin inadvertently dropped down, and it accidentally dodged the attack. The Sun Yin quickly climbed out of the hole, and an everlasting torrent of crimson afterimages manifested. The situation had just taken a drastic turn. Li Huang tried his best to avoid every single attack. He didn't want to get his lifespan stolen or his time rewound. He retreated while defending himself and counterattacking with his spine sword. Unfortunately, the crimson afterimages were truly everlasting. They soon filled up the entire cave amidst Li Huang's slow retreat. Just then, a black Modeo, one, tied with chains shot out from the darkness and pierced the Sun Yin's scales. The chains went taut, and someone flew into the cave. "Stop!" Li Huang exclaimed. He didn't want the newcomer to get too close to Sun Yin. "Don't touch it." Shwick! A Modeo was thrust into the ground, and the man stopped just 10 meters away from the Sun Yin. Li Huang finally managed to take a good look at the newcomer. He thought the newcomer was the large-framed man with a monk's spade, but it turned out to be a man wearing tattered armor. The man looked like he was from the military. He looked pretty young, but his untrimmed beard and exhausted face made it look like he had experienced the many vicissitudes of life. "Kill the rider," Li Huang exclaimed. The man in black armor's fists trembled upon seeing the purple-tasseled sword on Li Huang's back. He tugged at the chains and caught the two Modeos before sheathing them on his back. "Give me the Tai sword." Li Huang had no idea what the man was talking about. He was about to respond when the Sun Yin charged at them. Li Huang retreated and shouted, "Help me immobilize it. I have a plan." The man jumped high into the air. He somersaulted and reached behind his back before throwing all four Modeos on his back toward the Sun Yin. The Sun Yin's feet were immobilized by the chains. Li Huang immediately swung his spine sword toward the woman on the Sun Yin's back. The woman tried to dodge the attack, but Li Huolong tore off one of his ribs and stabbed it into his own chest. A wave of pain erupted from him, and everyone felt the same sharp pain as him. Swoosh! The space-time rift decapitated the woman, and her head vanished into the Qi kingdom. The crimson afterimages around the Su Nian disappeared. The jingling of chains echoed from behind. The man used his chain to unsheath Li Huolong's purple-tasseled sword before throwing it toward the Su Nian's neck. Wait! Li Huolong's face changed drastically. His figure blinked and reappeared in midair while Li Sui's tentacles grabbed the purple-tasseled sword. Don't kill her. She's a friend, and she was just under someone else's control. That is no longer the case, so she's no longer an enemy. She also has no intentions of killing us. The man took one look at the Su Nian before retrieving his 4 modeos with a single flick of his hand. The modeos seemed to sheath themselves on his back. Su Nian regained its freedom and jumped into the darkness. After a while, it returned, and a woman's face was on its neck. The face was still torn, and there were pages beneath it. There were texts on each page, and Li Huolong was familiar with the handwriting. It was Zhuge Yuan's penmanship. Is that you? Su Nian asked, staring at Li Huolong. Li Huolong cast a complicated gaze at the woman. He wanted to say something, but his mouth wouldn't move. No, it's not you. You are no longer here. Su Nian shook her head in disappointment before sprinting toward the entrance of the cave, startling the large-framed man, who was just about to enter the cave. Li Huolong wanted to chase after the Su Nian, but he saw that Li Sui was playing tug-of-war with the man in a black armor. Li Sui, let go. No, he wants to take our sword. This is our sword. It's not his sword. Li Sui exclaimed. She endured the flames as she wrapped the purple-tasseled sword tightly with her tentacles. A chain and a tentacle were tugging at the purple-tasseled sword. Li Huolong stared at the man in black armor, obviously asking for an explanation. Sir, can you please return this sword to me? Li Huolong asked, extinguishing the flames around him, which revealed his figure that resembled a chunk of charcoal. Why would I return this to you? This is my sword. Yu Zixiong exclaimed, glaring at Li Huolong with bloodshot eyes. Zixiong, Sir Heir, we're all from the same team. Let's not do this, okay? We can talk this out, the large-framed man said, trying to calm them down. Li Huolong didn't want to fight the man, as he had been helpful during the fight just now. Sir, I'm not someone unreasonable. I can give you anything except for this sword. My senior gave it to me, so I can't part with it. Who's your senior? Benevolent Nunnery, Abbess Jingxin. Yu Zixiong's eyes flashed in a peculiar light. He let go of the sword, and his chains returned to his robes. Li Huolong cast a doubtful gaze at Yu Zixiong. You know Abbess Jingxin? No, but I'm from Siqi. I did give the Benevolent Nunnery my sword as collateral last time, but Siqi has been destroyed. I was certain that she wouldn't exchange it for money, but, hee, Yu Zixiong said. His killing intent vanished, and he looked defeated. 1. A weapon that's a cross between a greatsword and a spear. Translator's thoughts. Yu Zixiong, the original owner of the purple tassel sword. Credits to Guzi de Lanqi Bazao on Douyin. Asterisk, the weapons he used are the modeos, a weapon that resembles a naginata but thicker and heavier. Chapter 638, Change. The charred Li Huolong stared deeply at Yu Zixiong, listening to the latter's recount. It turned out Yu Zixiong was from the military of Siqi, and he became like floating duckweed after Siqi's destruction. He had nowhere to go, so he decided to settle down in the Liang Kingdom. As for his relationship with the Benevolent Nunnery, Li Huolong asked, and Yu Zixiong replied that he met the nuns from the Benevolent Nunnery halfway through his journey to the Liang Kingdom. The frontliners needed their salary, so Yu Zixiong used his own sword as collateral to exchange for silver from the nuns. The silver that the nuns were transporting at the time was the same silver that Li Huolong had looted from the water bandits in the reed field. Back then, he had used that money to exchange for a method to deal with Dan Yangzi from Abbess Jingxin. The abbess then used the silver to exchange for Yu Zixiong's sword before gifting it to Li Huolong as a present so that he could defend himself. With that, the loop was closed as if fate itself had willed it. As Li Huolong listened to Yu Zixiong's explanation, a distant memory surfaced in his mind. He felt a complicated feeling bubbling from the depths of his heart. After a while, Li Huolong stared at the silent Yu Zixiong and asked, Then, do you know how the nuns died? Yu Zixiong shook his head and replied, After exchanging the Tai sword for silver, I returned to camp, and I couldn't get out for a long time. I have no idea what happened afterward. After the natural disaster, we fought again with Shou, and then, Yu Zixiong's expression distorted in agony as he said, Si Qi perished. I wanted to die and drag a few more enemies down with me, but the chief of the surveillance bureau said that it's better for us to retreat and reclaim the nation back day. He took us and several other survivors to the Liang kingdom. Ho Shu's army is that strong? I didn't expect them to capture Si Qi. Bullshit. Yu Zixiong was furious. It's the fault of those corrupted officials. They embezzled everything. They gave us no food and money. They're a bunch of useless leeches. We had nothing to fight against the barbarians from Ho Shu. And they even dared to work with the eunuchs from the palace to sell off the entire nation to the Dharma sect. What? Li Huolang's pupil shrank at the remark. What did you just say? The Dharma sect is the reason behind the Si Qi kingdom's fall. Of course. Do you really think that Ho Shu's army can breach our borders? Even without food and money, they'd never be able to enter the kingdom as long as a member of the Yu family is still alive. Yu Zixiong roared. Then, he took a deep breath and sighed deeply. If Ho Shu actually had the power to capture Si Qi, then we would have been more than happy to admit defeat. However, I cannot accept the fact that the Dharma sect has reaped all the profits from behind the scenes while we were busy fighting at the border. The jingling of chains echoed as Yu Zixiong's modeos flew up high in the air. The 4 modeos descended and chopped the corpse of a Dharma sect member into pieces. Wait, give me a moment to think. Li Huolong pondered seriously over something before asking. I need to confirm something. Did Si Qi really lose to the Dharma sect? Does that mean they control the entire Si Qi now? Of course, if it's just a regular takeover by another nation, the chief wouldn't have to bring us all the way to the Liang kingdom. Li Huolong was shocked to learn that the Dharma sect was an even bigger issue than he thought. Gao Zhijian had become the emperor of the Great Liang, so Li Huolong could ask for the military and the surveillance bureau's help to eradicate the Dharma sect. With that in mind, he believed that the Dharma sect's destruction was just a matter of time and that it wouldn't escalate into an all-out war. However, the news of how Si Qi was taken down by the Dharma sect shocked Li Huolong. They were talking about the Dharma sect here, the sect capable of transforming regular people into an army of fearless zealots. The citizens of Si Qi were definitely members of the Dharma sect by now. The scenes that Li Huolong had seen in the Qi kingdom made him realize that the Dharma sect was indeed a formidable sect. Li Huolong felt like a heavy boulder was on his shoulder. Since the Dharma sect had already taken over Si Qi, it was only a matter of time before they expanded their territory. Afterward, they would definitely attack Ho Shu next. Then, Qing Qiu would come afterward. Once the Dharma sect had taken over Qing Qiu, then the Liang kingdom would have to face a terrifying foe. Li Huolong didn't bother chasing after the Su Nian and simply left the cave instead. The large-framed bearded man turned to Yu Zixiong and said, "You should have been a bit more humble. That man has a nasty personality. You think I fear death? You know that I should have died at the border." Yu Zixiong exclaimed. He felt defeated as he walked out of the cave. Si Qi has fallen. Why am I still alive? I'm living like a rat just so I can slaughter Dharma's sect. A wheel covered in steel slowly rolled down the road. Young Xiaohai looked around the numerous footprints on the ground. My goodness, why are there so many soldiers running here and there? Are they going to war? Husband, what are you talking about? Why would we go to war for no reason? Yang Xiaohai ignored the footprints and focused on driving the carriage at the response from the inside. From time to time, he'd take out a map to confirm their current location. Xiaomei, how much food do we have left? We're almost at Qing Qiu. There are very few people around there, so it would be hard for us to buy rations, Yang Xiaohai asked his wife. We still have a few hundred taels of food left. It should be enough to last us weeks. Wait, what are we eating later? Zhao Xiaomei felt that she had made the right decision by marrying a chef. They were camping outside, but Yang Xiaohai could still cook a variety of dishes for them to eat. I wonder what we're going to eat, Yang Xiaohai pondered, and that was when he saw a food stall in the form of a tent in the distance. He read the sign and answered, "Let's eat some spicy wontons." Yang Xiaohai stopped the carriage and entered the tent. The majority of the seats were occupied, so he quickly pulled his wife to one of the few remaining seats and said, "Boss, give us a serving of spicy wontons, but split the serving into 2 bowls." "All right, go ahead and take a seat. Your food will be served soon." It was a good thing that they were still quite near to civilization. Yang Xiaohai looked around and saw some peddlers, a scholar, and a monkey trainer with 3 monkeys. The 3 chained monkeys were licking the spicy red oil on the ground. The customers ate voraciously as the fragrant scent of spicy oil filled the tent. Yang Xiaohai and Zhao Xiaomei gulped as they were starting to get hungry. Chapter 639, Wonton Stall. Soon, 2 bowls of spicy wonton were served in front of young Xiaohai and his wife. Young Xiaohai grabbed his chopsticks and picked out the snowy white wontons. He ate it with some spring onions and nodded in approval. The wontons were clad in chili oil, but they weren't greasy at all. In addition, they were only a bit spicy and were full of fragrance. As a chef, he approved of the wontons. Eating a bowl of hot food on such a cold day was bliss, so the two were all smiles as they ate. "Husband, do you know how to make these?" "I do, but mine isn't as good as the owner of this stall. They're probably using a secret recipe." Yang Xiaohai stared at the stove and saw that the chef had placed some sticks into the pot while the wontons were being cooked. Yang Xiaohai's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to know the identity of those sticks. Yang Xiaohai was eating and deducing the recipe at the same time. Just then, an old woman walked into the tent. The woman was so old that she had to rely on her cane to walk. "Do you want a bowl of spicy wontons?" the stall owner asked with a smile. The old woman licked her cracked lips and stared at the boiling wontons in the pot. "I have my own things to eat. Can you please just give me a bowl of hot water?" "How much would that be?" Yang Xiaohai glanced at the old woman and took note of her clothes. Her clothes had been mended many times, and the old woman herself looked so skinny that she could be compared to a twig. "It's okay. There's no need to pay for a bowl of hot water. Just sit down, and I'll bring you a bowl of hot water." The old woman thanked the kind stall owner, and then she sat down at the table next to Yang Xiaohai. Soon, the bowl of hot water arrived. The old woman opened her cloth bag and took out a small black jar. She drank a mouthful of the hot water before using the chopsticks to grab a tiny cobblestone from inside the black jar. The cobblestone was dripping with black liquid. "Husband, look. She's eating stones." Yang Xiaohai turned and saw that the old woman was sucking on the cobblestone. Having made quick work of the black liquid on the stone, she spat it into the jar and drank a mouthful of hot water. Zhao Xiaomai sighed when the old woman took another stone and sucked on it. "Husband, she's so pitiful. Let's buy her a bowl of wonton, okay? How can she relieve her hunger with just stones?" Yang Xiaohai nodded. He couldn't bear to see someone go hungry, as he could still remember how bad hunger felt when he was still a beggar. However, Yang Xiaohai dared not give her too much. He couldn't flaunt his wealth, as it would be too risky. He ordered another bowl of wonton and extended it to the old woman. "Here, eat this instead, ma'am. You won't be hungry for a while with this," Yang Xiaohai said. The old woman was taken aback, and then she smiled. She didn't have any teeth, so her gums formed 2 red lines when she smiled. "Thank you, young man, but I don't need it because I have these," the old woman replied. "Do you see this stone? It tastes like braised ribs, while this one tastes like roasted duck. This one tastes like braised pork trotters." With that, the old woman gave the bowl of wontons to the 3 chained monkeys next to the monkey trainer. The 3 monkeys were visibly hungry, and they snatched the bowl away from the old woman's hand before making quick work of the wontons. Bewildered, Yang Xiaohai had no idea what to do, so he simply went back to his seat. The old woman was still sucking on her stones. Before long, he sighed and turned to Zhao Xiaomai, saying, "Do you think she's crazy like seniorly? Her family must be very unfilial. Otherwise, why would they let her run around when she's sick?" Zhao Xiaomai said, sounding furious. "What if she's like me? What if she doesn't have a family?" Yang Xiaohai asked. The two went silent. However, they had already done everything they could do for a stranger. They couldn't afford to take a mentally ill old woman with them on their journey. The two were kind, but they weren't that kind. The two continued their meal, but the wontons no longer tasted as delicious as earlier for some reason. The wontons in their bowls disappeared slowly as they ate, and once there were no longer any wontons in their bowls, they stood up to leave. Just then, an old man sitting on a black donkey entered the little tent with his 2 disciples. The old man's long beard made him look like an immortal. "Master, let's eat here today." Sure. I remember the last time I ate wontons was when I summoned the god of thunder to punish the wicked being that was threatening the peace of a village." Everyone turned around and cast a look of reverence at the old man. Of course, Master is going to become an immortal soon, and he hates evil people, the 2 disciples exclaimed, praising their master. One of the monkeys heard that, and it glanced at the monkey trainer. Upon seeing that its owner was busy eating his second bowl of wontons, it bit the chains on its neck and shouted, "Help! Gigi, help!" The monkey even knelt as it begged the Daoist for help. The old Daoist slammed the table and frowned, seemingly getting angry. Realizing that his trick was no longer a secret, the monkey trainer flipped the table and took out a dagger. He decided to fight to the death and pointed the dagger at the old man. "Let's do this." Then, "You old bastard," the monkey trainer roared. The old Daoist figure shook, and his eyes rolled to the back of his skull. He sat frozen on the stool, unresponsive to the monkey trainer's challenge. The old Daoist reaction shocked everyone, including the monkey trainer. "Haha, so you're just a fraud." The monkey trainer laughed boisterously. He then dragged the monkey that had decided to beg for help, and he kicked it until it was bleeding. "How dare you try and escape? Do it again. Show me how you did that." The monkey trainer slapped the monkey so many times that the monkey's face looked like it was sloughing off. Xiaohai hesitated at the sight. Just as he was going to make a move, a cobblestone streaked across the air and struck the monkey trainer's arms. The monkey trainer's arms snapped with a grotesque crack. The monkey trainer let out a shrill cry, but the old woman spat another cobblestone. The cobblestone flew into the monkey trainer's mouth, and the latter's head exploded into a bloody mist. The old woman then walked toward the injured monkey and tore off its skin, revealing the head of a bleeding child. It turned out that the monkeys were human children. They were made to wear monkey skin and were forced to act like monkeys. "Oh, poor children," the old woman muttered. She took out a white cloth and wrapped it around the injured child's head. "Come, this world is full of suffering. Worship Sir Arrogant Stone, and you will reincarnate into a better life." Chapter 640, Old Woman. The old woman took out a stone and used it to carefully tear open the monkey's skin on the children. Soon, the children were no longer wearing monkey skin. Young Xiaohai's eyes went wide in shock. The skinny old lady that loved sucking on stones had turned out to be an expert. "Husband, he's dead. He's really dead. His brain is oozing out of his skull," Zhao Xiaomei exclaimed, hiding behind Yang Xiaohai in fear. She had witnessed many deaths at the hands of that red-robed Daoist during their journey at the time, but she still couldn't get used to witnessing death. "Don't worry. I think that old lady only kills evil people," Yang Xiaohai said, consoling his wife. The old woman's action told him that they were not in danger. It wouldn't make sense for someone like the old woman to attack regular people. After all, she seemed to be out here to punish evil people. Moreover, Yang Xiaohai even gave her a bowl of spicy wonton for free. She hadn't eaten it, but Yang Xiaohai believed that she'd acknowledge his kindness. The others were visibly afraid of the old woman, which was in stark contrast to Yang Xiaohai's calm and composed demeanor. They ran away in fear upon realizing that they had just witnessed the death of a human being. The old Daoist, who looked like a sage, ran the fastest along with his disciples. However, the three monkeys, no, the three children weren't afraid of the old woman at all. "Mother, Gigi, mother, Mothir." The remaining two children still had their monkey skin, but they were jumping and dancing around the old woman in joy. "Come now, don't move. Let me take a look." Yang Xiaohai then saw the old woman tearing off the monkey skin on the children using just the stones in her hands. There really is a real, living child beneath the monkey skin. Senior Bai has told me about them before. People would capture children and wrap them in monkey skin to perform tricks for them. Compared to real monkeys, children are easier to train. I thought she was lying, but I didn't expect to actually encounter one today. "Anyway, let's go and help her," Yang Xiaohai remarked. He wasn't brave enough to face dangers head-on, but he was more than happy to help once the danger had passed. They took a pot of hot water and drenched some towels in the hot water. They cooled the towels down a bit before using them to wipe away the blood and pus from the children's skin. The wounds of the children looked painful, but they would survive such injuries. Thankfully, it hadn't been that long since they were kidnapped and wrapped in monkey skin. Yang Xiaohai also grabbed some of his spare clothes and made the children wear them. The three children looked just like normal people now that they were clean and were wearing normal clothes. However, they were still acting like monkeys. It was highly likely that the man had conditioned them to act like monkeys for a very long time, so it would take some time for the children to start living like humans again. The old woman wrapped a white cloth around the children's heads. Yang Xiaohai's curiosity was piqued, so he asked, "What are you doing?" "Once this cloth is wrapped around their head, they'll become as robust and hard as a stone. No one would dare to bully them anymore." Yang Xiaohai nodded and thought that it was just a tradition from some random village. It was similar to how others would place a dot of cinnabar on a child's head to ward off evil. He used to believe it, but he was no longer a child. He knew that a dot of cinnabar couldn't ward off evil. The only one capable of doing so was someone like Senior Li. "Hee, young man, you are very kind. You will be rewarded for your kindness." The old woman patted Yang Xiaohai's head before bringing away the three children. staring at their departing figures. Yang Xiaohai came up with a plan and proceeded to follow them with his carriage. It looks like they're going in the same direction as us, so we should just bring them along with us. I don't think that's a wise decision. She seems weird, Zhao Xiaomei said, sounding hesitant. Don't worry. She definitely has a few screws loose, but she's still a kind person. Also, I think it's safer for us to have an expert by our side. He could still remember how troop leader Lu had used Senior Li as his bodyguard. He was simply imitating Lu Zhuangyuan. Yang Xiaohai was also convinced that the old woman wasn't evil. After all, she had saved 3 children and even peeled off their monkey skin to return them to normal. Madam, come sit in our carriage. It must be hard walking around with a cane. Since it looks like we're going in the same direction, we can just travel together. At first, the old woman refused the offer, but Yang Xiaohai insisted again and again until she relented and hopped into the carriage. The carriage now had 4 additional occupants, but all of them combined were still lighter than Gao Zhijian. After all, the 4 additional occupants were just 3 children and a skinny old woman. Young man, how old are you? The old woman asked, staring at Yang Xiaohai's back from inside the carriage. Me? I don't know. No one told me my age when I was young, so I have no idea how old I am. I'm probably 13 or 14 though. The old woman seemed to reminisce about the past as she muttered, if my grandchildren were still alive, they'd be around your age. What happened to them? My granddaughter was sold off for 2 pieces of bread, while my grandson was cooked and served as food. My poor grandson, the old woman cried upon recalling the horrifying incident. Mother? Mother! The children tried to wipe away her tears, and she spread her arms to hug them all. Sigh. Husband, she's been through many hardships, Zhao Xiaomei whispered. She then entered the carriage and shared her hardships with the old woman. The 3 children and Zhao Xiaomei consoled the old woman, and she eventually stopped crying. Wiping away her tears, she said, Don't worry. I now have the blessing of Sir Arrogant Stone. He allowed me to see my grandchildren in a dream, and I saw that they were safe and sound. I'll be able to see them again in the afterlife, and all of us will reincarnate into a rich family. Zhao Xiaomei was surprised. Is Sir Arrogant Stone that strong? What bodhisattva is he? Can he give me a son? I should really start praying to him. The old woman was thrilled upon realizing that Zhao Xiaomei was interested in Sir Arrogant Stone. She then proceeded to talk about Sir Arrogant Stone's greatness as well as the benefits of praying to him. Yang Xiaohai merely listened to the old man. He didn't believe her at all. The couple was still full from the wontons earlier, so they traveled nonstop for roughly 4 hours. Fortunately, they managed to reach a county town before nightfall, which meant that they didn't have to camp outside tonight. Husband, what do you think about this? Yang Xiaohai turned and saw a white cloth wrapped around his wife's head. Chapter 641, Yamen. How ugly. There's nobody dead in the family, so why are you wearing white? Yang Xiaohai recalled that people would only wear white cloths on their heads when there was a death in the family. You don't understand. The old woman said that as long as we wear this, the Arrogant Stone Buddha will protect us. You should put on one too. The Buddha will protect you just because you wrapped a piece of white cloth around your head. If it were that easy, there wouldn't be any poor people in the world, Yang Xiaohai said with a sigh. Sometimes, he really didn't know who was the older one between the 2 of them. Yang Xiaohai saw 5 people inside the carriage that also had white cloths wrapped around their heads. He then said, Get off. We'll stay at this inn for the night and set off tomorrow morning. An ordinary inn was to the left of their carriage, with tables and stools that appeared to be covered in a layer of starch. This was exactly what Yang Xiaohai wanted. They would avoid drawing unwanted attention by staying somewhere that wasn't ostentatious. The 5 of them sat around an Immortal table. When the meat and vegetable dishes were served, Yang Xiaohai and the monkey children ate heartily. Despite that, the old woman continued to suck on a stone. Auntie, have some food. You can't fill up on that, Zhao Xiaomei urged. The old woman replied, You go ahead and eat your stuff. Mine is good stuff. Zhao Xiaomei wanted to say more, but Yang Xiaohai kicked her under the table. Yang Xiaohai had previously witnessed the old woman effortlessly smash someone's head with a stone. He figured eating stones might be a method of cultivation, similar to Senior Li's method of cultivation. Such personal matters were best left unspoken to avoid crossing any boundaries. Yang Xiaohai quickly changed the subject. Madam, where are you going? Perhaps we are headed the same way. Where am I going? My intention was to come here. After finishing my business, who knows where I'll go? I'll take it one step at a time, the old woman replied as she looked around the inn, seemingly in search of something. As they continued eating, The sound of someone sobbing rang out by the inn's entrance. Everyone looked up to see a long-haired woman in wooden shackles being paraded by several constables. She cried pitifully, "Why? I was violated in broad daylight, yet the scoundrel countersued me. Oh heavens, open your eyes." As the woman passed by the inn, everyone, including the waiters and other patrons, turned away and sighed. Their indignant conversations reached the ears of young Xiaohai and his companions. How could she win? That scoundrel is the county magistrate's son. So many people witnessed it, but no one dares to say a word. That greedy and chubby official is so detestable. He bullies both men and women and twists right from wrong. I heard he bribed higher-ups and is about to be promoted. No wonder he's in a hurry to grab everything he can. Yang Xiaohai and his group stopped eating and looked at the old woman in ragged clothes. The old woman picked up a stone with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth, and then another, until she had eaten all the stones in the pot. And yet, her cheeks were still sunken, as if she hadn't eaten anything at all. She then said, I'm full. Kid, help me put this pot away." The old woman stood up, grabbed her staff, and started to walk out of the inn. Yang Xiaohai and Zhao Xiumei exchanged glances. The sound of blades being drawn and screams outside compelled them to follow her quickly. When they got outside, they saw the constables who had been escorting the woman lying on the ground. Blood seeped from their heads and soaked the earth. The old woman was holding the hand of the woman in shackles as they headed towards the Yamen. This scene drew a lot of attention. Soon after, many curious townsfolk followed them too. Bang! The old woman threw a stone, and it shattered the latch of the Yamen's gate. Then the entire gate collapsed together with the plaque above it. Great! Destroy it. Finally, someone can stand up to them. The commotion quickly drew out everyone from inside the Yamen, but it was all in vain. The old woman threw stone after stone at their heads until only a few people were left standing. She had killed everyone except the plump magistrate and his equally chubby son. The father and son knelt and begged for their lives. This time, the old woman turned to the crowd outside the Yamen. "I'll take charge here today. If you have a grudge, take revenge. If you have a complaint, seek amends. Kill the corrupt official. Kill the corrupt official," someone yelled. Their powerful rallying voice led the crowd, getting everyone excited. Under the old woman's orders, people found stones of various sizes and hurled them while cursing at the two men. A sharp-edged stone flew over and struck the magistrate's mouth. Before his broken teeth even fell out, another stone flew over and smashed into his forehead. No one could withstand such an assault. Shortly after, the two men were stoned to death. The two corpses were battered and bloody, but this did little to appease the enraged mob. Yang Xiaohai turned pale and swallowed hard. Isn't killing a county magistrate a major capital offense? Corrupt official, I'll eat your flesh and drink your blood. My daughter was only 16, and you turned her into a wax human, yelled a single-legged old man with white hair. He lunged forward and bit the official's corpse with his remaining teeth. This set off a chain reaction. Anyone with a deep grudge against the official rushed forward and gnawed on the bodies. The people fought fiercely, as if being a little too late meant someone else would eat their share. Though the magistrate and his son were meaty, they couldn't withstand such a cannibalistic rampage. Soon after, only 2 bloody skeletons were left on the ground, surrounded by over 100 commoners with red eyes and mouths filled with blood. This isn't enough. Why should that corrupt official keep all our things? We should take them back, someone yelled from amid the crowd. Yes, let's take them back. We deserve our dues. Right? And the official's 7 wives too. Why should he have 7 when I have none? With this instigation, the crowd stormed into the Yamen and started looting anything of value. Greed overtook their hearts when they saw the chests of silver being carried out. Even the dogs' bowls were made of gold, which caused their eyes to redden and their breathing to hasten. Ah! A beautiful woman screamed as she was dragged out. The men quickly stripped her naked and violated her. The woman in shackles stood in the hall and watched the chaos unfold. She saw the official's family suffer a fate worse than hers. However, she didn't look happy at all. She just stood there dispiritedly as if she had lost her soul. 1. The administrative office of a local bureaucrat. Chapter 642, Escape. Inside the county's Yamen, the angry screams, shouts, and cries of agony continued relentlessly. The place had descended into utter chaos. Everyone had forgotten the initial purpose they had gone there for. They were now charging inside one after another, behaving like beasts beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Grain, grain, it's all white flour. No coarse grains, someone shouted from the west wing. Then the crowd surged in that direction. The old man who had been the first to eat the magistrate's flesh also tried to follow, but he stumbled and fell to the ground. He struggled to get up, but someone stomped on his raised right hand. There was a crunching sound, and an agonizing scream left his blood-stained mouth. Yet, that scream was insignificant amid the surrounding clamor. More people trampled over the old man, bringing an end to his scream. Those stepping over him just felt there was something a bit soft beneath their feet, and they paid no further attention to it. Young Xiaohai and his wife, Zhao Xiumei, had gotten caught in the crowd. They did not want to be there, but the crowd pushed them in. He wanted to leave, but there were simply too many people everywhere, making it seemingly impossible for him and his wife to get out. His face was very pale as he held tightly to Zhao Xiumei's hand and tried to break free from the crowd. Young Xiaohai told Zhao Xiumei, "Hold on to my hand tightly. Don't let go, or we won't be able to find each other." After several attempts to get out, Young Xiaohai suddenly remembered something. He pulled out the scepter that Senior Li had given him, which bore a human tongue. He raised the scepter and waved it at those on his left. The previously frenzied crowd suddenly froze in place. Their eyes filled with confusion, as though they had forgotten what they were about to do. "Follow me. Let's go this way," Yang Xiaohai said to Zhao Xiumei. He maneuvered through the crowd, taking Zhao Xiumei towards the wall. Yang Xiaohai struggled, but managed to get himself and his wife out of the crowd thanks to the scepter. Still shaken, he glanced at the chaotic scene before him and pulled Zhao Xiumei towards the inn. "Xiaohai, what's going on? How did it turn out like this?" Zhao Xiumei asked, clearly frightened by the chaos. An act of justice against a corrupt official had unexpectedly turned into utter mayhem. "I don't know either. Let's just get out of here. It's too dangerous." Despite what he said, Yang Xiaohai, who had quite a lot of life experience, suspected that the old woman was behind it all. Without her, none of this would have happened. Nevertheless, he didn't think that she had done anything wrong. She was indeed helping the oppressed and doing a good deed by seeking justice for them. Yang Xiaohai wasn't much of an intellectual and could not figure out why things ended up this way. He just wanted to take his people away from this troubled place. When Yang Xiaohai rushed back to the inn, he saw the 3 monkey children squatting on the benches. They were guarding the old woman's ceramic jar. "Quick, let's go. Follow me," Yang Xiaohai shouted urgently and headed towards the stable at the back of the inn. "Auntie, forget about her. She's powerful. She won't die. If we don't run now, we'll be dragged into this mess." They quickly got the horse-drawn carriage ready, and Yang Xiaohai led it back the way they came. "This isn't a peaceful place. I'll take a detour to avoid going through this town," he thought to himself. Just as his carriage was about to leave the county, he saw a group of oddly dressed people blocking the road with their horses. Yang Xiaohai had initially assumed they were travelers like himself, but he saw the badges on their waists, and his face turned pale. Those badges indicated they were from the Surveillance Bureau. He had learned about the Surveillance Bureau and their way of doing things from Senior Li. "I need to turn around." Yang Xiaohai quickly turned the carriage and frantically whipped the horses to escape in the opposite direction. However, when he returned to the Yamen's gate, he almost cried at the sight before him. The people who had been looting had now come out and gathered in a large circle. They seemed to be listening to someone inside and shouted in agreement occasionally. It was all right if they were just talking, but they happened to also be blocking the main road to the other exit. "Sir Arrogant Stone, we are your personal servants and guards. We will follow you every step of the way and never leave your side." The crowd echoed this powerful shout. They then pulled out white cloths and tied them around their heads. Yang Xiaohai looked angrily at the white cloths on their heads, then at the one on his wife's head. He tore the cloth off her head in frustration. He now understood that everything was probably part of the old woman's scheme. He had blindly followed her, as he had assumed she was a good person. "Humph, just as I thought." The more remote the place, the more trouble caused by the Dharma sect. Yang Xiaohai turned his head as he heard a sound on the other side. He saw a sinister-looking man on the ridge of a roof, crouching like a roof ornament. Yang Xiaohai recognized him as one of the Surveillance Bureau members from earlier. He watched the man reach into his robe and pull out the dried corpse of a child dressed in a red duduan. The corpse had a red dot on its forehead and was tied to a red string. The man threw the corpse off the roof. In midair, the corpse moved its hand and moved with the pull of the string. The white-clothed people then started to move towards Yang Xiaohai, terrifying him. "Get off the carriage. We need to leave." Before the fighting could start, Yang Xiaohai led his group decisively into a nearby alley. He knew from his days as a beggar that nothing was more important than his life. The sounds of fighting and shouting continued behind them as young Xiaohai led his group through the alleys. After they scaled a wall to get into someone's yard, the noise finally diminished significantly. "We'll stay here until the fighting stops outside," young Xiaohai whispered to the others. The three monkey children blinked, and one of them suddenly said, "Auntie, Shou, no more Auntie talk. It's because of her that we're in this mess." Young Xiaohai anxiously wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. He felt the temperature around them rising, though he wasn't sure if it was due to his anxiety. 1. Ancient Chinese underwear for kids and women. It's a diamond-shaped cloth that's tied at the back. Chapter 643, Goodwill. Why is it so hot? As young Xiaohai pondered this, he smelled a familiar scent of burning wood. He was a cook, so he was very familiar with this smell thanks to his daily cooking. His heart sank as the smell of burning wood grew stronger, mixed with the scent of roasting meat. Using his wife as a step stool, he climbed up by stepping on his wife's thighs and peeked cautiously over the wall. He immediately felt the heat on his face, and his pupils dilated. The distant inn and nearby shops were all engulfed in flames, collapsing and spreading the fire even further. Fire was being used as a weapon. Regardless of who started the fire, it was a disaster for Yang Xiaohai and his companions, who were trapped inside the town. If they didn't escape, they would be burned alive. If they ran, they would get caught in the battle. Yang Xiaohai frantically paced in circles. "Senior Li, what should I do? Senior Li." Then he realized that Senior Li, who could do almost anything, wasn't here with him. He had to figure it out on his own. Yang Xiaohai looked back at the high wall that he couldn't climb while he repeatedly relaxed and tightened his grip on the scepter. He took out some painstakingly refined pills, counted them, and then drew several talismans. These were his only means of survival if he encountered enemies. Seeing the fire approach, Yang Xiaohai steeled himself and said to Zhao Shumei, "We need to get out. If I get held back, make sure you get out of the county." The original route was blocked by fire, so they had to climb past walls and go through doors from the sides. Fortunately, the three monkey children proved very useful. They were small, so they could crawl through small holes and open gates for the group to get into more yards. After scrambling around for a while, the 5 of them were covered in dust and ash. The smell of burning wood had become less intense, which brought young Xiaohai a sense of relief. It seemed they had moved away from the center of the battle. "They must be too busy fighting to notice us. Keep going," young Xiaohai urged the others. They climbed over a 3rd yard and arrived at the edge of a field. Young Xiaohai suddenly sensed something looming over him from behind. He turned and saw a man with yellow hair on his chest, fish scale tattoos on his neck, and a blood-stained Wugo one in his hand. This man had his gaze locked on Yang Xiaohai. Yang Xiaohai froze, his mind turning blank. He was like a deer caught in the headlights. He completely forgot to defend himself. The man glanced at the white scarves on the monkey children's heads. He showed a look of disdain as he raised his Wugo. He said, "Another bunch of Dharma Sect cultists. Why do you always perform these villainous deeds?" Seeing the Wugo's blade reflect the light of the fire, Yang Xiaohai snapped back to reality. Yang Xiaohai exclaimed, "We're not with them. My senior is the Liang Kingdom's emperor." "Ha ha ha, the emperor's junior dressed so poorly? Then I'm the Jade Emperor." The man swung his Wugo at Yang Xiaohai's neck. "My other senior is Li." Before Yang Xiaohai could finish, he saw the blade coming at his neck. He closed his eyes and curled up instinctively as he braced for death. However, Yang Xiaohai felt no pain. He opened his eyes and saw a shriveled figure standing before him. The attacker had been forced back 3 feet. "Auntie!" The monkey children shouted excitedly. It was the same old woman who had just caused an upheaval and gotten them into that situation. Yet Yang Xiaohai thought she seemed different now. "Kids, go quickly. I'll hold him off," she said calmly while facing the man. Hearing that, Yang Xiaohai came to his senses. He glanced at the old woman again before grabbing the others and running towards the rice fields. "Sir Arrogant Stone, please protect the children. May they survive and live well," the old woman cried out. Yang Xiaohai and the others ran desperately. They dared not stop, for fear that the man with the Wugo would pursue them and catch up. After fleeing for an hour, they finally collapsed by the roadside and gasped for breath. By that time, night had fallen, and the moon could be seen high in the sky. As Yang Xiaohai lay there and gathered his thoughts, he heard the sound of hooves. He looked up in the direction of the sound and saw his carriage. There were 2 people driving the carriage. One was the man with the Wugo on his back, the one who had tried to kill him earlier. Yang Xiaohai recognized the second man too. They were both from the surveillance bureau. They had caught up with Yang Xiaohai's group. At that moment, Yang Xiaohai saw a wealthy-looking plump man who looked to be in his mid-30s. The man was wearing a flowered headscarf and a purple flowered robe. He jumped down from the carriage and walked towards them. Yang Xiaohai was filled with desperation. He pulled out the scepter, aimed it towards them, and then shouted, "Xiaomei, run as far as you can. I won't leave without you." Zhao Xiaomei cried out, her eyes red. "Don't be silly. They'll kill you. I'm a man, and I must protect my wife." Despite his brave words, tears streamed from Yang Xiaohai's eyes. As the plump man neared, Yang Xiaohai threw the scepter at him, but the plump man dodged it easily. He walked over to Yang Xiaohai, grabbed his hands, and shook them forcefully. The plump man said, "Young friend, sorry about earlier. My junior is uncivilized. I heard your senior is the Liang Kingdom's emperor, and you have another senior?" Yang Xiaohai was at a loss about how to react to the man's words. The plump man continued, "I also heard your other senior is surnamed Li. May I ask what sect he's from? How does he dress?" Yang Xiaohai watched the plump man's smile dissipate very slightly from his eyes, revealing the icy, snake-like pupils within them. This movement caused Yang Xiaohai to shudder. He quickly nodded and replied, "Yes. My senior is the great Liang's emperor, Gao Zhijian. My other senior is Li Huang. He's powerful. He wears red Daoist robes and carries 3 swords on his back. Do you know him?" The stout man paused and then smiled broadly. His icy snake pupils were once again concealed within his smile. "Ah, so it's Senior Li. Of course I know him. His father used to bring him to visit us during holidays." 1. A curved type of sword. Chapter 644, Good Person. Yang Xiaohai was bewildered. Does this guy know Senior Li or not? If he doesn't, why did he speak so decisively? If he does know Senior Li, then what he said sounds very out of character for Senior Li. He didn't seem like the type who enjoyed visiting others. Before Yang Xiaohai could react, the plump man became even more enthusiastic. "Come, we must have frightened you earlier, my junior. Please, accept this as a small token of friendship." A dense, heavy gold brick that had a blood-stained corner slipped from the man's sleeve and landed heavily in Yang Xiaohai's hand, hurting him. "My junior, as soon as I saw you, I knew you must be related to Senior Li. Look, I even brought your carriage here. It's yours, right?" The plump man had his companion bring over the carriage. He helped Zhao Xiaomei and the 3 monkey children into it. He even straightened a white head scarf on one of the children. Yang Xiaohai's lips trembled slightly. He wanted to ask if the plump man really knew Senior Li. Something seemed off to him. In the end, he wisely kept his mouth shut. It didn't matter whether the plump man knew Senior Li as long as he was willing to let them go. Thank you," Yang Xiaohai said. No need to thank me. Safe travels, junior. I have my duties and can't see you off. When you see Senior Li, do give him my regards." As the carriage disappeared into the night, the smile fell off the plump man's face. His eyes revealed their cold, snake-like pupils again. "Serpent Lord, do you really believe them?" The man with fish scale tattoos and the Wugo asked with his arms crossed. The plump man, the Serpent Lord, replied, "Why not?" The boy seemed sincere. "Besides, I've heard of a formidable fellow who likes to wear red Daoist robes. I thought his name was Ergio, though. Does sincere mean it's true? Can it be a lie? Could it be a trick from the Sitting Oblivion Dao? The Sitting Oblivion Dao is long gone. Besides, what do you gain from killing him? If he's fake, we just let a few Dharma sect cultists escape. But if he's real, we have earned ourselves a big favor. Why not take the chance?" A look of understanding appeared on the face of the tattooed man. "No wonder you've survived 2 sexagenary cycles. You don't take any risks." The Serpent Lord didn't mind the words of the tattooed man. He just said, "Let's go. We've already eliminated 4 Dharma sect cultists, which is a great boon. These rats have been harder to find since they went into hiding. I don't understand why these people come to such remote places to preach," the tattooed man yawned. While they talked, one of their other companions from the surveillance bureau hurried over with a scroll. He told them anxiously, "We must go. The chief has ordered everyone in Hudong to gather. Dharma sect is making a move." In the moonlight, Yang Xiaohai drove the carriage forward. His breath was visible in the cold air, his eyes staring blankly at the road. He didn't know how long he had been in this state. Everything had happened so fast, and his mind was still buzzing and chaotic. Even after a while, Zhao Xiaomei remained visibly shaken. Still, she gently wiped the dried sweat from Yang Xiaohai's forehead with a towel. She glanced at the monkey children sleeping with a bag of guoquis and hesitantly asked, "Do you think that old woman was killed?" Yang Xiaohai shook his head mechanically. "I don't know, perhaps. Those people are so hateful. She was such a good person. A good person? After wiping his sweat, Zhao Xiaomei sat beside him for a while before she spoke again. Who do you think are the good people, and who are the bad ones? Young Xiaohai was silent for a long time. Then he answered, I don't know. I'm not smart enough to know. Zhao Xiaomei folded the towel in her hands and said, I think that old woman wasn't a truly bad person. I can tell she genuinely liked the children. I wouldn't mistake genuine love. Maybe no one thinks they're the bad guys. They all probably believe they're the good ones. Yang Xiaohai turned to look at Zhao Xiaomei's profile. What he learned from this incident was that he nearly got his wife hurt. He wasn't strong enough to protect her. He had underestimated the situation back when he was still in Cowheart village. He needed to get stronger. The morning sun broke through the fog and brightened the dark landscape. Xiaohai, look. We're back in Qing Qiu. Yang Xiaohai saw patches of grass before them and remarked, Why is the grass in Qing Qiu turning yellow? Li Huawang was in red robes by a pond as he paced under Li Sui's gaze. He looked as though he was waiting for something. He occasionally bit his fingers with a rather nervous expression. 2 hours passed. Just as his patience wore thin, he saw his reflection in the pond turn to face him. Yi Donglai, you've finally shown up, Li Huawang said with a hint of irritation. I have my own matters. I'm your future, not your nanny, Jizai replied. Cut the crap. Time is short. I don't care if you know what's happening, but I need your help. Li Huawang demanded while he frowned. Help you? What? Don't tell me you, a Siming, didn't know about the Dharma sect taking over the Qi kingdom. I really didn't know, Jizai said frankly. Say that again. The entire Qi kingdom was taken over by the Dharma sect. The God Yuer's power has spread so widely, and you didn't know? I'm in charge of bewilderment. You are confused, and I am even more so. It's understandable for something like this to happen. F***CK. Li Huawang cursed. Chapter 645, Help. Every conversation Li Huawang had with Jizai made him feel that his flames of anger could never be extinguished. I don't care if you did or didn't know. We can't let the great Liang repeat the fate of the great Qi. I need your help. Don't forget that when you asked for my help, I didn't say any nonsense. Li Huawang yelled. How should I help you then? Jizai asked. Li Huawang clenched his fists. Aren't you a Siming? Make me stronger. Use your power to keep me in the elevated state of the Baoi's Sangchang Ascension. This is all to deal with the God Yuer. I can't do that. After all, I control bewilderment. You may not be aware of it, but I have helped you. Helped me? Bullshit. How have you helped me? How come I'm not aware? Exactly. What do you mean? I'm asking how you helped. Li Huawang's anger flared at Jizai's nonsensical replies. I should have chosen to be Baoi's Twisted One instead of yours. Baoi? That wouldn't be good. Being her Twisted One is very painful, Jizai said, remaining calm. Li Huawang calmed down and glared at his reflection. Jizai, you claim to be my future self, but your actions and words make me doubt if your goals are the same as mine. Would you believe me if I said otherwise? Ever since Zhuge Yuan deceived you, have you trusted anyone? Jizai said, sighing lightly. Don't mention Zhuge Yuan. Aren't you a Siming? If you have the power, bring Zhuge Yuan back to life. I can't. In this world, the dead can't be brought back to life. There's no such heavenly Dao in the Bayou capital. A long silence ensued between them. After a while, Li Huawang took a deep breath and said, You can't do this, you can't do that. Fine. Then tell me, how are the others in the future? The people of Cowheart village? The Great Liang? Have I really managed to protect them in the future? The future depends on your present actions. You know this world is alive and constantly changing. Li Huawang looked seriously at Jizai. Stop with the vague talk. I have no other demands. I've sacrificed myself to protect those I care about, so that they can survive in this abnormal world. Can you promise me that you will protect them? Sensing the seriousness in Li Huawang's words, Jizai nodded with certainty. I can promise you that much, as long as you're my Twisted One. Li Huawang finally relaxed a bit. If Jizai couldn't guarantee anything, he would have to reconsider his options. All right, enough of that. Let's talk about the current problem. The crisis caused by the God Yuer is imminent. I need to increase my strength. There were risks with cultivating the truth previously because the truth and lies heavenly Daoist were controlled by Dolao. Now that you're in charge, can I continue my truth cultivation safely? You don't need to ask me about such things. If you think you can, then you can. Li Huawang's heart sank. He suddenly felt like his thoughts were being manipulated by Jizai. As he hesitated and prepared to ask something else, an eagle swooped down from the sky and dropped a scroll in front of him. Li Huolong's pupils trembled as he opened the scroll. Across the Great Liang's 6 divisions, the Dharma sect was instigating numerous uprisings in large cities and small villages. The Dharma sect had rebelled. God Yuer is using his power to cause chaos. You're assignment too. Stop talking nonsense and do something, Li Huolong said, urging Jizai to help. I influence things. What exactly have you done? Early on, I sent people to hunt down the Dharma sect. I also informed my Twisted One that the Dharma sect's actions are a diversion. Their real target is Shangjing. Li Huolong's pupils dilated in alarm. What? Their target is Gao Zhijian. He rushed to his horse. On the way, he quickly contacted Lu Zongyuan, urging him to relay the message to Shangjing. As Li Huolong rode off, Jizai's wavering inverted image in the water remained and watched Li Huolong leave. Jizai looked a little dazed as if he had recalled something. Soon after, Shangjing contacted Li Huolong. A black-feathered crow with one leg stood on Li Huolong's horse and said, Lord Heir, His Majesty is aware and assures you that everything will be handled properly. Forget His Majesty. Does the Surveillance Bureau know? Li Huolong asked the crow. Gao Zhijian said that things would be handled properly, but Li Huolong was uncertain about this. After all, Gao Zhijian had only been emperor for less than half a year, and it was doubtful how much power he actually held in the court. They do. Both the Imperial Preceptor and the Chief of the Surveillance Bureau are aware. They will be on guard. Li Huolong felt slightly relieved. If the other party wanted to cause a diversion, the biggest fear would be falling into their trap. Since the enemy's plan was exposed, their scheme had already faced setbacks. This was the first time Li Huolong had received help ever since becoming Jizai's Twisted One. Tell them to be vigilant. I'll head there myself to ensure everything is secure. The crow replied, No need, Lord Heir. Please return. The Surveillance Bureau definitely won't allow a repeat of what happened last time. You know nothing. Get lost. Li Huolong waved the crow away and spurred his horse toward Shangjing. After learning of the Dharma sect's high-level plans from Jizai, Li Huolong decided he had to oversee the protection of Gao Zhijian himself. This was more important than dealing with the scattered remnants of the Dharma sect. He had to go even if it could be a wasted trip. The Great Liang couldn't end up like the Great Qi. The victims from the Great Qi could come over to the Great Liang, but there was nowhere those from the Great Liang could head to. The one-legged crow circled overhead and repeated this message. Lord Heir, you really don't need to. Please return. Li Huolong was lying on his ward bed as he shouted at the voice outside the window. Enough. Get lost. However, it didn't stop speaking. What is mental illness? Who defines it? And who gave them that right? I believe this label is wrong. Mental illness doesn't exist. It's a false label defined by external politics, economics, or culture. It's just a means to maintain the existing social order. Chapter 646, Psychiatric Patient. Upon hearing the chatter outside the door, Li Huolong sprang up, angrily tearing off his blanket and striding towards the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw 2 men in hospital gowns leaning against the wall and eating snacks while they debated about something. One of them was tall, wore plastic-framed glasses, and had his hair swept back in a scholarly look. This man was the source of the nonsensical rambling that Li Huolong had heard from his room. Li Huolong didn't care too much about it. He just felt that newcomer's incessant chatter was very annoying. Li Huolong snapped, Get out of here. It's only 7 in the morning. Why are you so noisy? Hey, young man, don't interrupt me. Do you know what I'm doing? I'm fighting for our special group's essential rights, the bespectacled man replied. Just as he was about to continue arguing, his companion noticed the handcuffs on Li Huolong's wrists and quickly pulled him away. Although the people had left, Li Huolong was now wide awake. He sighed, went back inside, and put on his shoes. Being a sane person enclosed together with these psychiatric patients was torture. He couldn't even vent his frustration on them without the doctors thinking he was having an episode, which would further delay his discharge. Li Huolong had nothing else to do in his empty room, so he decided to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. Sway, are you hungry? He asked. There were no surprises in the psychiatric hospital's breakfast, just steamed buns and porridge. Li Huolong took his tray to a corner and started to eat. He pondered how much longer he had to stay there for before getting discharged. The man with mania has already been discharged. I should be the next in line. Then, just as Li Huolong was about to resume eating his breakfast, he felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around to see Qian Fu, a schizophrenic patient looking at him from a distance. Nevertheless, Qian Fu was just watching him, so Li Huolong ignored Qian Fu and continued eating. Encounters like this were common in the psychiatric hospital, so Li Huawang just had to stay calm. With surveillance everywhere, he doubted Qian Fu would do anything extreme. As for the conservation he had earlier, Li Huawang did not take them to heart. He could not be bothered with the ramblings of a stranger who was also a psychiatric patient. After breakfast, it was time for the patient's support group. Li Huawang doubted that this was effective in any way. If mutual encouragement could cure mental illnesses, medication would be unnecessary. The plastic stool to Li Huawang's left was empty, which didn't surprise him since the guy who used to sit there had previously mentioned his imminent discharge. However, the schizophrenic Wang Wangsu's stool was also empty, which puzzled Li Huawang. Where did Sister Wang go? Is she cured too? He asked the depressed girl next to him. Zhao Ting's face looked pale as she shook her head. No, she's not cured. Her husband didn't pay the bill, so she was discharged. We shared a room, and her condition was improving. But the doctor said the hospital isn't a charity. There's no treatment without money. Li Huawang sighed. Outsiders thought psychiatric patients would eagerly escape if given the chance to. But in reality, those with some rationality knew they were sick and wanted to be cured. Some even checked in alone voluntarily without telling their families. Only people who were completely out of control, like those in television series, needed to be forcibly admitted. Psychiatric patients were just like any other patients. The illness was just affecting a different part of their body. Most preferred to be fully cured before leaving, just like a normal person walking out of a hospital healthily. Nonetheless, reality was cruel. Hospitals needed to make money too, especially private ones. Even if the doctors knew a patient's condition was not optimistic, the patient would be emotionlessly asked to leave. This often led patients into a vicious cycle where they couldn't get better without money. They couldn't earn money while they were sick, so that would eventually lead to a downward spiral that worsened their condition. Then, they would transition into disabled people or lunatics. Li Huawang did not want to add to the psychological burden of this depressed patient, so he comforted her. Sister Wang's condition was mild. As long as she keeps taking her medication, she should stabilize. Don't worry about her. While they talked, Li Huawang noticed Wu Cheng bringing two new patients over. One was the bespectacled newcomer from earlier, and the other was an emaciated old man. Wu Cheng greeted the group. Good morning, everyone. We have two new members in our group today. This gentleman here is Yuan Heping, and this is Wang Gang. Let's give them a warm welcome. The applause was sparse. Li Huawang didn't bother joining in. Instead, he thought about how to pass the time. When the two new members were seated, Li Huawang noticed the bespectacled man looking at him. When he looked up, the person quickly averted his gaze. Wu Cheng said, All right, how about the two of you introduce yourselves? The session dragged on slowly, tormenting Li Huawang as time passed. After what seemed like an entire year, the long support group session finally came to an end. Nothing in the session had helped Li Huawang. His only takeaway was a glimpse into the illnesses of these two newcomers. The old man had an obsessive-compulsive disorder, while the bespectacled man had schizophrenia, which was nothing strange there. The other people stood up separately and left with their stools. Meanwhile, Li Huawang let out a deep breath, relieved that the tedious morning was over. He then headed to the cafeteria for lunch. On the way there, Gao Zhijian, the simple-minded man he had helped in the past, approached him. Brother, for you. It's nice, Gao Zhijian said, holding out the small steamed bun in his hand. Just as Li Huawang was about to thank Gao Zhijian, a figure brushed past and whispered urgently to Li Huawang, Be careful. They're coming. Danger is approaching us. The figure quickly vanished. Li Huawang had only seen the back of that person's head, but he recognized that person as Qian Fu, the schizophrenic man who had been staring at him. Li Huawang frowned and pondered briefly about what Qian Fu had said. Then, he shook his head and walked to the cafeteria. Chapter 647 Needle. The lunch served at Kangning Hospital's cafeteria was decent. There was one meat dish, one vegetable dish, and soup. It wasn't bad, even though it was cooked in large portions instead of single serves. However, Li Huawang was rather distracted while eating. Just a moment ago, Qian Fu had approached him again with more nonsensical words. Initially, Li Huawang thought Qian Fu was just approaching him on a whim, but now it seemed like Qian Fu was focused on him specifically. Since Qian Fu was not giving up, Li Huawang had to think of how to get rid of this fellow. They were under surveillance everywhere, so he definitely could not kill Qian Fu here. Giving Qian Fu a violent beating to deter him was not an option either. As Li Huawang continuously pondered on this problem, he picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks and bit into them forcefully. He felt a sudden sharp pain and tasted blood in his mouth, causing his muscles to tense up. He opened his mouth and placed his finger inside tremblingly. Amidst the pain, he quickly found several needles embedded in his tongue. A nearby nurse noticed Li Huolong's distress and walked towards him. The nurse asked, "Are you okay?" Seeing Li Huolong pull needles from his mouth, the nurse's face turned pale with shock as he grasped the severity of the situation. He immediately shouted for the patients around to stop eating. The discovery of needles in the food of the psychiatric hospital caused an uproar, and the entire hospital quickly descended into chaos. However, their inspection revealed that only Li Huolong's food was contaminated. Such a serious safety breach couldn't be ignored. The hospital director and a team began to review the surveillance footage, while all patients were sent back to their rooms. In his room, Li Huolong considered the suspicious aspects of the incident. He was more concerned about the meaning of this act than the pain, which was secondary. Who did this? I haven't offended anyone here. Could it be? Li Huolong thought, recalling the cryptic warnings Qian Fu had given him. At that moment, Guacang entered Li Huolong's room alone. "How are you? This was clearly our hospital's fault. We will waive part of your hospital fees to express our apologies. Also, since you are an adult, can we refrain from informing your mother about this small incident?" "Wait, does that mean you guys found the culprit?" Li Huolong asked in surprise. "Yes, we did. The culprit's method wasn't very sophisticated. Here is the cafeteria's surveillance footage." Guacang placed his phone before Li Huolong and softly tapped it to play the video on the screen. Li Huolong quickly found out who had placed needles in his dish. "Qian Fu? It's actually him." "Yes," Guacang said, confirming Qian Fu as the culprit. He then put his phone away. "From the surveillance footage, I noticed that he's been approaching you frequently lately. Have you had any conflicts with him?" "What conflicts would I have with him? Where is he now? I need to confront him." Li Huolong was genuinely angry. Qian Fu has gone too far. He actually fed me needles to try to make me believe his crazy talk. There were no Laotians, that were a threat to me. In the entire psychiatric hospital, it was likely Qian Fu's the biggest threat to me. "Come on, little Li. We need your help." Asked Qian Fu where he got those needles. Such items shouldn't have been brought into the hospital. Li Huolong was brought to the intensive restraint unit, where Qian Fu was bound in a straitjacket. Li Huolong stepped on the soft floor and looked coldly at Qian Fu's excited face. "Why did you do this? How did I offend you?" Qian Fu shouted. "No, I wasn't trying to hurt you. It's them, the Laotians." An orderly replied sternly. "The surveillance footage clearly shows you doing it. Now, tell us where you got those needles." Qian Fu ignored the orderly and stared intensely at Li Huolong. "Don't believe them. The footage was altered. Their technology is advanced, so they can edit it. It wasn't me, really. Do you know why they're doing this? They want to sow discord among us. They want us to kill each other so they can pick us off one by one. They've infiltrated us like the lizard people." Li Huolong felt insane for trying to get a lunatic to speak logically. "Forget it. Just keep him restrained. Don't let him out to harm anyone else," Li Huolong said to Guacang and turned to leave. Qian Fu called out desperately, "Little Li, do you understand? Only you can understand me. The Leo aliens are here. Danger is imminent. Hiding won't solve anything. We must strike first." Li Huolong ignored Qian Fu and headed back to his room. Since Qian Fu was now restrained, Li Huolong hoped for some peace. He did not want anything else to happen. He just wanted to be discharged without complications. That way, he could leave with the status of a normal person. As Li Huolong had been unable to have his meal, Guacang arranged a roast duck takeaway for Li Huolong, in what seemed like an attempt to placate him. Li Huolong grabbed a few green onion and cucumber strips and dipped them in the sweet sauce. Then he spread them on the bun and covered the bun with a few slices of the roast duck. Finally, he rolled it all up and took a big bite. The taste was a welcome change from the usual hospital fare. While Li Huolong was enjoying the meal alone, he suddenly felt someone watching him. He looked up sharply to find no one. Li Huolong frowned. "Is someone spying on me?" After a few minutes, two people carefully peeked through the window. However, Li Huolong was sitting by that window and noticed them straight away. They jumped in fright and quickly backed away. Li Huolong recognized the two people as the newcomers. They were the bespectacled Wang Gang and the old man Yuan Heping. Seeing Li Huolong look at them unkindly, Wang Gang muttered indignantly to the older guy, "This is ridiculous. Why does he get roast duck? Come on, don't make trouble. Maybe he has connections with the hospital." Unbelievable, using connections in a psychiatric hospital to get special treatment. 1. Previously Leo aliens. Refers to the aliens from the Leo constellation. Chapter 648, Discharge. The commotion at Kangning Hospital soon subsided. Qian Fu was locked up, and Li Huowang didn't find any needles in his food again. This pretty much confirmed that Qian Fu was the one who had put them there. Life in the psychiatric hospital consisted of eating meals, taking medication, watching TV, support groups, therapy, outdoor time, and sleeping. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Aside from feeling bored sometimes, everything was normal for Li Huowang. During this time, his mother and Yang Na visited him, and they were both delighted to learn that he hadn't had any more episodes. One morning, Li Huowang was sitting in his room as he waited for his cup noodles to soften. The psychiatric hospital didn't provide braised beef cup noodles, but Yang Na had brought a carton of them on her following visit after Li Huowang mentioned he wanted to eat them. Li Huowang waited 3 minutes for the noodles to cook. Just as he was about to open the lid, a familiar face appeared at the door. "Yidonglai, you're finally here," Li Huowang said. "I have a lot of things to deal with. I'm your former attending physician, not your nanny. Besides, I keep in touch with Junior Wu, so I'm regularly updated on your condition," Yidonglai replied. "Looks like you're recovering well." He sat on the bed and watched Li Huowang eat his noodles with a folding fork. Li Huowang sipped some soup before saying, "I'm all right. I've been here for 3 months now and have gotten used to things. You sounded rather anxious on the phone before. How about now? Are you not anxious anymore?" Li Huowang swallowed his noodles and pondered for a moment. Then he said with some hesitation, "Those memories are becoming blurry as time goes by. I'm not sure if those were delusions or real events." He had clearly done those things, but they hadn't happened in reality. The only possible explanation seemed to be that the problem lay within himself. Yet, Li Huowang knew he wasn't ill. Yidonglai nodded approvingly. "Since you started the new medication, have those incidents occurred again?" "No." Li Huowang continued to eat his noodles. Since it had only happened once, Li Huowang decided to monitor the situation first. If it never happened again, he would consider it a bizarre dream. At that moment, Guacang walked in and whispered something to Yidonglai. Then, they both stepped outside for a detailed conversation. They talked for half an hour and made several phone calls. When Yidonglai returned, he held out a tablet to Li Huowang. "Here, Huowang. Please complete these questions." "Questions?" Li Huowang took the tablet and saw multiple-choice questions. "I always insist that others follow my ideas and get very angry when they don't." "Yes." "No. I never trust others to handle things and prefer to do them myself." "Yes." "No. I am often troubled by intrusive thoughts." "Yes." "No." After reading through the questions, Li Huowang looked at Yidonglai and asked excitedly, "Is this the Minnesota Personality Inventory? Or SCL 91? Does this mean I can be discharged if all the results are normal?" Yidonglai was surprised. "You know quite a bit about this. Just complete it first. It's just the first test." Li Huowang gathered his focus and began to answer the question seriously. His fingers even trembled slightly in anticipation. He was finally going to be discharged. Once Li Huowang was done with the questions, the hospital staff conducted various tests on him. They even hooked him up to a few machines to have his brain activity monitored for any abnormalities. After all the procedures, they asked Li Huowang to wait in his room. The wait felt extraordinarily long, and Li Huowang finally understood how slowly time could crawl. Finally, when Guacang came to remove Li Huowang's restraints, Li Huowang was so overwhelmed that he almost cried. He was really going to be discharged. As soon as the restraints were removed, Guacang locked a black device that resembled an electronic watch around his left ankle. "What's this?" Li Huowang asked, feeling a little less happy. Yidonglai said, "Given your past actions, you're lucky to only have electronic monitoring for a year. Will this thing constantly track my location?" "This device not only tracks your location, but also restricts you. It's fully connected to the internet and meant to keep you at least 500 meters away from all schools, be it a kindergarten, elementary school, junior high, or high school," Yidonglai explained. "If you stay near one of those for more than 5 seconds, it will alert the nearest station. No doctor's clearance can change that." He continued, "This device can't be removed. If it's damaged or doesn't detect your pulse, it will trigger an alarm. After you go home, don't wander around. Technically, you still need 2 months of home treatment to stabilize your condition." Li Huowang nodded in understanding. It seemed like all these restrictions were because of his past actions. He would still face restrictions after being discharged, but he didn't mind them as long as he could leave with the identity of a normal person. "Li Huowang, remember to take your medication regularly after your discharge. You mustn't stop taking it. You can go now. Your parents are waiting for you in the hall," Yidonglai said. "Yang Na didn't come?" We only notify immediate family for patient discharges. Hurry up, they're already here. Li Huang was accompanied by Yi Donglai and Wu Cheng. He changed out of his blue and white patient clothing into normal clothes. Sun Xiaoqin wept with joy upon seeing Li Huang in regular clothes for the first time in a very long time. Beside her, Li Jiansheng was carrying Li Huang's belongings. He struggled to control his emotions, as his trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Overcome with gratitude, Sun Xiaoqin tried to kneel before Yi Donglai, but Yi Donglai and Wu Cheng quickly stopped her. Miss Sun, there's no need for this. Please stand up. I simply did my duty by helping your son, Yi Donglai said. After the hectic discharge process, Li Huang finally left the hospital. He stepped outside and looked up at the sky. Li Huang appreciated the beauty of the white clouds and the freshness of the air like never before. 1. The symptom checklist, 90, SCL 90, is a 90-item questionnaire used to assess psychological problems. Chapter 649, Return. Li Huang hadn't felt much before he stepped out of the hospital. However, the moment he walked outside, a belated sense of joy suddenly spread from within and washed over him. He was free. He was no longer a psychiatric patient. He could go back to school and live a normal life. Sun Xiaoqin said, "Come on, let's ride home. Your dad brought his old taxi just to pick you up." Once in the car, the first thing Li Huang did was take his mother's phone from her bag and log into his WeChat, one account. Then he hesitated for a moment as he held the phone with the cracked screen, seemingly lost in thought. Eventually, he opened the chat with the familiar rabbit avatar. He typed words and then deleted them, repeating this loop for half an hour. Li Huang looked at the hundreds of words he'd typed out and hovered his thumb over the send button for a long time before ultimately deleting all of them. I want to surprise Yang Na. Telling her over WeChat won't do. I'll wait for her outside her school. As he imagined the scene, his gaze fell on the smart watch on his ankle. I'll wait for her 500 meters from the school gate. Li Huang had made up his mind. He rolled down the car window, and a smile gradually spread across his face as he looked at the unfamiliar scenery outside. He felt incredibly happy, happier than he had been in years. As they passed an intersection, a fruit vendor on the roadside stared at Li Huang, and Li Huang waved gently at him. Throughout the long journey from Kangning Hospital back to his home, Li Huang never stopped smiling. It felt surreal to finally see the gate of his neighborhood again. Shangjing, I'm finally back. Li Huang looked up at the imposing city walls, took a deep breath, and pulled on the reins. Once inside, he slowed the horse's pace and silently observed everything within the city. He was relieved to see that the bustling crowds and everyday life remained the same. There was a bridal procession with music and fanfare nearby. It proved that people were still going through life events, celebrating as well as mourning. Though the Dharma sect caused great turmoil outside, it seemed it hadn't affected the imperial city. Li Huang circled the inner and outer cities of Shangjing, finding no traces of the Dharma sect. Then, he finally galloped towards the imperial palace. Around 10 meters from the palace, he felt a numbness between his brows and a sharp tingling sensation all over his body. He pulled on the reins sharply, causing the black horse beneath him to rear up before stopping. Li Huang realized that the palace guards might have attacked him if he had charged straight in. What's going on? It's me. Have I been gone for so long you don't recognize me? Li Huang shouted at the palace guards. The guards, both inside and outside the walls, remained silent like statues. What kind of game are you guys playing? As Li Huang pondered how to bypass these brutes, an old eunuch wearing a purple robe and white shoes glided out from a side gate. The eunuch said, "Lord Li, the emperor has summoned you to see him in the palace." Li Huang was rather irritated as he dismounted. He was about to follow the eunuch when he glanced back at the bustling street, as if searching for something. "Lord Li, what's the matter?" the eunuch asked. The eunuch's voice caused Li Huang to turn back. "Nothing, let's go." Li Huang had been to the imperial palace many times and had nothing more to say. He quickened his pace and followed the eunuch to see Gao Zhijian. As Li Huang walked, he could feel numerous gazes on him, from both obvious and hidden sources. It appeared that the security had been heightened since his last visit, perhaps due to the aftermath of Shai Zi's incident. "Imperial Preceptor, long time no see," Li Huang shouted to an old man inside the imperial palace. Huang Fu Tiangang did not say anything. He just stood there with hands behind his back and stared silently at Li Huang. "Father, he doesn't look happy," Li Sui said from behind Li Huang. "Ignore him. He's never happy," Li Huang replied. holding onto Li Sui's tentacle while they walked. In the imperial bedchamber, Li Huang was startled by Gao Zhijian's appearance. Gao Zhijian used to be a burly man who had been as sturdy as a wall. But now, he looked frail and pale, as though he was on the verge of death. What happened to you? Did the Dharma sect send assassins to ambush you? Are you hurt? Li Huang asked. Gao Zhijian waved off Li Huang's concern. It's nothing. Being emperor isn't easy. Unlike before, Gao Zhijian spoke more fluently. He had made significant progress in overcoming his stutter. What's going on? Give me more details. You're the emperor now. You can't afford any mishaps. Gao Zhijian's face flushed with embarrassment, seemingly finding it difficult to speak. Eventually, he approached Li Huang and whispered into his ear. 3 a day? That many, Li Huang uttered in surprise. With a sigh, Gao Zhijian pulled Li Huang to the front of the hall and sat on the jade-white stairs. Senior Li, I'm going to be a father. 16 concubines are pregnant. After finding out that Gao Zhijian was fine, Li Huang let out a sigh of relief. Then that means there's an heir to the dragon vein. You can rest a bit. You don't need to overexert yourself. He had made it in time to prevent any threats the Dharma sect would pose to Gao Zhijian. Senior Li, how is Cowheart village? Is everyone all right? Gao Zhijian asked wistfully. Everyone is fine. Thanks to your generous gifts, the village is now very wealthy. That's good to hear. Sometimes, I dream of returning to the village, Gao Zhijian said as he stared at the empty courtyard. It's not possible now, with the Dharma sect causing so much trouble, Li Huang stated seriously. Did you get my message from before? A voice came from behind. Of course, but don't worry. The Surveillance Bureau will protect the Emperor from those with ill intentions. Li Huang turned to see Xianpin, the towering chief of the Surveillance Bureau, behind them. 1. A mobile messaging and social media app that is very popular in China. Chapter 650, Smoke Signals Rising. Li Huang stared at the figure in the red robes. Xianpin? Why are you here? Xianpin's robes fluttered as he walked towards the two. With the world in chaos, we need the combined strength of the Surveillance Bureau to get through these difficult times. As the chief, why shouldn't I be in the palace? Li Huang scrutinized him for a moment and then turned back to Gao Zhijian. The Dharma sect is likely to make a move soon. I'm worried, so I came to check things out. Li Huang suggested. How about this? I'll stay in the palace to protect you more closely. Before Gao Zhijian could respond, Xianpin interjected. No, I wasn't asking you. We've received your information. Rest assured, the Imperial Preceptor, the military, and the Surveillance Bureau protect the Emperor's safety. You can leave. Li Huang slapped his knees and stood up. He angrily said to Xianpin, What are you worried about? I'm Jizai's Twisted One. You learned your illusion techniques from him. Who exactly are you guarding against? The gazes he received when he entered the palace, the attention from the Imperial Preceptor, and the chief's sudden appearance all made Li Huang realize they didn't trust him. Li Huang exclaimed, If it weren't for me, Shizi would have seized the dragon vein long ago. If I had ulterior motives, why would I have saved it? I could have just watched it all happen. And now you're guarding against me? What does this mean? Aren't you Jizai's follower? Didn't he say he's hunting down the Dharma sect? Doesn't that include you? First, Xianpin said, pausing briefly. Then he continued, I've confirmed that if it weren't for you, Shizi wouldn't have nearly seized the dragon vein. Saving it was the least you could do to offset your demerits. Secondly, my knowledge comes from enlightenment. I know someone named Jizai, and that person is you. Li Huang almost laughed. Xianpin, are you pretending to be confused, or do you genuinely not understand? In front of you, I used my truth cultivation method to conjure the siming that controls bewilderment. Don't tell me you didn't see that. Xianpin said nothing. Instead, a strange gaze shot out at Li Huang from beneath his robe. What's going on? Does he really not know? Is he deceiving me, or has the past changed again? Li Huang thought. Li Huang was taken aback, and he looked up at the sky. The chief began to drift away, but Li Huang grabbed him. Li Huang called out, Wait, I need to confront Jizai with you. We need to clear this up. Both Li Huang and Xianpin looked up at the sky beyond the layers of roof tiles. As though startled, a flock of birds suddenly soared from the imperial gardens and circled in the air. Something seems wrong, Li Huang muttered. His heart sank. He didn't know what was happening, but he instinctively felt that the world was changing. Xianpin's 6 slender fingers emerged from his red robe as he pinched them together and began to calculate. After a few breaths, he lowered his hand. A deep voice then emanated from within Xianpin's robe. A natural disaster. Natural disaster? The sky is clear. What natural disaster? Li Huolong said. His eyes widened. He knew disasters weren't limited to just sun-devouring heavenly dogs. At that moment, 3 black smoke columns rose swiftly in the sky to the east. What does that mean? Li Huolong shouted as he pointed at the smoke. Enemy at the gates. What enemies? 3 more black smoke columns rose from the south, west, and north. Qian Pin answered. That's not from outside the city, it's inside. Someone has infiltrated the city. Li Huolong forgot about questioning Qian Pin and sprang into action. I'll check it out. You and the Imperial Preceptor protect Gao Zhijian. Li Sui, let's go. Li Huolong widened his mouth and swallowed Li Sui. 2 of her tentacles emerged from Li Huolong. Li Sui quickly drew talismans on yellow paper with his blood and slapped them onto Li Huolong's knees. The moment the talismans were plastered to Li Huolong's knees, he became a blur as he dashed towards the palace gates like the wind. Meanwhile, in Shangjing, Lu Jiren held his daughter Xiaohai and walked into the inner courtyard through the back of the theater house. He carried a box of pastries wrapped in oil paper. He entered the second door and saw his wife lounging on a chair. She was listening to the show being performed on the stage as she gently tapped her long nails. 2 young maids massaged her legs and shoulders beside her. Few people in Shangjing could enjoy such luxury. Lu Jiren said, Warner, you should move around. You've gained weight since coming to Shangjing. So what if I'm fat? Only the wealthy can afford to be fat. Luo Wanhua retorted as she opened her eyes. When she saw the pastries in Lu Jiren's hands, she asked with surprise, Jiren, what's that? Embarrassed, Lu Jiren dismissed the maids and sheepishly placed the pastries on Luo Zhuanghua's slightly bulging belly. Luo Zhuanghua was a little confused. Nevertheless, she opened the box and found the long, white cakes within. Her face lit up with joy. Wick cakes 1. Luo Wanhua picked up 2 of them and placed them in her mouth, savoring their flavor. She said, Delicious. I haven't seen these since we left Siqi. You specially bought these for me. Lu Jiren scratched his head. I didn't plan to. A new pastry shop run by a refugee from Siqi opened in the market. I just saw them and bought some. Sweetness permeated Luo Zhuanhua's mouth and heart. She knew that these things were not easily found in the Great Liang. Back then, they couldn't afford such treats, except for their wedding when they had scraped together 6 taels for them. She had eaten them all then. Luo Wanhua had not expected her husband to remember that after all these years. Lu Jiren told his wife, about the harsh words I said on the road, don't take them to heart. Luo Wanhua tried to cover her laughter when she saw her husband's embarrassed expression and recalled the young man who would blush as red as a monkey's bottom. Lu Jiren blushed. What's so funny? He set his daughter down and headed towards the theater house. 1. A traditional Chinese snack of steamed rice cakes, typically filled with red bean paste. Translators thought this is the first time I've seen wick cakes. I should try them one day. Chapter 651 Theater. All right. I won't laugh at you anymore. Don't leave me, my dear. Lu Jiren sat back down with Luo Wanhua pulling onto his sleeves. It was a bit cramped with 2 people lying in a single chair, but they didn't mind it. Husband, I never regretted marrying you. You might be a wimp at times, but you are very kind. Lu Jiren said nothing as his wife opened up to him. If anyone else got rich, they would have immediately gone and gotten themselves a mistress, but you are different. When I first gave birth to Xiaohai, I remember how your father had been very upset since she was a girl, but I also remember how happy you looked. You looked just like a monkey dancing in joy. She suddenly remembered something when she said that. She lifted her head and revealed a sly expression. Hey, did he say that he would hand down the theater to you after his death? Maybe there's some paper or document that details that. Lu Jiren coughed out of surprise and turned around. Why are you bringing my father into the equation? TSK, you have to be very careful with matters like these. Your brother might look careless and stupid on the outside, but he's actually quite calculative. I just don't want others to take advantage of your kindness. Lu Jiren sat up and was confused. Luo Wanhua thought he didn't understand her and explained, Wait, stop running away every time I'm trying to talk to you about these things. Do you expect us to go beg for food when we are old if we don't have the theater? Lu Jiren replied, No, it's not about that. Listen, why did they stop performing? Luo Wanhua craned her neck and was confused by what she heard too. Rather than hearing the sound of a performance, she heard what seemed to be a commotion instead. She asked, What's going on? Is there trouble with the performers? Take Xiaohai and don't leave this place. Let me go and take a look, Lu Jiren said. Lu Jiren walked towards the door. Just as he placed his hand on the wooden door, someone kicked the entire door open. A group of people charged into the room. Some of them had a white cloth wrapped around their head, while others had black cloth wrapped over their shoulders. The first person to enter the room was a beggar with sores on his face. Lu Zhuangyuan had seen him at the entrance of the market. The beggar swung the cleaver and slashed at Lu Jiren's chest, laughing happily when he heard Lu Jiren's painful cries. To think that you know how to feel pain. You, who were born in opulence. Do you know how painful being hungry was? Do you know what true suffering is? Do you know how it feels to be humiliated by others? If the heavens were unjust towards us, then we shall change the heavens today. I shall let you feel what being poor feels like. Lu Jiren endured the pain and pushed the old beggar away. His usual cowardly self was gone. He looked at the group of people and immediately shouted at Luo Wanhua. "Wanner, run!" Lu Jiren tried to block the people but was hit in the head by a hammer. Iron was harder than bone. Lu Jiren didn't stand a chance. His head immediately caved in, and he slumped onto the ground. Junren, Luo Wanhua shouted in despair and rushed over to Lu Jiren's corpse. She completely ignored the people from the Dharma sect. One of the old ladies ran out from the group and stabbed Luo Zhuanhua's neck with a pair of scissors. The old lady's eyes were filled with hatred as she spat. "How dare you enjoy your wealth while others suffer? We are all women, so why are you in bliss while I have to suffer?" Luo Zhuanhua's eyes glazed over as she died. The old lady then carried her bloodied scissors as she walked towards the crying Xiaohai. She almost killed Xiaohai, but the old beggar pushed her away. He carried Xiaohai in his arms. The old beggar exclaimed, "What are you doing? The child is still young. Are you crazy? How could you try to kill such a young child? Get lost." "No." As they were bickering, the others started rummaging around the rooms. The two of them saw what the others were doing and immediately stopped. They quickly rummaged around too for fear that the others would take all of the valuables. But it wasn't long before the group left the place with frustration. There weren't a lot of valuables in the theater. "I know where their house is. Follow me," someone shouted. Hearing this, everyone followed the person who had spoken. One of the gangsters with tattoos on his arms even threw a torch and burned down the theater. The old beggar was carrying Xiaohai as he tailed the group. He wasn't physically fit to begin with, and he was even slower now since he was carrying Xiaohai. He wanted to place Xiaohai down, but he decided against it when he saw how chaotic everything around him was. Just then, he heard someone shouting from the front. "Monster! He's a monster! Don't be scared. God Yuer is strong. We are not afraid of monsters. Go, kill him." Before the beggar could figure out what was happening, he saw the people in front exploding into a mist of blood. All of them were cut down like grass in a field. He finally saw what the monster was. It was a Daoist wearing red robes with black tentacles sprouting out of his body. He wore a bronze coin veil and had only one remaining eye, which, curiously, had two pupils. Each of the tentacles was holding a weapon. It was no wonder others called him a monster. The old beggar couldn't do anything but raise his cleaver. He put the child down so that he could kill the monster, but just as he placed Xiaohai onto the ground, the old beggar split apart. Li Huang suddenly realized the crying child in the pool of blood was Xiaohai. He never thought this was how he would meet the Lu family again. Xiaohai was crying as she pulled on Li Huang's sleeve and pointed at the theater. Li Huang held her with one tentacle and immediately rushed towards the theater. Soon, he saw the signage of the theater belonging to the Lu family. The sign that had been wrapped in gold and silver was now enveloped by flames. Staring at the collapsing building, Li Huang steeled himself and ran into the burning theater. The stage itself was burning too. An old man was standing on the collapsing stage. He was crying and laughing hysterically as he loudly sang lines from the show. Beside him were the corpses of his son and daughter-in-law. "The bright moon rises early to the east as I think of my mother back at home. Accompanying you, I feel like a sheep accompanying a tiger. While I have fulfilled my loyalty to you, I have failed to be filial to my family. As the star shifts and the Big Dipper soars through the heavens, I sit restlessly without being able to sleep as the second section of the night passes. I have never let the people of Gu County down, so why am I being summoned with the gold medallion? I listen to the bell tolling on the tower, signaling the third section of the night, while my eyes dared not shift from the sight of the moon illuminating the hall. 1. The deaths of his son and daughter-in-law had driven Lu Zhuangyuan mad. 1. A song that expresses the conflict of trying to balance being loyal to one's superior and being filial to their family. Gold medallion refers to the message of the highest urgency, meaning that any message with the gold medallion would be delivered the fastest. A famous story involving it is how General Yu Fei was recalled by the emperor with 12 golden medallions. Chapter 652, Death. The Lu family's theater was made of wood, so it burned down easily. The red flames burned everything inside the theater. The smell of charred wood continued to assault Li Huowang's nose. But the crazed Lu Zhuanyuan ignored everything around him as he stood on the stage and sang as loud as he could. He was performing one last time with his son and daughter-in-law. Li Huowang burned the scene into his mind as his heart felt a pang of pain. Ha ha, good. They died a good death. Xiao Qibao laughed from Li Huowang's left. She was holding the decaying corpse of her child. As if triggered by something, she stared at the corpses in the fire as she danced around happily. Yee. Someone was crying on Li Huowang's left. He turned and saw it was Jin Shanjiao 1, groveling on the ground and crying. Just as the old monk started to chant, Li Huowang walked over and saved Lu Zhuanyuan. He barely made it out of the building with Lu Zhuanyuan just before the entire theater collapsed. Li Huowang watched as Lu Jiren's and Luo Zhuanhua's corpses were engulfed by the fire. He wasn't close with the Lu family, and even though he knew they were using him as an escort throughout their journey, he chose not to reveal their plan and played along with it. Still, he felt his heart hurt when he saw what had happened. Troop leader Lu, snap out of it. Your granddaughter is alive. Don't give up. Li Huowang brought Lu Zhuanyuan and showed her towards where the palace was. The entire Liang kingdom was in chaos, and the only safe place was the palace. The palace also came to life due to the invasion of the Dharma sect. The red palace walls were surrounded by 6 layers of soldiers, 3 on the outside and 3 on the inside. The security in the palace had increased substantially. Look after them. Li Huowang pushed Lu Zhuanyuan and showed her to the soldiers. I will kill you if they are harmed when I come back. Peng Longting appeared behind Li Huowang after he warned the soldiers. She grabbed one of Li Huowang's tentacles and threw him high up into the air. As the wind soared past his head, he looked at the Liang kingdom from above and saw the entire city was in chaos. The Dharma sect surged in from the outside like ants. There were various battlefields forming inside the city as the Dharma sect poured into the city. The Dharma sect people were chanting incomprehensible words as they released all of their resentment towards the people of the Liang kingdom. Thankfully, the city guards and the surveillance bureau were already moving in full force. They fought at different corners of the city as explosions and flames engulfed the city. Li Huowang knew about how dangerous the Dharma sect was. If they were given free rein, the entire world would be destroyed. In his heart, he had always thought of defeating the Dharma sect as an act to defend himself and his family. He didn't have a grudge against them. It was just something he had to do to protect himself and the people he cared about. But now everything has changed. Hatred and anger filled his heart when he looked at the Dharma sect. The Dharma sect would not only destroy the world, but it would also cause suffering to the innocent. Whatever God Yuer was, it was spreading suffering and pain to everyone. Li Huowang hated it. He knew what it felt like to go through such suffering. He would rather bear the brunt of it all alone if it meant the others would be at peace. Jizai, do something. The Dharma sect is attacking the city. Are you fucking blind? So many people are dead. Li Huowang was soaring in the air as he shouted towards the sun. Upon getting no response, he gritted his teeth with resentment. He could only rely on himself now. Peng Longting appeared beside him and threw him towards the most chaotic battlefield in the city. Li Huowang sank into the earth as if it was water, then he swam upwards. He wielded all sorts of weapons as he charged into the mass of the Dharma sect. Li Huowang unleashed all of his rage on them. He feared that he would go crazy if he did not do so. An explosion of blood happened everywhere he went. The usual Dharma sect fighters were not his match, nor were the witches hidden in the darkness. Li Huowang was undefeatable as he killed everything in his path, leaving nothing but blood and gore in his wake. He had a single thought in his mind: killing the members of the Dharma sect. The more surviving Dharma sect members there were, the more tragedies like the Lu family would occur. When Li Huowang's body was completely coated in blood, the murderous aura on his baleful purple tassel sword solidified and released a dragon's roar. The sword came alive and started pulsing waves of hot energy into Li Huowang's body. He suddenly felt invigorated. Li Huowang swung the sword, and a blood-red sword energy flew forward before bisecting both people and houses. He realized that he had been suppressing the true potential of the purple tassel sword. He killed too little in the past. Li Huowang held onto the sword as he killed the Dharma sect fighters. He slaughtered from morning to midnight, until even his eyes were covered in a dense veil of blood. He finally stopped when all of the Dharma sect members around him were dead. By then, Li Sui was already dragging her tentacles on the ground out of exhaustion. The city became quiet. The people from the surveillance bureau stood on the roof like vultures as they looked around. Each of them was enveloped in bloodlust and a murderous aura as they searched for the next Dharma sect member to kill. Li Huang looked at his own body. He saw his robes were drenched in blood and gore. Staring at the corpses lying around him, Li Huang knew his side had won, but he felt no joy. Only exhaustion awaited him. "Father, I'm hungry. Can I eat some of your flesh?" Li Huang nodded and sat on a stool. "Sure, eat some." "Thank you, father." "Ji Zai." Li Huang called towards his shadow, but there was no reply. He then looked at the palace. Xian Pin, Zheng Buoqiao, and the imperial preceptor didn't appear. It seems that they are protecting the emperor. Gao Zhijian should be safe. Why are they doing this? Li Huang stared at the corpses of the Dharma sect members. Even though the battle was intense, the only casualties on Li Huang's side were the civilians. No one from the royal family, military, or the surveillance bureau was killed. It was as if the Dharma sect was committing suicide instead. 1. Jin Shanjiao was a character that briefly traveled with Li Huang and his companions. He was introduced in Chapter 189 and was killed by Peng Longting in Chapter 208, becoming one of Li Huang's illusions. Chapter 653, Disappearance. The imperial family was not the only faction in Shanjing. The surveillance bureau was a significant force too. The city was in ruins. Even though it appeared that many had died, the majority of the casualties were from the Dharma sect. The hidden danger within Shanjing had been completely removed thanks to today's incident. As horrific as it was, at least the Dharma sect from the Liang Kingdom wouldn't be able to make any major moves in the near future. Still, no matter how much he thought, Li Huang couldn't figure out what the Dharma sect's end goal was. Wait, I thought there was a natural disaster? What happened to it? Which heavenly Dao changed owners? I don't feel anything strange, Li Huang remarked inwardly. While thinking about that, he suddenly heard a faint rumbling. He looked up and saw a piece of green brick fall from the top of the wall. Then, more and more started falling down. Before he could react, the city wall exploded. A massive stone statue with a tiger's head squeezed in from the hole in the wall. As it did, it smashed the ground with its paws. Yellow smoke erupted outwards from the impact. Everything that came into contact with the yellow smoke turned into stone. Living humans, burning fire, and even black smoke all turned into stone without exception. Just as the yellow smoke was about to engulf the entirety of Shanjing, a mysterious sound came from the palace. As the sound spread outwards, the yellow smoke suddenly stopped its advance. It was as if a barrier had contained it, but the yellow smoke continued to build up inside. When Li Huang thought that the surveillance bureau's method was containing the threat, he suddenly heard a different sound. This time, it came from inside the yellow smoke. The sound of footsteps marching in unison filled the air as rows of stone soldiers emerged from within the smoke. The soldiers held stone spears and wore stone armor. The yellow smoke and the stone soldiers reminded Li Huang of something familiar. Isn't that the terracotta army? A war chariot emerged from the smoke, and one of the stone soldiers standing on it raised its right arm. The stone soldiers charged forward in unison the moment the command was given. Yu Zixiong was the first one to attack the stone army. He leaped up in the air and threw 4 modeos, 1, towards the stone soldiers. The 4 modeos pierced the stone soldiers without any difficulties. Yu Zixiong then swung his chain around, and a large swathe of the stone soldiers were cut in half. But no matter how many he cut down, an endless tide of stone soldiers kept marching out from the yellow smoke. The primary threat was the tiger-like stone statue. If it was not taken down, the stone army would never stop marching out. Li Huang stood up and shook his throbbing head. Peng Longting appeared and threw him towards the statue. Once Li Huang got close, he swung his spine sword. A crack to the Qi kingdom flew towards the statue, but something unexpected happened just as Li Huang thought the statue's head would be cut in half. A metallic fluid sprayed out from the crack. What's happening? What's happening to the Qi kingdom? Li Huang had never seen this happen before. Something had happened to the Qi kingdom again. However, Li Huang was too busy dealing with the current situation and couldn't afford to think about it. The black metallic liquid sprayed onto the stone statue. Flowers sprouted at every spot the liquid touched. But the flowers looked wrong. Rather than having a single color, their color shifted like a rainbow on an oil slick. And as the color was changing, the flowers were rotting. The The sight of the rotting flowers and their shimmering colors nauseated everyone who witnessed it. Now that the statue was covered in those flowers, it looked even more horrifying. "Retreat!" Li Huolong shouted. Peng Longting reappeared and threw Li Huolong backwards. But Li Huolong refused to give up. He swung his purple tassel sword, sending a beam of sword energy towards the stone statue. The murderous sword chi crashed into the stone statue without any incident. The shimmering flowers were cut, and the liquid flowed down their stems. The statue suddenly moved. As it did, more flowers continued to grow on its surface. Just then, Si Chi's chief Zheng Boqiao flew down from the sky. He hovered midair and made a seal, then spat towards the statue. White smoke spilled forth from his mouth and covered the statue's head. The Imperial Preceptor was also rushing over with his sword. Li Huolong knew this was a good chance, so he quickly rushed towards the statue too. The Supreme Pure Jade King rules over the 36 heavens and universe. He manifests from all 10 directions with his hair unbound as he rides the Qian. He threads on a layer of ice with his bare feet as he commands the winds and thunder with his 9 heavens whip. Purple lightning struck the statue again and again. Despite this, the statue was still moving. It was as if the attacks barely did any damage to it. As they distracted the statue, Li Huolong took advantage of the chaos and got near its body. But the statue could somehow sense Li Huolong. Every time he got close, the statue would always shift just enough to remain out of reach. "Closer. I need to be closer." Li Huolong tiptoed as he tried to grab the balloon on the tree. When he saw his fingertips were close to the balloon's string, he jumped up and grabbed it in his hands. Just as he held the balloon in his arms, the balloon suddenly popped. Li Huolong scratched his head in embarrassment and looked at the students in front of him. I'm sorry. I think I used too much strength. How much does the balloon cost? Let me pay you back." The students walked away in disappointment, and Li Huolong shook his head in shame. He picked up his portable game console to continue his game, but saw that the game was over. Back in Shangjing, everyone saw the statue's head shattering to pieces and didn't know what to say. Li Huolong looked at the statue and asked tentatively, "Jizai?" "Yes," replied a familiar voice. Li Huolong immediately got angry when he heard that. "You still dare to show yourself here? Where were you just now?" "I vanished." "Vanish? What do you mean? The Dharma sect invaded Shangjing and you disappeared? Do you know how many people died because of you disappearing? The Liu family is gone." Li Huolong shouted angrily. Jizai replied, "I didn't want to harm them. It's all because of you." "Bullshit. Think carefully. What did you tell the chief of the surveillance bureau?" "I said." Li Huolong stopped. He knew why Jizai disappeared. The natural disaster that occurred just now happened due to the disappearance of the heavenly Tao of bewilderment. Jizai vanished because Li Huolong said that Jizai was born from his imagination. 1. A Modeo is a unique weapon that looks like a combination between a large sword and a spear. Chapter 654 Star. Li Huolong lowered his head and looked at his own shadow without knowing what to do after everything that had happened to Shangjing. Jizai's existence depended entirely on Li Huolong. His presence was unstable, and he would disappear every time Li Huolong thought that he wasn't real. Jizai controlled bewilderment, or perhaps it would be more accurate that he himself was an embodiment of bewilderment. He would appear and disappear from time to time. His existence all depended on the whims of a single person. No wonder he kept telling me to carry on and not think about anything else. Are my thoughts right? Li Huolong shouted to his shadow. This time, Jizai did not answer him. His shadow remained as a shadow. Li Huolong thought Jizai was off doing something else again, but this time he knew why. As Li Huolong was about to leave, he saw Shangguan Yuding floating out from the walls. It was one of Xian Pin's illusions. The ruckus caused by Li Huolong had compelled her to come over and check what was happening. Li Huolong looked at her and said, "I now know what you were talking about. You were actually trying to ensure that his existence wouldn't get erased by me. No wonder you called him unspeakable." "What?" Shangguan Yuding uttered puzzledly. "You were right. He really is unspeakable." Li Huolong left after that. He walked past the corpse-littered street and found a well. Looking down the well, he saw 2 corpses beside his reflection. He also saw half of the moon peeking out from the clouds through the reflection. Li Huolong stared at his reflection before he closed his eyes and murmured a chant. Everything around him twisted and changed. Stones became soft, strings became oil. Even the grass beside his feet uprooted and ran away. After chanting, Li Huolong opened his eyes and saw that the grass had grown on a brick somewhere else. Li Huolong asked, "Are you the only Siming that's so fragile, or are the others the same?" "I don't know." Maybe. Sometimes I remember certain things, but I cannot tell you about them. You just need to remember what I told you last time. I am you, and you are me. Without you, there is no me. Now tell me, who am I? You are Jizai, Li Huang answered coldly. Jizai replied, how did I come into existence? I don't know how you came into existence, but I only know you are useless. You can't be relied on when the situation calls for it. I would rather rely on myself. I won't look for you anymore, and I will figure everything out myself. Good. Carry on. You will protect yourself well, and you will always have help. Li Huang glared at Jizai and turned to leave. Suddenly, Li Huang felt something was staring at him. He looked up into the night sky and extended his hand. He held onto the corner of the starry night and pulled it aside to reveal the scenery outside the window. A short old lady with white hair and a ribbon on her sleeve was staring at him from the corner outside of his house. She tried to peek into Li Huang's room. What are you staring at? Mom, there's someone staring at our home, Li Huang said indignantly. Sun Xiaoqin walked over and pulled on the dark blue curtain adorned with little stars. The room instantly lit up. Oh, it's Madam Qi. She's the president of the neighborhood office. She even held you when you were a baby. Why is she staring at our house? Does she have nothing to do? Li Huang's tone was filled with a hint of hostility because Madam Qi kept staring at him. He had always felt that someone had been staring at him for the past few days. To think it was her. Oh, it's probably nothing. I think the hospital informed her about your discharge. Look at how many people worried about you. Is she really? I fear that she actually thinks I'm a crazy serial murderer. Li Huang grabbed the curtains and pulled them shut. He'd thought he would be free once he was discharged, but that was not the case. Everyone in the neighborhood avoided him like the plague, regardless of whether they were his neighbors or acquaintances. There was also surveillance coming from Madam Qi. Even though Li Huang was discharged, the others didn't trust him and looked at him with apprehensiveness. Being in the neighborhood was worse than being in the mental hospital. Li Huang turned on his table lamp and started studying. He needed to learn fast because being accepted to Yangna's university would be extremely difficult. After going through so many harrowing experiences, he had forgotten almost everything in the book. But Sun Xiaoqin was horrified when she saw that Li Huang was studying. She immediately grabbed the book out of his hands. She asked, why are you studying? I thought you were having a good time playing games. Mom, since I'm cured, I need to continue studying so that I can enter university. Li Huang tried to take the book back, but Sun Xiaoqin stepped out of his reach with the book in her clutches. No, you cannot have any stress right now. Going into university is the least of your worries. Mom, but I've been held back for 2 years in my final year of high school. What should I be worried about other than getting into university? You don't need to do anything. You just need to play and enjoy yourself. Here, this is some pocket money for you. Sun Xiaoqin stuffed several hundred yuan into Li Huang's pocket. Play as much as you want. Buy whatever you want. Eat whatever you want. You still have some friends in school, right? Ask them to come and play with you. Go and eat barbecue. Or visit the anime street. Or maybe even stay overnight in a cyber cafe. Sun Xiaoqin stopped momentarily and then said, if you do want to stay overnight in a cyber cafe, you need to let me know which one it is so that I can bring your medicine over. She had researched a lot for Li Huang's recovery. She learned that most teenagers suffered from mental illnesses due to how strict their households were, as well as having a lot of stress from their studies. Her son finally came back after suffering through a lot. She was adamant about making sure he didn't get hospitalized again. Mom, let me think about it. I need some time alone, Li Huang said, pushing her out of the room. Even while being pushed, Sun Xiaoqin scrambled and grabbed all of Li Huang's textbooks from his room. She didn't even leave a pen in there. Remember to play. Don't study. Do you want to buy those VR or 3D glasses? I don't know what they are, but I think you would like them. Chapter 655, Gaze. After chasing out his mom, Li Huang sighed and sat on his chair. He stared at his messy room. Then he checked his calendar and noticed that Yangna's birthday was coming up. Li Huang silently thought about what to do for her birthday. What gift should I prepare other than the fact that I've been discharged? Wait, how much do I need to score in my final exams to get admitted into her university? Li Huang checked his phone and hissed in surprise when he saw the astronomical number of points he had to achieve to even apply for that university. Still, he quickly recovered and grew resolute. I need to fight for this. I promised her that I would do it. I've gone through so much. I won't get intimidated by this. Li Huang decided to study immediately, so he started studying on his phone. The door of his room creaked, opening slowly. It was Sun Xiaoqin, already in her pajamas. When she saw Li Huang was on his phone, Good. Young people like him should play on their phones more often. Sun Xiaoqin nodded in satisfaction and left. Time slowly passed, and his neighborhood gradually grew silent. In the darkness of the night, Li Huowang massaged his temples as he stared at the phone. It was close to 1 o'clock at night when he closed his eyes in despair and lay down on his bed. His head was buzzing. I was wrong. I'm really worried now. Why is it so complicated? I remember learning this in school, so why can't I understand it now? Sometimes things in life couldn't be done with just hard work. There was nothing he could do if it was too hard to comprehend. It was definitely not something he could learn on his own. Li Huowang understood that he needed a systematic approach. He would never be able to enter Yangna's university if he continued to study by himself in his room. What should I do? I need to find a way to keep up with her. Even if I can't catch up to her in the second year of university, I still need to find a way to catch up to her in the final year so we can graduate together. Li Huowang closed his eyes and suddenly felt the money in his pocket. He had a great idea. Should I use the money to register for some courses online? The money from my mom and Yidonglai should be enough. Li Huowang perked up and started searching through his phone again. He ignored his fatigue, even though it was already late at night. While he was trying to come up with a plan to enter the university, he felt like someone was staring at him. He frowned at this familiar sensation. Seriously? Is Madame Qi still trying to keep an eye on me, even though it's this late? Isn't she taking her job too seriously? Li Huowang lifted a small corner of his curtain and peeked outside, but he saw no one. Am I too tired? Li Huowang returned to his bed and lay down. He closed his eyes and tried forcing himself to sleep. He tried to ignore the sensation, but no matter how hard he tried, it was so intense that he couldn't sleep. Li Huowang was now certain that someone was still watching him. Fuck. Let's see who's the bastard that keeps looking at me. He jumped out of his bed in anger. Then, he peeked through his window and slowly looked around outside. However, it was too dark, making it hard for him to find the person who was staring at his room. After half an hour, Li Huowang finally found them. The person stood motionlessly on the corner of the street, where it was extremely dark. Li Huowang thought that the person seemed very tall and skinny. It was too dark to make out their face, though. Li Huowang closed his eyes and shook his head. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the person's appearance had somehow changed a little. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him due to how dark it was. Unless... Li Huowang recalled what Qian Fu had told him last time. Impossible. Why am I thinking of him? Am I crazy? Li Huowang needed to go and confirm who the person was, no matter who it was. Nevertheless, he was certain that the person was not Madame Qi. Li Huowang quickly placed a pillow on the stool and stacked several things on top of it to make the figure at the window look like him. He wanted to make sure that his disappearance did not alert the person. Li Huowang got on the floor and slowly crawled out of his room. To prevent himself from making any sounds, Li Huowang made his way downstairs barefoot. Using the greenery and foliage for cover, he slowly approached the spot where the person was. Li Huowang got close and could finally see the silhouette of the person. Huowang. Someone suddenly shouted his name, and Li Huowang raised his head instinctively. He looked at his room and saw Sun Xiaoqin peeking out of the window and looking around. Li Huowang looked back at the corner where the person had been and realized they had disappeared. There was nothing in the darkness. They are gone. Where are they? Li Huowang quickly searched around the place. Huowang, where are you? Don't scare me, Sun Xiaoqin yelled, pushing herself halfway out the window and looking around the neighborhood. When Li Huowang saw how worried his mother was and how the lights of other homes were lighting up in response to her cries, he begrudgingly stood up. Mom, I'm here. Don't worry. Something fell, and I came here to pick it up. Why are you picking it at night? You can do it tomorrow. Come up, quick. Li Huowang took one last look at the darkness before returning to his room. He couldn't sleep a wink throughout the night afterward. The next morning, he was still trying to figure out who that person was even as he ate his breakfast. Firstly, no matter what their goal is, I am certain that they exist. He felt that while Madame Qi had also been keeping an eye on him, the sensation of being watched had mostly been due to the mysterious person. But why? Li Huowang could not figure it out. He was not rich, nor did he have any valuables on him. Moreover, it would be expensive to hire someone to monitor him. What's wrong? Do you like daydreaming now? Sun Xiaoqin said as she washed the plates and wiped the table clean. Why aren't you playing your games? I've turned on your computer. Mom, I don't want to play. Li Huowang held his forehead in pain. He couldn't tell his mother about the mysterious person. If he did, she would think that he had gone crazy again. Nonsense. You are still young, so there's no way you don't want to play. Hurry up and go. Don't live like an old man. I will slice some fruits for you later. So what fruit do you want? Li Huolong sighed and went back to his room. Chapter 656, Surveillance. Don't forget to take your medicine, Sun Xiaoqin yelled. Once Li Huolong was back in his room and could not hear his mother's nagging anymore, he sighed and tried to remember what happened last night. He couldn't come to any conclusions yet because what he had seen yesterday was very unclear. He even thought that it could have been nothing but an illusion. He needed proof that someone was following him. Otherwise, the others would think that he was going crazy again. What he saw was not what the others perceived. More importantly, even Li Huolong himself could not fully believe what he had seen. Li Huolong hesitated before typing on his phone. Why do I feel like someone is constantly staring at me with ill intentions and trying to harm me? He searched for his symptoms and quickly found something that might explain it. Delusional disorder, persecutory type. 1. Patients with this disorder always believe that someone, or an organization, is trying to harm them by committing acts of crime against them, such as assault, framing, murder, destruction, defamation, insults, poisoning, stalking, or other acts of oppression. The illness warps the patient's rationality and beliefs. They have assumptions that are not in line with either the situation they are in or their level of education. Their assumptions are usually very illogical, but they always firmly believe in them. It is impossible to convince them otherwise, as they are unwilling to accept the truth even when they are confronted with irrefutable facts from their own personal experience. Li Huolong's fingers trembled when he read the symptoms. Am I mentally ill again? He opened his contacts and scrolled to Yi Donglai's name. Li Huolong hesitated for a moment before closing the app. He had finally gotten discharged. He refused to go back. Li Huolong didn't want to worry the people around him. He knew his mother would be devastated if she learned that he was mentally ill again. He continued to look up more information on the internet. Li Huolong checked different keywords such as stalking, surveillance, mental illness, and being harmed just to see if there was another possibility. He found an interesting article. Hai Mingwei's mental health deteriorated when he became older and complained to others about how he was being stalked by someone. He told others that his conversations were being wiretapped and that his mail was being intercepted. While eating his lunch one day, he pointed at two people across his table and told the others that the two were stalking him. Everyone thought he had persecutory type delusional disorder. Hai Mingwei's mental health soon deteriorated further, and everyone firmly believed that he was mentally ill. He got admitted into a mental hospital and accepted the electroconvulsive therapy that was popular back then. He committed suicide one day, as everyone had expected. He was written off as being unable to endure the pressure and committed suicide. His case was recorded in books and journals. However, 50 years later, someone managed to prove that Hai Mingwei had indeed been stalked. An organization had placed under him surveillance and had been tracking him all the time. Li Huolong closed his eyes and threw his phone onto the bed. Being in a difficult position was not scary, but not knowing what to do was. Whatever he decided to do might be wrong. What should I do? Is it real? Do I need to go and find out the truth? Li Huolong wasn't sure what he could do, but then he sensed the gaze again. This time, he didn't act because his window was open and it was daytime. Li Huolong moved slowly and took out a handheld mirror from his drawer. He lowered his head and used the mirror's reflection to see outside the window. He slowly moved the mirror and finally saw a pair of women's shoes. His heart started racing. Li Huolong moved the mirror again. Then he saw Madame Qi's face in the mirror. Fuck. Li Huolong turned around and looked out the window. Madame Qi, aren't you tired from doing this all day? Is there no one to take over from your shift? Why don't you come to my house for a drink so you can stare at me all you want? Madame Qi left as if nothing happened. At the same time, a phone rang inside Li Huolong's home. Li Huolong recalled that it was the ringtone of his mother's phone. He walked out and found the phone on a cabinet. It had a cracked screen. Li Huolong picked up the phone and held it next to his ear. Hello? Who is it? There was no response from the other end of the line. Who is it? Sun Xiaoqin is not here. I'm her son. Who are you looking for? Li Huolong? The caller's voice seemed weird, as if it had been altered digitally. Li Huolong frowned, and suspicion arose in his heart. I'm Li Huolong. Who are you? However, there was no response again. He adjusted the phone's position, trying to hear more clearly. He could faintly hear the sound of someone wailing in the background. Li Huolong took out his own phone and slowly dialed the police's number. Sun Xiaoqin walked into the house with a bag of fruit when she saw Li Huolong was using her phone. She asked, Huolong, what are you doing? Someone called you. I think they had the wrong number. Li Huolong answered as he placed the phone down on the cabinet. What? But my phone is broken. What? Li Huolong quickly checked the phone and saw nothing on the cracked screen, except for his shocked face reflected on it. What's wrong? Don't frighten me, Sun Xiaoqin said. She walked over and hugged Li Huowang while stroking his head. Li Huowang suddenly laughed. Haha, how was my act? I fooled you, didn't I? Sun Xiaoqin released him and pushed him slightly. You rascal. Don't make jokes like that. They scare me. Haha. I thought you were worrying about something, so I thought I would lighten up the mood. Li Huowang walked back towards his room. When he entered his room, he snarled and howled quietly. What the fuck is going on? Is someone surveilling me? 1. Sounds like a cool technique name. Chapter 657 Answer. Li Huowang sat on the floor with a blank expression as he recalled what happened. He picked up his mother's phone and the other party even told him his name, but then his mother told him that her phone was broken. The phone was clearly dead. Who was he talking to then? If this was his hallucination, then was the sensation of someone staring at him fake too? Was he actually mentally ill? Was he not cured? Li Huowang closed his eyes in pain as he scratched his head forcefully. He didn't want to deal with this problem, but he had no choice but to face it. He didn't even trust himself. Li Huowang hesitated a little before he called Yi Donglai. The phone rang for a long time before Yi Donglai picked up. Hello? Little Li? Why are you calling me? Is something wrong? Li Huowang clenched his fist before he spoke in a trembling voice. Dr. Yi, do you think that I have a delusional disorder? What do you mean? Do you have a new symptom? Yi Donglai's tone turned serious. I don't know, but I have the feeling that someone is constantly looking at me. I suspect they are planning something because this is not the first time I've felt their gaze. Did you have the feeling when you were in the hospital, or did you first notice it after you were discharged? I never had it in the hospital. Wait, it's back again. Someone's staring at me. Li Huowang used the mirror's reflection to see who was staring at him. This time it wasn't Madame Qi. Instead, it was a lady using an umbrella to hide her face. It was spring, so seeing someone dressed like that was weird. Is she real? Or is she an illusion? Li Huowang questioned himself. Yi Donglai was still talking to him when Li Huowang hung up. I'm willing to get admitted if it's an illusion, but first, I need to confirm whether it's an illusion or not. Li Huowang placed his phone down and retrieved several items from his drawer. He then quickly went down and exited his unit. When he walked out of the fire exit, he saw that the woman was still there. He stealthily went out through the left entrance and circled around to slowly approach the woman from behind. The closer he got, the more he noticed about the woman. She wore high heels and very skimpy clothes, which seemed inappropriate for the season. This made Li Huowang even more suspicious. Li Huowang gradually grew fearful as he got closer to the woman. When he was just a few steps away from the woman, a black car suddenly stopped beside him, and 2 people ran out of it. One of the assailants covered Li Huowang's nose and mouth with a wet cloth while the second assailant restrained him and started dragging him into the car. When Li Huowang smelled chemicals on the cloth, he felt excited rather than fearful. He finally got his answer. I'm not crazy. Someone really is trying to harm me. Li Huowang started losing consciousness due to the chemical on the cloth. He instinctively opened his mouth and bit his tongue. Intense pain and blood filled Li Huowang's mouth, waking him up. Li Huowang then opened his mouth as wide as he could. The cloth and fingers of the first assailant were forced into his mouth. He then bit down hard and tried to sever the first assailant's fingers. Yikes, the assailant wailed. They smacked Li Huowang's head in an attempt to get their fingers out of Li Huowang's mouth, but it was useless. During the struggle, the assailants shoved Li Huowang into the car. Once they were all inside, Li Huowang released the first assailant's finger, and the first assailant, propelled by their own momentum, crashed against the window. Li Huowang opened his bloody mouth and looked at the assailants. Want to know why I let you move me into the car? Because once I'm inside here, I can tell others that I was defending myself even if I kill or cripple you. Li Huowang took out a box cutter from his sleeves and stabbed it into the second assailant's legs. In pain, the second assailant released Li Huowang. Li Huowang grabbed the box cutter firmly and started stabbing the first assailant, who was in front of him. The black car started shaking wildly before the doors opened, and Li Huowang fell out. He was covered in blood by then. Li Huowang saw the car speeding away and threw the bloody box cutter onto the ground before he took his phone and dialed the police. Hello? Police? 2 people just tried to kidnap me. I killed one of the kidnappers, and the other is probably going to die soon too. They were driving a black car when they departed from Wui Road. Kidnapping was a serious crime, especially when the victim killed the kidnapper. Li Huowang was soon taken from the police station to record his statement. As Li Huowang gave his statement, Sun Jianya felt a headache coming on. He looked at Li Huowang's information on the terminal and then at Sun Xiaoqin, who was crying. Don't worry, Your son is fine. Wait here. Let me go find out what's going on. Sun Jianye then brought his junior into the interrogation room to listen in on the questioning. Li Huang, you've said that you were kidnapped? Do you know why? Have you angered anyone recently? Li Huang was clutching onto the paper cup as he pondered. I killed a few people in a previous incident. I think that the kidnappers could be their accomplices trying to take revenge on me. Maybe you can approach the case from that angle. The room was silent, and no one spoke. Just then, another officer entered the room. We've checked the security cameras. There's no kidnappers on the video. Sun Jianye and his colleagues checked the footage too, and then looked at Li Huang with suspicion. What do you mean? That's impossible. I have evidence here. Li Huang took out 2 dismembered fingers from his pocket and placed them on the table. Chapter 658, New. The fingers on the table had turned pale due to the loss of blood. Everyone, except for Li Huang, was stunned and surprised. Li Huang was naturally handcuffed. Wait, I'm the victim here. Are you kidding me? Why am I being handcuffed? Li Huang shouted, but everyone ignored him. 2 officers stood guard while the others went outside. Sun Jianye listened to Li Huang shout as he read the information they had about the unusual youth. He hated people with mental illnesses. Their statements could be false, and their way of thinking diverged so much from the norm that Sun Jianye's interrogation techniques were useless. If the suspect didn't provide any leads, he could only investigate the case from another angle. Sun Jianye picked up Li Huang's phone and checked the call log. He saw that Li Huang had called a person today and dialed the number. Hello? Li Huang? Why did you hang up on me just now? Oh, I'm sorry. How is he? Yes, I'm his doctor. Was there anything strange about him? He did call me to ask if he had a delusional disorder. Sun Jianye nodded. He had gained a small lead. He obtained more details from Yi Donglai before he returned to the interrogation room. He sat across from Li Huang. Can you tell me where you got the 2 fingers? How many times must I say that the fingers came from the kidnappers inside the car? Li Huang explained as he tried to remain patient. Sun Jianye took out his phone and showed it to Li Huang. Is that so? There's no car in the video footage, and no kidnappers either. What? That's impossible. Li Huang shouted and looked at the video. He looked at the date and time on the top before confirming that the video was from today. Li Huang saw himself in the video. The footage was from when he tried to get close to the woman with the umbrella. But there was no woman in the video. Li Huang was the only one in the video. In the video, Li Huang suddenly stopped and struggled in an empty place as if someone invisible had been pulling him. Then, he stumbled away from the camera's surveillance range. Wait, that's impossible. I really saw and felt them. I know I did. Sun Jianye sat in his chair with a headache. Have you considered it could all be due to your hallucinations? What are you talking about? You have my medical records, right? I'm cured and was discharged from the hospital. Also, there are many kinds of mental illnesses, and this is clearly different from the one I had. Li Huang stood up from his chair. The 2 officers standing guard gently pressed Li Huang's shoulders, pushing him back down onto the seat. Sun Jianye said, Li Huang, you are not crazy, and we know that, but we need evidence. There are no kidnappers in the video, and that's the truth. Wait, is there a possibility they tampered with the footage? Li Huang asked. He then recalled something and froze from the realization. The time from your call to our inspection of the footage was too short for that. It's impossible to tamper with the footage in such a short amount of time. How about you stay here for a few days so that we can protect you from the kidnappers? Wait, don't you need evidence? What about the 2 fingers? They are evidence, and also, he took off his bloodied shirt. This is their blood. You can check their DNA and find them. Li Huang was certain that the kidnappers were real. Someone really was trying to harm him. No matter what organization they came from, he knew he was in danger. Since there was a first time, there would most certainly be a second time. The organization spent a lot of resources just to monitor him, so Li Huang was certain that they would not stop if their goals weren't achieved. He was worried not because of the sudden threat, but rather because he realized that Qian Fu's warnings were coming true. Who are you talking about? The Laotians. They have very advanced technology and could easily place someone to observe you. I didn't place the needle in your food. They did. They are trying to separate us. The carriage wheels slowly rolled across the yellow grass of Qing Qiu. Young Xiaohai spurred the horses onward as he gazed at the large grass meadow. He checked his map and hesitated. It should be here, shouldn't it? I hope we're not going in the wrong direction. Even though he had a map, there was nothing in the empty grass field for him to get his bearings. He wasn't sure if he was going the right way. Zhao Xiumei and Yang Xiaohai continued their journey. Then Yang Xiaohai saw a small hill in the distance. The small hill was covered in yellow grass, and looked like a steamed bun from a distance. Young Xiaohai had seen many of these hills over the past few days. He remembered them because their shape was very special. I remember seeing something like this when I traveled with Senior Li last time. We should be close to Sun Baolu's house. Just as he said that, he saw tents on the horizon, which got him excited. Go, go, run faster, Yang Xiaohai shouted, using a horse whip to urge the horses to run. Various Qing Qiu natives with tan skin were walking in and out of the tents, but some of them had visibly lighter skin. Sun Baolu was one of them. Sun Baolu was excited when he saw Yang Xiaohai. He never thought they would meet again. Sun Baolu. Gao Zhijian became the emperor. Puppy got married and had a child. Senior Li's sickness is cured too. Yang Xiaohai reported all of the joyful news that happened recently. Sun Baolu listened to Yang Xiaohai and asked what happened to the group after they left Qing Qiu. Is that so? It's a blessing for everyone to live so happily now. Sun Baolu was very happy for them. They were once comrades who braved against death just to reach home. Wait, Xiaohai, why are you here in Qing Qiu? Gao Zhijian helped me find my parents. They are boat people from Shou. I want to go find them. Yang Xiaohai told him his goals. Shou. Sun Baolu panicked and held Yang Xiaohai's hands. No, you can't go. Shou is now in a war with the new Yuer kingdom. The war is terrible, and I don't want you to die there. Chapter 659, Sun Baolu. Yuer kingdom? Yang Xiaohai was confused. He had never heard of the place when he was traveling with Senior Li. Sun Baolu was confused too. You never heard of it before? The Dharma Sect destroyed Qi. The Dharma Sect attacked different nations and absorbed them into their own land. They called it the Yuer kingdom, and their official religion is, naturally, the Dharma sects. I've heard that the war was very intense, to the point that even Immortals descended from the heavens. You will die if you go to Shou right now. Yang Xiaohai frowned when he heard the news. He had finally made it to Qing Qiu and was about to reach Shou. Then something unfortunate like this happened. He could have waited a few years if he had caught wind of these events while he was in Cowheart village, but now he was already halfway through his journey. It was too dangerous to continue, but it would be a waste of time if he returned now. He didn't know what to do. Also, I've heard from the refugees from Shou that Shou could not win against the Yuer kingdom. Shou forcefully conscripted any male taller than a carriage wheel. Xiaohai, you can't go there now. Yang Xiaohai was worried. They'll be forced to fight in the war as long as they're male? Then doesn't that mean my father and brother will have to fight? Are they from Shou? If so, then I'm afraid they won't be able to avoid being sent to war. Yang Xiaohai became even more anxious. I finally received news about my family, and now they are going to be gone? He hesitated and looked at Zhao Xiumei for reassurance. He then looked at Sun Baolu. Baolu, can you help me? Let my wife stay here for the moment. I want to go and check out Shou myself. No. Both Sun Baolu and Zhao Xiumei refused at the same time. I will follow you wherever you go. I'm your wife, so don't you dare try to leave me. Xiaohai, I'm not trying to scare you, but you really can't go to Shou. Even merchants with escorts were done in. Listen to me. Yang Xiaohai's eyes were red when he shouted over them. Do you know how much I envied other children with carrying parents back when I was a beggar? Their parents would buy them candy and goods from peddlers while I was stuck scrounging for rainwater to drink with the other beggars. Their parents would buy them new clothes while I could only go to unmarked graves and take the clothes of the dead just to have something to wear. Yang Xiaohai sobbed. Do you know just how much I wanted to see my parents at least once? I just want to let those who insulted me and called me a mongrel know that I still have my parents. Sun Baolu's mother walked in and heard their conversation. Yang Xiaohai slowly calmed down and tried to reason with them. Since my family is in danger, I must go and rescue them. Even if my brother and father have gone to war, I could go save my mother. She could live at Cowheart village, so she won't have to go hungry anymore. I was once a beggar. I know that the easiest targets to bully among the beggars are the old ladies. Zhao Xiumei looked at Yang Xiaohai with a pained expression. Even though her husband had grown a little, he was still young, and he still missed his parents. Xiaohai, I know you were worried about your parents, but Sun Baolu was trying to persuade him when his mother whispered to him. All right, let me go and start the fire then. Sun Baolu got up. His mother consoled Yang Xiaohai by hugging him. Don't worry. We'll think of a way to solve this. Yang Xiaohai soon saw a bizarre scene. Sun Baolu lit a bonfire, and his fellow tribe members gathered around them. Sun Baolu pointed at Yang Xiaohai while explaining the situation in Qing Qiu's native language. Everyone discussed and talked in the same native language. Yang Xiaohai didn't understand what they were talking about. This is a tradition of Qing Qiu. The gist is that if someone has a problem, They can start a fire to signal the others to come to help figure out a solution using the wisdom from the immortal heaven. Son Baolu explained to Yang Xiaohai. Will it work? Yang Xiaohai asked. He was anxious. He didn't want to risk his life by going to Shou, but if there was a way for him to meet his parents, he wasn't going to give up so easily. We have many elders in the group. As they say, an elder is a treasure to the family. They have a lot of experience, so this method usually works well. The smoke from the bonfire slowly floated upwards. Since there wasn't any wind, some of the smoke enveloped them. Cough, cough. Yang Xiaohai coughed from inhaling the smoke, feeling dizzy. He felt weird. He had never had this feeling when he inhaled smoke before. Borrowing the wisdom of the heavenly immortal seemed to be a unique experience. The tribe members carried on with their discussion, their voices slowly quieting down as Yang Xiaohai listened to them. Hey! They shouted in unison and clapped. The smoke dispersed instantly. Son Baolu listened to some elders talking before explaining to Yang Xiaohai. They have a method. You said your parents are boat people living on the sea, right? Yes. Then the elders have a plan for that. Rather than traveling on land, travel through the sea instead. The elderly remembered there was a boatman who operated on the border between Shou and Qing Qiu. If you pay him money, he can send you to where your parents are. That way, you won't encounter the soldiers. Really? Yang Xiaohai said excitedly. Yeah. Their memory is probably accurate since they wrote it 10 years ago. Wait here. I will ask them to draw a map and write a letter. Make sure to give it to the captain so that he doesn't try to rob you. Son Baolu set to work. Yang Xiaohai had finally found a way to return home. He looked at the map that showed the border between Qing Qiu and Shou. He looked at how close they were, and he got excited. Soon, he could finally see his family. Thank you, Son Baolu. You've helped me greatly. Yang Xiaohai gave him a dense gold bar. What are you trying to do? Are you looking down at me? Son Baolu refused the gold bar, but then whispered to Yang Xiaohai. Xiaohai, do you have empty rooms at Cowheart village? Chapter 660, Earth Dragon. Son Baolu's words confused Yang Xiaohai. Senior Bai took in a lot of foster children, so they were almost full. What's wrong? Do you want to come and stay with us? Yang Xiaohai asked. Son Baolu looked at his tribesmen and whispered. Our leader thinks we are not in danger, but I disagree. If Shou falls, Qing Qiu will be next. Even though the tribe leader said that they will help Shou, I still think that we have a low chance of succeeding. The Yuer kingdom is strong, and if the Liang kingdom doesn't help, we might not be able to win. I want a safe place that my fellow tribesmen can go to. Son Baolu frustratedly said. I wonder what that useless emperor of the Liang kingdom is thinking. Doesn't he know that everyone needs to work together to defeat the Dharma sect? If they don't help Qing Qiu and Shou, the two nations will collapse and get taken by the Yuer kingdom. By then, they will have to face the massive army by themselves. Baolu, the emperor you are scolding is Gao Zhijian. Son Baolu was shocked. Is he really the emperor? I thought you were joking. I don't lie nor joke. Son Baolu smacked his head with regret. Geez, what's happening to the Liang kingdom? Why did they choose a mentally challenged person like Gao Zhijian to become the emperor? No wonder they haven't sent any soldiers to help us. Where else can we go if the Liang kingdom falls? Son Baolu, don't be so negative. Maybe the Yuer kingdom is not as strong as you think. Yang Xiaohai was very optimistic since he didn't know what happened in the Liang kingdom. Qing Qiu's grass has turned yellow. This means that the immortal heaven is angry. Ever since the last natural disaster, the earth dragon has moved numerous times in Qing Qiu. My mother is right in saying we need to prepare more. It doesn't hurt to have backup plans. That said, just what is Seniorly doing? Even though Son Baolu sometimes thought Seniorly might be crazy, he always solved their problems in the end. Yang Xiaohai wasn't sure what to say. I don't know. When I set out, Seniorly had a lotus root in place of his head. He was still receiving treatment in the village back then. All right. I hope I can contact him by letter. You have a safe journey, all right? If you can't endure it, then you should return as soon as possible. Son Baolu cheered him up and wished him a safe journey. Yang Xiaohai nodded, and his carriage soon started to move again. Son Baolu's mother had actually hoped that Yang Xiaohai would stay for a meal, but having learned that his family was in danger, Yang Xiaohai set off as soon as he could. When he and his wife left the tents, there were several goats attached to the back of their carriage. They were gifts from Son Baolu and were meant to serve as food during their journey. Yang Xiaohai naturally would not accept it without reciprocating. He asked Zhao Xiumei to silently place the gold bars from earlier into Son Baolu's tent. They traveled for several days as Yang Xiaohai followed the map. Getting their bearings was challenging, as yellow grass stretched as far as the eye could see. Son Baolu was clear in his explanation, though. All he needed to do was to find the border wall between Qing Qiu and Shou, the landmark he could use to locate the sea. We should be there soon, young Xiaohai remarked when he saw jagged rocks in the distance amid the sea of yellow grass. He stroked his newly grown beard a little apprehensively. Xiaohai, come and have some goat soup. The goats here are very nutritious. Zhao Xiaomei handed him a warm bowl of soup. Young Xiaohai took the bowl and drank the soup. It warmed his cold body, and even though it was only seasoned with coarse salt and wild vegetables, the delicious goat meat of Qing Qiu still made the meal amazing. Carefully wrap the unfinished goat meat and drain the blood. Even though the weather is cold and it probably won't spoil, the stench of blood might attract beasts, young Xiaohai said. All right. Zhao Xiaomei was always impressed by young Xiaohai's cooking skills. That was why she chose him as her husband. She fell in love with how focused he looked when preparing his meals. After finishing their simple meal, they resumed their journey again. However, they had only traveled a short distance when the horses began bucking wildly as they tried to run away. Even the goats that had been following their carriage without any issues tried to run away. What is happening? Young Xiaohai exclaimed, unsure of how to deal with the sudden chaos. He was about to say something when the ground started shaking violently. The earth dragon is moving. Get down, Zhao Xiaomei shouted, pushing young Xiaohai beneath her. The weather changed. The two of them shrank in fear as they waited for this horrifying event to pass. Once the tremors subsided, young Xiaohai squirmed out from underneath Zhao Xiaomei. He looked around and saw an incredible sight. The grass fields were moving like the sea, and Qing Qiu was almost like a yellow ocean. Young Xiaohai's gaze was fixed on this sight when suddenly, a large crack opened up towards them. The crack split apart, and the two of them fell into the ravine. It was as if Qing Qiu had been split apart. A long time passed before young Xiaohai woke up. The first thing he remembered was his wife, Zhao Xiaomei. He tried to look around, but it was so dark that he couldn't even see his fingers. Xiaomei, Xiaomei. His voice echoed loudly, but the space around him was vast. Young Xiaohai looked up and saw that it was completely dark. He suddenly realized he was underground. Young Xiaohai's voice trembled as he called out, Xiaomei, where are you? He knew what was underneath Qing Qiu. He carefully reached into his shirt, only to find that the scepter Li Huowang had given him was gone. Young Xiaohai panicked. He learned from Sun Baolu that the Earth Dragon had recently moved a lot in Qing Qiu, but he had never imagined it would end up swallowing them. As he fretted over what to do, young Xiaohai heard something from his left. He didn't even want to think about the kind of monstrosity that might be lurking underneath Qing Qiu. He tried to scuttle backward when he heard a familiar voice. I remember this voice. Are you young Xiaohai? Young Xiaohai calmed down a little upon hearing that the other person had recognized him, but he didn't let his guard down. Young Xiaohai asked, Who are you? It's me. The person approached young Xiaohai. Young Xiaohai soon saw the familiar face. It was Lu Jiren, but his face was oddly greenish. Chapter 661, Someone Familiar. Lu Jiren. Young Xiaohai was shocked to see the man in front of him. He recognized him as one of the troop members who had followed him and seniorly throughout their journey. But didn't he follow troop leader Lu to Shangjing to enjoy their lives? Senior Gao even gifted them a theater. Why is he here alone underneath Qing Qiu? Why are you here? Young Xiaohai took a step back carefully. He wasn't sure if the Lu Jiren in front of him was an illusion conjured by an evil entity. Why am I here? Lu Jiren was confused too. I don't know. Young Xiaohai, where am I? How would I know? Young Xiaohai suddenly remembered something and panicked. Wait, have you seen my wife? Zhao Xiaomei, the woman that kept following me around. They had fallen into the hole together, but now he was alone. Young Xiaohai was worried about her safety. But Lu Jiren stood still as he stared blankly at young Xiaohai and tried to think. Do you know how to get out of here? Where is the exit? Young Xiaohai scanned the darkness with fear. Lu Jiren remained still and couldn't provide an answer. However, young Xiaohai considered it good luck since the Lu Jiren before him hadn't attacked him yet. At least, Lu Jiren wasn't an evil entity. Even so, as happy as he was that Lu Jiren was harmless, young Xiaohai was still racking his brain to figure out how to escape the pace. Wait, I remember Senior Li also got stuck here before. How did he get out last time? Young Xiaohai stuck his thumb into his mouth, then raised it up high to feel the wind. He had to tiptoe before he felt a cold breeze coming from the south. He then started to make his way towards that direction. He took a few steps and tore off a piece of his clothes. He wanted to leave a message for Zhao Xiaomei in case she passed by, but then remembered she couldn't read, leaving him stumped. I should find the exit and then find someone to help me locate her. Maybe she didn't fall in. Young Xiaohai decided, and walked towards where the wind was coming from. He turned around and saw Lu Jiren standing still. Do you want to follow me? Follow you? Where? Out. Young Xiaohai felt that Lu Jiren had turned into someone like Gao Zhijian. He didn't know what had happened to Lu Jiren to make him act like a simpleton. Out. All right. Lu Jiren nodded and followed him. Yang Xiaohai took shallow breaths as he followed the direction of the wind using the saliva on his finger. They stumbled through the dark cave, and Yang Xiaohai felt that they were heading downwards. He didn't know if this was good or bad news. He only knew that this was the same method Senior Li had once used to escape Qing Qiu's subterranean caves. He just had to follow suit. The other thing that made him feel better was that even though the place was dark, no evil entities were harming him. He started to think that his wife might be alive after all. Just as he felt that, a sound came from the distance. He carefully made his way towards the direction of the sound. The closer he got, the louder the sound was. But he felt it was weird because those sounds were made by humans. What is this place? Why are there so many people walking underneath Qing Qiu? 5 minutes later, Yang Xiaohai finally saw what was making the sound. It was a group of people wearing various lengths of cloth. They were very tall, to the point that Yang Xiaohai could only see the lower half of their bodies, with the upper halves hidden in the darkness above. They moved in unison in the darkness. As Yang Xiaohai focused on the darkness above him, it somehow receded a little, revealing the silhouette of the strange giants. They were holding something that Yang Xiaohai could only describe as an umbrella. He still wasn't completely sure about what he was looking when he saw a horrific scene. The giants were dragging something. Humans. The giants were dragging humans of all ages, but all of them were stabbed with a mourning staff. One, just like a kebab. The giants dragged the mourning staves wrapped in white tassels as they walked. The humans wailed in pain every time the staves were dragged on the ground. Some of them planted their hands on the ground in pain and begged for mercy, but the giants ignored them even as the humans' fingers were ground from being dragged. What is this? What is going on? Yang Xiaohai didn't know what to do. Just then, Lu Jiren suddenly regained his vigor and snapped out of his stupor when he saw one of the impaled humans was his wife, Luo Wanhua. Wanner, run. The giants stopped when they heard Lu Jiren shouting. They turned around and moved towards Yang Xiaohai and Lu Jiren. Lu Jiren charged towards the giants while Yang Xiaohai felt his entire body had been plunged into icy water. Fuck! Just as Lu Jiren tried to free Luo Wanhua from the mourning staff, one of the giants' hands shaked in the darkness. A new mourning staff was conjured from the darkness and then impaled Lu Jiren's chest. But it was not over. The mourning staff started flying towards Yang Xiaohai after it impaled Lu Jiren. Yang Xiaohai started running out of fear. The sound of whistling wind neared him, and he started to despair. Just as he thought he was going to end up like Lu Jiren, a sudden gust blew from the back, and there was a loud thud. Yang Xiaohai was safe. His entire body was trembling from fear when he slowly looked back. He saw a familiar face standing on top of the giant's corpse. Senior Li, Yang Xiaohai was dumbfounded when he saw the familiar face. It was none other than the Senior Li he knew, who wore a red Daoist robe with a bronze coin veil. Yang Xiaohai, what a special treat. Li Huang walked down the giant's corpse as if he was walking down a set of stairs. He stared at Yang Xiaohai with glee. 1. A wooden staff covered in white paper, feathers, or completely white in color. It's used to signify the holder's sadness during a funeral. Also helps the user to vent out their sadness and as a warning to passers-by to not disturb the funeral. Chapter 662, Feng Capital. Senior Li, is that you? Did you come to save me? Yang Xiaohai knew he was safe when he saw Li Huang appearing in front of him. He immediately told Li Huang what had happened to him. But when he finished his explanation, he saw Li Huang staring at him with a weird gaze. Follow me. After saying that, Li Huang ignored Yang Xiaohai and started walking toward the west. Yang Xiaohai hesitated, but Li Huang had just killed the giant to save him, so he thought that Li Huang wouldn't hurt him. He quickly followed Li Huang. But what Yang Xiaohai had not noticed was Lu Jiren struggling to stand up after getting impaled by the mourning staff. The two of them walked in the darkness. With Li Huang leading the way, Yang Xiaohai felt completely safe. Senior Li, where is this? Where else? This is the bottom of Qing Qiu, the Feng capital. Feng capital? Wait, Senior Li, is my wife down here too? Could you help me find her? You have a wife already? That's good. Li Huang smiled and nodded. Thank you, Senior Li. Yang Xiaohai thanked him after Li Huang agreed to help him find his wife. We are all companions. There's no need to be polite. Be quiet now, we will reach it soon. The two of them continued walking and soon found themselves in a rugged space. There were various large pillars stabbing the darkness above, but there were also various dark pits around them. It was a bizarre yet horrifying sight. There were even green candlelights coming from the bottom of the pits. Young Xiaohai saw more giants dragging the morning staff full of impaled humans before they jumped into the pit. Young Xiaohai sensed something was wrong as he hid behind one of the pillars. Senior Li, this isn't the exit. Li Huowang said, this is your exit. Do you see the pits as well as the various mounts? Without waiting for Yang Xiaohai to answer, Li Huowang told him what it was. This is actually Kuei Lei, the Siming that controlled the heavenly Tao of death. As for why it's not moving, well, it's already dead since it controls the heavenly Tao of death. Ha ha ha. Li Huowang thought he had made a really good joke and laughed so hard that he almost cried. Senior Li, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Yang Xiaohai panicked. Do you not understand? You died when you fell down here. Since you are dead, Kuei Lei will take care of you. Go ahead and merge yourself with it. I even took you here specially. Yang Xiaohai slumped to the ground when he heard that. I'm dead. Am I really dead? He pinched himself so hard he wounded himself, but no blood flowed. He cried, I'm really dead. I haven't seen my parents. I don't want to die. I want to live. Yang Xiaohai cried in despair, but Li Huowang suddenly clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Ha ha, I tricked you. You're not dead yet. Your 10 emotions and 8 sufferings are still intact. As he laughed, Li Huowang's face shifted into Hong Zhong's face, then back to his own. Yang Xiaohai abruptly stopped crying out of shock and stared at Li Huowang. He didn't know what to feel right now. Come, let me show you the real way out. Li Huowang smiled and extended his hands to pull Yang Xiaohai up. Yang Xiaohai didn't know if he should accept the hand because he felt that Li Huowang was acting weirdly. Senior Li, you won't fool me again, right? This is not the time for jokes. Ha ha ha, relax. I know when to stop. I'm just messing with you just now. Li Huowang pulled Yang Xiaohai up. They then retraced their steps. They soon encountered Lu Jiren again. Lu Jiren saw them and said in a daze, Young Daoist? And you are Yang Xiaohai? Why are you here? Jiren, what happened to you? Didn't we meet just now? Yang Xiaohai was confused. We did. Lu Jiren stared at Yang Xiaohai and tried his best to remember. Li Huowang said, no need to talk to him anymore. His 10 emotions and 8 sufferings are gone. Even his soul has dispersed. The only thing he has left is his death chi. He's already a part of Kuei Lei, and his memories will be reset after a certain time period has passed. He won't know what happened in the past and the present. Yang Xiaohai looked at Lu Jiren with pity. Senior Li, why is he like this? Is he dead? I don't know. Li Huowang continued to walk. Yang Xiaohai hesitated before quickly following Li Huowang. This time, Lu Jiren did not follow them, but just stood there motionlessly. Yang Xiaohai followed Li Huowang in the darkness as they started moving upwards. Just as Yang Xiaohai thought he would get out for real this time, there was another earthquake. The sound of a mirror cracking came from both above and below them. Li Huowang frowned and quickly turned around to look at the place they had escaped from. He saw that the area with the large pillars and pits was changing. Li Huowang cursed when he noticed that the pits were shrinking. Senior Li, what's coming for us? Yang Xiaohai was worried. Evil entities, and those that came from a different world. Someone is trying to revive Kuei Lei. We need to run now, or we will get affected. Li Huowang pulled on Yang Xiaohai and hastened their escape. Senior Li, what happens if Kuei Lei gets revived? Kuei Lei controls the heavenly Tao of death. What do you think will happen if he comes back to life? The earthquake intensified. Yang Xiaohai suddenly heard the sound of crashing waves that came from the depths of the darkness. They are here. We need to go up. Li Huowang stomped onto the ground and jumped onto the ceiling with Yang Xiaohai. They hung upside down from the ceiling as they ran. Even though they were upside down, they showed no signs of falling downwards. Yang Xiaohai soon noticed something had changed on the ground above him. He saw a dark, iridescent sea of water that resembled an oil slick. The weird-looking water surged towards where the pits were. The vapor of the strange liquid started melting Yang Xiaohai. He felt his body melting like a lit candle as the wax dripped upwards. Chapter 663, Qing Qiu. Yang Xiaohai looked up as he hung from the ceiling. He didn't know what the strange water was, but he felt his body melting and his consciousness fading. Quick, we need to run faster. Li Huowang dragged Yang Xiaohai and ran even faster. Their bodies gradually shrank as the sea started to come alive. It howled and hissed at them. The waves crashed upwards and became like tongues that lapped on everything that melted off the bodies of both Li Huowang and Yang Xiaohai. The sea was trying to consume them. Xiaohai felt his brain begin buzzing as he lost strength in his limbs. Just as he thought that he was going to collapse, he saw an upside-down temple in front of him. The temple had golden Buddhist stone pillars, one, with treasure vases on the roof of the temple. It was built on a large mountain with various stalagmites that resembled spines. The temple was as large as a mountain. The tip of some of the pagodas were submerged in the strange sea of water, but the tips remained unaffected. Seniorly, there's a temple there. Xiaohai shouted excitedly. I see it. That's the Antrabhara temple, too. It's the exit, so quickly go there. The closer they got, the larger the temple was. For some reason, the temple exuded an oppressive feeling. Just as Xiaohai entered the range of the Antrabhara temple, the sound of a bell came from it. Li Huang stopped just in front of the temple. Li Huang said, "Oh, Xiaohai, what a rare guest." Xiaohai saw that Li Huang was staring at him while smiling curiously. Li Huang was acting just like Lu Jiren. "Xiaohai, why are you here?" Li Huang beckoned for Xiaohai to come out of the range of the temple. Xiaohai hesitated and shook his head. "Why are you standing there? Come here. Let me ask you something." Li Huang had just raised his foot to walk toward the temple when the bell rang again. Li Huang stood at the same spot and repeated, "Xiaohai, why are you here? What a rare guest. Seniorly, are you dead too?" Xiaohai stared at him in fear. "Dead? Maybe, but I think it's more correct to say I was abandoned. Come here, let me show you the way out." Xiaohai ignored Li Huang calling for him as he ran towards the upside-down Antrabhara temple. Seniorly is actually dead, just like Lu Jiren. He's not even a ghost now, he's just a fragment of his previous self repeating for all eternity. Xiaohai had just stepped into the temple when everything behind him disappeared. The sounds of Li Huang shouting and the churning water both disappeared. Xiaohai became nervous due to the silence. The temple was strange because there wasn't a single monk there. What's happening? Didn't he say that this is the exit? Is he fooling me? Just then, Xiaohai heard something from above. He looked up and saw that both the monks and the Buddha statues were up there. Rows of lamas, 3, were wearing red robes as they chanted in unison. They were also turning a prayer wheel in their hands. 4. Xiaohai realized that the reason he saw nothing when he first came in was because he was upside down. Before he could react, the verses of the mantra forced their way into his ears. Xiaohai felt his body go numb before his consciousness faded. Wonton imaha yanami anyo. He lost consciousness and fell downwards as his body merged with the mantra scroll. Then, the lamas spun their prayer wheels repeatedly with their skeletal hands. Xiaohai, you can't die." Xiaohai groggily heard a familiar voice calling for him. "Xiaohai, how am I supposed to go on living if you're gone?" the person wailed. As the voice got louder, Xiaohai struggled to open his eyes, finding that they were sealed shut by his own coagulated blood. With some pain, he forced his eyelids to open slightly and saw Zhao Xiaomei's crying face. "Husband, you are awake. You are finally awake." Zhao Xiaomei quickly took out some pills from her gourd and forced them into Xiaohai's mouth. "Ugh, I can't eat too many blood-nourishing pills, or all of my blood will get clotted." Xiaohai ate 3 and spat the rest out. Zhao Xiaomei placed a gourd filled with water near his mouth. Xiaohai took some sips and felt his mind clear up. He struggled to stand up and saw that they were stuck in a ravine. The water had disappeared, and all he saw was the ground. "Xiaohai, are you okay? Do you still remember me?" Xiaohai inspected his body. He realized that his left arm was twisted in a strange direction, and even his fingers were twisted. He felt his head hurt. Apparently, he hit his head when he fell. "Xiaohai, how are you feeling? Don't scare me. Are you okay?" Zhao Xiaomei saw Xiaohai staring at her blankly and almost cried. The 3 children were jumping around, scratching their ears and cheeks like monkeys. Xiaohai touched the top of his head and felt a large blood clot on the top of his head. He checked the inside of his clothes and saw the scepter that Li Huang gave him was there too. "I think I had a strange dream. I dreamed that Lu Jiren and Senior Li were dead." Even Xiaohai wasn't about whether everything he saw had actually happened. "Xiaohai, that's enough. Let's get out first." Zhao Xiaomei tied him to herself with a rope before she climbed up the ravine. The 3 children had prepared a rope, which they tied to the top of the ravine. "Xiaomei, don't do this. Let me rest a bit first. We can't go up like this." "Don't worry. I'm not a weak damsel. I followed my father and worked in the fields ever since I was 10. I'm actually very strong." Zhao Xiaomei pulled herself and Xiaohai upwards while holding onto the rope. The 3 children climbed up like monkeys and didn't need a rope. Zhao Shumei was sweating buckets when they finally crawled out from the ravine. Yang Xiaohai raised his head in pain and saw that Qing Qiu had completely changed. The hills had moved. Areas where hills once stood were now flat, while new hills had formed in other places. 1. Stone pillars inscribed with sutras. 2. This verse came up in chapter 632. Antrabhara is a period of 49 days before someone gets reincarnated after death. 3. Honorific title given to a spiritual leader in real-world Tibetan Buddhism. 4. A device consisting of a hollow metal cylinder with a mantra scrolled tightly wound onto it. Each rotation of the wheel by hand is equivalent in efficacy to the prayer's oral recitation multiplied by the number of times the mantra was printed on the scroll. Chapter 664, Dismiss. Li Huowang was wrapped in a dense murderous aura as he slowly walked into Shangjing with his horse. His red robes were now even redder. No one dared to get close to him. His appearance naturally attracted the informants inside the city, but they were already used to it. The informants knew that Li Huowang was close to the emperor. There was no reason to dig into Li Huowang's identity unless they wanted trouble. Li Sui was currently wearing the skin of Princess Anping. She sat sideways on the horse as her head nodded in sync with the gait of the horse. She seemed tired. Cowheart village was quite far from Shangjing, but Li Huowang had gone back to clear out the bases of the Dharma sect surrounding the village. Li Sui used this opportunity to take Princess Anping's skin. She also let them know she and Li Huowang were safe, and told them about the Liu family's tragedy. Li Huowang went straight to the surveillance bureau, taking no detours. Where else are the Dharma sect hiding? In which places are they instigating rebellions? Li Huowang questioned the man behind the counter. Eek. Dear sir, please wait a moment. Nangong Yun was sweating as he checked his record. Nangong Yun was a careful person. He knew that Li Huowang was now related to the emperor and had a different position now. Dear sir, most of the larger bases have been cleared out, all thanks to you. Also, let me calculate your rewards for all the missions you've completed. Li Huowang waved his hand in dismissal. No need. He didn't accept the missions for the rewards. He did it because he really wanted to destroy the Dharma sect. He needed to stop their expansion and prevent the Liang kingdom from ending up like the Qi kingdom. Li Huowang exited the surveillance bureau and decided to go find Gao Zhijian. After working in the surveillance bureau for so long, he knew that the information disseminated by them was often incomplete. Li Huowang would not rest until the Dharma sect was completely eradicated. He had just exited the surveillance bureau when he saw someone he didn't expect. Liu Xiaotai was standing in front of Li Huowang with a bronze coin sword behind his back. Liu Xiaotai had stubble, and his eyes were bloodshot as he held onto the reins of 2 horses. Both horses were foaming at their mouth and looked like they could collapse at any moment. Master, where is my father? Liu Xiaotai's voice was hoarse, as if he already knew the answer. Li Huowang said nothing and guided him to the small estate. Liu Xiaotai hadn't even entered the estate when he heard a familiar singing voice. Liu Xiaotai trembled as he entered. He finally saw the crazed Lu Zhuangyuan behind a room with iron bars. Lu Zhuangyuan was singing grandly like a general on the stage. I miss my mother and wife, for there's no one I can rely on here. I looked in the direction of my home and saw how far away it was. I fear that the distance has delayed our reunion. Even though there weren't any instruments, his years of experience in performing still stirred the emotions of his listeners. Father! Liu Xiaotai held onto the iron bars and shouted. But Lu Zhuangyuan didn't react as he continued to sing. Just then, an old eunuch came down from the 2nd floor with Shou in his hands. The eunuch kneeled to Li Huowang. I greet you, dear sir. When you were away, Sir Lu was living well. He could eat and sleep. Li Sui carried Shou in her tentacles and played with her, but Shou remained silent. Master, what about my brother? And my sister-in-law? Liu Xiaotai's eyes were red when he asked. Li Huowang looked at the corner of the room. Liu Xiaotai followed his gaze and saw the 2 urns on the cabinet. The urns were white and had red paper stuck onto them. Liu Xiaotai walked over and held onto the 2 urns as he cried. He had a family. He didn't like his family because his father was stubborn, his brother was a wimp, and his sister-in-law was very calculative. But now he had lost all of them. He just didn't like them. He never wished for his family members to be gone. He cried for a long time before he asked Li Huowang, Master, where is my nephew? Where is Lu Tongsheng? I don't know. He was supposed to be with your father. He was missing by the time your father became crazy. I tried divining, but couldn't find him. I fear that he's dead in the war, Li Huowang answered simply. Liu Xiaotai stood up suddenly and pointed at Li Huowang as he cried. You? It's all your fault. And also Gao Zhijian's. Why did you bring them here? Why did you give them a theater? Why did you let them enjoy their riches? If they were still at the village, they would still be alive. Li Huan stood still and didn't react. After he cursed Li Huawang and Gao Zhijian, Lu Xiaohai crumpled to the ground while he cried. He kept slapping his own mouth out of frustration. He slapped again and again until his hands were swollen. Blood dribbled from his mouth without any signs of stopping. It wasn't until Lu Xiaohai's cheeks were swelling due to his own slaps that Xiaohai jumped down from Li Sui's embrace and hugged him. Lu Xiaohai stopped slapping himself and hugged his niece. Both of them cried together. Li Huawang turned and made his way towards the palace when he saw them hugging. He wasn't cold-blooded. It was just that he had seen the same scene too many times. If he didn't deal with the Dharma sect, these kinds of tragedies would happen again. Li Huawang entered the palace without anyone stopping him, though he still felt a lot of people gazing at him from the dark. However, Li Huawang was used to it. Li Huawang entered the main palace and saw that Gao Zhijian was having his morning assembly. Li Huawang projected his body image into the ground and turned invisible as he waited for the morning assembly to be over. My lord, Qingshang is still having a drought without a single drop of water. My lord, Hedong's granaries were burnt in a fire. The people don't have anything to eat. Gao Zhijian was massaging his temple when he heard the reports. These were already reported by someone else. Is there anything new? No sooner had he said that, a martial officer, 1, looked at Li Huawang before he reported. My lord, Ho Shu's envoy committed suicide yesterday by swallowing gold. 2, before he died, he had written a letter with his own blood and tears. My lord, please dispatch the troops to save Ho Shu. He had just said that when another martial officer stepped forward. My lord, the envoy from Qing Qiu brought the Khan's personal enamel gold blade to request for an audience. Gao Zhijian sighed and waved his hands. Dismissed. 1, an official who's in charge of the military. 2, the gold here refers to unrefined gold or which may contain arsenic. Chapter 665, Gao Zhijian. After leaving the noisy hall and entering the peaceful inner palace, Gao Zhijian felt more relaxed. He looked at the greenery and flowers in the garden and sighed. He entered the garden and sat down on a stone stool to enjoy the peace and quiet. Suddenly, he stood up and approached a boulder in the garden before he lifted it up. He threw the boulder up high and caught it with his bare hands. He then used the boulder to practice the martial techniques he had learned from the military cultivation manual. The eunuchs observing him from the darkness were frightened. Gao Zhijian sighed when a thin film of sweat covered his body as he placed the boulder down. Even though the palace had everything he wanted, he still preferred the days he lived in Cowheart village. He could see the woman he loved, and he could use his strength to protect his comrades. More importantly, he was not as smart as he is now. He didn't have to worry about so many things. You are lacking as an emperor. What kind of emperor merely listens and does nothing? Li Huawang appeared from a shrub. Gao Zhijian sighed and sat on the boulder, seemingly unsurprised by Li Huawang's sudden appearance. Gao Zhijian said, the Dharma sect is causing a lot of trouble, and the refugees from the Qi kingdom as well as the war have drained the palace of much of its money. What else do you think I could do? I can't conjure money out of thin air. Seniorly, being the emperor is not as simple as it looks. Still, it's reassuring that there are many officials in the palace who could deal with it, albeit simply. The people would have to compromise. Compromise? Deal with it simply? If those issues aren't dealt with properly, people will die. Then what do you think I should do? What would you do if you were in my position? Gao Zhijian didn't know what to do. He continued, everyone says that the Liang kingdom is the best kingdom in the world, but only the people working inside know that this best is nothing but a sham. We have leaks everywhere, and all the emperor can do is patch up some of the leaks here and there. Gao Zhijian took a deep breath before he said, Seniorly, I'm so sorry. I know that I shouldn't talk to you about this, but I have so many things to worry about. Li Huawang shook his head. Don't worry. I understand your predicament, and I don't blame you. But the issue with Ho Shu and Qing Qiu is of utmost importance. You need to prioritize it. They are fighting the Dharma sect directly. If we don't help them and they get taken over, the Liang kingdom will be in big trouble. I know. But the Dharma sect in the Liang kingdom hasn't been dealt with yet. We haven't even sorted out our own problems, so how could I have the strength to go help the others? Li Huawang suddenly pieced the news together and frowned. Zhijian, do you think the reason why the Dharma sect suddenly attacked the Liang kingdom was so that they could distract and keep us here? Li Huawang had been perplexed as to why the Dharma sect had suddenly attacked Shangjing with those cannon fodders. It was unrealistic for them to think that they would win. But what if they didn't want to win? What if they just wanted to stall the Liang kingdom rather than kill Gao Zhijian? Li Huowang then remembered how the cannon fodders of the Dharma sect could, at best, catch their eye then die like flies, without achieving any significant goals. Even though it was troublesome to deal with them, Li Huowang realized that they hadn't encountered any significant foes. Even Taishan Shi was absent. All of this made Li Huowang think that this possibility was very plausible. And what if you know that they are using this tactic? A voice came from the small forest to the left. Li Huowang saw the Imperial Preceptor walking out from amongst the trees. The Imperial Preceptor said, "Are you not afraid that they would attack us if we send out our forces? Do you really think the world would be at peace if the Dharma sect is eradicated? Then would you rather they expand without any restriction? Of course not. We have our methods." The Imperial Preceptor took a step back. Gao Zhijian stood up and looked at Li Huowang. "Of course, we need to help. The Surveillance Bureau had sent people over there. We will see how many troops we can squeeze out to help them after the situation stabilizes here. How much you can send? Zhijian, we're talking about the Dharma sect that worships God Yue. Do you understand how terrible it is to fall to them? We need to fight to death against them. Do you know what happened to the Qi kingdom when they were overtaken by God Yue? Do you know what happened to the Qi kingdom?" Li Huowang unsheathed his spine sword and swung it at a vase. A rift shot forward and a strange liquid poured out. The liquid splattered onto the flowers and grass. A strange sound arose as the flowers and grass started crawling around as they tainted the ground itself. The Imperial Preceptor frowned and pointed his sword at the sky. Lightning fell from the sky and burned the mutated plants to a crisp. "I don't know what that is, but the Qi kingdom is gone." Li Huowang sheathed his spine sword again. I know that. But seniorly, do the generals and officials know? Do the soldiers know? Do the people of the Liang kingdom know? Will they gladly work for half a year without pay? Will they pay their taxes early? Will they join the military and fight? I might have the ability to command them since I'm the emperor, but I cannot do so on a whim. Every decree I give out will affect a lot of people, and many might die. Seniorly, being the emperor doesn't mean I can do anything I want. Those are the actions of a tyrant. Gao Zhijian was silent before he worked himself up to console Li Huowang. Don't worry. The battle is not as bad as you think. We have our own expectations. Qing Qiu and Shou are also strong, so they won't get defeated so easily. Also, Xian Pin brought Zheng Buqiao over. The chiefs of Qing Qiu, Shou, Qiu, and the Liang kingdom will work together so the Dharma sect won't be able to do much. Don't worry. Once the Liang kingdom stabilizes, I will send out the troops. Li Huowang doubted his strategy. The Dharma sect wasn't an evil entity, but rather an endless army of civilians. The Surveillance Bureau might have a lot of members, but against an entire kingdom of people, they wouldn't be able to do much. The Surveillance Bureau alone wouldn't be able to go a long way. Leaving aside how strong the higher-ranking officials of the Dharma sect were, an endless amount of enemies was not something the Surveillance Bureau could deal with. More importantly, those who were contracted by the Surveillance Bureau were only working for the lifespan pills. Once danger came, they would abandon their loyalty and run away. The only organization that could destroy the endless amount of cannon fodder from the Dharma sect was the military that craved blood and war. Li Huowang looked at Gao Zhijian and nodded. Fine, but be quick. Li Huowang was about to leave when Gao Zhijian stopped him. Senior Li, where are you going? Where else? I'm going to Qing Qiu to destroy the Dharma sect. Chapter 666, Confidant. Senior Li, wait a moment. Gao Zhijian hurriedly stopped him upon seeing Li Huowang's determined expression. Senior Li, it's too dangerous for you to go to Qing Qiu alone. Why don't you stay here? No need. I'm not that weak. Besides, if I stay by your side, some people might not sleep well at night, Li Huowang said as he glanced at the Imperial Preceptor. Since Li Huowang was about to head to Qing Qiu to confront the Dharma sect, the Imperial Preceptor was naturally very pleased. Good. Brotherly, you are truly righteous. I admire you. Li Huowang snorted coldly, said nothing more, and left Shanjing Imperial City, which had been uncomfortable to stay in. Qing Qiu was far away, and given the unknown state of the battles there, Li Huowang decided to depart that very day to prevent wasting more time. As Li Huowang stepped out of the main gate, he saw Lu Xiaohai standing there with his eyes wide open. Suddenly, Lu Xiaohai bent his knees and kneeled in front of Li Huowang. He banged his forehead on the ground and gritted his teeth. Master, I want revenge. I want to avenge my family. Li Huowang looked at him and asked, Who do you want to seek revenge on? Lu Xiaohai lifted his head, his eyes filled with extreme hatred. The Dharma Sect. It was the people of the Dharma Sect who killed my elder brother and sister-in-law. They also drove my father insane. During the short time Li Huawang had been in the palace, Lu Xiaozai seemed to have figured out some things. Against the Dharma Sect's witches, can you survive with just your mediocre skills? When the time comes to fight, don't expect me to help you. If I have to take someone along, it will be someone useful and not a burden. Remember, I am not your master. We are done with each other. I am not afraid of death. I am ready to give up my life. Killing one is breaking even. Killing two is a gain. Lu Xiaozai puffed out his chest and roared. Li Huawang saw the fearlessness in his eyes and knew he was serious this time. In Li Huawang's memories, Lu Xiaozai had always been carefree. This was the first time he was seeing this side of Lu Xiaozai. It seemed the tragedy that befell the Lu family had finally made him mature. He was no longer the ignorant youth he once was. Li Huawang looked at him for a while, then tossed the Surveillance Bureau's waist badge and a gourd containing lifespan pills to him. If you dare to go through with this, take this to the inner vault of the Surveillance Bureau and exchange it for some life-preserving items. Just say that Erju sent you. Yes, master. Lu Xiaozai took the items without hesitation and left. He seemed to have already made up his mind. After returning to his residence, Li Huawang spoke to the eunuch who took care of Lu Zhuangyuan and Xiaohai. I may have to leave for a while. Take good care of them until I return. If Xiaohai comes of age, find a scholar to teach her. If I die, ask His Majesty what to do with them. Understood. Your orders are as good as His Majesty's. I will not delay in executing your orders. After settling his worries, Li Huawang took out a map of Shangjing City and began to plan his travel route. Dad, are we leaving again? Li Sui asked while holding Xiaohai. Yes, we are. Go pack up. Once Lu Xiaozai returns, we'll set off. Li Sui nodded obediently and went to prepare. These days, she had followed her father to many places and knew very well what to prepare. She was a great help to her father with these little things. As Li Huawang replaced his tired horse with a much more energetic one from the inn, there was a knock at the door. He opened the door and saw Lu Xiaozai standing there, his eyes slightly red. Back already? That was fast. What did you get? Lu Xiaozai tremblingly pulled out a scroll of blood-red bamboo slips from his chest and handed it to Li Huawang. The profound records? Yes. Lu Xiaozai nodded. I didn't recognize some things and wouldn't be able to use the others, but I have seen Master use this before. It's very useful, and it doesn't require cultivating or breathing techniques. I can use it right away. Do you know the price you have to pay to use this? Li Huawang opened the scroll and looked at the various horrifying tortures and rituals depicted on it. I am not afraid of pain. I want revenge. Lu Xiaozai responded firmly, his eyes filled with a deep intensity. Maybe you should reconsider. You are the last male of the Lu family. If you die, your family line ends. Li Huawang's heart had softened a bit, so he tried to persuade him to go lead a peaceful life. However, Lu Xiaozai's attitude was resolute. No, I want revenge. They killed my family. I must get back at them. My family was destroyed. If I don't pay them back tenfold or 100-fold, what is the point of all the abilities I painstakingly cultivated? Should I just let it go to waste? Li Huawang stopped trying to persuade him. He tossed the profound records back to Lu Xiaozai and prepared to set off. As he was about to open the door, someone knocked on the courtyard's gate again. Someone else? Who could it be? I shouldn't know anyone else in Shangjing. When Li Huawang opened the door, a delicate and refined face appeared before him. Her bright, clear eyes looked at him excitedly. This was his confidant in this world. Huawang. Yang Na couldn't contain her excitement and threw her arms around him. Yang Na's body was very light. She almost jumped onto Li Huawang, who caught her steadily with both hands. Li Huawang was momentarily dazed when he smelled the faint fragrance of her hair. After a few seconds, Li Huawang came to his senses. Yang Na had come to find him, and he was seeing her again. Nana. Li Huawang released her, looked at the girl in front of him carefully, and hugged her tightly once more. It's me. It's me. Yang Na hugged him back as she jumped with joy. After embracing for a while, Li Huawang suddenly felt something was amiss behind him. He turned around and saw Sun Xiaoqin holding a bowl of fruit, standing there with a knowing smile. Yang Na blushed slightly, then pulled Li Huawang into his bedroom and closed the door. The two of them looked at each other and then hugged tightly once again. They had waited too long for this moment and felt that no amount of time spent embracing would be enough. Li Huawang's face moved closer, and he gently kissed her soft, lipstick-coated lips. Chapter 667. On the way. The atmosphere in the room was just right. As Li Huang was about to continue kissing her, Yang Na suddenly burst into laughter. Why are you laughing? Li Huang was confused. I'm just happy. Huang, I'm genuinely delighted that you're really out of the hospital. I can't help but laugh. Yang Na gave him a heavy kiss on the cheek. Upon seeing his expression, she coughed lightly and quickly straightened her face, then gently closed her eyes. All right, let's not talk about it. Let's start over as if that didn't happen. Li Huang looked at her delicate face and moved closer. Suddenly, he felt a gaze from outside the window. When he turned around, he saw Madame Qi holding a pair of binoculars and peering in their direction. Li Huang lost all interest. Madame Qi, are you enjoying the view? Care to join us? I don't mind. Yang Na could not hold back her laughter as she playfully punched his chest. She walked over to the window and drew the star-patterned curtains. She's so old. How can you joke like that with her? If she weren't that old, I'd be swearing at her. She's been keeping an eye on me so closely that I can't even leave the neighborhood, Li Huang said, pulling up his pants to reveal the electronic monitors on his ankles. Haven't you recovered and been discharged? Why are there still so many restrictions? Yang Na squatted down to curiously inspect the devices on Li Huang's ankles. It's because of what happened before, Li Huang said. He sat down on a nearby chair as he recounted his experiences with a hint of irritation. I gave evidence that those 2 severed fingers must have belonged to the kidnappers. However, they said the blood on me was all my own, and the fingers had no DNA match. No injured people showed up to claim them either, so they still couldn't fully believe my story. I've clearly recovered, which even the doctors have certified, but they still don't believe me. They think I might still have episodes. Yang Na leaned back on her hands on the bed as she patiently listened to Li Huang. You saw the monitors on my ankles. They say it's to prevent me from being kidnapped again and that it's for my protection. But I know they're just doubling down on precautions. Huang, was there really someone who kidnapped you? Who are they? Yang Na was worried, and she tilted her head in thought. Li Huang recalled what the mad Qian Fu had said in the psychiatric hospital, which cast a shadow over his heart. How would I know? Who knows why those people went crazy and decided to kidnap me? Maybe people like me are just rare. Li Huang changed the subject. Whether it had to do with Qian Fu or the mysterious Laotians he mentioned, Li Huang didn't want to drag Yang Na into it. Even more so since Yang Na had been mentally unwell before, as it would be a terrible loss if things got too complicated and caused a relapse. Once he had a bit more freedom, he would personally go question Qian Fu. Yang Na brushed a lock of hair behind her ear, revealing her exquisite green earrings. Huang, since that's the case, you should stay home for now. It's safer that way. I wasn't planning to go out. I've been taking online classes to catch up on the basics. It's really tough. Online classes? What? Yang Na's eyes started to well up. Even after all this time, he still remembered their promise to get into the same university together. Huang, I really, really like you. Yang Na felt touched and hugged him again. The two of them enjoyed the brief moment of warmth. Soon, Li Huang's words broke the tranquility. Nana, do your parents know you're here? They don't. If they knew, they wouldn't have let me come. Yang Na's expression darkened, but it quickly brightened up again. Never mind that. You said you're taking online classes? Let me, the top scorer, help you. Li Huang said. Can you? I heard that once you get into college, you forget everything from high school faster than you learned it. Don't underestimate me. What are you studying? Yang Na picked up Li Huang's phone and skillfully entered her birthday as the password. She opened the newly downloaded educational app, and a series of videos popped up. Having Yang Na's help was much better than studying alone. At least, it wasn't as hard as the previous days, where studying felt like a battle. Li Huang took a deep breath, shut off his senses, and concentrated. He pushed the inner sight between his eyes and wrapped it with his primordial breath. Next, he painstakingly pushed the wrapped primordial breath toward his abdomen. The truth cultivation method had 7 levels, and Li Huang had already reached the 3rd. Although the method came from Dolao's memory and seemed dubious, he didn't mind. Since all true and false heavenly Daoists were under Jizai, the method was genuine now, despite it being possibly either true or false before. Li Huang's forehead dripped sweat as he struggled to control the wrapped primordial breath. Each push felt like moving a mountain. After what felt like an eternity, when he had no strength left, he released all his effort and slowly opened his eyes. He was close, but there was still progress. He would soon break through the 3rd level. As he opened his eyes, various objects that floated in the air fell to the ground. Dawn was breaking. He was almost at Qing Qiu. Since Zhijian couldn't help, the stronger he was, the better his chances against the Dharma sect. Not long after, Li Huang saw a convoy, with most of the people having red lotus tattoos on their foreheads. Many had tattoos on their exposed skin, but their clothes obscured the details. Li Huang ignored their stares and walked straight into the largest carriage pulled by 4 horses. As he entered, Bai Lingmiao handed him a steaming bowl of food. While he ate, Bai Lingmiao removed his socks and shoes, and then brought over a basin of warm water to wash his feet. After quickly finishing his meal, he wiped his face with a towel and lay down to rest. Due to the unusual phenomena caused by his cultivation, he had been traveling at night and hiding by day. The only time he could train was in the secluded spots where the convoy rested at night while they were on their way to Qing Qiu. Nana, thank you. You've been a great help, Li Huang whispered with his eyes closed. Seniorly, there's no need for thanks between us. Chapter 668, Li Sui. A gray wild rabbit hopped swiftly through the forest in the darkness before dawn. In the dim light, its dull fur made it nearly invisible and impossible to spot. However, the rabbit seemed panicked, and it almost crashed into a tree at one point. The ground's trembling suggested that something was chasing it. The leaves behind the rabbit were forcefully parted as a large bear charged out, frothing at its mouth and frantically chasing after the rabbit. As the rabbit was about to be caught, several barbed tentacles suddenly emerged from the bushes and ensnared it like a net. The sudden appearance of these writhing tentacles in the dark forest frightened the bear, as it hastily turned and fled. The tentacles tightened and retracted, dragging a red-eyed gray rabbit to Li Sui's feet. At this moment, Li Sui focused entirely on the rabbit, paying no mind to the fleeing bear. Li Sui grabbed the rabbit securely as the tentacles slowly retracted back under her skirt. Li Sui gently stroked the rabbit's furry head, then opened her small mouth and forced the upper half of the rabbit in. Her cheeks bulged as she chewed, and her eyes squinted with pleasure. She enjoyed meat that had many bones. It was juicy and flavorful when she chewed. The only downside was having to spit out the fur before she swallowed. After finishing the upper half of the rabbit, Li Sui didn't continue with the bottom half. She ran happily toward the nearby dirt road while she held onto the half-eaten rabbit. Mom, here you go. This is delicious. Li Sui presented the half-eaten rabbit to Bai Lingmiao, who was trying to start a fire. A rabbit? Did you catch this? Such a good girl. Bai Lingmiao received it, and then quickly skinned the rabbit with her long black nails. She had gotten along well with Li Sui. Just like a child, some praise would delight her for a long time. As long as Bai Lingmiao treated her sincerely, Li Sui would genuinely regard her as her mother. Mom, why aren't you eating? It's really tasty and hard to catch. Bai Lingmiao smiled gently and shook her head, then cut the rabbit meat into small pieces to add to the white porridge later. It's almost dawn. I'll prepare this for your dad. Oh, Li Sui nodded, then jumped back into the nearby woods. I'll go see if Dad's back and receive him. Wait. Bai Lingmiao stopped her and touched her exposed waist. Look, your clothes are torn and frayed. If you keep wearing them, they'll turn to rags. Take my clothes instead. After being pulled into the carriage, Li Sui emerged a while later when the sky had lightened. She was dressed in a crescent white outfit, and she dashed toward the woods. Bai Lingmiao warned, Sui, don't get too close. It's dangerous when your dad is cultivating. I know. I'll just watch from a distance. Li Sui disappeared into the woods instantly. Back in the woods, Li Sui didn't hold back anymore. Various tentacles emerged from her clothes, substituting her feet and making her even faster. As she neared her destination, she heard a noise from the woods and approached cautiously. She soon found the source of the noise. It was Lu Xiaohai, trembling as he held a red bamboo slip and raised his thumb. Lu Xiaohai gritted his teeth as he pierced 3 long needles into his nail bed, then pressed his thumb against the ground. Ah, what are you doing? Li Sui asked curiously and came closer. Lu Xiaohai relaxed his guard when he saw who it was. He knew she was the evil spirit his master raised. Despite the pain in his finger, Lu Xiaohai took a deep breath and forced a response. I wanted to test how to use this thing so that I don't mess up when I actually need it. Does it hurt? Li Sui asked. No. Compared to my dad's madness and my brother's death, this pain is nothing. Lu Xiaohai gritted his teeth and replied fiercely. Oh, then you carry on. I'm leaving. Li Sui was left confused. She turned and dived back into the forest. Li Huang's cultivation spot was easy to find, as there were few places where trees flew in the sky. Li Sui climbed to the top of a large tree and watched Li Huolong from afar. He was sitting cross-legged while upside down, with his head buried in a rock. His body and everything around him floated erratically. After a while, Li Huolong's head emerged from the rock and collided with a flying tree, which shattered like bubbles. It was as if all of the world's rules had ceased to exist around him. Li Sui quietly observed Li Huolong's strange cultivation. Though he rarely spoke to her, she understood some things through silent observation. Her father wanted to become stronger to protect them and prevent their deaths. Lu Xiaohai had the same goal. He wanted to become stronger too. Li Sui recalled her father's opponents. If he wasn't strong, he would have been killed. This thought made her anxious. She didn't want her father to die, and she began to ponder how she could help him. They all want to become more powerful. What should I do to help Dad? Usually, she burrowed into her dad and served as an extra hand for him, but she wanted to do more. The question was complex, and Li Sui couldn't figure out what to do even after thinking for a long time. She was only a year and a half old, and she had never seen how anyone became strong. Her father was an exception, but she couldn't understand his methods. She saw Li Huolong's shadow float out from the ground along with his body. She quickly descended the tree and ran towards the carriage. She wanted to ask the others for advice. Why do you want to become more powerful? Bai Ling Miao asked with surprise as she tested the porridge's saltiness with a careful sip from a spoon. I want to help my dad and protect him. I want to be useful too. Bai Ling Miao thought hard, then gently shook her head. Sui, I don't know either. You're an evil spirit and not human. Maybe you could follow them and worship the heavenly mother? She's very compassionate. If you're fated, she might accept you. Li Sui turned to look at the White Lotus sect followers gathered by the carriages. They knelt and worshipped a glowing white jade lotus amidst white incense smoke. Chapter 669 Stronger. Will worshipping that lotus make me stronger? Li Sui was somewhat confused, and she followed the White Lotus sect followers in their rituals. However, after a while, she felt no change and became discouraged. At that moment, a small centipede crawled past her and burrowed into the clothes of a nearby follower. Li Sui's skirt quickly bulged as the head of a skinned dog shot out. It bit the centipede with its sharp teeth and shook it violently. Li Sui watched the centipede get torn apart, and she suddenly realized how she could become stronger. She had always imitated her father, but now she understood that she and her father were different. What her father could do, she couldn't. But there were also things she could do that he couldn't. Am I Li Sui or Ban? Li Sui didn't want to ponder this question. Instead, she focused on her unique abilities. When she merged with Ban, she gained its sharp teeth and claws. If she merged with other creatures, wouldn't she become even stronger? The more she thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Her father often said that Black Tai Sui was born to possess others. This was her innate ability. She decided to test this, and she got up to hurry into the forest to find a suitable host. There weren't many options in the forest, and even fewer that could enhance her power. Fortunately, she had recently encountered one. As daylight broke, Bai Ling Miao waited for Li Huolong to join her for breakfast. Suddenly, a bear covered in tentacles walked out of the forest as the ground shook with each step. Protect the Saintess. Bai Ling Miao stepped out from the protective circle of followers and looked up in surprise at the huge mass of flesh. Sui. The bear opened its mouth, revealing Li Sui's happy face. Mom, how did you know it was me? I thought you wouldn't be able to guess it. Look at all the meat on me. I'm really strong now. Li Sui controlled the bear's body and walked to a large tree, then shook it with her powerful paws. The soil scattered, and as the roots loosened, she pulled the tree from the ground. Mom, look, I'm really strong now. Aren't I powerful? Li Sui was not just thrilled by her strength, but also by her discovery of how to become stronger. The Black Tai Sui's ability to possess was innate. She could use the strength of more powerful beings by possessing them. It was not just limited to a bear. As long as she possessed more powerful beings, she could better protect her dad in future. All right, I know you're strong. Now, get out of that bear skin. You're getting your new clothes dirty again by burrowing into its belly. Mom, I'm not inside it. It is me, Li Sui, Bai Ling Miao, and the nearby White Lotus followers suddenly felt a tugging sensation from deep in the forest, as if the whole world had become a piece of fabric that was being pulled. Dad, Li Sui called out towards the direction of the sensation. After a moment, a smiling Li Huolong emerged from the forest. Around him, bushes and tree trunks twisted and collapsed to clear his path. It's at the sacral chakra. My truth cultivation has advanced another step. Li Huolong announced the piece of good news to Bai Ling Miao. Brotherly, that's so quick. We haven't even reached Qing Qiu yet. Bai Lingmiao understood what he meant, since she had spent a lot of time living with Li Huowang. According to Brother Li, there were 7 chakras in his truth cultivation. His truth cultivation abilities were enhanced each time he advanced through a chakra. I don't know why it was so fast this time. Maybe I'm talented. Li Huowang knew that the stronger his cultivation, the better he could deal against the Dharma sect when he went to Qing Qiu and Shou. This way, not only could he materialize things in a faster and simpler fashion, he could maintain them for a longer time as well. Li Huowang noticed Li Sui inside the bear. Sui, what are you doing? Dad, you became stronger. Look, I became stronger too. I can help you now. Li Sui explained in excitement. Li Huowang took the rabbit porridge from Bai Lingmiao, then sat down to eat. As soon as he tasted it, his expression turned serious. Although the porridge looked delicious, it had no flavor. Li Huowang handed the bowl to Bai Lingmiao to see if it was just him affected. Taste this. Bai Lingmiao tasted it and was puzzled. Strange, I added salt, but there's no flavor. It's not just the salt. There's no taste of meat or rice. This is a natural disaster. Li Huowang looked up at the sky and wondered what was happening in Baiyu capital. Natural disasters signified changes in the heavenly Daoist or problems with the Simings. Senior Li, it's true. There's no taste or smell at all. Bai Lingmiao exclaimed in surprise. Li Huowang conducted several tests. The disaster only affected taste and smell for now, and he did not know if this was good or bad news. It was not too scary to lose these 2 senses for now, but it could be just the beginning. Jizai was also a Siming. If someone sees Jizai's heavenly Dao, the previous troubles that had vanished could return. Dolao's fate showed that even Simings could die. Is this related to God Yuer expanding his influence? Is he seizing the heavenly Daos of other Simings? Li Huowang pondered. He didn't know which Siming governed taste and smell, nor whether that Siming had followers on Earth. Let's go. We need to reach Qing Qiu as soon as possible. Since the Surveillance Bureau existed to prevent natural disasters, they must know something. As Jizai was useless now, the only way to gain more information was through the Surveillance Bureau. Li Huowang wasn't sure how much he could contribute in this catastrophe, but he was determined to give his best. He urged the horses forward, and the carriage sped off, leaving trails of yellow dust behind. Chapter 670, Bintie City. The iron wheels of the carriage rolled slowly, leaving deep tracks in the yellowed grass. Li Huowang sat in the carriage and gazed at the grasslands, recalling his last visit to this place. He didn't know much about Qing Qiu other than that most of its people were nomads, generally lean and dark-skinned. He also remembered 2 unique factions in Qing Qiu, the Antrabhara Temple, which worshipped death, and the Bizzare Lion Dance Palace. The grass in Qing Qiu really has turned yellow. Is this some premonition? Li Huowang leaned slightly to the left and ran his fingers through the yellow grass. He then thought about the recent natural disaster that caused loss of taste and smell, which had lasted only 3 days. This wasn't comforting. The recent natural disaster had been minor, but what if the next one was extremely severe? Li Huowang wanted to understand what was happening, but nobody outside the Baiyu capital would know what was happening in the heavens. At this point, his sharp eyesight spotted a small black dot on the yellow horizon in the distance. As the carriage drew closer, the small black dot became larger as they approached and eventually revealed the outline of a city. This should be Qing Qiu's Bintie City, Li Huowang muttered to himself. He had made some preparations before he came. This was the only city in Qing Qiu and also the capital. Building a city seemed impossible in a place without wood or stone. Bintie City was an exception that rose starkly in the barren land. The Great Khan of Qing Qiu and the Surveillance Bureau of Qing Qiu were also located here. Since Shou was battling the Dharma sect, rushing into Shou to kill the Dharma sect members wasn't feasible. It would be inefficient and alert the enemies, resulting in minimal casualties to the Dharma sect while harming some civilians. It was better to first contact Qing Qiu's Surveillance Bureau to gather more information. Additionally, the Imperial Preceptor mentioned that the chiefs of the Surveillance Bureau from the Great Liang and Si Qi should also be here. As Li Huowang pondered, the distinctive smell of sheep and horse dung gradually filled his nostrils. Perhaps due to Qing Qiu's suitability for breeding livestock, the outskirts of Bintie City were littered with cow and horse dung. Sparse patches of grass were interspersed with piles of dung from both livestock and humans. When Bai Lingmiao saw the carriage wheels roll over a fresh pile of cow dung, smearing them greenish-brown, she frowned. This place is filthy, almost as bad as the benevolent nunnery. Endure it. It's clear there's no sewage system here. Li Huang said and lightly shook the reins. The carriage sped up towards the city. They wended through cattle, sheep, and horses, then finally squeezed into the city. It wasn't much better inside. There were buildings of all kinds inside. Tents, wooden houses, and stone houses. They were haphazardly arranged without any signs of planning. Countless feet trampled cow and sheep dung, which formed a dense black carpet that covered the roads, just like the stone pavements in the Great Liang city. The streets were very crowded. Although there weren't many humans, almost everyone herded some livestock, which made it incredibly congested. Children squatted and defecated by the roadside, which made the smell even more unbearable. Let's continue inward. The inner city should be better. The carriage slowly moved inward. The initially grim faces of the group gradually improved over time. It was not because the environment improved. It was because their noses had slowly gotten used to it. Dad, what's that? Li Sui pointed to a luxurious white building against the city wall in the distance. The building was enormous and could be considered the largest in Bintie city. However, it didn't look like it belonged to royalty. Li Huang surmised that the great Khan of Qing Qiu might not be the highest authority, as there were others who seemed to hold an even higher status. That should be a temple, right? Li Huang guessed as he saw the high spire and thought of the Antrabhara temple. He scanned the surroundings and noticed some llamas wearing black sheepskins and cockscomb hats. All the llamas were elderly, frail, and had dark spots that covered their bodies, much like psoriasis. Li Huang noticed their bone ornaments, then gripped the reins and urged the carriage to move faster. Despite the filth, security was tight. Before they could approach the royal palace, they were surrounded by light cavalry with bows and swords. There were even falcons on their shoulders and dogs following the horses' hooves. Li Huang did not want to waste time, especially when it came to potential communication issues. He directly tossed his surveillance bureau waist badge over. Is Xianpin here? Tell him I've arrived. Li Huang was not brought to see Xianpin, but he was led through an underground tunnel. Though Bintie city looked filthy outside, its inner city was surprisingly clean. For some reason, all surveillance bureaus were located underground. The sheep oil lamps on the walls burned slowly and crackled. Li Huang observed a peculiar woman remaining silent before him. He couldn't discern her origins. Though he had seen many strange people, this was his first time seeing someone whose face was covered in white powder with red patterns. This Qing Qiu lady dressed revealingly. Cloth was used to cover the important areas, but everything else was exposed and intricately painted with floral and complex designs. A row of people wearing large bamboo hats stood behind her. The hats almost entirely covered them, and only their legs were visible. They stood there silently, which added a layer of mystery in the dim environment. Why are you seeking the surveillance bureau of Great Liang? The woman questioned Li Huang coldly. Li Huang replied bluntly, send someone qualified to speak. You're not qualified. The woman's response caught him off guard. I am the chief of Qing Qiu's surveillance bureau. Am I qualified enough now? Chapter 671 Trouble. Are you the chief of Qing Qiu? I know who you are, Li Huang. What are you doing in Qing Qiu? Xianpin told you. Li Huang frowned. It seemed that the intelligence networks of the various surveillance bureaus were exchanging information. The woman replied, no matter who told me, you must answer my question now. What are you doing in Qing Qiu? What am I doing in Qing Qiu? Of course, I'm here to help deal with the Dharma sect. Isn't that obvious? The woman sneered. I heard you're from the Emperor of Great Liang, who promptly refused the Great Khan's request for troops and instead sent you here as if offering charity? Li Huang's frown deepened as he looked at the woman. Her attitude seemed quite off. Is there a complicated history between Qing Qiu and Great Liang that I don't know about? You know me, so you should also know my abilities. Isn't that enough? Hee hee. Well, I would like to test whether you, Li Huang, are as formidable as people say, she said and stood up. I am Bianzhen, trained in unorthodox methods. Please instruct me. Unorthodox methods. Li Huang sized up the woman before him and gripped the spine sword slowly with his right hand. As the atmosphere grew tense, Li Huang saw the woman's body gradually melt and transform into the tall appearance of Xianpin. Xianpin, what do you mean by this? Do you really have the time to prank me at a time like this? Xianpin lightly inserted his slender finger into Li Huang's forehead and then withdrew it. Li Huang's forehead remained unscathed. I'm not actually here. I just received news of your arrival and hurried over. Bianzhen, there's no need to test him. I know Li Huang's capabilities. Bianzhen stepped out from the chief's body, looked Li Huang up and down, then turned on her heel to leave. Since no one else was around, Li Huowang quickly said, "All right, since we know each other, let's skip the formalities. What's the overall situation? How far has the Dharma sect's influence spread?" Li Huowang needed to quickly understand everything happening here to determine the best way to increase his side's chances of victory. Qian Pin did not answer Li Huowang's question and posed his own instead. "Did you bring the Saintess of the White Lotus sect with you?" "What? Does that need to be asked?" The Dharma sect has spread so rapidly because the gullible masses believe their god Yuer can save everyone. We need to counter that by promoting the belief in the Heavenly Mater. At least for now, the Heavenly Mater is on our side. Qian Pin nodded. "Correct, but you need to think several steps ahead. You must enlist multiple factions to undermine the Dharma sect's foundation and avoid replacing one problem with another. In fact, we have already spoken with other sections. Many disciples have descended from their mountains and have begun to move within Shou. I don't care about that. I need the current situation in Shou. The situation is dire. Although Shou's troops are steadfast, they are on the brink of collapse. The dragon vein of Shou was severed yesterday right before noon," Qian Pin said, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Li Huowang knew the dire consequences of a severed dragon vein. It wouldn't be long before Shou became a living hell. Weren't Shou and the Dharma sect locked in a fierce battle? How did the dragon vein get severed so quickly? What happened? I don't know. We communicated with Shou's chief just the day before yesterday. The dragon vein was intact and protected by layers of traps. The Dharma sect hadn't even approached Shou's royal city at that time. How did such a drastic change occur in just one day? I can't figure it out. There must be some significant underlying cause. Li Huowang frowned and paced the room, pondering how he could help now. He recalled Gao Zhijian's experience and said, "Even a severed dragon vein can be reconnected. Can we find a way to reconnect Shou's dragon vein?" "Theoretically, yes, but where will we find a suitable hidden descendant? Moreover, the dragon vein is now in the hands of the Dharma sect. How do we retrieve it?" The chief paused briefly and corrected himself. Just now, news came from Zheng Boqiao and Shou that the Dharma sect is already using Shou's dragon vein. Li Huowang frowned deeply and bit his lip as he considered the situation. He knew the power of the dragon vein. This situation would only worsen Shou's predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Li Huowang looked up at Qian Pin. "I'll go to Shou now and handle the dragon vein issue. Can you find a suitable descendant? For now, let's focus on reconnecting Shou's dragon vein." Qian Pin replied, "It's difficult to find. Each royal bloodline is accounted for, and one emperor can't serve two lands, unless you can find another royal family from the Great Qi. Does that mean we give up just because it's difficult? Should we switch roles? You handle the dragon vein." Li Huowang pulled out a map from his pocket and spread it on the table. "Look closely. If we lose Shou and add it to Qi and Nanping, the Dharma sect's domain will be larger than the Great Liang's." Qian Pin looked at the map on the table, thought for a moment, and then nodded lightly. "All right, you retrieve Shou's dragon vein. I'll find a descendant, even if it's not a royal. This will prevent the Dharma sect from using the dragon vein." "Good. First, tell me the dragon vein's location, and I'll set off immediately." Shangguan Yuding emerged from Qian Pin's large red robe and bowed to Li Huowang shyly. "She will inform you of the dragon vein's approximate location. I will also command those remaining in Shou to give you as much assistance as possible." "All right." Li Huowang turned to leave the dimly lit inner city. Qian Pin's words made him pause. "Be careful. The Dharma sect will surely guard the dragon vein heavily, and many people will be around it. Moreover, what? Spit it out. Why do you always speak in incomplete sentences?" Li Huowang replied impatiently. "Moreover, I always felt there was something suspicious about the loss of control over the Shou's dragon vein. Although negligence previously occurred due to the distraction of Shai Zi from the sitting Oblivion Dao, the surveillance bureaus of other countries are not to be trifled with. The strength of the followers of the Dharma sect seems to have increased too rapidly." "What do you mean by that?" Li Huowang's frown deepened. "I suspect we're not just dealing with God Yuer. Perhaps one or even two more hidden figures are aiding the Dharma sect." Chapter 672, Boat People. Not just God Yuer. Li Huowang felt a chill run down his spine. He had been in Great Liang all this time and hadn't paid much attention to what was happening here. Now, thinking back, Qian Pin was right. When the Dharma sect first appeared, the various chiefs of the surveillance bureaus pursued and blocked them, and even the military was employed to deal with them. Yet, despite such circumstances, they managed to destroy Siqi and Nanping and then advance into Hoshu. Even if these countries were not in good condition, plagued by constant war and corrupt governments, the expansion of the Dharma sect was unusually rapid. Does this mean there's another Simon opposing us along with God Yuer? Li Huowang asked Xian Pin, his expression extremely grave. Regardless of which power was responsible, the root problem seemed to lie with the Dharma sect. Xian Pin shook his head slightly. Opposing us? Why do you think all Simons would be on our side? Can you guess what a Simon thinks? Do you truly believe them even if they say they will help you? These words left Li Huowang feeling unsettled. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Are you suggesting that all the Simons in the Bayou capital are actually allied with God Yuer? The surveillance bureaus are meant to observe the heavens. No matter what, don't rely on others, and don't place your lifeline in someone else's hands, Xian Pin said. Then his enormous red robe gradually began to turn transparent. No matter what is helping the Dharma sect behind the scenes, be careful when you reach Hoshu. There are still many things in this world that can kill you. Though I can't trust you, we are allies in dealing with God Yuer. I've informed the chief, and they will assist you with anything you need. Xian Pin's body completely disappeared and left Li Huowang alone. In the dim underground room, Li Huowang stood in deep contemplation for a long time. Finally, he turned and strode out of the dark chamber. Li Sui and Bai Ling Miao had been waiting for him, and they immediately approached him. Senior Li, how did it go? Did they give you a hard time? Li Huowang shook his head slightly and replied, No, it's fine. Have your people resupply quickly. We're leaving this city. We're leaving already? Where are we heading? Hoshu. Hoshu? Really? That place is currently at war. In recent times, people have only been fleeing from there, not going in, the boatman with a missing incisor said. He was barefoot and squatted on the deck as he eyed the two young people before him. One was a teenager, and the other a young woman in her 20s or 30s. Their age gap didn't seem like they were mother and child. They looked like they could be siblings, but their interactions suggested otherwise. It's fine. We're not going deep into Hoshu. We just need a boat to the edge of Zhenhai Cape. Boatman, please accommodate us. As the boatman hesitated, Yang Xiaohai handed him a letter written by Sun Baolu's clan members. I don't want to travel aimlessly in these chaotic times, but I'm part of the boat people. My parents are still there, and I need to save them. I have no choice. Boat people? You don't look like one, the boatman said, quickly glancing through the letter. After reading it, the boatman lowered his guard slightly. It's good to be filial, but using such a big boat just to fetch you is. The boatman saw that Yang Xiaohai was about to hand him some silver. He accepted it and stuffed the letter and silver into his pocket. All right, since I'm a filial son myself, we'll take this trip for your parents' sake. Yang Xiaohai expressed his gratitude repeatedly. He was finally going to see his family. The sails unfurled while Yang Xiaohai's group boarded the sizable, old, flat-bottomed boat with their carriage. As the boat moved away from the harbor, Yang Xiaohai was excited, but he remained cautious of the boatman. He had prepared enough fresh water and provisions to avoid being drugged. He had not forgotten how he and Senior Li were previously forced by river bandits to choose between sliced noodles and dumpling soup. The boatman noticed Yang Xiaohai's wariness, but was equally cautious of him. In these chaotic times, a young man and a woman traveling alone must have some means to protect themselves. As the days passed and they neared their destination, the initial wariness between them had lessened. When Yang Xiaohai learned they were close to their destination, he approached the boatman, who was fishing, and asked, Boatman, how many years have you been sailing? 20 or 30 years. It's been even longer if you count my dad and grandpa. This is our old trade. Some things and some people are hard to transport by land, so we go by sea. That long? Have you dealt with boat people before? Of course. Anyone that makes a living at sea has interacted with them. The boatman suddenly sat up straight and reeled in his line. How are they? Are they easy to get along with? Yang Xiaohai asked nervously. He knew his family were boat people and lived at sea, but he knew nothing else about them. The boatman was occasionally reeling and releasing the line. Then, he glanced at Yang Xiaohai. Aren't you of the boat people? Don't you know what your own family is like? I was taken ashore right after I was born, so I don't know what it's like. The boatman didn't prod him on his poor excuse, and he said, Boat people? They're just like those living on land. The men fish while the women dive for pearls. If they have a good harvest, things are fine. If not, times are tough. Yang Xiaohai's expression dimmed slightly. He had been sold during hard times. The poorer they are, the more rules they have. I generally avoid dealing with them. the boatman said as he continued to reel in his line. Chapter 673, Boat. What rules? Young Xiaohai couldn't help but become curious. Farmers on land didn't have so many rules. What rules? Sea rules, of course. We boatmen have a few. Like certain surnames can't board the boat or certain words can't be said on the boat. The boat people have even more rules than we do, even down to where they can relieve themselves. I don't know all the details. When you get home, make sure to ask your family so you don't accidentally break any taboos. All right. Yang Xiaohai tried to piece together an image of the boat people in his mind with the boatman's description. But there's one good thing about the boat people. Whenever there's anything floating on the water, be it alive or dead, they have to fish it out for a look. If they don't, their ancestors will be angry. With that, the boatman strongly tugged on his fishing rod and pulled up a blue-green fish glistening with seawater. The boatman nodded with satisfaction at his catch, then pulled out a knife from his waist and gutted the fish. He sliced it into thin and translucent pieces. As he poured some soy sauce over the fish, the flesh seemed to tremble as if it were still responsive. The boatman picked up a few pieces with his fingers and put them into his mouth, chewing on them contentedly. Want to try? The freshest fish is always the best. Anything that has been out of the water for more than 15 minutes is sold to those clueless people on land. No, thank you. I don't eat raw fish, young Xiaohai said, shaking his head lightly. Then you're missing out. This fish is at its fattest now. The boatman popped another piece into his mouth. He continued, aren't you looking for the boat people? We're here. See those boats clustered together? That's the place you're looking for. Yang Xiaohai widened his eyes and looked in the direction the boatman was pointing. He saw houses standing on stilts near the water's edge. They were surrounded by a mix of old and new wooden boats. Is that my home? The place where I was born? Yang Xiaohai felt a surge of emotion. He had endured countless hardships and traveled from Great Liang back to Shou just for this day. As the flat-bottomed boat approached the wooden island, he began to understand why the boatman had doubted he was from the boat people. Years of exposure to the elements had given the boat people dark and weathered skin. They wore loose blue-black clothes, with the men often bare-chested and barefoot. Their dark, smooth skin was adorned with scale tattoos, which covered some even on their faces. Both the men and women had similar tattoos. Though the boat people looked at him with hostility, Yang Xiaohai felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. Excuse me, do you know someone called Qi Baishui? Yang Xiaohai cautiously asked an old boatman on a nearby boat about his father's name. The old man just slammed his window shut with a stern face and shut off Yang Xiaohai's friendly gaze. With no response, Yang Xiaohai moved on to the next person. However, each one ignored him, and their hostility was evident in their expressions. When he was starting to feel anxious, someone finally spoke to him. What do you want with Qi Baishui? The speaker was a middle-aged man with a wet beard, which suggested he had just come out of the water. Yang Xiaohai excitedly gestured. I'm Qi Baishui's son. I'm his son. Son. The man scrutinized Yang Xiaohai. I don't recall Qi Baishui having a son. Can you take me to see him? He'll recognize me once he sees me. I really am his son. The middle-aged man glanced at the flat-bottomed boat, then waved his hand. Come on, I'll take you to him. Yang Xiaohai nodded, gave some instructions to Zhao Xiumei, then jumped into the water and swam over. Under the man's guidance, Yang Xiaohai leaped quickly between various boats. Most were old and patched up, but they felt strangely familiar to him. After some time, the middle-aged man brought Yang Xiaohai to an old, worn boat. An elderly woman with graying hair and blue-scaled facial tattoos was sitting at the bow. Her tattoos mingled with her wrinkles, which gave her a bizarre appearance. She looked confusedly at the middle-aged man. What's going on, Zhang Erlang? Who is this boy? Is Uncle Baishui here? This boy says he's your son. Zhang Erlang signed to the elderly woman. When she understood what he was trying to convey, her eyes widened, and she looked at Yang Xiaohai. Your fifth child? Yang Xiaohai was in a daze as he stepped forward, his body trembling slightly. He recalled hearing that his mother had become deaf, and this woman fit the description. Mom? Yang Xiaohai asked hesitantly. The elderly woman seemed to understand what he said, and she stumbled forward to embrace him. She rolled up his left sleeve to reveal a faint birthmark on his elbow. Tears welled up in her eyes as she exclaimed, Fifth child, it really is you. I never thought I'd see you again. Yang Xiaohai realized this woman was indeed his mother, then threw himself into her arms and hugged her tightly. When he felt the sense of familiarity and warmth he had only dreamed of before, Yang Xiaohai felt that all the hardships he had endured were worth it. He finally had a mother. He could proudly defend himself if anyone dared to insult him again. Fifth child, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The elderly woman cried as she hugged young Xiaohai tightly. The lost son that the Qi family had sold off had now returned. Once his identity was confirmed, the other boat people softened their attitudes towards him. When young Xiaohai was worried about how to get his cart from the flat-bottomed boat to his home, many boat people brought their boats to help. After a flurry of action, young Xiaohai brought Zhao Xiumei, the 3 monkey children, and their carriage onto the Qi family's boat. Mom, this is my wife, Zhao Xiumei. Young Xiaohai gestured to make his deaf mother understand. Good. You're so capable, being married at such a young age. Mom, this is mutton from Qing Qiu. Try it. It's very tasty. As young Xiaohai spoke with his mother emotionally, the other boat people gathered around and watched the warm reunion with smiles and occasional whispers. Zhang Erlang saw that young Xiaohai was genuinely looking for his family, and his expression grew much gentler. He whispered to a small boy beside him, "Where did Uncle Baishui go? This is so important, and he's not here." Uncle Baishui took his son to the Dragon King Temple. Go inform him that the 5th child he sold in the past has found his way back. Chapter 674, Water Banquet. Mom, this is delicious too. Try this. I brought it especially for you from the Great Liang. Oh, and here are some honey dates. I happened to see them on the way and thought they tasted good, so I bought you 2 pounds. Mom, do you like sour things? I brought you a jar of something sour too. Young Xiaohai finally didn't have to pretend anymore in front of his biological mother. He reverted to how a child his age should have been. Oh, and this too. Young Xiaohai handed a large bag of silver to his mother. His mom replied, "Oh my, this is too much. No more, it's enough." Young Xiaohai became even more enthusiastic, as though he wanted to empty the entire carriage. After his mother stopped him, young Xiaohai finally ceased unloading things. He started telling his mother about the hardships and longing he had experienced over the years. However, she was deaf and had a confused look, and she was clearly unable to hear much. This left young Xiaohai with a lot to say, but no way to express it. Come, you just got home. You don't know the family yet. Let me introduce them to you. His mother stood up and pulled young Xiaohai towards the other boat people who had gathered around. This is your second brother. Hello, second brother. Young Xiaohai greeted the man shorter than him. Second brother seemed more reserved and mumbled awkwardly. Hey, you're back? Have you eaten? This is your third brother. Young Xiaohai greeted him. Hello, third brother. He seemed more mature compared to second brother. He patted young Xiaohai on the shoulder. You've grown so big. Good to see you. You were as small as a chick when you were little. This is your little sister. Her marriage has been arranged for after the new year, so you must come and celebrate as her brother. Definitely. Aside from his immediate family, his mother introduced him to the surrounding boat people one by one. These were his numerous aunts and uncles. Through her introductions, young Xiaohai realized that all the boat people he had encountered along the way were actually his relatives. The family hierarchy was also very confusing. He even had to call a girl younger than him as grandaunt. Young Xiaohai didn't mind at all. On the contrary, he was delighted to know he wasn't alone and had so many family members in the world. After introducing the elders, his mother pulled him towards the back of the boat to introduce the younger generation. These 2 are your second brother's kids, so they are your nephews, she said and pointed to 2 children wearing only dudas. The 2 nephews seemed fine apart from being a bit thin. However, the ropes that tied them up made young Xiaohai uncomfortable. It looked as if they were raising dogs rather than children. Young Xiaohai couldn't help but glance at the 3 monkey kids near the carriage. They were also tied up similarly when he first met them. Mom, why are my nephews tied up? Young Xiaohai couldn't help but ask. However, his mother was deaf and couldn't hear him. She continued to pull him along. At this moment, Zhang Erlang came over to explain. You've been on land too long to understand. We have to raise kids this way on the water. If they're not tied up, they might fall into the water. That's how your second uncle died. Is that so? But surely they won't be tied up forever, right? Of course not. Once they are past the childhood age, they can go to the Dragon King Temple and burn incense. They will then be registered as Dragon Household members and can be released. Dragon Household? What's that? Zhang Erlang touched his scale tattoo and said, those like us are the Dragon Household, which is like registering in an ancestral hall on land. Oh, young Xiaohai said, nodding in understanding. The rules the boatman mentioned earlier had real reasons behind them. Dad, guess who's here? 5th brother is back. His second brother's voice sounded from the bow. Young Xiaohai felt a sudden tension. Dad, Young Xiaohai and his mother returned to the bow, where he saw a stern old man. He looked a bit younger than Lu Yuan, with a thick neck and fish scale tattoos on his hands and body. Dad. Young Xiaohai stepped forward nervously. He saw his father jump over from the other boat, then rolled up his sleeve to check his faint birthmark. The sleeve was rolled back down, and Young Xiaohai's father turned to the surrounding boat people and shouted, "Today, my fifth child is back. Great news. No one cooks tonight. The Qi family is hosting a water banquet." Amidst the boat people's cheers, Young Xiaohai felt moved as he looked at the small, old man beside him. His nervousness disappeared instantly. That night, Young Xiaohai finally saw what a water banquet was like. The boats spread out and carved out a waterway. Two small wooden boats laden with dishes moved back and forth along the edge of the waterway, allowing everyone to take food. Perhaps because the boat people rarely went ashore, there weren't many seasonings in their food. The dishes mainly consisted of various raw and blanched items. There were also some dishes from the shore, which were consumed the fastest. These included the hard guokis that Yang Xiaohai had used as rations on the road. That night, Yang Xiaohai ate more fish than he had in his entire life. There were all kinds of fish and seafood he had never seen before. Yang Xiaohai didn't care what these things were and just stuffed them into his mouth. He felt nothing but joy. He picked up a long sea snail, sucked from one end, then followed his third brother's example and sucked from the other end. The meat from both ends tasted different, which gave a unique flavor. He glanced at his father, who was drinking with his uncles in the cabin. Yang Xiaohai turned to his brother beside him. "Third brother, I remember hearing that our family has 4 children. Where's the other one?" He remembered clearly that the old man had told him there were 4 siblings. His second brother was eating a bloody shellfish. He answered, "We have an amazing older sister. Our family's success is all thanks to her. Our older sister was married as a child bride to a wealthy family and often sends money home. Otherwise, your second brother and I wouldn't have been able to get wives." "Oh, I see." Yang Xiaohai felt a bit disappointed since he had not met one family member on this trip back. "Where does our sister live? I want to visit her," Yang Xiaohai said, thinking he could make a detour if it wasn't too far. "No need. Our sister is coming home in a few days," his little sister said. The little girl had been slightly reserved, but she had warmed up to Yang Xiaohai when she saw that he was good-tempered. His little sister continued, "She said she would bring me something too." Coming home? To avoid trouble? Yang Xiaohai thought to himself, as he was aware of the current situation in Hoshu. Chapter 675, Dragon Household. Yang Xiaohai felt somewhat relieved when he heard that his elder sister was coming home soon. In these troubled times, being on the sea was relatively safer than being on land. "Fifth child, your father wants you to come over." Yang Xiaohai quickly acknowledged his second brother. He crouched down to wash his hands in the water, then stood up and headed into the cabin. The cabin was just big enough for Yang Xiaohai to enter without bending down. "Come on, fifth child, have a drink." His father, Qi Baishui, pulled him over and thrust a cup of wine into his hand. Although Yang Xiaohai didn't drink, he glanced at the elders looking at him, then downed the wine in one gulp. The wine had a strange fishy taste, which made him want to vomit. Everyone else burst into laughter at his reaction. "How is it, fifth child? Not used to it, huh? This is white fish wine. It's good stuff. It can be both drunk and used as medicine. You'll get used to it after a while." Qi Baishui patted Yang Xiaohai hard on the back and laughed along with the others. Fish wine? Can you really make wine from fish?" Yang Xiaohai had never encountered such a thing before, even as a cook. "Of course, you can make wine from fish. Come on, have a seat." Qi Baishui pulled him to the table. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, they began to discuss serious matters. Qi Baishui was a little tipsy as he took a sip of wine and said, "Fifth child, now that you're back, go to the Dragon King Temple tomorrow morning to register into the Dragon Household. I'll buy you a boat, and you can fish and live with your wife from now on." Yang Xiaohai was momentarily stunned. Buying a boat, fishing, settling down. These things hadn't been part of his plans. Qi Baishui's face darkened when he noticed Yang Xiaohai's reaction. "Why? Are you planning to leave again? Why did you come back then?" Yang Xiaohai felt a little panicked at his long-lost father's anger. "Dad, no, that's not it really." "All right, that's settled then. You can go." Zhao Xiaomei saw her husband walk out of the cabin looking puzzled. She stopped shelling the crabs, then quickly stood up and ran over. "Xiaohai, what's wrong? Weren't you feasting in the banquet?" Yang Xiaohai was a little dazed. "Xiaomei, my father wants me to stay and live here. What do you think?" Zhao Xiaomei turned to look at the swaying oil lamps on the distant boats and the family's on them. I'm fine with whatever you decide. I'll follow you since we're married. Young Xiaohai said nothing more and returned to sit with his siblings as they continued to eat at the feast. After the water banquet, young Xiaohai lay in the hammock, but he couldn't sleep. On one hand, he had just met his family. On the other hand, he thought about the fellow disciples who had gone through life and death with him. He wished he could have both, but it was impossible. He could only choose one side. Young Xiaohai finally fell asleep amidst his drowsiness. When he woke again, he saw his mother gently watching him. Her expression showed a fear that he might run away again. Young Xiaohai felt a warmth in his heart. He had never experienced such concern from his family before. Fifth child, you're awake? I'll take you to the Dragon King temple. Your father is waiting for you. Young Xiaohai nodded, then got up and helped his mother up the steps of the cabin. Whether he stayed or left, he needed to be recorded in the ancestral hall, since he was part of this family. Young Xiaohai and his mother made their way through the wooden boats on the sea. The uneven paths were tricky, and he occasionally bumped into others' belongings. The residents were very welcoming and gave young Xiaohai friendly looks. During the walk, young Xiaohai wanted to ask his mother if they should move the family to Cowheart village, where life was better than fishing out at sea. When he didn't get a response despite talking for a while, he was quickly reminded that his mother was deaf. Forget it. I'll talk to Dad about it after registering in the ancestral records. After a while, they arrived at a temple with wide eaves. The eaves blocked all the light, making young Xiaohai feel a bit oppressed. Come on, don't keep your father waiting. He's got a bad temper, his mother said and pulled him inside. Once inside, young Xiaohai was awestruck by a giant painting in the distance. The dark-toned painting was shrouded in incense smoke and looked especially mysterious. Mom, what's that? Young Xiaohai was about to point, but his mother quickly pulled his hand down. Don't point. It's disrespectful to the Dragon King. Dragon King? But isn't that a black snake? The painting depicted a coiled, giant black snake without pupils. Our Dragon King looks like that. Quickly offer incense. The Dragon King used to be more unreliable, but he's very effective now. Under his mother's urging, young Xiaohai solemnly offered incense, then performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows to the Dragon King's painting. While he was kowtowing, a group of people came out, including Qi Baishui and the elders from last night's dinner. They were dressed in a brown top and a skirt, with outer ceremonial robes, which made them seem very grand. Young Xiaohai looked closely and realized the robes had fish scales, and they seemed to be made of fish skin. As young Xiaohai wondered whether he was now officially part of the dragon household, he saw an elderly man with white hair step forward. This man took out a bamboo scroll and started to chant towards the painting. Young Xiaohai couldn't understand a word. The man's speech had a heavy accent that made it sound like singing. However, one name was repeated several times, which young Xiaohai barely made out, as Ao Wuji. Kneel. Young Xiaohai heard this and knelt before the giant painting again. After another round of 3 bows and 9 kowtows, he saw the elders in fish skin robes surround and look at him solemnly. Before young Xiaohai could understand what was happening, Qi Baishui stepped forward and removed young Xiaohai's shirt. Then, fish spines dipped in ink pricked his skin, causing excruciating pain. He tried to get up instinctively, but found he couldn't move. The fish spines contained more than just ink. Young Xiaohai just kept kneeling like that as he glanced sideways at his anxious parents. He endured the pain as the fish spines left scale tattoos on his body, just like the other boat people. Chapter 676, Big Sister. Ouch. Young Xiaohai only felt pain and no other sensations as the fish spines stabbed into his skin. The pain was so deep that he could feel it in his bone marrow, but no matter how bad it got, he couldn't faint at all. Young Xiaohai's consciousness started to fade in and out as time dragged on. As his consciousness wavered, young Xiaohai saw the Dragon King slowly move. It wasn't until the mural moved that young Xiaohai realized the black snake was not the Dragon King. It was his shadow. The real Dragon King was behind the shadow. As time passed, the shadow moved faster. The Dragon King's whiskers stretched out like the legs of centipedes from the shadow. At the very least, young Xiaohai thought those were whiskers since they were the only thing that resembles that shape on a dragon. But on closer inspection, he thought it looked more like antennas of numerous insects, or some kind of thread. The dragon's whiskers wriggled in the air along with the smoke and incense. As they wriggled, young Xiaohai's eyes widened. He felt an oppressive feeling on his chest that he couldn't shake, no matter how hard he breathed. In between the space of the dragon's whiskers, young Xiaohai saw a small section of the Dragon King's real body covered in scales. The scales were swimming in water as they slid easily back, revealing a gray eye. The moment young Xiaohai locked eyes with the Dragon King, his consciousness faded immediately, and he was drowned in the abyss. He didn't know how much time had passed when he was woken up by an ancient voice. Kowtow. Young Xiaohai shivered and quickly looked at the mural to find that the Dragon King was back to normal again. He was no longer suffocating, and nothing had changed. He quickly looked around and saw his parents were signaling him frantically for him to kowtow. He looked down on his body and saw the bloody tattoos resembling dragon scales before he realized what was going on. It was part of the procedure to enter the family and not them trying to harm him. Young Xiaohai quickly followed their instructions and kowtowed to the mural again. The ceremony passed without any issues. 10 minutes later, young Xiaohai exited from the temple with the scent of incense stuck to his body. Mom, why didn't you tell me they were going to do that? It hurts so much, young Xiaohai said as he touched the bloody tattoos on his body. He also wanted to tell his mother about how the Dragon King moved, but he didn't know what to say. You are so weak. You are already an adult, so why are you so afraid of being in pain? Qi Baishui scoffed at his own son with disgust before he walked away. Young Xiaohai felt humiliated when he saw how his father had reacted. He wasn't afraid of pain, but he hated how his feelings had been invalidated. Even though it was his own father, he knew that it was not right. He had seen how Lu Zhuanyuan acted as a father. Young Xiaohai suddenly felt a cold sensation on his arm. He looked down and saw his mother carefully scattering some incense ash onto his arm. Fifth child, don't cry. The ashes will stop your bleeding. I will cook 2 eggs for you to recover later. Young Xiaohai felt a warmth entering his heart. Even though his father was cold, his mother was as kind as he had imagined. Mother, I'm not in pain. Young Xiaohai shook his head and helped her out. Even though the process was painful, he felt that it was worth it since he finally joined the family properly. Back in his boathouse, he saw his own father was already in the water. Without waiting for him to react, Qi Baishui pulled young Xiaohai into the sea without any warning. Young Xiaohai struggled to swim up, but Qi Baishui continued to push him down in the water. Young Xiaohai struggled until he felt tired, but for some reason, he was not struggling to breathe. He quickly reacted and moved his arm into the water. He then saw his father swimming in the water effortlessly. Young Xiaohai finally understood what the teacher in Cowheart village was trying to explain about the phrase, like a fish in water. He felt that he had truly become a fish, swimming without any difficulties. He played in the water until he felt his breath running out. He surfaced and took deep breaths afterward. Young Xiaohai was treading on water as he looked at his tattoo with surprise. He knew that the reason why he could swim so fast underwater was due to the tattoo. Did you really think that your own father would harm you? Qi Baishui was looking at him with pride before he crawled up onto the boat. Father, can everyone swim this fast once they join the family? Young Xiaohai swam to the side of the boat and climbed up too. Of course, the blessing of the Dragon King is a good thing. We don't let outsiders know about this and will only give it to the family. Young Xiaohai touched his swollen tattoos and didn't know what to say. Still, he thought that his father should have let him know earlier. Father! Father! Both Young Xiaohai and Qi Baishui turned to see who it was. Young Xiaohai saw that it was his own sister as she sprinted at them with happiness. Father! Guess who just came back? She was going to excitedly tell the answer when a woman with short legs pushed her to the side gently. Father, I am back. Are you doing well? The woman looked like Young Xiaohai's mother. He guessed her age and deduced that she was his elder sister. But to his horror, he saw the black cloth wrapped on her shoulder. Dharma Sect. Young Xiaohai remembered them attacking Cowheart village. They were even more evil than bandits. To think that his elder sister had joined them. Young Xiaohai was caught in a daze when he saw his father staring at her black cloth too. But instead of being disgusted or angry, he was surprisingly happy. Oh, you weren't lying? Are you really working for the palace now? To think that they would accept women with bound feet. 1-2. Father, I just gave them some silver. They would accept anyone, regardless of whether they are elderly or children. The two of them laughed and entered the tent on the boat. 1. Foot binding was a custom in late imperial China where women would have their feet broken and tightly bound to change their shape and size. It was considered a status symbol and mark of feminine beauty, but it was very painful and resulted in physical impairments. Chapter 677, Father. Oh, I almost forgot. This is your 5th brother. He came back yesterday. Qi Baishui introduced Young Xiaohai to his eldest sister. The eldest sister looked at Young Xiaohai's scale tattoo and nodded satisfactorily. 5th brother, it's good that you are back. Have you gotten married? Do you need my help finding a wife? Ha 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 ha. That won't be necessary. He's so amazing that he found someone old enough to be his mother as his wife. The two of them entered the boat tent. It was only then that Zhao Xiaomei rushed towards young Xiaohai and held his hands. Xiaohai, she's one of the Dharma sect. We need to run now. Young Xiaohai hesitated before he reassured her by gently patting her hands. He then walked into the boat tent. Let me see if I can convince her. No matter what, she was his family, and he could not let his family be. Their lunch that day was more luxurious to celebrate the return of Yang Xiaohai's eldest sister. Even though the dishes were delicious, Yang Xiaohai couldn't fully enjoy them. He was thinking about how to convince his sister. Father, how much silver do we have in our house? Give it to me, and I will try my best to give everyone in our family a position in the palace. Yang Xiaohai immediately panicked and stood up. You cannot do so. The Dharma sect is an evil sect that kills others. You are pushing everyone in our family into the fire if you do so. Yang Xiaohai then explained to them what happened to Cowheart village, how the Dharma sect attacked them, and what the old lady from the Dharma sect had done in the county. But just as he finished his story, he saw his eldest sister and father laughing at him. His eldest sister said, "Fifth brother, you are still young. Of course, we know they are an evil sect for staging a rebellion, but what if they won?" She then looked at Yang Xiaohai before taking a sip of the fish liquor. If their rebellion is a success, then it's not considered a rebellion but a revolution. The Dharma sect would then become the official religion. Do you know what that would mean for us? I don't know. Yang Xiaohai shook his head and said adamantly, an evil sect is an evil sect. They treat human lives as insignificant and have killed a lot of people. What a joke. Qi Baishui slammed the table in anger. And do you think the previous officials of Shou valued people's lives? They are all the same. If it wasn't because of us trying to harvest pearls for them, your mother wouldn't have become deaf. It's better if they are eradicated instead. He continued, they need manpower now that the new palace and governors are being set up. If you don't become an official now, you will have to rely on harvesting pearls to maintain your livelihood. Do you want that? Looking at Yang Xiaohai clenching his fists on the other side of the table, Qi Baishui waved his hand with frustration. Never mind. You haven't even grown all of your hair yet. You won't understand what I'm talking about. So just listen to me and follow my orders. Qi Baishui looked at his eldest daughter. Then we will do as you said. We didn't spend the money you sent back, and your fifth brother brought back a lot of silver, so you can use all of it. Both father and daughter were temperamental, so they acted immediately after lunch. They took the money and silver from the bottom of the carriage. Even Yang Xiaohai's carriage was stripped of its valuables as everything he had brought from Cowheart village was being taken out. Don't worry about the silvers. Give them to your sister, and she'll exchange them for positions in the palace for us. It's much better than letting the silver rot away in storage. Qi Baishui was pleased with his plan. Yang Xiaohai held his wife's hands and stared blankly at the items being transported out of the carriage. He wasn't worried about the silver, but he had the revelation that his family wasn't what he had imagined. He had thought all families were loving and caring, just like the Liu family. Father, you can't do that. The Dharma sect murders people without a single thought. You will turn all of us into fugitives. Yang Xiaohai tried to persuade them one last time. He couldn't let his family die a meaningless death. You are still a brat and know nothing. There's no good or bad person here. Do you think you're playing house? They took out everything and even sold off the carriage and the horse without Yang Xiaohai's permission. As if sensing something, the monkey children and Zhao Xiaomei stood beside Yang Xiaohai. They were upset too. Xiaohai, let's go back to Cowheart village. This isn't how a family should function. Zhao Xiaomei consoled and persuaded Yang Xiaohai. Yang Xiaohai saw his mother was fetching a bowl of food for him and forced a smile. Wait, let me think of a plan. Yang Xiaohai was busy trying to figure out a way to stop his family. He thought of doing it physically, but he was surrounded by his cousins and relatives. It was a bad idea to resort to physical violence since he couldn't kill them either. Yang Xiaohai was still formulating a plan as he lay in the hammock. The monkey children are very nimble. Should I ask them to steal all the silver from my eldest sister? Then they won't be able to join the Dharma sect anymore. Yang Xiaohai was still trying to figure out the perfect plan when he heard the chittering of monkeys. Those noises were unique to children trained to be monkeys, and regular people could not emulate them. What's happening? Yang Xiaohai jumped down from his hammock and carefully tiptoed past his third brother. He exited the boat and saw a horrific scene. His father and second brother had tied up the monkey children and were walking further away. Father, what are you doing? Yang Xiaohai's voice was trembling when he shouted. Qi Baishui looked up without a hint of panic. I don't know why you picked up these 3 children. Since they are useless, I might as well sell them for money. He said it matter-of-factly without a hint of remorse. Young Xiaohai felt extreme pain in his heart as he stopped him. Father, I've already given you the silver and the carriage. Why are you also selling them? Since when do you think we have enough money? These 3 children look like monkeys, so I assume they've been trained before. We can sell them for a good price, and then give the money to your eldest sister to exchange for some positions for us in the palace. We can earn back the money in 2 to 3 months anyway. Young Xiaohai had never felt so estranged from his father before. A frightening thought suddenly crossed his mind. Did he really sell me last time, just because they didn't have food? Why is he selling people so easily? Qi Baishui ignored Yang Xiaohai and motioned for his second son to continue pulling the monkey children away. Wait! Stop! Yang Xiaohai blocked both of them without hesitation and took out his scepter. Let them go. Hey, how could you talk to our father like that? Do you want to get a beating? Why? Why did you sell me last time? Yang Xiaohai shouted at them with tears in his eyes. Why? It's because I'm your father. Kneel. Qi Baishui rolled up his sleeves. Their shouting woke the other people. All of them tried to break up the fight. 5th son from the Qi family, you can't act like this. He's your father, and you should listen to him. You cannot be so unfilial. Yeah, plus the 3 children aren't from our family anyways, so we can just sell them. All right, enough fighting. Just kneel and apologize to your father. We are all family, so don't fight anymore. Chapter 678, Family. What are you staring at? Hurry up and apologize to your father. Don't interrupt our sleep. I would have tied you and beaten you up if you were my son. Young Xiaohai looked around and couldn't believe that they were his family and relatives. To them, the 3 monkey children weren't humans, but rather goods to be sold. He looked around before staring at his own father as he felt bitterness in his heart. No, not just the monkey children. He even looked at his own sons as goods to be exchanged for silver. Qi Baishui saw Yang Xiaohai didn't kneel even after some time had passed. He felt humiliated by Yang Xiaohai's disobedience. He rolled up his sleeves and slapped Yang Xiaohai. Kneel down. Sensing the pain on his cheeks, the bitterness in his heart receded and was replaced by anger. Yang Xiaohai was pissed at his own father. I will not. Why should I kneel? You are not qualified to be my father. Yang Xiaohai pushed Qi Baishui and shouted at him. You fucker. Qi Baishui was angered too. He looked around and immediately picked up a piece of wood with nails. He swung it at Yang Xiaohai's head. Yang Xiaohai's mother, second brother, and third brother tried to stop Qi Baishui. The entire place was in chaos when Yang Xiaohai's eldest sister stood up to defuse the situation. It's fine, father. There's no need to sell the 3 children. We are at war, and children are worth very little. We have enough silver for now. Qi Baishui threw down the wood and scolded Yang Xiaohai. I am your father. I will sell the 3 children, and you must listen to me. If you defy me again, I will sell your wife too. Yang Xiaohai's gaze changed when he looked at Qi Baishui. Before this, he didn't understand why Chen Xiaoman would kill her own father. But now he did. There were evil people in his family too, and they were worse than strangers. All right, father. There's no need to keep scolding him like this. The eldest sister gestured for her second brother and third brother to pull their father into the boat tent. Everything is settled now. Please go back to sleep. I'm sorry for interrupting everyone's sleep due to our quarrel. After they left, she approached Yang Xiaohai and grumbled. What's wrong with you? We are all family, so why can't you choose to be softer? Yang Xiaohai lowered his head and grumbled, too. His fists trembled as if he had made up his mind. His eldest sister sighed when she saw how thick-headed Yang Xiaohai was. We should just let it be for tonight. Our third uncle is out in the sea to fish. You can sleep on his old boat and wait till tomorrow to talk about anything else. She then pointed at the single lonely boat in the distance. Yang Xiaohai nodded. He held the pale-looking Zhao Xiaomei and the scared monkey children towards the boat. The boat was small and leaking, but Yang Xiaohai just sat disappointedly, like a statue. Husband, what should we do? Zhao Xiaomei trembled as she huddled with Yang Xiaohai. It was clear that she was afraid too. The situation here reminded her of the bandit cave. This is not my house, and they are not my family. Our home is in Cowheart village. Zhao Xiaomei saw that Yang Xiaohai slowly changed from a statue to a living human. His gaze was filled with determination. Cowheart village is our real home, and my senior brothers and sisters are our real family. When he was a beggar last time, he had imagined what his family looked like numerous times while cold and hungry. He kept thinking about how well they would treat him, but now he knew that his family was cold-hearted. If they had been truly good to him, they never would have sold him. It was just his wishful thinking. After all, how should we leave? They took our carriage and silver. Zhao Xiaomei said with a frown. We will just take them back. Those belong to us, so how can they just take them without asking me? Young Xiaohai clenched his fists and said to the monkey children, The silver is with my eldest sister. You three go and steal the silver while I distract my eldest sister. He continued, Once we have the money, we can buy back our carriage and horse. We will steal the silver while they are sleeping and go back to Qing Qiu. Yang Xiaohai didn't tell the others that without the silver, his family also wouldn't be able to join the Dharma sect. He was discussing the plan with Zhao Xiaomei when a sound from outside the boat hull made the both of them shut up. Fifth son, it's cold, so I brought you and your wife a blanket. It was his mother's voice. Yang Xiaohai smiled gently because the only warmth he had felt from his family came from his mother. He brought her into the boat. Hiya, how could someone live here? It's leaking everywhere, and it's so humid. Yang Xiaohai's mother was complaining when Yang Xiaohai looked at her. Mother, I'm leaving now. Do you want to come with me? We can go to Cowheart village, where you can enjoy a better life. What? I'm deaf and I can't hear you. What are you saying? Yang Xiaohai pulled his mother out from the boat and pointed at the land far on the horizon. It took some time for her to understand. Fifth son, why are you leaving? We've just met again, and now you're going away again. Yang Xiaohai's mother cried and begged for him to stay. Yang Xiaohai shook his head. He didn't want to leave his mother because she was the only one who treated him well. Is it because of your father? We are all family, so we should discuss this first. Yang Xiaohai tried to persuade her to leave, but she wouldn't. The only thing he could do was persuade her not to tell his father. All right, I won't tell him. Fifth son, remember to write letters for us once you reach land. Come visit us whenever you are nearby. He saw his mother walking back to the other boat while constantly looking back. There were some lights on the shore as if there were boats, but Yang Xiaohai ignored them. He had more important things to do. In the darkness of the night, he walked towards his sister's boat. Chapter 679 Departure. Sister, can you come out? I need to ask you something. Yang Xiaohai shouted to the boat as he stood on the platform opposite it. Yang Xiaohai saw his sister walking out from the boat and led her away from it before he feigned hesitation. Sister, do they still need workers in the palace? Why? Are you saying you don't want to see our father anymore and want to come with me? You're not a kid anymore, so don't be childish. As Yang Xiaohai remained quiet, the monkey children quickly ran into the boat with several stones. They planned to use the stones as a decoy for the silver they were stealing. Their agile and silent nature made it clear that they were used to the work. The sister looked at Yang Xiaohai before she sighed and said, You can come if you want, but you have to kowtow and apologize to our father. I know you're still angry, but no matter how harsh his words are, he's still your father. I will only take you with me if he forgives you. You're my brother, and you probably can't be an official for now, but I think I can find some work for you to do. Don't complain about it, all right? The Dharma sect is still at war with Shou. Everyone knows that Shou is losing, so once we are victorious, you will also get a piece of the cake. Yang Xiaohai saw that the monkey children had stolen all of the silver, nodded, and walked toward his boat. Back in his boat, he saw the silver in the monkey children's clutches and sighed. All right, let's pack up and leave now. There wasn't much to pack up since most of it had been sold by Qi Bai Shui. Taking advantage of the darkness of the night, they quickly moved toward the shore. It wasn't a smooth journey. Whenever someone woke up, Yang Xiaohai would swing the scepter so they wouldn't make a sound. By the time they snapped out of it, Yang Xiaohai would be long gone, and they would think that they were dreaming. They finally escaped the wooden huts built on the sea and quickly up the path towards Shou. Even though he was tired and it was a cold night, Yang Xiaohai felt as if he had revived. He wanted to go back to his true home. Zhao Xiaomei said, Xiaohai, let's rest a bit. Even the children can't keep up. Yang Xiaohai turned around and saw the monkey children panting as they carried the silver. The silver was too heavy to be transported by hand without a carriage. Yang Xiaohai looked at the dirt path, took the silver from the children, and placed it in his own stash. All right, let's rest for now, but we cannot sleep. The Dharma sect is still fighting against Shou, so we need to return to Qing Qiu as soon as possible. They were resting for a bit when he suddenly saw the path leading to the sea was lit up with torches, as if a fire dragon was slithering up the path. Oh no, they are awake. Yang Xiaohai took the silver and prepared to run when he saw the path in front of him was also lit up. They were surrounded. Yang Xiaohai soon saw the faces of those holding the torches. They were none other than his family and relatives with his father leading them. But to his surprise, he saw his mother hiding behind his father. Yang Xiaohai felt as if his head had been hit by a hammer. Being discovered was one thing, but he never would have expected his own mother to betray him. You have guts to try and run with the silver. Qi Baishui was abnormally angry and veins covered his forehead. Yang Xiaohai's eldest sister was also upset. She now knew why Yang Xiaohai spoken with her. It was so they could take the silver. Shit, beat him up. Don't hold back and just kill him. Qi Baishui shouted, and Yang Xiaohai saw his own brothers approaching him menacingly. Scram! Yang Xiaohai swung his scepter, and the group was caught in a daze. The other people shuffled backward from fear as they looked at the scepter in Yang Xiaohai's hands. What is that? It's something used to harvest the souls of others. The Qi family's fifth child knows how to do that. While they were discussing that, Yang Xiaohai's eldest sister suddenly shouted, "It's an artifact. It can be used to harvest the souls of others. It's a treasure. The county magistrate told me that if we gave it to him, we could exchange it for an 8th-ranked, 1 official position. The better the treasure, the higher the position we can get." The moment they heard that, everyone's eyes lit up with greed. Yang Xiaohai knew they were in deep trouble when his family wasn't intimidated by his actions. "Follow me into the forest, then scatter. One of us must escape." Yang Xiaohai waved the scepter to the group of people to the left, stupefying them temporarily. Now, Yang Xiaohai and the others quickly ran past the dazed people and rushed forward. He waved the scepter repeatedly. So many of them were caught in bewilderment. Just as Yang Xiaohai almost escaped their encirclement, something metallic flew past in the air. A fish harpoon with barbed hooks stabbed Yang Xiaohai's hands. Due to the intense pain, Yang Xiaohai let go of the scepter. He endured the pain so he could pick it up, but another harpoon nailed his left leg. Qi Baishui picked up the scepter with glee before slapping Yang Xiaohai. "How dare you keep a treasure like this to yourself?" "Xiaohai." Zhao Xiaomei shielded Yang Xiaohai and looked at Qi Baishui with despair. "We are all family. There's no reason to do this." "Family? You are not one of us." Qi Baishui slapped her too. Qi Baishui chuckled when he saw Yang Xiaohai enduring the pain to shield Zhao Xiaomei instead. "Fifth child, your wife is excellent. We should be able to sell her for more money than the monkey children. What are you trying to do?" Yang Xiaohai glared back. "Io, you are acting as if we are causing an inconvenience to you. Look at what you did. You lied to your mother and father, and you also stole the silver in our family. You even hid this treasure from us. Are you still human?" "Xiaohai." A foreign voice interrupted them. Everyone looked at the direction of the voice to find a Daoist in red robes with 3 swords on his back. Li Huang approached Yang Xiaohai. He saw Yang Xiaohai's wounded hands and feet, as well as the scepter in Qi Baishui's hands. He also saw Yang Xiaohai's sister had a black cloth wrapped around her shoulder. He understood what was happening. "Are you his friend?" Qi Baishui scoffed and pushed Li Huang away. "You are already old. Aren't you embarrassed that you are mingling with a child? Scram. This is our business and you have no say in this." Li Huang looked at Qi Baishui before he grabbed his purple-tasseled sword. "And who the fuck are you?" A glimmer of steel flashed in the night before Qi Baishui's head flew up high in the air. 1. Officials were separated by rank. There are 9 ranks and 18 tiers to be exact. Chapter 680 Kill. Bam! Qi Baishui's head hit the ground and rolled over to Yang Xiaohai's sister. Her icy expression melted into shock and fear. She started crying. "Father!" Her scream flipped a hidden switch as everyone exploded into action. Curses and harpoons flew towards Li Huang. The harpoons phased through Li Huang without harming him. Li Huang rushed forward with the purple-tasseled sword in his hand. He was busy and didn't have time to talk to the people. He also saw Yang Xiaohai being wounded and the old man taking the scepter. The girl from the Dharma sect had solidified his suspicions, so there was no reason to hold back. It was faster to kill them all. Li Huang was alone while the young boat people used fishing tactics to take down Li Huang. They moved in sync while encircling Li Huang. However, when Li Huang became serious, he slaughtered them all without difficulty. The stench of blood filled the air. The fish scale tattoos were useless here. Li Huang's sword cut through their bodies easily. Zhao Xiaomei and Yang Xiaohai stood on the side and saw the bodies piling up. The corpses were Yang Xiaohai's relatives. Yang Xiaohai wanted to shout at Li Huang, but he didn't know what to say. The battle ended before it even began. The boat people's anger quickly dissipated when they saw how fearsome Li Huang was. They immediately ran towards the sea, but this made them easy targets since Li Huang would then attack them freely. "Senior Li, enough!" Yang Xiaohai finally shouted. Li Huang did not stop, but he didn't continue his chase. Instead, he ran towards Yang Xiaohai's eldest sister. "She's the only Dharma sect member here." Li Huang raised his sword, but then Yang Xiaohai stopped him. "Senior Li." "No." Li Huolong changed his trajectory and cut off her left leg instead. With blood on his sword, Li Huolong turned around and asked young Xiaohai, "Why? Do you know her?" I. Young Xiaohai looked at the decapitated Qi Bai Shui and the corpses of the boat people before his lips quivered. He hesitated while in pain. "I don't know her." Li Huolong swung the sword, and young Xiaohai saw his sister get bisected vertically. Young Xiaohai slumped to the ground. "Did Senior Li do the wrong thing?" "No. He came to save me, but I don't think this is the right answer." "Father," Li Sui said, appearing from the path in front of them. The carriages of the White Lotus sect were following Li Sui. Bai Lingyao walked towards young Xiaohai with a complicated look on her face, as if she had heard what was happening. She looked at young Xiaohai, Li Huolong, and Qi Bai Shui's corpse. The relic in her body sharpened her hearing, so she could hear sounds from farther away than others. Is the Dharma sect in Hoshu this week? Did they expand too fast? Li Huolong kicked the bloody foot of young Xiaohai's sister as he pondered. He had fought with the Dharma sect before. They never ran away when only a few of them had died. Li Huolong wiped the blood from his sword and sheathed it. He approached young Xiaohai and frowned. He said, "What's wrong with you? You knew that Hoshu was being besieged by the Dharma sect, so why are you here? Do you not value your life? You should have returned to Cowheart village immediately and set out again after everything calmed down." Young Xiaohai sniffled as he held his tears back. "Senior Li, why are you here?" "I came here to deal with some business. I crossed paths with Sun Baolu, and he told me you were coming here. Luckily, I knew where you were and ran as fast as I could. If I had arrived any later, you and your wife would have died." Li Huolong removed the harpoon from young Xiaohai's hand and foot before he took out the fiery scripture to heal him. The bloody holes were cauterized, and young Xiaohai shouted amidst the sizzling sound. Once he was done, Bai Lingyao came over and started bandaging young Xiaohai. Li Huolong looked at the dark sky and sea before he frowned and said, "I'm worried about you returning right now, so just follow me. I will ask someone to escort you back once we reach the surveillance bureau of Hoshu." Young Xiaohai held his injured hands and nodded. "I understand. What are those three?" Li Huolong then noticed the three monkey children. Even though they were human children, they acted like monkeys. Their demeanor made Li Huolong think that they were evil entities instead. "We rescued them while on our way here. They are as pitiful as us." Young Xiaohai then explained their circumstances to Li Huolong. As he did, young Xiaohai slowly calmed down. Even though his father was dead, he still couldn't bring himself to mourn it since his father wanted to sell his wife. Qi Bai Shui was not his father, nor were they his family. Senior Li and the others were his true family. However, he was a little sad over the death of his sister and relatives. They did hurt him, but it didn't warrant their death. "Let's go." Li Huolong led the way to bring them away from there. Since he had hurt his leg, young Xiaohai hobbled as he walked. It hurt a lot, even though he was given first aid. Li Huolong turned around and shouted at one of the carriages, "Xiaohai, carry Xiaohai onto the carriage." "All right, master." Lu Xiaohai picked young Xiaohai up to put him in the carriage. Young Xiaohai saw Lu Xiaohai's haggard face and remembered something. He hesitated and asked carefully, "Xiaohai, is your brother all right?" Chapter 681 Touch. Lu Xiaohai's face stiffened as the painful memories surged into his mind. He quickly suppressed them and said casually, "He's dead. He was killed by the Dharma sect." "What? Jiren is really dead?" Young Xiaohai's eyes widened in shock. Lu Xiaohai turned slowly and glared at young Xiaohai. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean really dead?" Li Huolong also turned to look. He knew that when young Xiaohai left, Lu Jiren was still enjoying his life in Shangjing. How did young Xiaohai know that Lu Jiren had died? "No, don't misunderstand. When I was in Qing Qiu, I encountered the Earth Dragon while it was moving. I came across something strange, which I thought was a dream at the time. I saw Brother Jiren there, but he looked somewhat odd." Young Xiaohai quickly recounted his encounter with Lu Jiren. It wasn't just him. There was also another strange Senior Li in that place called the Feng capital. He saw Senior Li frown at him. "What did you say? Another me? Tell me what you experienced again." Young Xiaohai repeated his strange experience in Qing Qiu, this time focusing on the peculiar version of Li Huolong. "Hong Zhong? Li Huolong? Hong Zhong Li Huolong hasn't disappeared." Li Huolong's pupils instantly shrank. In the past, Doulao had bestowed upon him a segment of the sitting Oblivion Dao's past, which had led to the creation of Hong Zhong Li Huolong. Li Huolong always thought that with that past disappearing, the period of Hong Zhong Li Huolong should have also disappeared. But now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Hong Zhong Li Huolong had left his side but hadn't disappeared. He had only been hidden, just like the great Qi. But why? Why was he trapped in the Feng capital and not somewhere else? Li Huolong's brows knitted tightly. And this other Siming mentioned by Hong Zhong. He had never imagined that the Siming in control of death was truly dead and hidden beneath Qing Qiu. Xiaohai, you said there was seawater with a strange color flowing into that cave? Li Huolong clarified. Yes, that seawater was very strange. Even from a distance, it felt like my body was being pulled in. If I hadn't eventually run into the upside-down Antrabhara temple, I wouldn't have made it back. Young Xiaohai couldn't help but feel scared as he thought about his previous experience. It seemed that the experience was indeed real, judging by Senior Li's attitude, and he had barely managed to return. Was the seawater this color? Li Huolong asked. He pulled out the spine's sword and slashed forcefully towards the distance. The rift leading to the great Qi opened, and those dark, metallic, multicolored substances gushed out. They fell to the ground and writhed like living creatures. Anything they touched would mutate. Lifeless objects regained life, and living things grew increasingly distorted. Yes, that's it. That's what I saw, but there was much more of it. As much as the sea, young Xiaohai said and backed away. He was afraid that those things might approach him again. God Yuer, it's really God Yuer. Li Huolong's face was very grim. The Dharma sect, which worshipped God Yuer, was conquering cities in Hoshu. Meanwhile, God Yuer was attacking the Siming in charge of death. What does God Yuer want? Does it want to seize even the heavenly Tao of death? Li Huolong was lost in thought, and his attention was diverted by a soft touch on his right hand. He looked down and saw Bai Ling Miao holding his hand. Senior Li, what's wrong? Li Huolong shook his head out of habit. Nothing, let's go. As he was about to leave, he felt Bai Ling Miao's hands pull him back with a soft but firm grip. He turned to look at Bai Ling Miao, whose eyes were covered with a white silk band. Senior Li, I am now the saintess of the White Lotus sect. The White Lotus sect is spreading widely in Great Liang. I can help you now. If you encounter trouble, there's no need to endure it alone like you did before. Tell me what's going on, and we can figure it out together. He looked at Bai Ling Miao's delicate face, then reached out and gently stroked her face. He could feel her genuine concern for him. After a moment of hesitation, he said, This is a long story. You know the God Yuer that is worshipped by the Dharma sect? Yes, I know. The heavenly mater mentioned that God Yuer is a betrayer. The actual events are like this. Li Huolong started to explain the whole story, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He frowned and looked at the dark sea in the distance. A line of torches formed a long dragon that approached them. Xiaohai, what's going on? Have those people been bewitched by the Dharma sect? Young Xiaohai's face instantly turned pale. He said anxiously, Senior Li, they are not from the Dharma sect. They worship the Dragon King. Let's go quickly. Hurry. His father and elder sister were already dead. He didn't want to lose more family members, even if they hadn't treated him well. Are you hiding something from me? Li Huolong glanced at him, but didn't press further. He turned and led the others to leave. He hadn't forgotten his purpose for coming to Hoshu, which was to find the dragon vein of Hoshu. He couldn't be bothered to delve into whatever Yang Xiaohai had in mind. After only a few steps, he saw the light of fire on the dirt road in the distance. Clearly, these people had already surrounded them during their conversation and had not intended to let them leave. This is interesting. I wasn't looking for trouble, but trouble found me. Li Sui. Li Huolong opened his mouth, and Li Sui entered his body. The squirming tentacles protruded from his body and danced wildly. Master, let me go this time. I want to seek revenge from the Dharma sect. Lu Xiaotsai said firmly. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stepped forward. Li Huolong glanced at him. All right, you take care of yourself. As I've always said, I don't want a burden. I'm not a burden, Lu Xiaotsai said. He took off his shirt to reveal his paper doo-doo, which was covered in curses. He pulled out 2 serrated swords, then stomped his right foot and knocked the sword against his forehead while chanting incessantly. Chapter 682 Water. After a while, the blood flowing from Lu Xiaotsai's forehead covered his entire face as he rapidly recited an incantation. Disciple sincerely comes to worship. May the deity of this altar descend swiftly, transform the body into the spirit, and the spirit into the body, and open the path of enlightenment. Guide us, step by step. Support the medium, inch by inch. Awaken the medium with divine light. Speak clearly with a golden mouth. Command the urgently divine soldiers and fire. While Lu Xiaotsai was invoking the spirit, the torches had already approached Li Huolong and his companions. The figures were now clearly visible. They were the same people who had fled before. They had dared to return despite losing so many of their own. Li Huang quickly noticed the source of their confidence. Several elders dressed in fish-skin Daoist robes that stood at the front of the crowd. These elders were unlike the others in both appearance and attire. They solemnly held thick incense sticks and offered sacrifices in all directions while murmuring incantations. It was in a dialect that Li Huang could hear but not understand. The white incense smoke did not disperse. Instead, it gathered, forming densely around them. The crowd carried a large mural behind them. No, to be precise, they had dismantled an entire wall. What kind of evil spirit is this? When Li Huang saw these fishermen with dragon scale tattoos, he couldn't help but be reminded of the water bandits he had encountered on the lake before. Forget it, whatever. Li Huang didn't care anymore. He lunged forward and charged at them with his sword, while the blood-covered Lu Xiaohai followed closely behind. As Li Huang approached, the elder boat people in fish-skin robes raised their giant incense sticks and thrust them into the ground. The smoke above them instantly formed a dragon's head that lunged towards Li Huang. Li Huang didn't flinch. He gripped the purple tassel sword in one hand and the bronze coin sword in the other. As the dragon-shaped smoke contacted him, he crossed the two swords, which could dispel evil, and pushed them forward. The dragon head-shaped smoke was instantly split into a cross. Li Huang did not hesitate as he pounced on the boat people. The mural and the entire wall behind it came crashing down towards him. Boom! The wall shattered into pieces and buried Li Huang underneath. As the dust settled, Li Huang emerged from behind the towering figure of Peng Longting, who had acted as a shield at the critical moment. He held his two swords and glanced at the shattered mural on the ground, then at the boat people kneeling and bowing towards the sea. Is that all? Just like that. He noticed the distant dark sea seemed to grow even darker, as if an oppressive mountain range had risen there. Mountains? The thought barely appeared in Li Huang's mind before cold sweat broke out on his body. No, that's not a mountain, it's a tsunami. The next moment, the tsunami carried the boat people's boats and their stilt houses, and it surged towards Li Huang with overwhelming force. Watch out! Li Huang quickly grabbed the bucket from Yang Na's hands as she staggered. Fortunately, the dirty water inside was barely prevented from spilling. Hey, young lady, can you just stay put? Stop trying to help. Li Huang carried the bucket to the toilet and emptied it. Yang Na pouted and said, I just wanted to help. Why are you being so harsh on me? I didn't do anything wrong. Look, I'm just casually saying. Why are you so upset? Li Huang put down the bucket, then walked over and gently hugged her. It's okay. Everything's okay. You all need to leave this place. Something's not right here. Li Huang shouted to the others in the pouring rain. Senior Li, you should come too. Half of his body was in the water as he wiped his face with his hand and shouted again. Stop talking nonsense. This rain is too strange. I'll cover the rear. You all leave now. Suddenly, Li Huang felt a sharp pain in his legs. There was something in the water. He threw several glowing stones into the water. The faint light dispersed and scattered the surrounding shadows. He saw some shadows move towards the carriage, then reached into the water and pulled hard. The rainwater, which reached up to their waists, rolled up like a blanket and was unable to approach the carriage. Li Huang's truth cultivation had advanced to the 3rd level and naturally allowed him to learn new techniques. Although his abilities had improved, they were ineffective if he could not pinpoint the enemy's location. What are these things? Li Huang frowned while he scanned the surroundings, unable to figure out the enemy's tactics. The situation seemed too intense for them to be ordinary evil spirits. Could the Dragon King really be the one causing the heavy rain? From the light of the glowing stones, he saw several shadows that crept along the bottom and headed towards him again. Sway sway. Ribs. Li Huang crossed his arms and inserted his rib bones into his chest. The shadows stopped advancing and they writhed in place. A tentacle pulled out the bronze coin sword and flung it at a shadow in the water. The bronze coins pulled further apart and finally dragged a man out from within the water. The tattoos on his bare upper body showed he was with the previous group, but he was now wearing a wooden dragon mask. Who's behind this? Where are they? Li Huang choked and questioned him. The man retorted angrily. The Dragon King has appeared. You dare offend the Dragon King, so you're dead meat. Damn you, Li Huang roared. His throat released a barbed tentacle that tore out a chunk of the man's neck. You Dharma Sect scum, come out. Lu Xiaohai stood in the water and shouted angrily. At that moment, the boat people climbed out of the water and stood scattered in the rain as they cursed Li Huang and Lu Xiaohai. The pouring rain mixed with their curses only fueled Li Huolong's rage. All he could think of was killing these scumbags. He tightened his grip on his sword and prepared to charge forward while the rhythmic sound of drums began. The rhythmic drumbeat began to overpower the rain and curses. Bai Ling Miao, who was beating on a drum, came to stand back to back with him. Li Huolong, what the hell is going on? I told you to leave. Why are you still wasting time? Li Huolong's heart sank at Bai Ling Miao's scolding. He realized something was wrong. At some point, everyone's hearts, including his own, were overtaken by rage. It felt as if this emotion controlled them. Something was manipulating their 10 emotions and 8 sufferings. Chapter 683, 10 Emotions. Li Huolong stood in the seawater as he realized his emotions were being manipulated. He closed his eyes firmly and mentally repeated to himself, "No, I am not angry. I am not mad." As he continued chanting, the overwhelming rage in his heart gradually stabilized. However, this feeling did not last long. When he reopened his eyes and the rainwater hit them again, the intense anger surged back uncontrollably. He could think clearly, but his emotions were beyond his control. By this time, the boat people had disappeared again by submerging themselves in the dark and ghostly water. Li Huolong and Lu Xiaozai slaughtered them frantically, but with each person Li Huolong killed, the rage in his heart intensified and nearly consumed his remaining sanity. Li Huolong knew this couldn't continue. If he became a mindless, raging lunatic, it would be over. He suppressed his anger against this unknown enemy and their elusive presence. This seems related to the water. A wise man should avoid danger. I must get away from the water. Go. Everyone go. Li Huolong shouted to his companions, who were all soaking wet in the torrential rain. The boat people tried to block their way, but their strength was no match for Li Huolong. Li Huolong and his group quickly fled the shore with their carriage. Finally, they got their lower bodies out of the seawater and headed inland towards Shou. However, their anger did not diminish. Their rage accumulated, making them suspect each other of having the worst intentions. It should have been dawn by now, but the sky remained gray and gloomy. Why is the effect still there? Is that thing following us? Where is it? Enraged, Li Huolong looked up at the raining sky and then angrily stabbed a dagger into his thigh. His fury dulled the pain so much that he almost didn't feel it. Yet suddenly, the rage vanished. Before he could feel happy about it, the anger was replaced by a profound sadness. Unlike the blazing anger, this sorrow was like the black water in a gutter, subtle but long-lasting. As they continued to walk, this new emotion drew out their past sorrows. This was unlike anything Li Huolong had experienced before. The enemy was unseen and intangible, tormenting them with the 10 emotions and 8 sufferings. Past sorrows filled Li Huolong's mind, which left him mentally exhausted and unable to think clearly. It was the same for the others. Even the horses that pulled the carriage stopped to shed silent tears. Wah? Dad? Mom? Li Huolong heard a woman's sorrowful cries and turned to see Yang Na curled up by the washing machine, tears streaming down her face. What's wrong? We just emptied the bucket of water. Why are you so sad? Li Huolong crouched beside her with concern and asked gently. Yang Na's eyes were red from crying. She shook her head slightly as tears dripped off her face. I don't know. I just feel so. Li Huolong paused in confusion, then seemed to realize something. Nana, is your depression acting up? Have you been taking your meds recently? Since being with you, I've been so happy, I thought, Yang Na sobbed. You can't skip your meds. Li Huolong panicked. It was a serious matter if one did not take their medication for mental illnesses. He stood up, grabbed Yang Na's bag, and quickly rummaged through it. After a moment, he found the bottle of pills. He rushed back to her and urgently persuaded. Nana, be good, take your meds. You'll feel better. I don't want to take them. They make me feel worse. I don't want to. Yang Na lay on the ground with overwhelming sadness. She cried helplessly like a child who was incapable of rational thought. Nana, Nana, Li Huolong hugged her close. Look at me. Don't be scared. I'll take them with you. With that, he took a few pills from the bottle, then chewed and swallowed them. These are for depression. Why are you taking them? Yang Na's crying intensified. Li Huolong took a few more pills, put them in his mouth, then kissed her and gently transferred the pills with his tongue. When he finally withdrew his tongue, he saw that Bai Ling Miao in his arms had calmed down. Her sorrow had dissipated, and he also felt normal again. How do you feel? Are you better? Li Huolong asked softly. Bai Ling Miao nodded, then suddenly looked at the sky. Senior Li, there's something up there. Li Huang also looked up. The clouds were extremely low, and faint thunder rumbled within them. But unlike earlier, there was now a fleeting sense of being watched. They had come again. Finally found you. Li Huang's expression turned ferocious as a fire ignited within him. This time, it was from his own emotions, not manipulated. Peng Longting appeared beside him, grabbed him, and hurled him towards the low-hanging clouds. Bai Lingyao flicked her sleeves and wrapped 2 white ribbons around Li Huang's legs and followed him up. Li Huang couldn't see within the dark clouds, but Bai Lingyao's mind's eye was very helpful as she guided him toward the target. Peng Longting repeatedly threw him high up, and Li Huang finally pierced through the thick rain layers. He spotted a transparent, smoke-formed entity swirling in the air. It wasn't a dragon, or at least not like any dragon he had seen. With another powerful throw from Peng Longting, Li Huang was hurled towards the entity. The incense figure didn't dodge and allowed Li Huang to phase through it. Again, Peng Longting grabbed Li Huang's left foot in midair and threw him again. Li Huang closed his eyes tightly. I can touch it. I can reach that creature. The next moment, he felt himself crash into something soft like cotton. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and stabbed forcefully. Die! With a squelch, long tendrils with sticky liquid stuck on them sprayed over Li Huang's face. Chapter 684, 8 Sufferings. With his eyes shut tightly, Li Huang sensed that he had wounded his opponent. He decisively drew a flint across his skin, and flames enveloped his entire body. Whatever this creature was, he needed to go all out given its immense size. He controlled his 2 arms and a dozen tentacles, then grasped the wound's edges and tore it open further with a fierce roar. Li Huang plunged into the wound, accompanied by a ripping sound. He wielded 3 swords in his 3 hands, then charged through the creature's body while engulfed in flames. He repaid the frustration they had suffered back to this unknown creature by 1,000-fold. He soon heard the sizzle of burning flesh interspersed with anguished roars resembling the agonized cries of a dragon. The intense trembling nearly made him open his eyes. The more the creature struggled, the deeper he burrowed. When the pressure eased, Li Huang realized he had pierced right through the creature. The sizzling sound of burning flesh gave way to the sound of intense flames, and Li Huang felt himself falling. Just as he hit the ground, he opened his eyes and saw the storm clouds turning into burning clouds that quickly dissipated. He had won. Water. Li Huang landed in the mud with a splash. Moments later, he spat out the mud and crawled out of the soil. When he stood up again, the rain had stopped. The thin rays of the morning sunlight shone on his charred face. The air after the rain was fresh, and everything seemed finally over, regardless of whether the creature was dead or just wounded. The 3 monkey children had never witnessed such things before. They regarded Li Huang as a god, and they kowtowed to him with utmost reverence. Li Huang didn't care about their reactions. Instead, he gazed at the sky as he contemplated other matters. That creature was not an ordinary evil spirit. However, it didn't feel strong enough to be a Siming. If he had to define it, he thought the creature resembled a god of happiness, or something similar to the beings outside Bayou Capital. The world was not simply black and white, nor were there only mortals and Simings. There was a vast spectrum in between. Has God Yuer started to recruit those things? This realization darkened Li Huang's mood, and the extent of the enemy's influence increased again in his mind. If these creatures were present even in such remote areas, what guarded the dragon vein of Shou? Li Huang saw everyone look at him and shook his head. It's all over now. Let's rest. We've been through a lot tonight, and everyone's exhausted. Everyone felt more reassured and began to tend to their tasks. Some tended to wounds, while others started to cook. Their fear and anxiety quickly dissipated as the piping hot food entered their mouths. Li Huang gently unwrapped the bandages on Yang Xiaohai's wound, examined it, then rewrapped it. Have your wife change the bandage. It got wet, and the wound is turning pale. Senior Li, my injury is minor, but your wounds. Yang Xiaohai hesitated, looking at Li Huang's charred body. Take care of yourself. This is also a minor injury, Li Huang replied. He moved back to the campfire and began to eat a bowl of noodles with grilled salted fish. Senior Li, don't move. I'll get the Bai family to treat your injuries, Bai Lingmiao said and began to drum. I don't have any lifespan pills left. Don't summon the immortal families. Senior Li, they are quite accommodating now. They don't need lifespan as payment anymore, she said as she beat her drums. As Li Huang ate, he sensed something approaching that was watching him. Though he was tense, he pretended to be calm, removed the long bones from a piece of braised fish belly, and then placed it into Yang Na's bowl. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw Madame Qi and then relaxed a bit. It wasn't them this time. Yang Na had now recovered. She noticed Li Huowang's actions, but said nothing, praising Sun Xiaoqin's cooking instead. After the meal, Li Huowang walked to his bedroom and sat on the stool with a serious expression. This couldn't continue. Yang Na had just taken her medication when those people's gazes had returned. He had briefly confronted them last time, but he hadn't managed to take a photo of them with his phone. He didn't care about himself, but he was concerned about Yang Na and his mother. Li Huowang opened his phone and dialed a number. Hello, it's me. Have you found the source of those 2 severed fingers? It's been so long, and you still haven't found anything? Is your database comprehensive or not? You can't even trace 2 severed fingers. What do you mean there are more important matters than 2 fingers? Once again, I am not crazy. Someone is actually trying to kidnap me. He heard the door open behind him, then hung up and turned to see Yang Na holding a fruit platter. He asked gently, How are you feeling? Yang Na shook her head slightly and placed the fruit platter on the table. She held his hands and asked, Huowang, what's wrong? Is it the side effects of the medicine? Of course not, haha, I'm fine. Just thinking about some things. He hesitated for a while, then said, Nana, can you do me a favor? Sure, what do you need? Yang Na nodded. I need to visit Kangning Hospital to see an old friend, but I don't want my mother to come along. Can you go with me? The enemy was still around, and he needed to see Qian Fu, even if the man was mad and incoherent. His words had proven true. The surveillance had been tampered with, and someone was indeed after him. Li Huowang couldn't ignore this. Yang Na didn't ask further because Li Huowang needed her help. She hugged him gently and nodded. Okay. Li Huowang and Yang Na set off while Sun Xiaoqin was away. Before they could leave the complex, Madame Qi and 2 elderly men blocked them at the gate. Little Li, where are you going? Where's your family? I'm going to Kangning Hospital, Li Huowang replied honestly. Why are you going to the psychiatric hospital? Do you have a valid reason? Madame Qi asked suspiciously. Li Huowang faced her scrutinizing gaze and retorted, You know I have a mental illness. Why else would I go to a psychiatric hospital? Of course, it's for a follow-up. What? Is that not allowed? Chapter 685, Kangning. Although Li Huowang was a key target of assistance and visitation by the neighborhood office, he was generally not allowed to leave the small district. However, going to a psychiatric hospital for a follow-up was very reasonable. There was no excuse to refuse, as preventing a follow-up could lead to serious issues if he had another episode. You should have said earlier you were going for a follow-up. Here, fill out this form. Young lady, are you his caregiver? What is your relationship with him? After Li Huowang filled out some forms under Madame Qi's supervision, a ride-sharing car was waiting at the community gate. Before Li Huowang and Yang Na could get in, Madame Qi stuck her head into the front passenger seat and instructed the driver, Mr. Wang, is the tank full? Remember, only drop them off at Kangning Hospital and don't stop midway. Keep your phone on the whole time. I need to go to the fruit stall to buy some things, Li Huowang interjected. Aren't you going for a follow-up? What do you need fruit for at a psychiatric hospital? Madame Qi eyed him suspiciously, as if afraid he might use this as an opportunity to escape. I have a lot of friends there. Can't I visit them while I'm at the hospital? Friends from the psychiatric hospital? They must be psychiatric patients too, right? After some back and forth, it was finally resolved by Yang Na going to the neighborhood supermarket to buy the fruits. Though the ride-sharing driver looked somewhat like the previous police officer, Li Huowang didn't overthink it. It didn't matter whether he was being monitored or protected. He didn't want any trouble on the way. Once Li Huowang and Yang Na got into the car, it started heading onto the road. Li Huowang rested his head against the window as the car sped up, his eyes unfocused as he thought about everything that had happened. What are those people? What do they want from me? What do I have that they are so interested in? There were no answers to these questions, and even the police couldn't help. In any case, they didn't trust him. His only clue now was Qian Fu at Kangning Hospital. Since they could alter surveillance footage, it was highly likely they were also the ones who placed needles in his food. But why? If they wanted to kill me, they could have poisoned my food. Why put needles in it? The needles merely caused pain and nothing else. Hold on. Could Qian Fu have been right? Maybe they were trying to drive a wedge between me and him. That way, I would suspect and stay away from him. This thought solidified Li Huowang's determination to meet Qian Fu again. Yang Na sensed Li Huowang's anxiety and clasped his hand. They interlocked their fingers in silent comfort. Li Huowang turned to her and smiled reassuringly. It's nothing. I'm just going to the hospital to ask some questions. I'll be back soon. All right. No matter what happens, don't bear it alone. I'm here with you. Sure. Li Huang closed his eyes and hugged her gently, just like that night on the rooftop. The car sped along the road. As they got closer to Kangning Hospital, Li Huang grew increasingly anxious. After what felt like a long time, the car finally stopped. Li Huang and Yang Na walked towards the hospital with white walls and green windows. His attending physician, Wu Cheng, greeted him. It was clear that Li Huang was being treated much better than before. In Wu Cheng's office, Li Huang casually chatted with him while holding a disposable cup. I heard you were kidnapped. Wu Cheng asked while holding his teacup. It wasn't an episode. Someone really tried to kidnap me, Li Huang explained. Of course. Don't worry, I didn't say you were having an episode. Since you have 2 severed fingers as evidence, there must be real people involved. What did the police say? They told me to wait. They even put a tracker on me. It's not easy for me to even leave my neighborhood now, Li Huang said, lifting his left foot. Don't worry. They'll find something with so much surveillance around. So why are you back this time? Nothing much, just to follow up to check if there's any change in my condition. Li Huang naturally didn't mention he was there to see Qian Fu. If you're aware of that, it means you're mostly fine. Since you're here, let's do some tests. When Li Huang held the tablet with the test questions, he felt a bit nervous. Perhaps he didn't fully trust his own perception, and he wondered if he was actually still insane due to his previous experiences. Li Huang sometimes doubted his own senses after having gone through so much. He focused on the test questions and completed them one by one. After he discussed the results with the doctor, and he saw Wu Cheng's relaxed expression, he sighed in relief. He wasn't crazy. Everything he experienced was real and not hallucinations caused by his illness. Don't be too stressed. If there were really an issue, we wouldn't have let you leave the hospital. Relax at home and take your medicine on time. Li Huang heard him and knew his follow-up was over. He should be heading home, but he had something else to do. He stood up and looked towards the inpatient ward. Then he hesitantly asked, Doctor, can I visit some other patients? I made some friends during my stay here. Sure, go ahead. You know your way around the hospital. Most of them are still here. When Li Huang entered the visitation area, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. He had always exited from the inside door before. This was his first time entering from the outside door. He couldn't go directly to Qian Fu since that would be too conspicuous. He visited several acquaintances and handed them the fruits he had bought. Everyone else was fine, but when he saw Zhao Ting, the girl with depression, he immediately felt a resentful gaze. Li Huang patted Yang Na lightly. I have nothing with her. I'll explain when we get back. I just got one more friend to see. Li Huang took a deep breath and anxiously waited for Qian Fu, but he never showed up. Instead, he received bad news. Qian Fu had an episode and is in the seclusion room. You can visit him next time. Li Huang's heart sank, and a bad premonition arose. What's going on? Did I come too late? Did those people get to him? Chapter 686, Qian Fu. Li Huang was not satisfied with the answer. The more the nurse insisted that Qian Fu's illness had worsened and made them limit visitations, the more suspicious Li Huang became. He was determined to meet Qian Fu. Instead of pushing it, he chose to remain silent. He was still in the mental hospital, and if he displayed any aggressiveness, he could get caught. Thanks to Wu Cheng's help, Li Huang managed to get a short meeting with Qian Fu. Li Huang sighed. At least the people outside haven't infiltrated this place yet. Otherwise, they would have used all kinds of tactics to stop me from meeting Qian Fu. Because he had to enter the hospital, Li Huang asked Yang Na to wait outside while he followed a nurse into the building. Li Huang soon reached the place where Qian Fu was locked up. He opened the small window on the door and saw that Qian Fu was wrapped in a straitjacket. He was wriggling on the floor like a maggot as he spewed nonsense from his mouth. Qian Fu. Li Huang wanted to get close, but the nurse stopped him. What are you doing? I thought you were only here to look at him. Are you trying to talk to that crazy patient? Li Huang came up with a random lie. Please let me go. His family asked me to give him a message. No, this is the rule. Why didn't you say so just now? All rules can be bent a little. Plus, this is a private hospital and not a government-funded one. Li Huang stuffed the money that Sun Xiaoqin had given him into the nurse's hands. Li Huang knew that even though the doctors profited greatly, the nurses were not paid well despite handling most of the physical work. The nurse's reaction confirmed his thoughts. Be quick, then. He's very crazy right now. Don't blame me if he ignores you. Li Huang got close to the door and shouted. Qian Fu. Qian Fu. Hearing his voice, Qian Fu crawled towards the door with his straitjacket on. 8 minutes had passed by the time he plastered his sweaty face on the small opening of the door. Qian Fu looked weird as he glared at Li Huowang with bloodshot eyes. His eyes were fearful, excited, and on the verge of collapse. You finally came to look for me. I knew you would see through their tricks. Qian Fu cried happily. Quiet. Don't alert the doctors. Li Huowang looked towards the corridor and whispered harshly. Qian Fu sniffled and swallowed his snot. I've waited for you too long. Did you know how they tortured me while you weren't here? Tortured you? Are they here in the hospital? Li Huowang panicked when he heard that. Qian Fu whispered as he stared at the nurse standing guard in the corridor. They are here, but there's not many of them. You need to be careful. Who are they? Li Huowang needed answers. Looking wide-eyed at Li Huowang, Qian Fu asked, What? You still don't know who you are dealing with. You know who they are? Li Huowang recalled the woman with the umbrella and the people who tried kidnapping him. He really didn't know who they were. Of course. Didn't I tell you? They are the Laotians. Fuck. Li Huowang would have beaten Qian Fu up if it wasn't because of the door. He thought that Qian Fu was tricking him. Li Huowang calmed himself down. He had to accept the fact that his ally was a patient. Even though Qian Fu might know something, he's still a patient in the hospital right now. Thankfully, Li Huowang had experience in dealing with people with mental illnesses. Where is the spaceship of the aliens that came from Leo? Their spaceship is still in space. They can't come down for now, but some aliens could reach Earth first. Some humans coveted their technology and bowed down to the aliens. They became traitors. Li Huowang had to reconsider his approach even though he was here to get some information from Qian Fu. Li Huowang had no choice but to believe only half of the ramblings of a patient. After some time, Li Huowang frowned and spoke. Where did you get this information? If he couldn't verify the information from Qian Fu, he had no choice but to find the source of the information itself. Where did I get it? Isn't it obvious? I saw it myself. Don't tell me you saw nothing even after so many things had happened. Qian Fu glared at Li Huowang. Suddenly, Qian Fu's hands passed through the small opening and grabbed Li Huowang's shirt collar. Li Huowang, you need to save me. You're the only one who can do it. Let go. Li Huowang tried to escape his grip, but Qian Fu's hands held on like iron vices. Save me. Take me outside. Only then can we defeat the Laotians together. They are too strong. They will dismantle us one by one. They are afraid of us working together, so they chose to separate us first. Qian Fu's words were annoying, but Li Huowang understood something from his ramblings. Wait, you know how to defeat them? What does a crazy person like you have that could threaten them? If you tell me, I will find a way to save you. I'm crazy? You're crazy too. We are on the same side. The nurse saw something was wrong and immediately ran towards them. Hey, let go of him. Let him go. Li Huowang escaped Qian Fu's grip thanks to the nurse's help. She asked, What's going on? Why is he pulling on your collar? Nothing serious has happened yet, so let's leave now. I'll be in trouble if there's an accident. Li Huowang hesitated as he looked at Qian Fu before he left. Numerous thoughts clouded his mind, and he needed time to sort them out. Qian Fu panicked when he saw Li Huowang leaving. Wait, don't go. Save me. Li Huowang was at the end of the corridor when Qian Fu plastered his face on the opening and shouted as loud as he could. Jizai, save me. Li Huowang stopped and looked back. What did you call me? Jizai? You are Jizai. Chapter 687, Plan. In Kangning's hospital men's bathroom, Li Huowang was panting as he let the cold water from the tap flow down his head. Jizai? You are Jizai? Those words rang again in Li Huowang's mind as he closed his eyes in pain. His head hurt as if his brain was bulging outwards. Only the cold water calmed his head down. Li Huowang raised his head and saw his wet hair. He looked into the mirror and saw his soaked face, which became unfamiliar as time passed. Who is Jizai? I thought Jizai was the fake name Zhuge Yuan gave me in the hallucination. Why did he call me that? Unless that world. Some of his forgotten memories started to resurface. Li Huowang felt a growing pain in his head and ducked under the running water again. After some time, he raised his head and saw a bizarre scene. The reflection in the mirror did not get up, and he saw how the water was still running down the back of his head. Li Huowang started to get afraid. Not only was his reflection not following his own body, but the back of his reflection's head had a face. It was his own face. The reflection had faces on both sides of the head. Li Huowang shouted and retreated. When he looked into the mirror again, he saw that his reflection had returned to normal. There was nothing else other than the scared Li Huowang. It was just an illusion. What's going on? Is that world real? Then what about here? A strange fear filled his heart as he instinctively wanted to hold something. He then became angry, and his fear turned into wrath. Fuck! Are they trying to trick me? They've tried doing this so many times. I won't believe it. I'm not a crazy person or an idiot. Since Qian Fu had read Yi Donglai's thesis, it was possible for him to know Ji Zai's name. Also, Yi Donglai's treatment had been successful in preventing Li Huowang's hallucinations until now. It was clear that whatever he saw just now was merely an illusion. Li Huowang clenched his right fist and smashed the mirror out of rage. He looked at his reflection shattering and felt better. What bad luck. I really can't enter this place too many times. I didn't manage to solve my problems, and I nearly got tricked by Qian Fu. Li Huowang placed his injured hands under the tap, washing the blood away. He saw the glass and blood flowing out of his wounds and remembered Qian Fu again. No matter what Qian Fu had called him, Li Huowang still needed his help. If I save him, he might be the one who could deal with the organization behind my kidnapping. But should I do it? Li Huowang hesitated. Qian Fu was a patient, and Li Huowang couldn't determine how much of it was the truth. Still, no matter how crazy Qian Fu was, those threats were real. The organization would continue to target him. If Li Huowang did not deal with them soon, he would never be able to find peace. Will Qian Fu really help me if I rescue him? Or was he lying? Did he lie just so he could escape the hospital? Holy shit. What happened to you? Someone shouted from his back. Li Huowang turned around. A janitor was staring at the cracked mirror and Li Huowang's bloodied hands. And how do I know? The quality of the mirrors here is terrible. I was washing my hands when it suddenly exploded. Li Huowang scolded the janitor. The mirror exploded and injured the guest's hands. It was indeed a clever lie and a terrible day for the hospital's customer service. Fortunately, bandaging Li Huowang's hands was a simple task since he was still technically in a hospital. Once his hands were bandaged, he walked out of the hospital with Yang Na. At this point, Li Huowang already made a decision to rescue Qian Fu. No matter how crazy Qian Fu was, Li Huowang was certain that Qian Fu was still on his side. It was clear that someone had tried to separate them by placing needles in his food last time. Since the opposing party was trying to separate them, Li Huowang decided to try and ally himself with Qian Fu. There might be some unexpected gains there. However, helping a patient to escape the hospital was a monumental task. Qian Fu hadn't killed anyone before, which was a relief. Huowang, look. The weather today is so clear. There's not a single cloud in the sky. Li Huowang looked up and saw the clear blue skies. The warm sunlight gently caressed his face and made him feel good. Li Huowang then thought about how funny the incident in the toilet was. How could this world be fake? Yes, today's weather is so good. Unfortunately, the weather cannot be this good every day. Li Huowang walked towards the car at the entrance of the hospital. Even though he didn't know which organization was monitoring him and why they were doing so, Li Huowang was determined to fight back. Since someone was targeting him, he would bring the fight to them no matter what. The car started moving. While in the car, Li Huowang was thinking about his identity and how to rescue Qian Fu. To his knowledge, it was very hard to move a patient without alerting anyone. By the time he reached his neighborhood, he had a good idea. It was both simple and hard. Since Kangning Hospital was a private hospital, as long as Li Huowang cut off Qian Fu's source of money to stop his treatment fees, then the hospital would send Qian Fu out. Little Li, you're back? How was your treatment? Madame Qi sighed when she saw Li Huowang was back. Staring at the lady in front of him, he thought about it before he said, Madame Qi, I need to go to the hospital again. Again? Why? To get medicine. I don't have a lot left, and I might relapse if I don't take my medicine. Chapter 688, Guacang City. The differences between Shou, Qing Qiu, and Qi were vast. Qi had many rivers and lakes, while Qing Qiu had lots of livestock. Shou, on the other hand, was very impoverished. The land was dry, and various crags and stones were present. There was some vegetation, but not a lot. Most of the plants here were resistant to drought. Li Huowang was used to seeing this. After killing the thing in the sky, they finally left the seaside. Li Huowang and the others had changed their appearance to mimic refugees instead. Shou and the Dharma sect were still at war, so it was not wise to alert the others who they were. But even so, there were various incidents since soldiers ran amok. Ding ding, dang. Two swords clashed in the air as Li Huowang opened his mouth. A large tentacle shot out and tore off the bandit's face. Lu Xiaohai held his serrated blade and charged at the enemy. He didn't even hesitate when he used a bamboo slip to peel off his fingernails before shooting them forward. Several arrows landed on his doo-doo inscribed with runes, but there were only sounds of clinking metal as the arrows deflected off his body. Lu Xiaohai wasn't afraid as he faced the bandits. His eyes were filled with hatred. Li Huolong had seen how much Lu Xiaohai had changed. It was clear that the latter wanted to take revenge for his family. Every time they encountered the Dharma sect, Lu Xiaohai was the first one to charge at them. Several bandits dipped their arrows into the blood of a black dog. They aimed the arrows at Lu Xiaohai, but Li Huolong swung his spine sword. A rift flew forward at extreme speed. The rift not only split the bandits apart, but also glued them together with the strange liquid that poured out from it. Even though he couldn't use the spine sword to travel to the Qi kingdom right now, it was still more than enough to kill others. The bandits used to be in the military. Shou and the Dharma sect were at war, while several smaller factions were fighting for the crumbs. But all of them were no match for Li Huolong. The battle soon ended, and after clearing up the corpses, Li Huolong's group started their journey again. This was not the first time something like this had happened, so no one panicked. It was clear Shou had fallen so far that bandits now roamed just outside the cities. Li Huolong had sent some of the White Lotus sect followers in their carriages away to recruit more followers into the White Lotus sect. With our speed, we will reach the city in 6 hours. Li Huolong's words made everyone else move faster. The closer they got to the city, the more animal feces and footprints could be seen. However, there were also more corpses the closer they got. The corpses were thrown onto the side of the road like garbage. Bai Ling Miao was hesitant, but she knew she couldn't bury all of the dead. This was the reality of war. During times of strife, the most worthless thing was life, whether it belonged to Shou's civilians or the Dharma sect's followers. Dong dong dong. Her black fingernails rapped on the drum as she sang a sad song. Hold some incense in your hands, may the smoke rise up to the 9 heavens, hang up paper on the front gate, and hang white banners on the second door, may the wind clear the smoke and guide the spirit back to their home. As she drummed, the wind blew past and made everyone feel uneasy. Amitba, Amitba, Amitba. Li Huolong sighed when he heard the old monk repeating it again and again. There were times when Li Huolong hoped that ghosts existed. If there were ghosts, then kind people could take revenge for the victims after they were killed by evil people. If there were ghosts, they could complain to the King of Hell to seek justice. If there were ghosts, they could be reincarnated again. Everyone was afraid of ghosts, but they were actually the world's true beauty. It was a beautiful lie. Bai Ling Miao's singing never stopped because the corpses never stopped appearing. As she sang, they soon reached a massive stone city. The entire city was built on a mountain, making it easy to defend against attacks. Li Huolong looked up and saw that they were reaching their destination, Guacang City. It was the capital of Shou, and also the location of Shou's surveillance bureau. Staring at the marking on the city walls and the wooden barricades, it was clear that the city had been assaulted before this. Even though the city hadn't been breached, the situation was still dire if the Dharma sect had managed to reach the front of it. Li Huolong and the others entered the city safely after he flashed his identification. Dressed in his signature red Daoist robes, Li Huolong chose not to hide. The surveillance bureau of Shou immediately knew who was coming. What surprised Li Huolong was that Shou's officials completely ignored Li Huolong while they welcomed Bai Ling Miao and her White Lotus sect. Before long, someone escorted them to the surveillance bureau. The surveillance bureau of Shou was also underground, but it was built directly into the mountain. Where's Xianpin? Li Huolong asked Shangwan Yuding. He had learned how dangerous the situation was. Wait here. Let me find him, she said, then phased into the walls. Li Huolong sat on the stone stool and waited patiently. He was thinking about what to do if the worst-case scenario happened. You've arrived? A bit later than I'd imagined. Xianpin appeared and sat on the other side. His red robes parted, and a gaze from the darkness within focused on Li Huolong. Li Huolong ignored Xianpin's remarks and said, If you want me to be faster, you should call me when you first come here instead. You were busy that time. I was worried you wouldn't come even if I called you. Xianpin moved to the side and revealed someone else. The person was wearing a bronze mask with 2 snarling faces. The faces were complete with whiskers, fangs, and angry eyes. They were positioned in a vertical line and appeared to be attempting to take each other's position. At the top of the mask was a hat made from a skull ring. Chapter 689, Chief. Li Huolong looked at the oversized mask that covered half of the person's body. Only a pair of green pants could be seen beneath the mask. This is the chief of Shou's surveillance bureau. His name is Zhang Tan. Since you are here to help, I think it's beneficial you get to know each other. Qian Pin then pointed at Li Huawang and spoke to Zhang Tan. This is the one I told you about. Li Huawang looked at Zhang Tan before he greeted the chief. The disciple of Zephyr Temple, Li Huawang, greets the senior. May I know which sect you are from? Zhang Tan uttered a single word. Nuo. Nuo? As in the Nuo opera? Li Huawang was surprised. To his knowledge, De Nuo was the crazy world itself. If De Nuo was crazy, why was someone still worshipping him? It's one thing to worship De Nuo, but how did someone from their sect become the chief of Ho Shu Surveillance Bureau? Is De Nuo a Siming? Or is he a greater Siming in the legends? Or is he an imaginary god like the immortal heaven of Qing Qiu? Li Huawang pondered and asked, Is De Nuo still granting you powers? Zhang Tan shook his head lightly. Just then, Qian Pin's voice came from beside Li Huawang. It's best if you don't ask that. No matter where you came from, it's very rude to ask such a question, especially when this is also your first time meeting him. Li Huawang nodded. He was asking out of curiosity, but he was more worried about the situation in Ho Shu. How is the war going? How strong is the Dharma sect? We are losing. The dragon vein of Ho Shu has been seized. The trail of corpses you saw was the aftermath. To be honest, since the dragon vein was taken, the kingdom's luck has been affected too. That's why we've been losing a lot. If you had come any later, Ho Shu would have really fallen. Li Huawang frowned. He knew the situation was dire, but he didn't think it would be this bad. Then what are we waiting for? We need to take the dragon vein back. Where is it? Qian Pin and Zhang Tan looked at each other and sighed. We might have been able to do so last time, but the situation has worsened to the point where it would be difficult. What do you mean? Li Huawang realized something else had gone wrong. The war is constantly changing. We cannot expect the enemy to wait for us to fight back. Last month, the Dharma sect of Nanping, Si Qi, and even Ho Shu found an unknown method to merge all three dragon veins into one. They then told everyone that they established the Li One kingdom and also had a dragon vein. Li Huawang had a terrifying image in his mind. He imagined the three dragon veins bundled together like a thread. A single dragon vein was already very hard to defeat, much less three. The Dharma sect will surely guard the three dragon veins as if they were their life. Li Huawang suddenly felt a pressure on his heart. Jizai was so useless that a single thought from Li Huawang would wipe him out of existence. He pondered a bit before he asked again. I've just arrived here, and you guys have been here for longer. You should have a better understanding of the situation than me. So what countermeasures does the palace of Ho Shu and the Surveillance Bureau have? Qian Pin remained quiet before he said, We've tried a lot of things before you came. Even though we caused some inconveniences for the Dharma sect, we still didn't manage to get the dragon veins back. The palace of Ho Shu decided to abandon the kingdom and retreat to Qing Qiu. What? That's it. We give up on Ho Shu. Li Huawang was stunned at how easily they gave up. How could they be the rulers of Ho Shu like this? The dragon vein has been lost, and our luck has run out. That's why they came to that conclusion. But don't worry, not all has been lost. Even though we can't recover the dragon vein, we can retreat to Qing Qiu to regroup our troops. Qing Qiu is also closer to the Liang kingdom, so it's easier for us and the emperor to rally the troops there. Li Huawang frowned and paced around the room. He didn't want to give up now. He was here to take back the dragon vein, not to retreat back to Qing Qiu. Wait, what if we still have a chance? Li Huawang had an idea. How much primordial breath do you still have? Give it to me, and I can use it. He was already here, so it was worth a shot. As long as he had enough primordial breath, Li Huawang could fight against even a dragon vein. Qian Pin's answer was brief. I don't have any left. What? How come? Because I've extracted everything from the strayed ones that we've caught. It's not easy to find fresh strayed ones with how chaotic the world has become. Wait, you mean that the primordial breath you had was harvested from strayed ones? Li Huawang's pupils shrank from shock when he heard that. Of course, strayed ones are the only ones who possess primordial breath. Where else would you find it? Regular people think that a strayed one's organs or sense of bewilderment are what make them valuable, but what they don't know is that the valuable part of a strayed one is their primordial breath. Li Huawang couldn't accept it. He never would have imagined the primordial breath that allowed him to become so strong had been extracted from live strayed ones. Just then, someone floated down from the ceiling and whispered to Qian Pin. The person was also one of Qian Pin's illusions. When he was done, Qian Pin said, It seems that we might actually have a chance. Huh. Zhang Tan finally spoke after being quiet all this time. Qing Qiu's tribal leader is here. He wishes to fight the Dharma sect head-on rather than wait for them to invade Qing Qiu. Just as Xian Pin finished speaking, all three of them sensed something was wrong and looked up. Xian Pin extended a slender hand from beneath his robes and pointed at the ceiling. The ceiling turned invisible and revealed the cloudy skies. Rain fell as thunder roared in the heavens. Xian Pin felt something was wrong and quickly did calculations with his fingers. Wait, the time doesn't match. We are missing half a division too. Wait, what did you say? Li Huolong was shocked. We should have 11 divisions in a day, but we've lost half a division. Half a division? Li Huolong recalled something similar had happened before. Xian Pin, what if the Dharma sect didn't want to keep the dragon vein? What if they wanted to destroy them? Li Huolong had just said that when an earthquake happened, the earth dragon was moving again. 1. The character for Li here means black. 2. A division equals 2 hours. So half a division means 1 hour. Chapter 690, Earth Dragon Moving. Remember to follow my chant. If you do it right, I will give you some candy. A devotee of the White Lotus sect squatted in front of a group of child beggars and said, Little God Ewer pisses itself in front of the Heavenly Mater. Little God Ewer pisses itself in front of the Heavenly Mater. Good. Come, everyone have a lick and go repeat what I've taught you to the masses. Come back after a division and you will each get a candy. As the child beggars ran away, they spread propaganda throughout the city to defame the Dharma sect and praise the White Lotus sect. Some of the other children even copied them on their own. The White Lotus sect used both children and adults to do their bidding. Offer tribute to the White Lotus sect and pray to the Heavenly Mater, for she shall bless your life for 100 years. She shall bless your afterlife for 10,000 years. Pray to the White Lotus sect and you are guaranteed to have a son. The Heavenly Mater has descended into the mortal realm. She shall bless everyone. Those who join us will automatically become our sworn brothers. Everyone is welcome to join us. We shall not distinguish between the poor and the rich, the men and the women, or the old and the young. As the White Lotus sect spread their influence, numerous posters of a white lotus were plastered all around the city. Instead of targeting regular civilians, the White Lotus sect intended to absorb some of the Dharma sect members to reduce their strength. Instead of suppressing the White Lotus sect's high-profile recruitment campaign, the city officials were actively supporting it. The city officials' higher-ups had given the order that those who opposed the Dharma sect were allies. As the saintess of the White Lotus sect, Bai Lingmiao sat in a massive hall and waited for the palace of Shou to come and meet her. Senior Bai, where is Senior Li? Young Xiaohai was nervous because he didn't see Li Huolong around. Senior Li has something to do and will return shortly. Bai Lingmiao knew where he went, but she thought there was no reason to tell Yang Xiaohai about it. Bai Lingmiao was nervous as she waited for the officials. She didn't know how she should conduct herself in front of them. An old woman with a lotus engraving on her forehead sensed Bai Lingmiao's worries and bowed. Saintess, please do not worry. Shou is in danger, so rather than making it difficult for us, they will instead politely ask for your help. Bai Lingmiao nodded and calmed down a little. She used her mind's eye, to sense everything in the hall. The beautiful decorations in the hall indicated that the palace of Shou intended to treat her as a guest. She then saw Lu Xiaozai was reading the profound records intently. She took a cup of tea and walked over to him. Seeing her approaching him, Lu Xiaozai put down the profound records, stood up, and bowed. Mistress, Bai Lingmiao took the profound records and traced her fingers across the words. Various bloody and self-mutilation techniques appeared in her mind. She knew what it was. Senior Li used this a lot in the past. It's very evil. Bai Lingmiao sighed and put the profound records down. Xiaozai, I know you are upset. Please pray more to the Heavenly Mater and you will feel better. Also, if you want to take revenge against the Dharma sect, we have a lot of techniques in the White Lotus sect. There's no need to use this. Thank you, mistress. Lu Xiaozai was grateful, but he had no intention of giving up the profound records. He wanted to cultivate both the techniques of the White Lotus sect and the Ao Jing sect. The White Lotus sect's techniques required talent, humility, and training, while the profound records required none of that. He could use it immediately. Bai Lingmiao knew what Lu Xiaozai was thinking. She wanted to persuade him, but the ground started shaking before she could. Everything in the hall began falling left and right. The earth dragon is moving. Quick, get out of the hall. As the ground shook, everyone evacuated outside to avoid getting crushed if the building collapsed. Bai Lingmiao composed herself and saw the chaos outside. The earth dragon is moving. Gongs, bells, and people shouting could be heard everywhere. Many houses collapsed, and several people fell into the ravines. Thankfully, the situation ended soon. The ground stopped shaking after 5 minutes. They looked down from the city built into the face of the mountain. The barren land below was cracked to the point it almost split apart. Before Bai Ling Miao could understand what was happening, she saw Li Huolong approaching her quickly. Miao Miao, how many fighters do you have in the White Lotus sect? Mobilize all of them. Bai Ling Miao had never seen Li Huolong so agitated before. Senior Li, what's wrong? The Dharma sect are not capturing the dragon veins to use them for themselves. They're destroying them. Li Huolong's words made everyone else panic too. God Yuer was waiting. If the dragon veins were to be destroyed, the Liang kingdom would end up like the Qi kingdom. Aside from the members who excelled at spreading the dogma, the stronger members of the White Lotus sect, marked by white donkeys tattooed behind their backs, were mobilized. They accompanied by Ling Miao as she ran towards Ho Shu's surveillance bureau. Due to the quaking, everyone in Ho Shu's surveillance bureau ran out. Li Huolong only recognized the 3 people at the front. Ho Shu's surveillance bureau chief, Zhang Tan, Liang Kingdom's surveillance bureau chief, Xian Pin, and Si Chi's surveillance bureau chief, Zheng Boqiao. It was clear that the threat was so dire that all of them had to mobilize together. Li Huolong felt a lot of gazes trained on him. Some of them were even staring at him in broad daylight. Li Huolong felt that the surveillance bureau wasn't that friendly to him. Li Huolong approached them when Zhang Tan took out a horn tied with a red rope. He placed it on the mouth of his mask and blew it. Whoa! The sound of the horn echoed far and wide, covering everyone like a cloud of mist. After the sound of the horn dissipated, the hundreds of people scattered. They all ran in different directions as they rushed to carry out their assigned missions. Li Huolong turned to Xian Pin and asked, "Where are they going? The dragon veins are at risk of getting destroyed, and we need to get them back." "Don't worry. We are not asking them to take on futile missions. We have some time since the Dharma sect will find it difficult to destroy the dragon veins. We need to retrieve them before they are destroyed completely." "How do you know that the dragon veins haven't been destroyed yet?" "Time," Xian Pin said, raising a single skeletal finger. "A dragon vein represents a single division. We have currently lost half of a division. A dragon vein represents a single division? There are 12 divisions in a day, so does that mean we had 12 dragon veins?" "Wrong. There are 16 divisions in a day, so we had 16 dragon veins. The reason why there's so little time in a day now was because some of the dragon veins were destroyed in the past. 2. 1. The mind's eye is the relic that restored her eyesight. 2. The world has 32 hours apparently. Chapter 691, Cloud Swamp. 16 divisions? So a day in this world originally had 32 hours. Li Huolong felt his mind spinning. What he assumed was basic common knowledge here turned out to be wrong. Yes, dragon veins vary in size. But, according to the records, there were indeed 16 divisions in a day. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? What? Haven't you read the almanac sold for a couple of silver coins on the street? Aren't you a Daoist? Have you not even read the 4 books and 5 classics? 1. Li Huolong didn't know how to respond. After thinking it over, it seemed pretty logical. If this entire world was mad, what did a few extra divisions in a day matter? At this moment, an idea popped into Li Huolong's mind. If all the remaining dragon veins disappeared, what would happen? Would a world without divisions exist? What kind of world would that be? Li Huolong vigorously shook his head and tried to shake off these thoughts. Let's forget about how many divisions there are in a day for now. Where are those 3 dragon veins? That's the most critical thing now. Cloud Swamp. Li Huolong quickly found a map of Ho Shu and examined it closely. The terrain of Ho Shu was barren, but it wasn't devoid of water. Cloud Swamp was a swamp filled with miasma, and various legends spoke of it. Li Huolong looked at the map and gritted his teeth. Things have come to this. There's no time to waste. Let's go and retrieve the dragon veins. 11 divisions in a day is already too few. The situation was critical, so Li Huolong and his group set out. They weren't the only ones. All the military forces within Ho Shu and the reinforcements from Qing Qiu were also moving to counterattack the areas occupied by the Dharma sect. No matter their motives, they were allies in dealing with the Dharma sect. The Dharma sect wouldn't sit idly by with such significant movements. In an instant, the entire Ho Shu was thrown into chaos. Everyone rode horses across the barren desert, rushing towards Cloud Swamp. As they charged into a low-lying area, the ground suddenly cracked open and revealed a bottomless black chasm. A strange scene unfolded before anything from below could react. The riders seemed to lose their footing and were suspended in midair. A pale hand with a jade ring on its thumb pierced into Li Huolong's head and slid out from the back of his skull as he moved. Shun, this is the work of Xianpin. They aren't here. Meanwhile, the real Li Huawang and his companions had already arrived on the outskirts of Cloud Swamp. The Dharma sect obviously wouldn't let them approach easily. The area around Cloud Swamp had become a battlefield, with the Dharma sect defending against the attacks from Shou and Qing Qiu. It was like a massive millstone that swallowed people whole and spat out death and dismembered limbs. Even the heavens seemed to weep at the sight as a fine drizzle began to fall. As the rain intensified, the number of deaths also increased. The rain mingled with blood, shrouding the battlefield in a layer of red mist. Die! Li Huawang roared. Covered in tentacles, he charged through the crowd and left a trail of corpses in his wake. No matter how many Dharma sect followers Li Huawang killed, they kept on coming with no end in sight. They swarmed him like insects, ready to sacrifice their lives. Li Huawang and his group persevered through and finally reached the edge of Cloud Swamp. He saw the other chiefs enter Cloud Swamp and didn't linger outside as he led his group into the swamp. This way, follow me, Xianpin's Shangwan Yuding called out and guided Li Huawang through the muddy swamp. When they moved away from the battlefield, the noise faded. It was replaced by an eerie silence, but this didn't mean safety. In fact, the danger only increased. 2 hidden arrows shot out from a nearby pond and pierced Li Huawang's back, emerging through his chest. Li Huawang held his purple tassel sword, turned around, and coldly glared at the pond. Peng Longting's large figure crashed into it and caused a large splash. The water soon turned blood-red. A small bump rose on the back of Li Huawang's head and split open. Li Sui's eyes emerged to help him watch his blind spot and avoid further ambushes. Li Huawang gripped the invisible arrows in his chest and yanked them out. He walked to the pond's edge and looked at his reflection with a hesitant expression. Jizai, what are you doing? With 3 dragon veins gone, are you just going to watch? What happened to the preparations you mentioned you were making earlier? There was still no response from Jizai. Disappointment flickered across Li Huawang's face. He really wanted to know what Jizai was up to. Could there be anything more important than dealing with the Dharma sect right now? Xianpin's figure appeared beside Li Huawang and said, "Be careful. Zheng Boqiao's group has encountered some tough opponents." Li Huawang looked around at the reactions of others, then understood that this was merely Xianpin's illusion. His real self was somewhere else. Even if we tie up the Dharma sect's cannon fodder with soldiers, the Dharma sect has many skilled fighters. You're saying this a bit too late. Gather everyone to avoid being picked off by the Dharma sect one by one. You underestimate the chiefs. They're fine. If they're surrounded, I'll send others to reinforce them. I'm telling you this to keep you alert. Here, Xianpin said as he extended a hand, offering an old wooden box to Li Huawang. What's this? Li Huawang took the box. While Xianpin's body was ethereal, the box was actually real. Some primordial breath found in Shou. Use it when you see the dragon veins. There's not much this time, as there's very little strayed ones left. Many people have wasted it. Li Huawang looked at the red box with a complex expression. He took it and tucked it into his robe. Suddenly, Li Huawang tilted his head and dodged a flying stone shot from behind. He turned around and saw a motionless stone statue nearby. Li Huawang frowned and drew his bronze coin sword, then swung it forcefully and shattered the statue. Dark green worms flew out and scattered everywhere. It looked like stone, but it was more like a human-shaped cocoon. Bai Lingyao suddenly said, "Senior Li, there are many more of those things ahead." Li Huawang turned to Xianpin and said, "Tell everyone to be careful. It seems the Dharma sect has prepared a banquet for our arrival." 1. Confucian Classics. Chapter 692, Soldiers. In the extremely muddy Cloud Swamp, the rain continued to fall relentlessly as Li Huawang led his group and struggled through barely passable paths. The deeper they went, the more perilous it became. There was a constant stream of Dharma sect followers emerging from unexpected places. Besides these people, Li Huawang also saw crooked human statues, each one filled with wriggling green worms. More peculiarly, these statues were not solitary. They were connected by root-like tendrils that intertwined beneath the soil. As the number of these statues increased, Li Huawang felt as though he was trapped in the Dharma sect's web. Although the statues didn't move, he had the nagging feeling they could spring to life at any moment. Li Huawang came to an abrupt halt as his legs sank into the mud. It was clear this was a trap, and he would walk right into it if he continued onward. "Are you sure the dragon veins are in the Cloud Swamp? Could this be a trick by the Dharma sect?" Li Huawang asked Xianpin. Not even the sitting Oblivion Dao could deceive me. I don't think they can either. 3 dragon veins can indeed alter the feng shui of a place. This is a known fact. Xian Pin's words did little to improve Li Huowang's mood. It was not good to knowingly walk right into a trap. Li Huowang pressed his temples and materialized Peng Longting, the monk, Qiu Qibao, and Jin Shanjiao. Under his orders, they took the lead and forged a path forward. The rain intensified, shrouding the swamp in mist and reducing visibility. Dong dong dong. The drum at Bai Lingmiao's waist was beat steadily, and the sound extended outwards through the ring. Everything around Li Huowang gradually became clear in Bai Lingmiao's mind, allowing her to thwart several ambush attempts by the Dharma sect. Li Huowang had assumed that the enemies would become stronger, but the Dharma sect's attacks suddenly ceased. Senior Li, there's an attack happening a mile to our left. Let's go? Help them. Li Huowang led his group swiftly towards the source of the commotion. He couldn't allow the Dharma sect to defeat them one by one. When he arrived, Li Huowang saw the chief of Ho Shu's surveillance bureau, Zhang Tan, under attack. The statues seemed to come to life in the pouring rain, appearing and vanishing in the mist. Sharp fangs extended from beneath Zhang Tan's mask, which clashed and vibrated rapidly as they made a clicking sound. The same sound echoed from the mist and responded in kind. The ground suddenly cracked open. 5 statues emerged like fingers from the earth, and, grasping Zhang Tan like a hand, Li Huowang gave some instructions, then immediately charged into the mist without hesitation, wielding his bronze coin sword to assist him. Li Huowang initially thought he was merely helping an ally. However, as he stepped over a fallen statue, it suddenly exploded. A gleaming long sword was revealed from within, slashing towards his face. Clang! The collision sent sparks flying. He saw that his purple tassel sword left no mark on the opponent's weapon, making him realize he was facing a tough adversary. A figure slowly emerged from the mist, dressed in a matador outfit and wearing tall shoes. His head was bowed and his drenched black hair covered his face. 7 or 8 long swords were protruding from his chest. What is this? Li Huowang frowned. Be careful. This is a Si-Chi immortal soldier, Xian Pin's illusion answered. Immortal? What is an immortal soldier? Li Huowang wanted to ask this question, but the immortal soldier twirled its sword and lunged at him before he could. As Li Huowang prepared to defend, his body instinctively moved an inch to the left to narrowly avoid a scimitar from behind. Peng Longting's massive body shielded Li Huowang from the immortal soldier in front. Li Huowang turned to see another immortal soldier emerge behind him, wielding a strange curved blade. It had been a close call, and he would probably have been killed if not for Li Sui's eyes on the back of his head spotting the ambush. 2 of them? As the thought crossed his mind, a spear burst from the ground and impaled Li Huowang's left foot. They were also underground. Another immortal soldier descended from above, ready to strike. At this moment, he understood that these people had targeted and encircled him. He took a direct hit from the curved blade with his body while swinging the spine sword upward with his right hand. The crack forced the immortal soldier above to retreat. Li Huowang used his 6 tentacles and pushed firmly to propel himself into the air. The immortal soldier who had retreated temporarily was not too far away. Li Huowang's body flashed as he shifted his body above the immortal soldier and swung his bronze coin sword to decapitate that immortal soldier. Flashes of cold light surrounded Li Huowang from all directions. Swoosh! The rain halted in midair as all the immortal soldiers lunged at him with phantom images behind. Break! The weapons of the 4 immortal soldiers collided with Li Huowang's body, producing a grating metallic sound. The rain resumed its heavy downpour. Li Huowang was suspended in midair by the various weapons. He endured the searing pain, took a deep breath, and roared. You hurt my daughter. He scooped out his eyeball and squeezed it tightly. A strange color enveloped everyone. Boom! Flames erupted from Li Huowang's body and spread to the immortal soldiers, scorching them and turning them into charred figures resembling Li Huowang. The fire burned Li Huowang's skin and caused the falling rain to evaporate into steam. The immortal soldiers attempted to retreat, but they moved extremely slowly due to Li Huowang's eyeball sacrifice. Since they were unable to withdraw, the immortal soldiers launched a desperate counterattack, which was exactly what Li Huowang wanted. Despite being called immortal soldiers, Li Huowang believed they weren't true immortals. Genuine immortals wouldn't fear fire. Soon, the 4 immortal soldiers fell onto the ground. Only their charred weapons were left behind as the flames devoured them. Chapter 693, Open. These immortal soldiers didn't seem to belong to the Dharma sect. They appeared to be military creations. This suggested that with the Dragon Vein's ownership changing, the military factions of Nanping and Siqi had also switched allegiances. Li Huang didn't bother anymore with these people. While still engulfed in flames, he prepared to join the battle and help rescue the others. He assumed the situation would resolve quickly, but the statues continued to emerge from the mist. Although they were no match for those like Li Huang, they still kept everyone else busy. Li Huang realized what the enemy's strategy was. They're stalling for time. Right then, the ground shook violently. The earth dragon was moving again. The earthquake caused water in the swamp to flood out. As it shook, the expanded swamp quickly swallowed up anyone who couldn't find solid footing. Despite the chaos, more Dharma sect followers emerged from the mist, determined to drag someone down with them regardless of the risk of being consumed by the swamp. Li Huang had experienced the tremors caused by the earth dragon moving many times, and he knew what they signified. How many divisions have we lost? Li Huang shouted to Xianpin. Xianpin showed him one finger in response. Li Huang muttered, 1 division. That means one of the 3 dragon veins has been destroyed. This bad news stressed him out even more. In such dire circumstances, there was no point in discussing any further. He gritted his teeth and led the others against the Dharma sect's onslaught, advancing toward the center of Cloud Swamp. As they neared the center, the number of worm-infested statues decreased. They were replaced by living and formidable Dharma sect members. The opponents didn't just consist of Dharma sect members from Great Liang and Great Qi. There were also various sects that had pledged allegiance to the Dharma sect, identifiable by the black cloths on their shoulders. Li Huang was still engulfed in flames and did not want to waste this opportunity. He charged at the front and used the fire burning him to dry the ground, kill the Dharma sect followers, and pave the way for his allies. They made swift progress with his lead. After 2 hours, they reached their destination, the deepest part of Cloud Swamp, which was unexpectedly a parched area. A formidable stone fortress had been erected, and only Dharma sect followers were visible behind the spiked defenses. The continuous rain and ominous dark sky added to the tense atmosphere. Peng Longting threw Li Huang high into the air so that he could catch a glimpse of what lay behind the fortress. There was a dragon vein formed from stacked emperors. It was pinned in a triangular quagmire by some massive stone pillars. As the dragon vein struggled, the mud shook violently, and a noxious mist filled the air. Dharma sect witches in wide robes circled and danced around the quagmire. They formed a writhing chain and used their human bodies to draw a living curse aimed at destroying the dragon vein. Li Huang wanted to observe more details, but he felt his body start to stiffen and turn to stone. The Dharma sect had noticed him. When Li Huang landed back on the ground, he found everyone had gathered around him. Since both sides had revealed their cards, it was time to strategize. I'll leave everything else to you. The dragon vein is mine, Li Huang said. The dragon vein could resist most supernatural attacks, and he was the most experienced in dealing with it. That was my plan, Xianpin replied. His form dissipated like smoke, and he quickly reappeared before Li Huang. Remember, our utmost goal is to reclaim the dragon vein. But there'll definitely be some high-ranking Dharma sect members in a place like this. Don't get entangled with them too much. I will assist you. We win if we take back the dragon vein. Understood. Li Huang glanced around at the unfamiliar faces and asked, Who are they? What's your plan? Though he didn't recognize them, it was clear they weren't from the Surveillance Bureau. Li Huang, this is not the time for such trivialities. Focus on the bigger picture, Xianpin said. Li Huang could sense the underlying tension in Xianpin's words. Despite being forced allies against the Dharma sect, Xianpin still didn't fully trust Li Huang. Xianpin hid many things from Li Huang just because he was Ji Zai's twisted one. But Li Huang didn't fully trust him either. He turned to Bai Ling Miao and instructed, Stay back and be ready to retreat if things go wrong. The heads of Bai Ling Miao's 2 upper bodies, clad in red veils, gently moved up and down in unison. Ho Shu's chief sounded the horn, and everyone began to advance. Armored cavalry charged forward, their murderous aura enveloping them like a giant sword that was aimed at the fortress. Kill! The fight erupted with a battle cry. Both sides unleashed their abilities against each other. Li Huang ignored the chaos around him and burrowed into the ground instead. He moved his tentacles like an octopus as he moved towards the fortress. He knew the Dharma sect had experts, so he did not advance by himself. Li Huolong was accompanied by his allies as they waited for the right moment. He knew that they shouldn't be impatient, especially at a time like this. 2 hours later, the fortress was breached. The entire heart of the cloud swamp was thrust into chaos as incantations and battle cries filled the air. Li Huolong spotted Zheng Boqiao of the Fengxian Sect chanting a spell that turned a Dharma Sect, which into a ball of flesh, and swallowed him whole. He knew his opportunity had arrived. He took out a box he carried and stuffed it into his mouth. Li Sui watched a bulge in her dad's throat slide downwards. Suddenly, the surrounding mud turned to transparent water, and Li Huolong's charred skin began to heal rapidly. Li Sui, let's go, Li Huolong said, leaping upward as a spring gushed from the ground. The mysterious appearance of the spring drew the attention of the people on the battlefield, and Li Huolong, hidden from view, swiftly approached the dragon vein. As he moved closer, the agonized roars from the dragon vein assaulted his mind. Li Huolong clenched his fists when he was near the edge of the quagmire. He watched the churning mud solidify while the stone pillars that pinned the dragon vein's body liquefied. Just as he started to make his move, an unexpected change occurred. The colors of the stone pillars and mud all faded to black and white. Only the golden dragon robes on the dragon vein retained their hue, providing a stark contrast. Who's there? What sex technique is this? This thought had barely formed when Li Huolong noticed the colors on his body fading. It was like he was transforming into a figure from a grayscale landscape painting. Chapter 694, Scholar. Li Huolong had lost all hue. He looked down at his now grayscale self. Then he drew a dagger and slashed his palm. Black blood flowed out instead of red. This wasn't just an illusion, but rather some strange, supernatural power from a sect. An elderly voice rang in Li Huolong's ears. Yu Qing captures the essence, De Fan divides the spirit, Yuan Gang flows and evolves. Xingzhu stabilizes the realm. Changyang dispels Yin. Zhong Yuan conceals shadows. Then even the black and gray shades on Li Huolong gradually faded, turning an eerie white. His facial features blurred and distorted as the colors drained away. Li Huolong turned towards the voice and saw an old scholar with a black beard. He wore a silk hat and a purple robe embroidered with green patterns. One of his hands rested near a sword at his waist, another hand held a feather fan, and a third painted quickly on a scroll suspended in midair. Li Huolong didn't know which sect or faction this three-handed scholar belonged to, but the black cloth on his shoulder made it clear whose side he was on. There was no need for conversation. The dragon vein was evidently guarded, which was as expected. Swoosh! Li Huolong raised his spine's sword and swung it forcefully, sending a rift flying towards the scholar. The rift was spraying a strange liquid from the great qi. Clang! Nevertheless, a massive guandao one with a black tassel swiftly sliced the rift apart. It was the act of an 8-foot-tall general. He stood imposingly as he pointed menacingly at Li Huolong with 2 fingers. "Ha! You rogue, you dare to provoke me. Shameless scoundrel. Do you think a crow can occupy a phoenix's nest? Who do you think you are, pushing forward with all your schemes?" Li Huolong thought this was an immortal soldier at first, but when the general moved, Li Huolong noticed he was as thin as paper. It was as if the general had just stepped out of a painting. Furthermore, his body only had black and white colors. Li Huolong studied the scholar's brush and understood the general's origin. "Sink!" Li Huolong roared. The ground beneath the scholar and general turned to quicksand and dragged them down. The three-handed scholar was unfazed by Li Huolong's attack. He lifted his feather fan and waved it at Li Huolong. A gust blew over and lifted the burly general off the ground. He floated towards Li Huolong like a kite. When the general was close, he unfurled like a massive flag and raised his guandao to strike at Li Huolong's head. "Fire!" Li Huolong yelled. With a click, Li Jinqing's thumb turned the gear of the plastic lighter. It sparked, and an orange-blue flame ignited, reflecting in Li Huolong's eyes. Boom! The paper general burst into flames in midair. Li Huolong crashed through the general's disintegrating body, with the red flames giving Li Huolong a new color. He looked like a fiery comet as he lunged at the scholar. The old scholar realized he had met a formidable opponent. He pulled out his trump card and drew rapidly on his feather fan. He exclaimed, "Supreme of the supreme, the sky within the sky. Mysterious primal energy, chaos before all. 3 realms of enlightenment transforming all heavens. Grand Luo Yu Qing, void and natural." Li Huolong's fire quickly faded, turning into a grayish color. Very quickly after, Even the gray was erased. It seemed he was going to lose all color. Li Huang didn't know which Siming's power the scholar was borrowing, but it was clear to him that he would disappear forever once all of his colors were erased. Right before he turned utterly transparent, Li Huang chanted inwardly, "I have color. My body has color. My hair is black. My blood is red." Li Huang started to regain color. However, the scholar countered, and Li Huang's colors quickly faded again. They reached a deadlock. Then Li Sui's voice echoed in Li Huang's mind. "My father has color. His body has color. His hair is black. His blood is red." Surprisingly, this helped Li Huang slowly regain his colors. Li Sui was able to help him under such circumstances. This was a new experience for Li Huang. No, it was actually the second time. The first was when Dan Yangzi borrowed his strayed one's power within his stomach. Li Huang focused on dealing with the opponent first. The old scholar saw his hidden abilities were useful and knew he was about to lose. In despair, the old scholar watched Li Huang raise his spine sword. Then Xian Pin suddenly appeared beside the scholar and swiftly waved his sleeve across, taking off the scholar's head. The scholar's body crumpled to the ground. This left Li Huang feeling frustrated, like he was punching air. "Go deal with the dragon vein. Leave the rest to us," Xian Pin said. Li Huang barked. "Where were you? I had almost finished him off by the time you showed up." He was reminded of his classmates stealing a win from him back in a game. "Don't think I wasn't busy. The fact you could duel leisurely with this scholar of Mingluan Hall meant we blocked the other troubles for you." Li Huang looked at the chaos around him and had no time to argue. He turned back towards the distant quagmire. With the old scholar dead, the colors near the pit returned to normal. Li Huang made haste. He drew his bronze coin sword and hurled it at the stone pillars pinning the dragon vein. The sword extended like a whip and coiled around a pillar. "Rise!" Li Huang bellowed and yanked the massive pillar free. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, the dragon vein struggled even more violently. Li Huang saw hope, and he continued to pull out the remaining pillars. One by one, the pillars were uprooted, and the first dragon vein began to rise from the mud. He noticed the panicked expression of the emperor atop the dragon vein. Li Huang was rather stumped. Did the Dharma sect not control the dragon vein like Shaizi had previously? Was it because they couldn't control it? Nevertheless, it was a piece of good news. They had rescued the dragon vein, and the Dharma sect hadn't found a way to control it yet. It made Li Huang happy to witness this, as he did not need to battle the dragon vein. Li Huang was about to speak to the chubby emperor. However, the frightened emperor was dragged along the dragon vein and then sent flying into the sky in terror. 1. A Chinese polearm. Chapter 695, Natural Disaster. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, just as Li Huang was trying to understand what the freed dragon vein intended to do, he saw the emperor shouting excitedly to the surrounding warriors. "Run! Run quickly! This is a trap. The Dharma sect is using the dragon vein as bait to catch you all." An earth-shaking rumble erupted suddenly and caused the ground to tremble violently. The clearing at the center of Cloud Swamp shook intensely, as if the entire fortress, or rather, the entire ground, had come to life. It turned out that destroying the dragon vein was just a ruse. The Dharma sect's plan wasn't merely to destroy the dragon vein. They wanted to use the pretext of destroying it as a trap to capture all the surveillance bureau chiefs in one fell swoop. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. It was a natural disaster. Li Huang felt the gaze in the sky fixed on him, and a cold sweat trickled down his face. He realized he was in serious trouble. He had initially thought that no matter how many experts the Dharma sect deployed, they couldn't possibly defeat the 3 chiefs and the top experts from the surveillance bureau. Even if there was an ambush, he was confident he could escape with Miao Miao. But no one expected that God Yuer would intervene directly. This wasn't the Dharma sect's conspiracy. It was God Yuer's scheme. He was pulling out all the stops to eliminate the mortal obstacles. Li Huang knew that although God Yuer couldn't descend yet, it didn't mean he couldn't act in other ways. Since he had set this trap personally, more trouble was surely on the way. "Run! Miao Miao, retreat quickly!" Peng Longting suddenly appeared beside Li Huang, grabbed him with one hand, and threw him towards the distant swamp. From a great distance, a crane's cry echoed, causing their hair to stand up. The ground of Cloud Swamp shook even more violently. Suddenly, stone fangs resembling pillars rose from the surrounding marsh and blocked Li Huang's path in midair. Before he could turn, giant spikes rose around the entire fortress. These spikes interlocked and shook violently, then formed a gigantic mouth that swallowed the entire fortress at the center of the cloud swamp. Everything went silent as they were plunged into darkness. Qian Pin raised a light to illuminate the surroundings, causing the crowd to erupt in chaos. Both sides ignored everything else and scattered in all directions. The panic on their faces was genuine. Clearly, the Dharma sect hadn't informed its members that this was a trap. Li Huolong forced himself to stay calm. He approached Qian Pin and asked, "What method did God Yura use? What kind of stomach are we in now?" Qian Pin answered him concisely, "Earth Dragon." "What? Earth Dragons are real?" Li Huolong's pupils contracted. He had always thought the so-called Earth Dragon turning was just a metaphor for earthquakes, but it was real. The dark surroundings trembled slightly, suggesting that the Earth Dragon was burrowing deeper into the ground. They would be trapped forever if they didn't find a way out soon. Li Huolong walked towards the side. He had to escape from this place, even if he had to bust a hole in this so-called Earth Dragon. Soon, he reached the boundary and began melting the iron-hard walls to create a large gap, despite their hardness. However, as he continued, an unexpected itching sensation struck him. He reached into his abdominal wound and pulled out several wriggling worms. Li Huolong was reminded of the human statues in Cloud Swamp. "Dad, there are a lot of worms in your stomach, and they're growing in number. I'll throw them all out." Li Sui's tentacles kept removing the worms from Li Huolong's stomach, but Li Huolong noticed that the smooth skin of Li Sui's tentacles was also crawling with worms. His heart sank. The Earth Dragon was digesting both humans and Li Sui too. His expression became even grimmer as he realized that the digestion was happening internally and externally. "Ah!" Lu Xiaotsai's scream pierced the air. When Li Huolong turned, he saw all sorts of evil spirits wrapped in black smoke emerging from his shadow. Inside this Earth Dragon's belly, everyone's shadow had become a door that could not be closed, and evil spirits were summoned endlessly. Though these spirits were only about as strong as the wandering gods, their numbers were endless, continually emerging no matter how many were killed. "Qian Pin, do something," Li Huolong shouted. "Sorry, I can't. I had already escaped when the Earth Dragon opened its mouth." "It's just an illusion beside you," Qian Pin said as his body began to melt. "What did you say?" Li Huolong looked at him in disbelief. "I covered all my bases. Since I came to Shou to rescue the dragon vein, I naturally had a backup plan. Don't tell me you didn't have one too." Li Huolong reached into his stomach and pulled out a palm-sized piece of human skin as he gritted his teeth. Of course, he had prepared a backup plan. He had secretly peeled 2 layers of his skin while traveling and made 2 life-saving artifacts, one for himself and one for Miao Miao. But in this situation, his backup plan was useless. Li Huolong looked around quickly and saw that Qian Pin wasn't the only one who got away. Shou's chief Zhang Tan and many others had escaped too. The only consolation was that Si Chi's chief Zheng Boqiao hadn't escaped either. He looked around with a stern face, seemingly calculating his next move. It seemed his prepared backup plan didn't work either. "No matter, just wait a bit. The version of myself outside is definitely working on a way to get you all out. Rest assured, I won't abandon you. After all, the 2 dragon veins are here too." "Wait. Do you think we can afford to wait?" Li Huolong shouted as he sliced through an approaching evil spirit with his sword and pointed at the chaos around them. In a short time, the various evil spirits had crowded the surroundings. Those with weaker cultivation bases had already fallen to the worms and spirits, and the situation was becoming increasingly dire. "Don't panic. My other self will find a way. Besides, you won't die so easily," Qian Pin said, and then his body completely melted away. At that moment, Li Sui's voice emerged in Li Huolong's mind, filled with fear and terror for the first time. "Dad, there are a lot of worms in my stomach too. They're eating my flesh. Am I going to die?" Chapter 696, Stomach. Li Huolong stopped his daughter from thinking such negative thoughts. "Don't think about it. You won't die." He continued, "Come, follow me and repeat after me. I don't have any worms in my body. I don't have any worms in my body." As Li Huolong used his primordial breath, the worms in his body slowly transformed into his flesh. Even though the problem had been dealt with temporarily, they were still in danger. Li Huolong was not afraid of evil entities, but rather of the endless number of them. As they shouted and growled, the evil entities all pounced towards Li Huolong. Shua! The bronze coin sword whipped at the evil entities, and they were all sliced in half. The dead evil entities were reduced to a cloud of black smoke. Right after the smoke had just dispersed, a new wave of evil entities lunged at Li Huolong. Meow meow. Li Huawang raised the glowing stone in his hand to find Bai Ling Miao. Senior Li, I'm here. Li Huawang followed the voice and soon found the members of the White Lotus sect sitting cross-legged in a lotus pattern. Their bodies were naked from the top and had a tattoo of a white donkey. They chanted in unison, formless yet complete, born before the creation of heaven and earth. Silent and boundless, yet standing alone without change. It goes without peril, for it could be the mother of the world. Li Huawang was surprised that none of the sitting figures, including Bai Ling Miao in the middle, had worms on their bodies. The evil entities also refused to step close to them. Bai Ling Miao's upper body was divided in half. She sat with her legs crossed and chanted with both mouths, while the conjoined lotus engraving on her forehead glowed softly. Li Huawang slammed his tentacles down and jumped forward. He appeared in front of Bai Ling Miao. So, is there a way for the White Lotus sect to break out of here? Both of Bai Ling Miao's heads shook simultaneously. No, this is a strange space. Li Huawang understood that if they didn't get out soon, they would all be in mortal danger. How should I escape? When Li Huawang saw the others fighting off the evil entities, he had an idea. There might be a chance. Everyone come here. Li Huawang shouted. We cannot fight alone. Let's all work together to escape. The worms and evil entities won't get near the White Lotus sect. Those who survived up until now were competent and strong. They saw the White Lotus sect was doing well and understood what might be happening. Under Li Huawang's lead, the survivors started to move towards the White Lotus sect. Li Huawang never forgot the 2 dragon veins. He rescued one of them during the chaos. The dragon veins had been bait all along, but Li Huawang had no choice but to bite into them if he wanted to save the world. As they grouped where the White Lotus sect was, the members of the White Lotus sect started to face difficulties in their chant. Worms began growing out of their bodies. Their burden increased as the amount of people they had to protect increased. Can you ask your people to move towards the wall? Li Huawang was agitated by how serious the situation was. Bai Ling Miao nodded with difficulty. Yes. Everyone followed the White Lotus sect members as they slowly moved towards the south. Li Huawang extended several tentacles to carry Bai Ling Miao above his head as he quickly followed them. The White Lotus sect members moved slowly because it was difficult to chant while walking, but thankfully they arrived at the wall without any issues. Li Huawang got to the point. Everyone, we need to dig here if we want to survive. We need to dig out a hole from inside the Earth Dragon's stomach. Li Huawang then used his purple tassel sword to draw a large circle on the stomach lining of the Earth Dragon. Do not think that it's impossible. I just tried digging, and the walls were soft. Everyone, start digging so we can get out of here alive. Without the worms and evil entities attacking them, they all heeded Li Huawang's words and started using their individual techniques to dig out a path. Zheng Buoqiao did not stand idly either. He spat out numerous pills and gave them to everyone. Under their relentless attacks, the circle that Li Huawang had drawn on the stomach lining disappeared as a large hole formed. It's working. Li Huawang saw that they had hope of escaping the place. Go, get inside, Li Huawang shouted, and they started digging deeper. The hole got larger and larger. Senior Li, faster. Everyone is at their limits. The members of the White Lotus sect were already pale from overexertion as they almost toppled over. Bai Ling Miao's red veil was already drenched in sweat. Li Huawang glared at the hole and willed it to widen faster. The hole grew wider as if it had become as soft as rubber, allowing them to dig through it more quickly. Sensing Li Huawang's strange powers, Zheng Buoqiao brought out the ace in his sleeve. He rolled up his sleeve and revealed his arms covered in large warts. He cut open one of the warts with his fingernail and took out something from the inside. Here, he threw a writhing ball of flesh to Li Huawang. Eat it. It's the pill that I've been preserving for years. It will temporarily grant you the strength of a half-immortal. Li Huawang quickly swallowed it. The moment he did, he felt his stomach turning and churning. He barely held his stomach with his hands when a strong force shot upwards and split his head apart. At the base of where his head was split in half was another fist-sized head. The small head started growing until it reached the average size of a head. The 2 halves of his original head grew out too. Soon, Li Huawang had 3 heads on his shoulders. Splat! 2 pairs of bloody arms sprouted from Li Huawang's back. Zheng Buoqiao's pill had turned Li Huawang into a monstrosity with 3 heads and 6 arms. Li Huawang felt a profound sensation. The amount of his primordial breath had tripled, just like his head. Li Huawang raised his right hand, and the Earth Dragon's stomach hole grew wider. Go! All three of Li Huolong's mouths shouted in unison as they ran into the hole. With Li Huolong's guidance, everyone started moving quickly, but the tunnel was endless, as if the earth dragon's stomach was incredibly thick. Faster, faster. Li Huolong ran as fast as he could. The pressure in his three heads started to make his brain pulse in pain. Just then, Li Huolong heard something chasing them from behind. The head on his left turned around and saw a wall heading towards them. An entire wall of evil entities. One of the members from the White Lotus sect spat out blood and fell to the ground. The air started to quiver as Li Huolong felt worms emerging from the depths of his stomach once more. But they had no choice but to continue to run forward. He led everyone as they ran like an arrow shot out of the bow. As the first devotee fell, the second and third soon followed. More and more devotees of the White Lotus sect fell. Everyone felt the worms growing in their body while the wall of evil entities closed in on them. Faster. We need to be faster. Just as the evil entities almost devoured all of them, Li Huolong suddenly felt no resistance in front of him. They escaped.